Chapter 1. He will not touch anything belonging to your Chen family. Chen Feng say what tarioing by stealing the wells? In Jiangqing Hua country, within the villa of Chen family, a young handsome and muscular youth was stepping on an otheriouth scaff with his foot. Chen Feng's face was flushed, whether it was due to pain or humiliation. The Holly incident began when Chen Feng caught Chen Yang stealing jewels from the family safe. Chen Argu, you'd better move your foot, there are a cameras in the house, and it'll be clear was stealing gate a glance. Chen Feng growered, but they couldn't lie roar because his body was for less muscular than Chen Yang's, rendering him immutable to resist. Well, not only have I learned to steal, beauty of also grown bolder, daring to insult Mano. Chen Yang applied full force to his foot, as if intending to break Chen Feng's ankle. What are you doing? At this moment, a cold female voice echoed. Elder sister, I's a worldist brother stealing, so it had tossed of him. I don't think me and Toto it, so don't blame him. Chen Yang immediately removed this foot from Chen Feng's scaff without having glancing to Zhou had arrived. A beautiful woman dressed in a professional suit with a pencil skirt and gold rimmed glasses, wearing black heels, walked towards them. What did he steal? The woman waist oldest sister, Chun-Li. These jewels, I's a worldist brother, and Heskel dead may I accidentally push at him. Chen Yang's voice carried in tough grievance, no only was his acting impeccable but he was also very familiar with their routine, as thise was not the first time he had framed Simeon. Why did Chen Yang frame Chen Feng? It was because Chen Yang was in light adopted son of Chen family, while Chen Feng was the legitimate heir. However, Chen Feng was to lean at bird hand grew up in an orphanage, returning to Chen family in Latoyer Sego. He was Thesamiogias Chen Yang 18 and Hadel Soriaket Heju to contract their first spirit beast. Chen Sparent Shedona to another city to purchase a spirit beast eggs. Chen Yang was afraid that they would leave a Thebiter on his for Chen Feng, so framed Chen Feng again. These world was a world of spirit beasts, which were a human's partners and weapons. Their quality ranged from black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, king, emperor, divine to saint levels. The quality of wild beasts in the wilderness was thesame, but they were not closet to humans. Instead, they were enemies, killing each other. There was a huge gap in quality among spirit beasts. If Chen Yang Grecia videlo qualition, he would be unable to bear it. Chen Feng kneeled down and said we used to let his jewels. Chen Li's voice became even colder, and she had already made her judgment without even hearing Chen Feng's explanation. Neil, in the twires I've been in your Chen family, how many times have you forced met O'Neill, and Chen Yang this adopted son, have you ever forced him to O'Neill venance, and do you say is to like, so is to like, since you have already made up your mind, what do you want to know? Chen Feng did not kneel but stared at Chen Li with his head held high. After spending 2 years in Chen family, Chen Feng had already seen what kind of people the Chen family were. In the first year of his return, Chen Feng tried to curry favor with everyone, hoping to gain the love of his family. But had it hit? Unwarranted scolding, humiliation, alin the name of helping hen correct the bad habit shepikadup in the orphanage. In reality, it was pure hatred. Everyone hated him, his parents, and his 3 sisters. The adopted son Chen Yang even humiliate and frame him every. Chen Yang wore luxury brands, while Chen Feng only had a stuff worn out, cheap clothes. Chen Yang lived on a 50 square meter suit, while Chen Feng on had a 7 square meter storeroom. Chen Yang was vampired and was the master of Chen family, while Chen Feng had to fend for himself and he could count the number of times she'd with Chen family on hand. Chen Yang Grecia vida la cura carn de silver level spirit bestegas a birthday gift, while Chen Feng had nothing. Nuni in the family even remembered that Chen Feng had turned 18. And many more things. Chen Feng abandoned distrugals and gave up his unrealistic fantasies. Was this a family? Thelafi ho lived in Chen family, under Chen Yang's framing and with theticid consent of voters, was like he a servant among servants. Nuna cared about them, Thetriu family member. Everyone surrounded Chen Yang, the adopted son, smiling and kinthim, showering him with all the love. Chen Feng on lyracy of Eden difference, abuse, beatings, and even being confined for 3 days without food was common. He was Natalo toad with Chen family, nor was Shiloet to see Chen family kitchen. He had to fend for himself, relying on 500 yuan the Chen family gave him month. But what about Chen Yang? He received over 200,000 yuan 9 paquet money every month, not counting the various properties under his name. How could endure such humiliation? Chen Feng had long been thinking of finding an opportunity to leave the Chen family and live the rest of his life freely. Elder brother, stop defending yourself as sister, let's ask Moman Dad to judge. Chen Yang said and immediately called Chen's mother. Hello, Midi Arson, why are you calling mom? Mom, Yang Yang Masesiasia. Chunfeng watched the fawning Chen Yang and felt nauseated. Yanji Angus the sweetest, Mama Sesiutu. Mom, let me tell you something, don't be angry, my brother stole some mething from the house again, he took your favorite jewels, I don't know what the wants to do with them. What, where is Chunfeng? Chun's mother's voice immediately turned cold. Elder brother Ishir, I saw when he doesn't admit a tant event scolded me. Chunfeng, how dare you, the Chen family fits San Cloesia, and we haven't treated you unfairly, why can you change those bad habits of yours? How many times have you stolen from the family, Chen's motherward? Chunfeng didn't see Chen's mother's face, but he could imagine her expression. There are cameras in the house, you can watch them yourselves, Chunfeng said, already tired of explaining. What do you mean? Yanji so elbow babed, cold to possibly framia, go to the detention room immediately, you can't come out for 3 days, and nuniselo to Javeo food. Not gim food, it's like Ivy very tenure Chen family's food, no need for the trouble from today in, Chunfeng, severalties with your Chen family. Chunfeng finally took that step, as Satametravler even if it wasn't doing well, he couldn't bear the humiliation every day. Ariozirius, Chen Yang reacted quickly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. He had been looking forward to it in production form. The jinx, so that everything Chen family would belong to him, Chen Yang. Yes. Slap. Chunfeng Hohan Taven stood up, was lapadintha face beachenly. Chunfeng could feel the burning pain in his face. Chunli was not a weak woman. She was a Goldlevel spirit beast master with physical ability as comparable to a superhero. With considerable force, Chunli slapped knocked Chunfeng to the ground. Say it again, Chunli was furious. Assassin's Chen family, to say such treacherous words, it seemed that the punishments in the past were too lenient. I said I severalties with Chen family, do I understand? Also, this is the last time may have hit me, and the last time I know nienth Chen familihism, from no one I want to obelim. The frail Chen Feng stubbornly raised it, staring directly into Chen Li's without flinching, no matter how fierce her gaze was. At this moment, Chun Li felt a slight remorse in her heart, shedded no he. Good, you're really an ungrateful ingrate, Chun's mother's voice syrup to through headphone. Chun-Li, make him leave immediately, you never want to see him again. Actually, Chun-Li didn't need to say anything. Chun-Feng Hado readus to Japan prepared to leave. Ding. Chapter 2 It's alright, I have a card. You. Chun-Li intended to scold Chun-Feng, but she caught his spear sagazia ponitoring toward you, causing her to swallow her impending words. Chun-Li couldn't fathom what had come over Chun-Feng today. In the past, Chun-Feng had borne hardships with resignation, digesting such humiliation in solitude within Yistinarum. Yet today, Chun-Feng's demeanor weighs a stark contrast to his former self, so drastic that Chun-Li felt Shabar Lai recognized him. Just then, Chen Yang returned, holding a duplicate contract. Brother, signet, Chen Yang tossed Theo redesigned contract at Chun-Feng. Chun-Feng again said the contract before his lips curled up slightly. Chen Yang was still so short-sighted and treacherous. For Chen Yang had stipulated in the contract that Chun-Feng could not have any future interactions with anyone from Chen family. Little did Chen Yang know that this was precisely what Chun-Feng had been known for, fearing that Chen family might become entangled with him in the future. Soon, Chun-Feng completed the signing and left the villa with his copy of the contract. Young master, are you really leaving like these? Won't he out of the Optima Signorum, Athador Zhengma, whom Chen-Li had summoned earlier, blocked Chun-Feng's path? Chun-Feng furrowed his brow. What kind of young master wash? Usually, Zhengma had never laid a hand in him, but had subjected him to humiliation rivaling that of Chen family members. I didn't need it. You'd better take it, otherwise he'll have it to clean up the trash and do can't leave until it's done. Zhengma showed no intention of stepping aside. Chun-Feng chuckled, indeed, in this Chen family Eve Nazervan could bully him. Without heeded consent of Chen family would a servant dare to block his way? What did his room contain? 7 square meters, abed eatable, no chairs, and only his amol box and caustics, nothing else. What, I want to avenge Evento Chun-Lino, and the Odorito Bossm around. How dare you addressed Miss by her first name? Zheng Ma's face darkened, and this time, she even raised her hand to strike Chun-Feng. Since Chun-Feng Hadel read a severed teas with Chen family, and with Chen Yang supporting her, Zheng Ma felt justified in striking him. Seeing the approaching pull, Chun-Feng's anger surged, and he kicked Zheng Ma in the stomach. You dog, you're asking for it. Ouch, Zheng Mekrai Du Tan fell to the ground. In Sedetha house. Did it just leave? Die Hiri Chen Lai was somewhat distracted. With her consent, Chen Feng was no longer part of Chen family. Yes, what's wrong, big sister? We'll know how capable your older brother is, Helbabak son, and I'll speak well of him to Momandad, Chen Yang replied. Yanjiang is the sweetest, you're right, it won't belong before you regret Satan comes crawling back, Chen Li patted Chen Yang in the head, convincing herself, moreover, it was Chen's mother who had made the decision, leaving her with no other option. Having come to terms with, Chen Li turned and went upstairs, no longer wanting to dwell in theater. Chen Yang watched Chen Lai ascend the stairs, his heart filled with joy. Just then, he heard Zhang Maskri outside the door, and Chen Yang, as if realizing something, rushed out immediately. Chen Feng, you're asking for it, how dare you hit me, servant? Ha, you can actually kiss up to such an old dandugly person, tsk, now that Chen family members are enter, you're not pretending to obey scent anymore, are you? Chen Feng turned back to mock. Good, very good, you want to leave, huh, fine, crawl under, and Ilatugo, Chen Yang pointed at the scratch, his face filled with derision. Zhang Ma sat on the ground, gleefully watching the spectacle. Chen Feng Shuki sheet slowly was supposed to endure the humiliation of crawling under Simeon's legs? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The next moment, Chen Feng lunged at Chen Yang. Although Chen Yang's physique was much stronger than Chen Feng's, street fights often favor the first attacker. Grabbing Chen Yang's share, Chen Feng had butted him, vowing that none from Chen family would verbally him again. Blood streamed from Chen Yang's nose. However, Chen Feng's aggression ended there, for his frail body couldn't compensate for the disparity in strength. Chen Feng's brief moment of dominance was swiftly overturned as Chen Yang, realizing the situation, pinned him to the ground and drubbed him repeatedly. Fortunately, Chen Feng Wei's experience and protected his face. Chen Yang rode on to pop Chen Feng, continuously punching on cursing Haimasa bastard. Chen Feng ignored the insults, knowing they tend during this beating would allow him to leave truly, which was better than enduring the humiliation of crawling under Simeon's legs. Enough, Chen Lai appeared again, having heard the commotion ninth yard. Oh, Mr. Chen Feng Haskin mad, he kicked med on his initial left. If it weren't for Mr. Chen Yang coming to rescue him, too, Zhang Ma has pretty good acting skills, tears are streaming down her face. Chen Feng, have you had enough? Chen Li shouted angrily. Chen Yang said his sadik big sister, he was just trying to stop poor older brother, he didn't expect them to. Yan Yang Ariuke, dosa third, Chen Li looked at Chen Yang with concern, distressed with the blood on his face. Chen Feng John duret the Painandros, brushing off the dust in his clothes before giving Chen Lai a cold look. Stupidity is nothing, but those surveillance cameras aren't decorations. Fool, Chen Feng had long been accustomed to Chen family's favoritism and disown insignificance compared to even a servant. Now that Chen Feng was no longer part of Chen family, he didn't need to cater to Thair Wom San naturally would spare Chen Li, immediately confronting her. Zhang Ma felt guilty and avoided Chen Li's gaze. Elder brother, you can scold, beauty o can scold Mr. Chen Yang, Ho had stopped, slapped Chen Feng. Chen Feng tried to block it but was too slow. After receiving another slap, blood trickled from Chen Feng's mouth. Buthe smiled. You'll remember that slap now, can I leave? This time, Nuna stopped him. Chen Feng left, leaving with Effiorcian Hateful glances. Yang Yang, your nose, quickly, stop the beating for the unmaster. Chen leered Chen Feng but was deeply concerned about Chen Yang, instructing Zhang Ma. Chen Feng, with a swollen face, hummed a tuni Oshua ket along the road. Passers biked their distance. Chen Feng's current appearance was indeed unsightly weak frail, wearing Fedetchiap clothes, his face swollen, Yethamingatun. Who was son dubbed Leo Madman. Chen Feng paid no heed to their gazes, heading towards Thenament's land nearest the city wall. Thenament's land near the city wall was essentially unsupervised, a Seniana living to Plazitothul would be doomed if beastly creatures invaded, only those without sufficient abilities would remain here. Arriving at no man's land, Chen Feng chose the largest storefront in the street and front slide lay the lock hanging on the door. Since it was unattended, he could just kick it open. The storefront, dilapidate Dan Long uninhabited, opened with Justin kick. Not only did it open, but the entire door frame collapsed under Chen Feng's kick, revealing the store as severedus repair. Chen Feng waved away the dust and surveyed the interior. The store was exceptionally dilapidated, lacking everything except the basic framework. However, Chen Feng did's mind, Huas after Theskerward, no ten actual store affront. Ding, congratulations, host. You have completed the main quest, the first store. Would you like to claim my award? Claim. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the initial store template. Use a beyond stores belonging to it. You will also acquire spiritual eye, which can discern a beast's quality, status, potential, strengths, weaknesses, evolution path, etc. Additionally, you have received an beast quality enhancement pill diamond grade. Chen Feng was eagerly listening, expecting a word like physical enhancement, but there wasn't a mention of it. Is that it, my frail body? Chen Feng immediately checked what their word was about. The initial store template, usable in stores. And then, nothing, their ruisativena basis introduction. However, the spiritual light pleased Chen Feng greatly in this beast-dominated world, being able to discern of everything Gabu beasts was immensely beneficial to him. Chapter 3. Having given her the first experience, what harm is there in a handshake? The front desk is equipped with a card reader, making transactions both convenient and swift. Ding. The store has received a funding of 500,000. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. Did it actually go through? This girl is quite affluent. Could you be a bit quicker? The girl pleaded, her voice gentle despite the tears brimming in her eyes. Of course, where is your spirit beast? Right here. The girl retrieved a feeble red squirrel from her spirit beast pouch. Upon seeing this, Chen Feng promptly stepped forward to take it. As he held the squirrel, a piece of information flashed in his mind. Fire squirrel, gold grade status, near death. How could it be this injured? What have you done to it? I was attacked, and it protected me. Can you save it? I'll pay any price. The girl's eyes were reddened, resembling a helpless child. I should be able to, Chen Feng replied, uncertain of the outcome, but hopeful given the high cost. He led the girl into the interior of the shop, which housed a medical box, a large white iron cube over 2 meters in size. Chen Feng placed the squirrel inside the medical box and pressed the button to initiate treatment. Will this really work? The girl was skeptical, questioning whether she had just escaped an attack only to step into a scam. Why isn't there even a healer here? Why just toss it inside? It will work, Chen Feng asserted confidently, noting the treatment progress bar on the medical box rapidly increasing. Shoo, it's almost done. Chen Feng was not exaggerating, it truly was nearing completion. Ding, the medical box automatically opened. A lively squirrel leaped into the girl's embrace. The girl stared in disbelief, unsure if she had misperceived the scene. Chen Feng could only assure her that she had seen correctly. If possible, he wished to become that squirrel, for it was joyfully wriggling in the girl's arms, almost reshaping itself in its exuberance. Being able to change form must indicate it is quite powerful, right? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. First customer reward. Host attributes increased by 5. The shop activates the daily service gift function. What is the gift service? Ding, all functions within the shop can be gifted once daily. Opening the panel, host, Chen Feng realm Nun physique, 12 spirit, 28 spirit beast, Nun skill, spirit eyes. The task had rewarded him with 5 points in physique, and he could feel his body rapidly strengthening. This sensation was exquisite. Thank you. Just as Chen Feng was lost in this delightful feeling, the girl spoke up. No need to thank me. You are my shop's first customer, and I can offer you a complimentary service. Huh, what service? She asked, a bit surprised, wondering if it was something special. Though worried, she was not overly afraid, as she felt capable of overpowering the shop owner. The auxiliary evolution service for spirit beasts. Your fire squirrel is of gold grade, right? Just recently contracted? Yes, just a few days ago. Chen Feng smiled. Excellent, appear, follow me. Okay. The girl did not doubt Chen Feng, as he had revived her nearly dead fire squirrel in no time. At this moment, her curiosity about him deepened. She was eager to discover what other miraculous feats he could perform. When Chen Feng brought her to the auxiliary evolution device, he felt a bit awkward. It was yet another box, albeit this one was black, contrasting with the white medical box. What kind of aesthetic is this, turning everything into boxes? Chen Feng muttered quietly, feeling embarrassed in front of the girl. What did you say? The girl caught his murmurs but did not quite understand. Ah, nothing, just place it inside. All right. The girl tried to place the fire squirrel into the evolution box, but unfortunately, the red squirrel was reluctant, clinging tightly to her. Be good. This kind gentleman saved you. Going in here will benefit you. The girl switched to a coaxing tone. Surprisingly, it worked. The fire squirrel complied and jumped into the evolution box. Using the gift function, Chen Feng muttered and pressed the activation button. The remaining process was no longer his concern. What the fire squirrel experienced within the evolution box was unrelated to him. This progress bar moved noticeably slower, likely taking over 10 minutes to complete. 10 minutes should be fine. No worries, I can wait. So, what brings you here? Who attacked you? Chen Feng's curiosity was not merely casual, he wished to know about the villains in the area to better guard himself in the future. Though invincible within the shop, he transformed into a vulnerable being outside and needed to be cautious. I came to offer condolences. There are still people living here, and we brought them some food. As for who attacked me, I am uncertain, but they likely aren't from this area. The girl lied, her cheeks flushing slightly. She knew who had attacked her but felt no need to disclose that to Chen Feng, as doing so would reveal her identity. I see. A beautiful girl like you should be more careful when going out. The girl, flustered by the compliment, did not respond but felt her cheeks redden further. By the way, how did you come to open a shop here? She, too, was quite curious about Chen Feng. It's a long story. My name is Chen Feng, what about you? I am Li Shih, nice to meet you. Li Shih extended her delicate hand towards him. Given that this girl had taken the initiative and was his first customer, Chen Feng naturally could not refuse. Having given you the first experience, what harm is there in a handshake? Alright, your hand is so delicate, it feels as if it were made of water. However, Chen Feng did not take advantage of the moment. He gently shook her hand before letting go. Is your face injured? I have some medicine if you'd like to use it. Li Shih produced a vial from her spirit beast pouch. This is for humans, not for spirit beasts, she clarified as she handed it to Chen Feng, concerned he might misunderstand. Chen Feng had little regard for such distinctions. Spirit beast medicine was considerably more expensive. Thank you, I'll go apply it now, you can wait here. Alright, Li Shih nodded in response. As Chen Feng departed, he acknowledged her beauty and gentleness, but they had only just met, leaving little to discuss. Staying too long would only make him feel awkward, and he did not wish to leave a poor impression on Li Shih, hoping she might introduce him to more clients. Chapter 4 I assure you that no one can harm a single strand of your hair, I exclaimed, cursing the wealthy. As the ointment was applied to his face, Chen Feng couldn't help but internally scoff. The effect of this salve was immediate and refreshing, causing the swelling to subside upon application. However, while the ointment worked quickly, it paled in comparison to the speed of the evolution chamber. In less than 10 minutes, the evolution chamber activated on its OWN.AT. The moment the chamber opened, the fire squirrel darted straight into Li Shih's embrace, its eyes brimming with tears as if it had suffered some grave injustice. Li Shih scrutinized the fire squirrel from various angles but discerned no evident changes. Just as she pondered whether the treatment had been ineffective, Chen Feng approached. Is it done? Your face looks much better. Li Shih glanced at Chen Feng. I must admit, with the swelling reduced, you look rather handsome. Chen Feng paid little heed to Li Shih's gaze, his focus fixated on the fire squirrel nestled in her arms. Ah, the fire squirrel, he thought, before activating his spiritual eye ability. Fire squirrel gold grade, juvenile status, healthy physique, 18 spirit, 21 skill of fire tornado. So it has comprehended a skill. This million was well spent. Chen Feng's eyes widened. Having graduated from the Spirit Beast High School, he possessed a fundamental understanding of spirit beasts. As for why he had not enrolled in the Spirit Beast Academy, it was entirely due to his younger brother, Chen Yang. Speaking further would only bring tears. Chen Feng had once yearned for the life at the academy, but now he could only muse, why attend school when one can run a shop? That spirit beast of yours, it hadn't comprehended any skills previously, had it? He inquired. No, my little fire has only been contracted for a short while, Li Shih replied truthfully, not concealing anything. I see. Follow me, Chen Feng said, leading her towards the shop's backyard. Li Shih, perplexed, trailed behind him. The backyard housed only a single room, a testing chamber produced by the system, ensuring its authoritative reliability. Have it try using a skill on the testing stone, he instructed. Ah. Li Shih blinked her beautiful eyes at Chen Feng. Just try it. It can do it, Chen Feng encouraged. Li Shih felt somewhat flustered. Was this really a matter of encouragement? Alright, little fire, why don't you use a skill on that stone? She nudged the fire squirrel gently. Upon hearing her, the fire squirrel turned its gaze toward the stone within the room. Suddenly, its small paws glowed red, and with a squeak, a fire tornado materialized, enveloping the testing stone. The fire tornado was rather diminutive, standing just over a meter in height. Skill of fire tornado, power 28 up. Before the fire tornado could dissipate, a voice echoed through the chamber. Li Shih's mouth fell agape. Chen Feng was momentarily bewildered. This was quite the enticing sight, was it not? This Li Shi, he stammered, pointing between the testing stone, the fire squirrel, and Chen Feng. Clearly, she was utterly perplexed. How had the fire squirrel learned a skill? Why was the testing stone emitting sound? Chen Feng had not anticipated the stone's built-in audio feature, but it certainly elevated the experience. What do you think? This complimentary service is rather splendid, isn't it? Chen Feng began to market the service, thinking that even if Li Shi couldn't bring in other customers, her own patronage would suffice. Hey, snap back to reality. Chen Feng waved his hand in front of Li Shi's eyes. Oh my, how could this be? How did the fire squirrel learn a skill so quickly? I'm not certain, only it knows what it has experienced. Chen Feng shrugged, unable to provide any clarity. The fire squirrel lacked verbal communication, merely emitting squeaks and flailing its tiny paws. Li Shi grasped the general idea while Chen Feng remained utterly bewildered. Ultimately, it was clear the fire squirrel had indeed comprehended its skill within the evolution chamber, and that was sufficient confirmation. How impressive! Everything here is truly wondrous. Li Shi blushed as she gazed intently at Chen Feng. This left Chen Feng somewhat flustered. Having lived 18 years, it was his first time receiving such admiration from a beautiful girl. Well, this service is rather costly. It is at least $1 million per session, though the exact amount may vary based on my mood. Oh, that is not expensive at all. I'll bring my friends tomorrow. I have many classmates. Li Shi was quick to grasp his intent, directly expressing words that excited Chen Feng. Great! Thank you for helping to look after my business. Chen Feng grinned thankfully. His swelling had subsided, otherwise, smiling so widely would have been quite painful. It is I who should be thanking you, Li Shi replied sweetly, her happiness evident. Ding, task complete. A first customer system mall unlocked. Please check at your convenience. Before Chen Feng could explore the new feature, Li Shi interjected. Oh, I need to head back to school. Aren't you attending? Li Shi was perceptive. She could glean certain things from Chen Feng's attire, yet they seemed incongruous with his shop. Her curiosity about Chen Feng was palpable, and she desired to learn more. I graduated high school. I had initially planned to continue my studies, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I ended up opening a shop, Chen Feng disclosed without reservation. Not attending school was hardly a shameful matter. In this day and age, many were unable to enter the Spirit Beast Academy. Only those who had not contracted spirit beasts were ineligible for admission. I understand. I'll be heading back now. Please take care of yourself here. Li Shi did not pry further, displaying her maturity and concern for Chen Feng, causing his heart to flutter. Alright, I will be cautious. You should also be careful on your way back. Would you like me to see you off? Chen Feng suggested, regretting his words almost immediately. He hadn't fully considered the implications. This girl had sought refuge in his shop to escape pursuers. What if she were attacked again upon leaving? Sure. Li Shi surprisingly agreed. Then let us go. Chen Feng thought he had no choice but to comply, steeling himself for the situation. Noticing Chen Feng's anxiety, Li Shi chuckled, Don't worry. My family has sent someone to protect me. Those who attacked me have already been apprehended. Even if they were still around, I have my own means. From now on, whenever you visit my shop, I swear no one shall harm a single hair on your head, I promise. Chen Feng, slightly arrogant, patted his chest. This was not mere boasting, it was a fact. Within his shop, Chen Feng was invincible, no one could challenge him. Understood, let us be on our way. Okay. As they strolled and conversed leisurely, time flew by, and before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Spirit Beast Academy. Chen Feng bid a fond farewell to Li Shi without lingering, exchanging contact information, and waving goodbye. The scene was witnessed by many, and soon, Chen Yang came across images of the two. Chapter 5. Is that not my dear brother? This is Chen Feng, in the Chen family villa. Chen Yang gazed at the photograph on his phone, his pupils dilating slightly, the device creaking ominously in his grasp. How did Chen Feng manage to get entangled with Li Shi? Li Shi is my prey. In truth, Chen Yang was preparing to return to the academy, where students are required to reside in the dormitories without exception during non-holiday periods. Chen Feng had been barred from attending the Spirit Beast Academy, a scheme orchestrated by Chen Yang himself. How eloquently he spoke, he convinced their parents, Chen father and Chen mother, with his persuasive words. In his view, as the elder brother, he bore the responsibility to ensure the continuation of the Chen family lineage, thus he would handle all matters related to combat while allowing his younger brother to focus elsewhere. Remarkably, Chen father and Chen mother believed Chen Yang's fabrications, failing to enroll Chen Feng in the Spirit Beast Academy. Moreover, they had not prepared a Spirit Beast for Chen Feng. The so-called Silver Tier Spirit Beast mentioned in a previous phone call was actually intended for Chen Yang. He simply could not bear to see Chen Feng thrive, especially not in association with such affluent individuals, and not to mention, he had long set his sights on Li Shurhe. After all, she was the sole heiress of the wealthy Li family in Jiang City. Whoever secured Li Shurhe would become the inheritor of the Li lineage. With this thought in mind, Chen Yang immediately placed a call. Investigate, I need you to uncover the relationship between Li Shurhe and Chen Feng, no matter the cost. A sinister voice responded from the other end, prepare 500,000. The line went dead. 500,000 was of no concern to Chen Yang. He was solely interested in discerning the nature of Chen Feng's connection with Li Shurhe, promptly transferring 200,000 into an account. Meanwhile, Chen Li felt a surge of anxiety. She couldn't shake the feeling that it was wrong to cast Chen Feng out of the Chen family. It dawned on her that he was the family's only son. Lost in thought, she approached the door of Chen Feng's room and gently pushed it open. Upon entering, she was taken aback. Chen Feng resided here, a mere 7 square meter room, furnished with only a bed and a table, nothing more, not even a chair or a wardrobe. In stark contrast to Chen Yang's room, this tiny space was smaller than Chen Yang's bathroom. Perhaps it was comparable to the bathtub Chen Yang used. Moreover, she recalled that Chen Feng had left without taking anything, not even a single piece of clothing, and his room was immaculately tidy. Did he possess nothing in this household? For reasons unknown, Chen Li felt a pang of sorrow. She quietly closed the door, resolved to check the surveillance footage. Chen Feng had accused her of being blind to the truth. She needed to see for herself. Without notifying anyone, Chen Li accessed the surveillance system. As she beheld Chen Yang's malevolent visage and heard his scornful words echoing through the footage, her hands trembled slightly. How could this be? Chen Li struggled to believe her eyes. Yes, it wasn't just today's incident, there were past occurrences as well. Chen Li frantically scoured through the videos. The Chen family's surveillance footage could be retained for 6 months. In truth, she ought not to have stumbled upon these recordings. Chen Yang had initially erased all videos when he framed Chen Feng. However, as time passed, Chen Yang grew complacent. This was due to the fact that the Chen family had not checked the surveillance after Chen Yang had framed Chen Feng. Even when Chen Feng pleaded on his knees, no one looked. Everyone believed Chen Yang's words and dismissed Chen Feng. Thus, Chen Li found herself engrossed in the footage for an entire night. The next day, what did you say? Li Shurhe intends to venture into the wilderness to find Chen Feng. Chen Feng, awakened abruptly from his slumber by a phone call, shouted in disbelief. Thankfully, he resided in a single room, sparing others from alarm. Remember to settle the final payment. Chen Yang fixated on his phone screen, lost in thought. So you've learned to play the victim, Chen Feng. I wonder what tactics you've employed to garner Li Shurhe's sympathy, but do not grow complacent. I will crush you and ensure you never have another chance to rise again. After hurling an angry curse, Chen Yang swiftly donned his clothes. The academy had not officially commenced its courses, and no one would be present during the day. He intended to expel Chen Feng before Li Shurhe and her companions arrived at his store, to demolish Chen Feng's establishment, ensuring that Li Shurhe would never find him again. Dressed and ready, Chen Yang skipped breakfast and sped off in his sports car toward the wilderness. Just as he approached the shop owned by Chen Feng, he received a phone call. Hello, Mom. My dear son, Mother will be home this afternoon. I have procured a golden tier spirit beast for you. Are you happy? Delighted, thank you, Mom, you are the best. Chen Yang's voice was filled with genuine joy. This was indeed a moment of happiness. The quality of the first contracted spirit beast was crucial, significantly impacting his future prospects. If the quality reached golden tier, it would be the pinnacle. Without exceptional talent, one could not contract a higher tier spirit beast. I'm just glad you're pleased, my Yang. I miss you, come back soon. Alright, you're all grown up now. Mother will be back this afternoon, just wait for me. Okay, Mom. Well then, hang up now. Go have your breakfast. Skipping meals is not good for your health. Alright, I'll go now. Go ahead. The call ended, and the smile faded from Chen Yang's face. Chen Feng, you claim you haven't stolen anything from home, yet how could you afford such a shop? With that, Chen Yang stormed out of the car and kicked open the shop door with force. Bang! What the hell, did the earth shake? Chen Feng lay on the sofa, blissfully asleep, not even having a nightmare, a rare occurrence during his 2 years at the Chen household. Being jolted awake by nightmares was common, and more often, he found himself unable to sleep from hunger in the dark confines of a small room. However, at this moment, despite having gone a day without food, Chen Feng felt invigorated, devoid of any sense of hunger. This was because within the shop, he discovered that the spirit energy would automatically flow into his body, satisfying all his physical needs. After a delightful night of sleep, his constitution had even improved slightly. This revelation made Chen Feng, awakened abruptly, beam with joy. Where could he seek justice for this? Smile, you dare to smile? Chen Yang bellowed from the doorway. Look at the decor of this shop. How much did this cost? How much has Chen Feng pilfered from home? Furthermore, this establishment could not have been renovated in a day or two. Perhaps Chen Feng had begun his thievery the moment he returned to the Chen family. Chen Yang was furious with himself for failing to safeguard the family's possessions. Is that not my dear brother? Upon seeing Chen Yang, Chen Feng's smile widened, although it bore a hint of malevolence. Don't disgust me. This is not home, and you have no right to call me brother. Get out of here immediately. This is the Chen family's shop, and you have no place here. Chapter 6 of My Shop. What relation does it have to the Chen family? Leave, that is utterly out of the question. Come in. Chen Feng beckoned Chen Yang with a flick of his finger, displaying an attitude that was as audacious as it could be. Chen Yang, unaccustomed to such treatment, felt his blood boil, and in a fit of rage, he charged in, intent on delivering a hefty slap to Chen Feng. However, just as he was about to initiate his move, he suddenly found himself immobilized. Slap! A resounding slap struck Chen Yang's face. His eyes widened in shock, and after a brief moment of disbelief, they blazed with fury as he glared at Chen Feng. Oh my, that hurt. Chen Feng was entirely unfazed by Chen Yang's glare, casually shaking out his hand. Not quite even. Let us have another slap. The satisfaction was immense. Chen Feng had longed to deliver those slaps to Chen Yang's pretentious face. Consider these 2 slaps as a preliminary interest payment. You, how dare you hit me? What, is it still unclear? Not only do I dare, but I have already done so. What do you, young Master Chen, intend to do about it? Chen Feng regarded Chen Yang with a cold stare. It was merely that Chen Feng lacked sufficient leverage at this moment, otherwise, he would have relished the thought of eliminating Chen Yang. The past humiliations inflicted by Chen Yang would be repaid 1,000-fold. You Chen Yang have lost your way. To be honest, after spending 2 years in Chen Feng's company, he had never before been so assertive in front of Chen Yang. But why was his body suddenly unable to move? Just as this thought crossed Chen Yang's mind, he staggered back a few steps, for Chen Feng had released his hold on him. It was not yet time to completely sever ties with the Chen family, otherwise, they might gather a crowd outside the shop, ensuring that not only could Chen Feng not leave, but no one else could enter to patronize the business either. Such an outcome was unacceptable to Chen Feng. As for what transpired inside the shop, he felt invincible. They could do as they pleased. Chen Yang, what are you doing? Chen Li's voice boomed in reprimand. It turned out that Chen Li, having experienced a pang of conscience, had found her way to Chen Feng's shop. Initially, she had intended to bring Chen Feng back home today. Their parents were returning, and as long as Chen Feng admitted his mistake, the so-called severance agreement would be rendered void. However, what Chen Li did not expect was to see Chen Yang's sports car parked outside, prompting her to rush inside this time. Surprisingly, Chen Li did not scold Chen Feng. Instead, she directed her anger at Chen Yang's sister. He hit me. I was trying to persuade him to come home, but sister, please don't blame him. I believe he is still upset. My face is fine, it doesn't hurt. Chen Yang resumed his act of innocence. Chen Feng merely scoffed, too apathetic to expose Chen Yang's facade. He had already called out his deceitfulness too many times in the past. Now, there was no need to do so again. Chen Li's opinions and the Chen family's affairs were of no concern to him. You, Chen Feng, regardless, Chen Yang is your brother. How could you strike him? Chen Li, unable to suppress her ingrained thinking, noticed Chen Yang's reddened face and couldn't help but address Chen Feng. Chen Feng waved his hands dismissively, saying, You're well aware of how he treated me yesterday. I saw no defense from you then. Regardless, it no longer matters. I am indifferent to it all. You can leave now. Chen Feng felt that any further explanation was futile. He was already beyond disappointment and had nothing left to lose. Chen Li's thoughts held no significance to him. Brother, how could you speak to sister like that? Even if you harbor dislike for me, you shouldn't take it out on her. Chen Yang defended Chen Li. Enough with the charade. How exhausting. I, Chen Feng, have already declared that I sever all ties with the Chen family. My shop is not a place for any of you. You can either choose to disappear on your own, or I will assist you in doing so. Within his own establishment, Chen Feng stood resolute. You, Sha Feng, I have come to bring you home. Stop throwing a tantrum. Once our parents return, just apologize. They have prepared a silver-tier spirit beast for you, and once you successfully form a contract, sister will assist you with enrollment at the Spirit Beast Academy. Chen Li spoke softly, attempting to alleviate her guilt. After all, she had wronged her own brother for 2 years. Had Chen Li spoken such words yesterday when Chen Feng was being bullied by Chen Yang, he might have felt touched, perhaps sensing a flicker of warmth within the family. But now, oh, a silver-tier spirit beast, how grand. I do not require anything from the Chen family. I have no desire to repeat myself, Chen Feng replied disdainfully. Oh, wait a moment. With that, Chen Feng swiftly made his way to the front desk. System, exchange for 12,000 in cash. The funds within the shop were at his disposal without limitation. However, to purchase items from the system's marketplace, he had to utilize money earned from the shop's profits. External funds were of no use. Ding, exchange successful. 12,000 in cash appeared in Chen Feng's hands. Here is 12,000. It represents the 500 monthly allowance I received from your Chen family. While I resided in your house, I worked harder than your family has made, so that covers my lodging expenses. As for meals, I have never dined at your home, so I owe you nothing. Take this money and leave. Chen Feng tossed the cash at Chen Li, striking her in the stomach. Chen Feng, how could you treat your sister this way? She has come to bring you home. Sister, don't blame him, he must still be upset. Chen Yang resumed his act of innocence, as if he were the only good person left in the world. Go back home and perform your act there. Do not pollute the air here. Chen Feng struggled to contain his disgust. Witnessing Chen Yang's pretense made him feel nauseous. It was truly difficult to resist the urge to eliminate him. Xiao Feng, have you truly made this decision? Chen Li appeared somewhat dazed, taken aback by Chen Feng's resolute stance. What other option do I have? Chen Feng retorted. Brother, if you are so determined to sever ties with the Chen family, then you should return this shop to them. Chen Yang began to provoke. However, once he finished speaking, he whispered to Chen Li, Sister, if we pressure him a bit, he will come back home with us. Without this shop, he will struggle to survive outside. Chen Li nodded subtly at Chen Yang's suggestion. My shop, what relation does it have to your Chen family? If you claim I have taken something from your family, where is your evidence? Without proof, do not speak recklessly. Chen Feng indeed found it challenging to clarify how the shop came into his possession, but if Chen Yang believed he had stolen from the Chen family to fund the shop, he would need to provide evidence. If you did not take something from home, how could you have the means to open this shop? Chen Yang countered. Why could he not possess the capability to run a shop? His establishment was thriving. Just then, Li Shurhe arrived. In truth, she had been eavesdropping outside for a while and could no longer contain herself before entering. Li Shurhe did not wish to meddle in Chen Feng's family affairs, but the siblings were being excessively cruel. Accusing Chen Feng of theft without a shred of evidence was unjust. Though Li Shurhe had only known Chen Feng for a day, she did not believe he was capable of stealing. With the extraordinary abilities of his shop, did he really need to resort to theft for money? Will Chapter 7 transform into a dragon? Li Shurhe, what brings you here? Chen Yang looked at Li Shurhe in astonishment. This isn't your establishment. I can come and go as I please, Li Shurhe retorted, her tone lacking any warmth. Having encountered green tea girls before, this was her first experience with a green tea boy, Chen Yang. Chen Li glanced at Li Shurhe but remained silent, fully aware of her identity and curious about when Chen Feng had become involved with her. Could it be that this shop was established with Li Shurhe's assistance? Was Chen Feng bold enough to sever ties with the Chen family due to her support? You're here, don't mind them, come inside. Chen Feng greeted Li Shurhe with a charming smile. He dared not offend his only current benefactor. The success of this establishment hinged entirely on her. Well, not only have I come, but I've also brought my teammates along. Haven Ti? Li Shurhe beamed at Chen Feng, seeking acknowledgement. Shortly after, the trio, 2 women and a man, entered the shop. Chen Feng couldn't help but steal another glance at this man, the one being supported by 3 stunning beauties, a true paragon among us. Allow me to introduce, this is my cousin, Li Chengfeng, and these 2 lovely ladies are my close friends, the Wang sisters from the Jiangcheng Wang family. Hello, I'm the elder sister, Wang Yu. Hello, I'm the younger sister, Wang Shui. While the names of the sister duo seemed somewhat ordinary, their appearances and backgrounds were anything but. It was remarkable that the younger generations of the 3 prominent families of Jiangcheng had gathered within Chen Feng's spirit beast shop. Greetings, I am Chen Feng, the proprietor of this establishment. Chen Feng introduced himself, aware that they all hailed from affluent families. Meanwhile, Li Chengfeng remained silent, scrutinizing Chen Feng with a critical gaze. He had yet to encounter a man who had garnered Li Shurhe's attention, and he was astonished that she had praised this shop so extravagantly the previous day. Li Chengfeng believed Li Shurhe had been deceived, and as her brother, he felt it his duty to expose Chen Feng in front of her. Come in and take a seat. As for you 2, you may leave now. Let me reiterate, my shop does not welcome you. Chen Feng beckoned Li Shurhe and her companions inside, glaring at Chen Li and Chen Yang. Chen Yang attempted to speak, but was abruptly halted by Chen Li's grip. Xiao Feng, you continue with your work. Once our parents return, we can discuss your matters, she stated, pulling Chen Yang away. Chen Feng scoffed to himself. Discuss? There was nothing to discuss whatsoever. Are you all right? Li Shurhe inquired with concern in her eyes. What could possibly be wrong? In my establishment, no one can bully me. Now, what services do you all require today? The world is vast, but profit reigns supreme. Chen Feng had meticulously studied the system's marketplace last night. Although the offerings were somewhat limited, they were precisely what he urgently needed. For instance, the Constitution Elixir priced at 500,000, along with the equally priced Mental Elixir. The names may be unremarkable, but their efficacy is paramount. Both the Constitution and Mental Elixirs could enhance attributes by 10 points, with each individual limited to consuming 10. At 50,000 each, that amounted to a staggering 1 million. If he didn't entice the wealthy, when would he ever amass a fortune? Should his constitution elevate beyond 100 points, Chen Feng believed he could outshine Chen Yang and even gain an early foothold into the Black Iron tier compared to the offspring of those affluent families. Their spirit beasts remained unharmed. Could they merely experience the auxiliary evolution services? Li Shurha whispered to Chen Feng. After all, she had already boasted, and her fire squirrel had indeed mastered a skill. Whether her teammates' spirit beasts could also learn skills depended on Chen Feng. Of course it's possible, how could a man say otherwise? Which of you wishes to go first? Chen Feng appeared magnanimous, yet in truth, he had no capital to speak of. 1 million, right? We're all aware of the price, I'll go first. Li Changfeng, suppressing the urge to expose Chen Feng, stepped forward. To reveal Chen Feng's true nature to Li Shurha, he deemed it necessary to confront him directly. Alright, let's process the payment. Li Changfeng's expression faltered slightly. Could he, a young master of the Li family, truly afford to lose a mere million? Nonetheless, for the sake of unveiling Chen Feng, he endured. Transaction complete, and with that, 1 million was transferred. Chen Feng felt a rush of relief that was equivalent to 2 elixirs arriving. Naturally, subsequent services could not be overlooked, so Chen Feng led Li Changfeng and his companions to the evolution chamber. After a few casual adjustments, he turned to Li Changfeng and said, "Just place your spirit beast inside." "You won't do anything to my spirit beast, will you?" Li Changfeng asked, a hint of panic creeping into his tone. After all, the chamber resembled an oversized oven. Would they be roasting a golden tier spirit beast? Rest assured, it's perfectly safe. Li Shurha gently nudged Li Changfeng with her elbow. Reluctantly, he summoned his spirit beast. A shimmer of light materialized, revealing a small black bear at his feet. "In you go," Li Changfeng commanded. It seemed he was a bit prideful, even neglecting to name his spirit beast. Chen Feng couldn't help but use his spirit eye to examine the creature. Earth Black Bear, Golden Tier, Juvenile, Condition Good, Constitution 25. Spirit 12. Skills None. Indeed, he was from a prominent family. One could easily acquire a Golden Tier spirit beast. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's command, the Earth Black Bear eagerly waddled into the evolution chamber. Watching the petite creature, nearly 50 centimeters tall, Chen Feng nearly burst into laughter. It was undeniably adorable in its juvenile stage. Once the Earth Black Bear entered the chamber, the entrance sealed shut. "Is everything all right?" Li Changfeng inquired again, concern etched on his face. Obtaining a contractable Golden Tier spirit beast cub was no simple feat. "If it were to be ruined, have no fear," Chen Feng assured him with a calming glance. Though Li Changfeng was far from reassured, was it truly worth risking a Golden Tier spirit beast cub to expose an inconsequential charlatan? Perhaps not, but now that his spirit beast was in the chamber, what choice did he have? "Please wait for a moment, I have a few matters to attend to." Chen Feng excused himself as the evolution chamber began its work. The patrons entering the shop all possessed Golden Tier spirit beasts, and Chen Feng could hardly contain himself any longer. He needed to consume 2 constitution elixirs first, raising his constitution so he could finally contract his little gold. "Little gold, here I come." Upon returning to the front desk, Chen Feng noticed no one had followed him, and he retrieved the spirit beast egg. "Shall we take a look?" With that, he activated his spirit eye skill to investigate the egg. Fire Python, Golden Tier, unhatched. Condition, healthy. A python, if a quality upgrade elixir were utilized, could it perhaps transform into a dragon? Chapter 8, to choose or not to choose? Whatever, let's eat first. Chen Feng expended a staggering 1 million on 2 physical enhancement pills within the system's marketplace. Although the transaction was merely a figure on a screen rather than cash in hand, he felt no pangs of regret as he spent. The 2 pills materialized in the system space, which was surprisingly expansive, at least 10 cubic meters. Even more impressive was the spirit beast space, far superior to the spirit beast bags used by Li Shurha and her companions. The spirit beast space brimmed with spiritual energy, providing the spirit beasts within with immense benefits. Could these 2 diminutive objects truly augment his constitution by 20 points? With a skeptical mindset, Chen Feng retrieved the pills from the system space. They were no larger than yellow beans. "Eat." With a swift motion, he tilted his head back and swallowed the 2 pills. Beep. Host has consumed physical enhancement pills, Constitution 20. A tremendous surge of warmth erupted in his abdomen following the system's notification, swiftly enveloping his entire body. Chen Feng could distinctly sense his physical form strengthening at an astonishing rate. It was a peculiar sensation. Though his body appeared unchanged, he instinctively knew he was becoming more powerful. Once the internal warmth dissipated, he glanced at his limbs. No visible alterations, still satisfactory. Upon checking the panel, he confirmed the increase in constitution by 20 points and then turned his gaze toward the fire python egg. It's time to begin. Regardless of whether the fire python could transform into a dragon, Chen Feng had no other options, as this was the sole spirit beast available for him to contract. Subsequently, he bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall upon the spirit beast egg. The contracting process was relatively straightforward. All he needed to do was draw a contract formation with his blood on the egg, and the ritual would be deemed successful. The unborn spirit beast possessed no resistance, a stark contrast to fully matured ones. This leniency was a privilege for all humans during their first contract. Only during the inaugural contract could one bind an unborn or juvenile spirit beast. As the contracting ritual concluded, no spectacular light effects occurred. The eggshell merely cracked. A diminutive red snake, measuring a mere 20 centimeters, opened its eyes in confusion upon sensing Chen Feng's presence. It immediately darted affectionately toward him. "You're so red. Shall I call you Little Gold?" Chen Feng mused, scratching the back of his head. Spirit Eye, Fire Python, Golden Grade, Juvenile, Constitution 13, Mental Power 20, Skills a none. A Golden Grade spirit beast's initial attributes varied by species, and it appeared that Little Gold specialized in mental power. The Fire Python affectionately rubbed against Chen Feng's arm, the cool sensation it radiated bringing him great comfort. "Whatever you like, we're already at a higher starting point than they are. Here, eat this." Chen Feng produced a spirit beast quality upgrade pill and placed it before the fire python. Without a moment's hesitation, the creature swallowed it whole. For others, their first spirit beast could only reach the golden grade, and elevating its quality was incredibly challenging. Yet, his Little Gold was destined for the diamond grade. Beep, post spirit beast consumed the spirit beast upgrade pill, spirit beast quality elevated to diamond grade, please check the status. Chen Feng scrutinized the fire python intently. If it weren't for his keen eyesight, he would have hardly noticed any changes. After consuming a single pill, did its head merely swell with 2 small bumps? Spirit Eye, Fire Python, Diamond Grade, Juvenile. Constitution 32, Mental Power of 45, Skills Fire Breath. My goodness! Chen Feng rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The disparity between diamond and golden grades was astonishing, and Little Gold had even acquired a skill. "Chen Feng, come quickly!" Li Shihye's voice rang in his ears. "Little Gold, hide for now." Chen Feng beckoned to the small creature, which promptly nestled into his sleeve, its petite form coiling around his arm. Chen Feng smiled with satisfaction. While others tattooed dragons on their arms, he had a real one. "What's up? The evolution is complete, let us head to the backyard for a test." Li Shihye exclaimed excitedly as Chen Feng approached. The Earth Bear had emerged from the evolution chamber displaying a demeanor reminiscent of the previous day's fire squirrel, full of sniveling and tears, as if it had endured great injustice. "Alright, let us give it a try." Chen Feng had no intention of declining. 2 clients awaited their turn, and he needed to showcase the Earth Bear's transformation to entice them to part with their coins. With that, he led the way, and Wang Yu tugged at Li Shihye, whispering, "Shihye, how do you know this place so well? Come on, tell me, have you two been flirting?" "What flirting? Don't say such nonsense." Li Shihye shot Wang Yu a glare. "Can't we discuss such private matters quietly among ourselves?" Yuri clearly saying this for Chen Feng to hear, he can't possibly miss it from this distance. Feeling shy? Wang Yu ignored Li Shihye's admonishment, her laughter ringing with delight. "Ahem, we've arrived. Let him use his skill on that stone." Chen Feng coughed lightly, reminding Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng was gradually coming to believe in Chen Feng. Although he lacked the spirit eye to discern whether his Earth Bear had truly mastered a skill, he could sense a change in its demeanor. "Alright, use your skill to attack that stone." Upon hearing his master's command, the Earth Bear momentarily set aside its grievances and focused intently on the testing stone. Its 2 claws flickered with a faint earthy glow, and with a gentle swipe through the air, a soil spike materialized, jabbing toward the stone. Skill Earth Spike, Power 16. Oh my! Wang Yu gasped in astonishment. Wang Shui covered her mouth, scanning the surroundings to identify the source of the sound. Li Shihye, having anticipated this outcome, smiled even more broadly. "Brother Chen Feng, I want one too." Wang Yu leapt beside him, clutching his sleeve. Sure." Chen Feng felt flustered. He had never encountered such a situation before. Li Shihye's smile faded slightly. Without giving the astonished Li Chengfeng a chance to recover, Chen Feng led the 3 girls back to the evolution chamber. "Same old routine. Swipe the card first, then we proceed." Once Wang Yu's spirit beast entered the evolution chamber, Chen Feng promptly excused himself. He still had to investigate his Little Gold, however. Before he could begin, Li Shihye followed closely behind. "What do you think of my best friend?" Caught off guard by Li Shihye's sudden inquiry, Chen Feng instinctively responded, "She's quite good." "Well, should you choose one?" "Choose one." Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. No, 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 don't joke like that. Once he regained his composure, he quickly waved his hands. What a joke. Choosing one upon our first meeting, do you think we're in a club? Moreover, we've only known each other for 2 days. I assure you, I have no such intentions. Just kidding. Do you need my assistance with the Chun family affairs? Li Shi said, satisfied as she patted Chen Feng's shoulder, then her expression turned serious as she spoke earnestly to him. Chapter 9 No shop to run. Chen Feng clasped his chest tightly and took 2 steps back. What are you doing? I am a legitimate businessman. Li Shi, having finally managed to maintain a serious demeanor, was instantly disarmed by Chen Feng's antics. What nonsense are you thinking? We are already friends, and given your remarkable abilities, I consider this a preemptive investment. Do you understand? I am the young lady of the Li family, I possess a discerning eye. She subtly alluded to her family background, not to exert pressure on Chen Feng, but because she believed that honesty is essential among friends. She didn't want him to feel deceived upon discovering her lineage later. That would be unfortunate. The cliché of a wealthy girl masquerading as poor in search of true love was simply too trite. I must admit, your insight is indeed commendable. I have decided to offer you another complimentary service today. Really? Li Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. It wasn't merely about saving $1 million, what truly mattered to her was Chen Feng's attitude towards her. Of course, thank you. Chen Feng gazed at Li Shi earnestly. This girl, whom he had known for just 2 days, had awakened within him a feeling he had not experienced in 2 years. Concern, yes, genuine concern. The members of the Chen family, related by blood, had never bestowed such feelings upon him. Yet this girl, whom he had known only briefly, had given him that sensation. I can handle my issues with the Chun family myself. It is far more satisfying to resolve my own grievances. And what I told you yesterday was no lie. If anyone bullies you, come to my shop, I will stand up for you and protect you. Alright, I'll remember that. If anyone bothers me, I'll run straight to you, Li Shi responded with a smile. You two are indeed having a secret conversation. Tell me, what are you discussing? Wang Shui rushed over upon seeing Li Shi catch up with Chen Feng. She suspected something was amiss and quietly approached to investigate. At 18, they felt no constraints after becoming acquainted. Additionally, Chen Feng appeared to be the approachable type in Wang Yu and Wang Shui's eyes, further easing their reservations. I won't tell you, Li Shi feigned mystery, then pulled Wang Shui away, providing no opportunity for further inquiry about Chen Feng. Before long, Li Chengfeng arrived again, thwarting Chen Feng's desire to bond closely with Xiao Jin. Thank you, I thought you were a con artist, I owe you an apology. Li Chengfeng slightly bowed to Chen Feng, leaving him momentarily speechless. Such was the etiquette of a prominent family, unlike the likes of Chen Yang, who was a rare breed of a scheming charmer. It's no problem, if I were in your shoes, I would think the same. Chen Feng's modesty was somewhat disingenuous. Anyone who dared to ask him for $1 million to assist their spirit beast in auxiliary evolution would surely find themselves on the receiving end of his ire. There was no way he would part with his money. Are you not angry? I wanted to ask how often my spirit beast can enter that chamber. Well, that depends on the spirit beast's condition. Actually, entering consecutively won't yield significant results, Chen Feng replied, not being entirely candid. Do you expect your spirit beast to comprehend a skill every day? Don't be ridiculous. I'm not asking for my spirit beast to learn skills continuously, rather, I feel that after exiting that evolution chamber, its physical prowess has improved. Entering once a day should accelerate its growth. In that case, daily entry is absolutely feasible. With someone eager to pay, Chen Feng would certainly not refuse. However, he had no prior knowledge of such arrangements. With that thought, Chen Feng used his spirit eyes to examine the earth black bear. Indeed, its physique had noticeably enhanced. Such rapid growth in a juvenile spirit beast was indeed remarkable. Thank you very much. I hope we can secure a good ranking in the academy competition, and I owe that to you. Don't mention it, I do charge for my services, Chen Feng reminded Li Chengfeng, making it clear that free rides were out of the question. Considering you are the first wave of clients, charging at cost is already quite generous. Alright, it's settled then, Li Chengfeng beamed. The fee was of little importance, what mattered was securing a spot with Chen Feng. The capabilities of the evolution chamber were formidable, and its usage would certainly be limited. He was uncertain how many spirit beasts could benefit from it in a day, hence his early reservation with Chen Feng. By the way, I noticed you also offer spirit beast foster care? Indeed, we can foster spirit beasts for a daily fee of 10,000, with food provided by the owner. Chen Feng candidly stated, surprised that such a service was genuinely in demand. In that case, I would like to foster my earth black bear here. Li Chengfeng's smile widened even further. Leaving the Earth Black Bear in Chen Feng's care, he was confident that his spirit beast would secure a daily entry into the chamber. Well, all right. Chen Feng felt a twinge of reluctance to refuse. After all, it was a profitable venture, and if the Earth Black Bear misbehaved, he had ways to manage it. Come quickly and see, my sister's spirit beast has emerged. Wang Shui exclaimed excitedly. Chen Feng and Li Chengfeng exchanged glances before rushing over. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Chen family villa was rather somber. Eldest sister, do you think brother truly wants nothing to do with us anymore? Chen Yang feigned a pitiful expression, his face slightly flushed from the previous day's encounter. Having been struck on the nose yesterday and slapped today, Chen Yang was seething with anger. I don't know, when our parents return, don't speak carelessly da, I'm heading back to my room, Chen Li replied curtly. She was aware of Chen Yang's recent actions and understood his motives for confronting Chen Feng today, yet, she couldn't bring herself to scold the brother she had cherished for 18 years. Chen Yang wanted to say more, but Chen Li turned her back on him. Damn Chen Feng! With Chen Li gone, Chen Yang revealed his true nature, his once handsome face now twisted with rage, his eyes seemingly ablaze. How dare you strike me? I won't let you off easily. You think you can run a shop and earn a living? Then I shall ensure you have no shop to run. With that, Chen Yang left, turning to make a phone call. Chen Feng's shop was located in a remote area. It would be all too easy for a rogue to demolish it. For who would carry out this task. It was simple, there were many sycophants trailing behind Chen Yang. In less than 2 minutes, Chen Yang had arranged everything inside a private booth at the First Entertainment Club in Jiangcheng. A young man with a roguish demeanor respectfully ended a call. Boss, who was that? It's Chen Yang from the Chen family. Tonight, we're going to help him with a little business. Chapter 10. Li Chengfeng is a fine chives in the desolate area of the spirit beast shop. The air was thick with discontent. Why her? Why did he gift her, but not me? The sisters Wang Yu and Wang Shui began to chatter animatedly, unleashing their grievances upon Chen Feng. Their frustration stemmed from the fact that their spirit beasts had completed their evolution and mastered new skills, only for Chen Feng to bestow a complimentary service upon Li Shurhe. Of course, I was the first customer of this establishment. What can I say? You arrived later than I did, Li Shurhe interjected, attempting to defend Chen Feng. Chen Feng, scratching the back of his head and chuckling awkwardly, chose silence as a means to navigate the situation, realizing that such complimentary services would need to be conducted discreetly in the future. During this evolution, the fire squirrel was clearly reluctant, as it seemed to remember the unsettling events that transpired within the evolution chamber, casting a lingering shadow of doubt, yet, it could not defy Li Shurhe's command and obediently entered the chamber. Upon emerging, the little creature's eyes brimmed with tears, exuding a pitiful charm. However, through his spiritual sight, Chen Feng could discern the changes that had taken place. Fire Squirrel Grade Golden Youngling, Physique 20, Mental Power 22, Skill of Fire Tornado Evolution Route 1. Blazing Squirrel, requires materials Blazing Fruit, 4-leaf clover, Vermilion Fruit. Combined with the evolution chamber, it guarantees a 100 evolution into Diamond Grade Blazing Squirrel. Evolution Route 2. Purple Flame Marten, requires materials Purple Flame Fruit, White Jade Grass, Ink Jade Fruit, Blood Flower, Violet. Combined with the evolution chamber, it guarantees a 100 evolution into Diamond Grade Purple Flame Marten. Note, the Purple Flame Marten possesses greater evolutionary potential. My heavens! Chen Feng exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. This spiritual sight was truly remarkable, revealing the evolution paths of the fire squirrel with all requisite materials clearly listed. It was nothing short of miraculous. Wait, could it be that the evolution chamber itself is equally extraordinary? Numerous companies and institutions within Jiangcheng assist spirit beasts in their evolution, yet even the most reputable cannot guarantee a 100 success rate. Additionally, spirit beasts must reach maturity before they can evolve. Their stages are classified as infancy, growth, maturity, and old age. However, within Chen Feng's domain, regardless of those classifications, as long as one possesses the materials, the chamber provides a 100 guarantee for evolution, offering 2 distinct paths for selection. This might be due to the fire squirrel having only these 2 evolution routes. If it had more, Chen Feng surmised, his spiritual sight would likely clarify them all. I feel like Xiaohua has become a bit stronger. Thank you, Chen Feng. Li Shurhe smiled sweetly at him. We're friends, there's no need to thank me, Chen Feng replied, choosing not to mention the astonishing nature of the spirit beast evolution, deeming it too extraordinary. Then let us take our leave. If you need anything, be sure to contact me. We are friends. Li Shurhe emphasized the word friends, shedding any pretense of formality. Alright, Chen Feng responded earnestly. Subsequently, they left the Earth Bear in the shop, while Li Shurhe and her companions made their exit. Not long after they had distanced themselves from the shop, Li Shurhe abruptly halted. Find out everything about Chen Feng, particularly how the gazes of the other two girls fixated on her. Chen Feng said, "We are friends, matters concerning friends are my concern as well, are you unwilling to assist him?" "Oh, merely friends, yet I haven't seen you show such interest in any other man," Wang Yu teased, her laughter echoing. "Let us go. I need to return and bond with Xiaohua," Li Shi declared, leading her companions back to the Spirit Beast Academy in high spirits. With the absence of customers, Chen Feng finally had the opportunity to observe his little gold. The fire serpent, affectionately named Xiao Jin, immediately darted out from Chen Feng's sleeve upon sensing his presence. No matter how he looked at it, Chen Feng found Xiao Jin utterly delightful, with its large, adorable eyes resembling a cute version of a gluttonous snake. "I wonder what you can eat." Ding! New category of spirit beast food added to the system mall. Such a considerate system. He opened the mall interface. With over 2 million in funds, purchasing some food for Xiao Jin was certainly within his means. The array of food items dazzled him. Every named spirit beast had its exclusive food offerings. For instance, the fire serpent had 2 types of specialized food. One was the fire fruit, priced at 100,000 each, limited to 1 per day, which could slightly enhance the growth speed of the fire serpent. The other was the fire serpent fruit, costing 500,000 each, also limited to 1 per day, which could significantly boost its growth speed. "I'll take a fire serpent fruit." As a man endowed with a system, he was determined to provide the very best for his spirit beast. After deducting 500,000 from his funds, a fist-sized crimson fruit appeared in Chen Feng's hand. "How intriguing," he murmured, marveling at the fruit. It felt cool to the touch, yet emitted an intensely warm aura. Within mere seconds of holding it, he began to feel a bead of sweat forming on his brow. "Here, it's for you, eat up." Xiao Jin, unable to contain its excitement, had been fixated on the fire serpent fruit ever since it appeared. Upon hearing Chen Feng's command, it promptly devoured the fruit, which was thicker than its own body. Before Chen Feng could comment on Xiao Jin's unrefined eating manner, it communicated a sense of fatigue, expressing a desire to rest. With a mere thought, Chen Feng sent Xiao Jin into the spirit beast space, where it could better and faster absorb the energy from the fire serpent fruit. Left alone without Xiao Jin's companionship, Chen Feng glanced at the system mall but chose not to spend the remaining funds, saving them for unforeseen circumstances. After all, he had already contracted Xiao Jin, and there was no immediate need to elevate his physique or realm. Every spirit beast master begins at the black iron level, and to advance in rank, one must meet the requirements for both physique and mental power. The specifics were unknown to Chen Feng, as he was unclear about the evaluation standards in reality. Regardless, within the shop, he felt invincible, free to do as he pleased. He had no plans to venture out, preferring instead to focus on enhancing his skills in the shop. Speaking of which, the notion of Li Chengfeng being an excellent target for exploitation lingered in his mind. With that thought, Chen Feng promptly made his way to the nurturing area. In the nurturing area, the Earth Bear was lounging contentedly. Moments after parting ways with Li Chengfeng, it had shed any reluctance and sprawled out comfortably on the ground, relishing its newfound freedom. This nurturing area provided energy to spirit beasts continuously, akin to Chen Feng's spirit beast space. Though the energy provided was certainly inferior, nevertheless, it was far more pleasant than being confined in a spirit pouch. "You seem quite at ease, don't you?" Chen Feng's voice caught the Earth Bear's attention. The creature merely cast a fleeting glance at him, seemingly indifferent. However, the moment Chen Feng revealed the Earth Fruit, the Earth Bear could no longer contain its excitement. Chapter 11. Have you visited his room? It is indeed astonishing how the hefty Earth Bear can swiftly rise from the ground. With a single bound, it dashed to the fence, gazing longingly at the Earth Fruit in Chen Feng's hand, drooling profusely. The spirit beast food produced by the system shop possesses an immense allure for spirit beasts, akin to the irresistible attraction of high-tech dog food for dogs. Do you wish to indulge? Wait for your master to arrive, and you can ask him yourself. This is not a complimentary offering. The Earth Fruit costs a staggering 100,000 each. To desire a free sample is utterly unrealistic. After speaking, Chen Feng pocketed the Earth Fruit and, with a leisurely gait, returned to the front desk, preparing to catch up on some much-needed sleep on the sofa. The Earth Bear could only watch in dismay, even going so far as to squeeze its rotund head between the bars of the fence in a desperate attempt to catch another glimpse of Chen Feng. That afternoon, Chen's parents returned home. Chen Yang had been eagerly waiting, while Chen Li had gone to handle matters at Chen's company and was temporarily absent. "Oh my precious son, how I've missed you." Upon seeing Chen Yang, Chen's mother immediately dropped everything and rushed to embrace him. "Mom, I've missed you both as well. Our dear Yang is so thoughtful, always remembering his parents. Come, look at the gifts your father and I have brought for you." With that, Chen's mother proudly led Chen Yang into the living room. Although Chen's father's reaction was less exuberant, he wore a constant smile, his eyes filled with satisfaction for their son, whom they had nurtured with care for 18 years. Ah, what a delightful surprise! Chen Yang exclaimed, noticing a small dog peacefully slumbering in his father's arms. However, his greatest astonishment stemmed from the crescent moon mark on the puppy's forehead. What do you think? Do you like it? This moonhound was procured for you at a hefty price by your father. I love it, absolutely adore it. Chen Yang nodded enthusiastically. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Silly boy, there's no need for thanks. Quickly, sign the contract with the moonhound. Chen's mother playfully pinched Chen Yang's cheek. All right. Chen Yang could hardly contain his excitement. After all, this was a spirit beast of the Moon Clan. Though it was of the same golden rank, there were distinctions even among them. The Moon Clan's spirit beasts were not only powerful but also had clear evolutionary paths, promising great potential, with the Moonhound capable of evolving to the king level at the very least. Such a valuable creature undoubtedly came at a great cost, yet the benefits for a spirit beast master were immense, providing not only formidable combat strength but also a powerful energy feedback that could enhance the beast's physique and mental prowess. The adage, the poor cultivate knowledge while the rich cultivate strength, rings true in the world of spirit beasts as well. For a child from a poor family, achieving success is immensely challenging, as their efforts merely lead to a starting point for the children of wealth. Hurry and sign the contract. Chen's father urged Chen Yang. The spirit beasts of the Moon Clan are exceedingly rare, with scarcely a few in the entire Jiang City. Even the daughter of the wealthiest family in Jiang City, the Li family, does not possess such a spirit beast. It was only in the capital of Hua country that Chen's father managed to acquire it for Chen Yang. If he merely wanted an ordinary golden rank spirit beast, he wouldn't have needed to travel such a distance. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang promptly took action, biting his finger to draw a blood contract as he inscribed the array on the moonhound. Once the array was complete, a flash of light signaled the successful binding of the contract. At that moment, the moonhound awoke and affectionately nudged Chen Yang's calf. Overjoyed, Chen Yang scooped up the moonhound from the ground. By the way, Mom and Dad, what about the spirit beast you prepared for my older brother? Humph, don't mention that ungrateful child. Didn't he sever ties with the family? Let him fend for himself. I had even planned to buy him a rare silver rank spirit beast, but since he's cut ties, why should we still provide for him? Chen's mother replied, her anger evident. Then she turned to Chen Yang. Yang, I know you're kind-hearted, but this time, you absolutely must not seek him out. I want to see how he fares outside. Mom, my brother was just momentarily upset. He didn't mean to speak to you that way over the phone. He just got caught up in the heat of the moment. Let me bring him back to apologize to you. Please forgive him. What good is an apology? Has he not apologized enough over the past 2 years? I believe he has merely become entrenched in those bad habits he developed outside. From now on, do not mention him again, understand? Dad, please talk to Mom, Chen Yang implored, looking at his father. All right, let us heed your mother on this. I have business to attend to at the company, so I must take my leave, Chen's father said, clearly impatient and unwilling to discuss Chen Feng any further. Mom, all right, you should return to school soon. The new term is about to commence. You need to build good relationships with your classmates. Don't embarrass our Chen family in the first competition at the academy. Don't worry, with the moonhound by my side, I will surely bring back first place. Good. My son is destined for greatness. Here, this is the moonhound's usual food. Take it with you. If you need more, I will buy it for you later. Thank you, Mom, you are the best. Chen Yang gently hugged his mother after placing the moonhound down. Chen's mother's face radiated with joy. Had Chen Feng witnessed this tender scene between mother and son, one could only imagine his thoughts that evening. While Chen Yang was away, Chen Li returned home. Observing her weary mother, Chen Li spoke up. Zhang Ma, please prepare a bowl of soup for the young lady to restore her strength. Certainly, madam, Zhang Ma replied respectfully. Chen Li dropped her bag and sat opposite her mother. Mom, have you visited Xiao Feng? What would I want to see him for? Don't come back and provoke my anger. From now on, no one is to mention him in this household. Ah, have you truly made up your mind? Chen Li sighed, feeling helpless. She had already discussed the matter with her father at the company, but his attitude had left her disappointed. Indeed, Chen's mother was even more resolute than Chen's father. The Chen family was not under Chen Li's authority, and she felt powerless. What? Do you wish to speak on his behalf? Did you not hear how he addressed me? Xiao Feng was merely upset in the moment. He is still just a child. All right, enough about him. When he realizes his mistakes, he can return and be grounded for 3 days. Mom, Xiao Feng may not come back. What did you say? Chen's mother glared at Chen Li. I said, Xiao Feng may not return. Have you visited his room? Do you know how much pocket money he receives each month? are you aware of how he's been living these past 2 years? Chen's mother found herself at a loss for words. For she truly was not well informed. All she remembered was how she had punished Chen Feng for his mistakes. This is what Xiao Feng asked me to give you, Chen Li said, placing 12,000 on the table. His monthly allowance is 500. I'm exhausted, I'm going to rest in my room. With that, Chen Li returned to her room. Chapter 12. Do you truly think I am just watching a show? 12,000. Chen Mu gazed at the stack of money on the table, her expression momentarily vacant. After 2 years, Chen Feng had only managed to acquire this paltry sum. This was all to temper him, to rectify his reckless spending habits. How heartless can he be? Is he deliberately trying to disgust me? Chen Mu did not believe she was in the wrong. Zhang Ma, take this ill-gotten money, it's yours now. With a sharp command, she turned on her heel and left without a glance back. That evening, as night fell, Chen Feng idly scrolled through his phone. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual stirring within the spirit beast space. Awake, Chen Feng sprang up from the sofa and promptly opened the spirit beast space to release Xiao Jin. The little golden creature affectionately rushed toward him, nuzzling against Chen Feng repeatedly. He could feel that Xiao Jin had grown slightly larger. Spirit Eye, Fire Flood, Diamond level, juvenile physique of 42, mental power 55, skill Flame Breath. What the hell? Both attributes have increased by 10 points, not bad at all. If Xiao Jin were to enter the evolution chamber, could it perhaps comprehend another skill? Let us go, Xiao Jin. Chen Feng immediately headed towards the evolution chamber. System, if I used the store's facilities for my spirit beast, it wouldn't cost me anything, right? He inquired before sending Xiao Jin into the evolution chamber. Ding! The host's spirit beasts can freely utilize the store's functions. That's reassuring. With that, Chen Feng sent Xiao Jin into the evolution chamber without a second thought. He then found himself anxiously waiting outside, beginning to understand the feelings of Li Shi and the others as they waited outside the evolution chamber. Just then, a group of individuals arrived outside the shop. This must be the place, right, boss? It should be, the leader replied, frowning. In this desolate area, there is only this one spirit beast shop. I really can't fathom Chen Feng's reasoning for opening a shop in such a dilapidated location. The leader of the group scowled, as if he couldn't comprehend how the lights inside had helped them locate the place. Let us go in and take a look. Under the leader's guidance, the group entered the shop. Wow, the decor is quite luxurious. It would be a shame to smash it. The first lackey, upon entering, glanced around and clicked his tongue in admiration. Shame, first, let us extort him, and then we'll smash it. Just wait for my signal. As the group conspired at the front desk, Chen Yang appeared not far from the shop, cradling the moondog he had just contracted that day. I'll show you a good show. When we get back, I'll prepare some delicious food for you. The moondog stared intently at the shop, unsure of what it was supposed to be watching, but since its master instructed it to, it complied dutifully. Chen Yang was, of course, there to witness how miserable Chen Feng would fare. Experiencing such a scene firsthand would heighten the thrill substantially. Who are you? Chen Feng emerged from the back, a displeased expression on his face. Upon seeing the group of ruffians standing at the front desk, he realized their intentions were far from benign. Who allowed you to open a spirit beast shop here? The leader of the group regarded Chen Feng with disdain, his arrogance palpable. Are you claiming this territory? This place is under our protection. Have you paid the protection fee? Is your name written on the ground? Chen Feng retorted without a hint of respect, and who do you think you are? You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Pay 50,000 now, and I'll ensure your shop remains unharmed, otherwise, you know what will happen. I understand nothing of your nonsense. Chen Feng rolled up his sleeves, ready for confrontation. Who do you think you're dealing with? So you refuse, is that it? The leader, taken aback by Chen Feng's defiance, barked, Brothers, smash it. At his command, the group prepared to spring into action. However, before they could move, a little black bear peeked out from behind Chen Feng and charged forward. It was Li Chengfeng's Earth Black Bear. Despite being in its juvenile stage, its combat capabilities were anything but ordinary. How did you get out? Chen Feng exclaimed in surprise, momentarily. The Earth Black Bear, lacking the ability to communicate with Chen Feng, simply wanted to showcase its prowess to earn a meal, still yearning for the earth fruit Chen Feng had previously offered. Where did this little mutt come from? Get rid of it, the leader ordered. Several lackeys immediately summoned their spirit beasts. Despite their ruffian appearance, each of them possessed a spirit beast, albeit of varying quality. Some were of black iron level, others bronze level. However, their spirit beasts were all mature. The emergence of 4 spirit beasts could easily overwhelm the shop, yet, inexplicably, as soon as those 4 beasts appeared, they were hurled away by an unseen force, all landing outside the store. This was, of course, the work of Chen Feng. Originally, the Earth Black Bear had hesitated midway through its charge, while bold, it couldn't bear to confront 4 mature spirit beasts. But now that the 4 had been thrown out, what was there to hesitate over? Oh my god, the first thug to be pounced upon by the Earth Black Bear screamed in terror. Anyone who had been licked by the bear knew the sensation exquisitely painful, and even a juvenile bear could leave no part of your face unscathed. Moreover, the Earth Black Bear didn't just lick. It bit as well, leaving several bloody puncture wounds with its jaws. What are you still standing there for? Pin it down, the leader growled in fury. Although all of them were Black Iron level spirit beast masters, their physiques surpassed that of the juvenile Earth Black Bear. Surely, a group effort could subdue it, right? You truly think I am merely an observer? Chen Feng materialized before the leader like a specter. With a resounding slap, he struck the leader across the face, sending him soaring through the air in a complete somersault before crashing to the ground, landing in a disoriented heap. The lackeys, who had intended to charge at the Earth Black Bear to teach it a lesson, were left utterly dumbfounded. They hadn't anticipated Chen Feng to possess such formidable strength. Such power must belong to a golden-level spirit beast master, right? Chen Feng felt a thrill course through him. He certainly didn't possess such immense strength, but within his own shop, he could wield as much power as he desired. Had he not feared obliterating the leader, he might have reduced him to a mere mist of blood. Even so, the leader now lay on the ground, incapacitated and twitching, in a pitiful state. All of you, kneel before me, Chen Feng declared, hands on his hips, casting a cold gaze upon the remaining lackeys. Chapter 13 Clean up before you roll. Before the 13th chapter commenced, a group of small ruffians obediently knelt on the ground. They were eager to avoid the fierce slap that might befall them. The only one unable to kneel was the unfortunate fellow who had been knocked down by the Earth Black Bear. He had been so thoroughly licked that his visage was utterly unrecognizable. Upon returning home, even his mother might struggle to identify him as her son. Enough licking, let us head back, Chen Feng commanded, casually tossing a previously exchanged earth fruit. The Earth Black Bear displayed an astonishing speed that was incongruous with its bulk, leaping into the air to snatch the fruit mid-flight. Chen Feng smiled with satisfaction. Well done. The bear, pleased with the praise, happily returned to its enclosure, neglecting to glance at the row of ruffians still kneeling behind. Wait, Chen Feng suddenly called out. The Earth Black Bear halted, turning its head to regard him with a look of eagerness. Do you need to relieve yourself? Go wake him up? The bear nodded vigorously, even if it had to force something out. It then approached the ruffian leader like a small dog, lifted a leg, and urinated. Chen Feng pinched his nose. A bit yellow, clearly a bit overheated. As for whether it is sweet, that is a question for the now slowly waking ruffian leader. All right, head back. After shaking itself off, the bear trotted away gleefully. The ruffian leader, still in a daze, felt a buzzing in his head, seeing multiple shadows of everything around him. It was Chen Yang who sent you, wasn't he it? Chen Feng was already lounging on the sofa, crossing his legs. No. We just noticed a new shop opening and thought we could extort some money, a clever ruffian replied. They had already botched their scheme, but offending Chen Yang would surely lead to dire consequences in the future. Still not telling the truth? Fine. Chen Feng ceased his inquiries, narrowing his eyes. Outside the shop, the spirit beasts that had been thrown out by Chen Feng were frantically attacking the establishment, yet, no matter how they assaulted it, they could not damage anything belonging to the shop. Instead, the surrounding buildings suffered, being left in shambles by the spirit beasts. Chen Yang, who had been observing, felt his pupils dilate. What materials was this shop constructed from? For adult spirit beasts were unable to even chip away at the edges? As he watched the commotion unfold, Chen Yang's expression darkened. The moondog sensed its master's shift in mood and bared its teeth. The ruffians kneeling inside the shop were at a loss, their leader still swaying as if trying to shake something from his mind. Moments later, a distinct sound echoed from the back of the shop. In the next instant, a fiery red figure darted towards Chen Feng. Oh? Chen Feng was intrigued. After emerging from the evolution box, the fire dragon, Little Jean, exhibited no signs of grievance, instead radiating a sharp aura of lethality. Chen Feng was curious about what the evolution box had done to the spirit beasts. Spirit Eye, a fire dragon, diamond level, juvenile physique, 44 mental strength, 54 skills, flame breath, infernal fiery flame breath, exhales flames for an attack, the power of which is tied to its mental strength. Infernal fire exhales infernal flames to form a fireball that attacks everything in its path, with a power coefficient of x2. Little Jean, eliminate all those intruders outside, Chen Feng commanded after reviewing Little Jin's current attributes. Having evolved into a dragon, Little Jean was naturally capable of flight. Upon receiving the order, it bolted outside. In the night, the flames spewing from Little Jean's mouth illuminated the darkness like a beacon. As this light brightened the sky, it also scorched the spirit beasts, eliciting cries of despair. The ruffians kneeling inside the shop were distraught, as their sole spirit beast was now being consumed by the flames. Outside, Little Jean was dissatisfied with the power of its flames, noting that its ordinary flame breath had failed to incinerate the spirit beasts instantly. The next moment, an orange fireball erupted from its mouth. The fireball began to roll rapidly through the air, growing larger with each rotation, curving with ease, leaving the spirit beasts with no chance to evade. The infernal fire's power was double that of the flame breath, and based on Little Jean's current mental strength, the infernal fire's power had exceeded 100. Adult black iron-level spirit beasts could not withstand such an assault and were promptly incinerated by the fireball. As the spirit beasts perished, their owners within the shop coughed up blood. Due to their contractual bond, while these ruffians would not die alongside their spirit beasts, they would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Observing the disheartened ruffians, Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Now, is anyone willing to tell the truth? It was Chen Yang. Chen Yang sent us. We were just here to do a job for money. Please spare us. At that moment, no one dared to lie. This was a no-man's land. Killing a few individuals would attract no inquiries, and the meager amount Chen Yang offered was hardly worth risking their lives over. Just then, the roar of a sports car engine echoed from outside. It turned out that Chen Yang, sensing trouble, was making a hasty retreat, unconcerned about potential exposure. The moondog trembled in Chen Yang's arms, terrified of the diamond level. But clean up before you leave. The floor is a mess with blood and urine. The odor is quite overwhelming, and I intend to sleep here. Expecting me to clean it up myself is out of the question. Yes, big brother, we'll clean it up right away. The ruffians, disregarding their own injuries, stripped off their clothes and began to tidy the area. Having satisfied its urge to incinerate a few spirit beasts, Little Jean returned, not forgetting to reclaim the flames it had expelled. Otherwise, the blaze might have engulfed the entire no-man's land. Even so, the fire had drawn considerable attention, including that of the night watchers. A scruffy middle-aged man sat atop the tallest building in Jiangchang, casually holding a bottle of liquor, and remarked, "It must be those little ones with contracted spirit beasts causing trouble again. What a nuisance. We see this every year. Thankfully, it's all happening in the no-man's land. We can just go over and teach them a lesson without escalating matters." Understood, boss. A figure clad in dark attire vanished into the night sky in an instant. Chapter 14. Chief, do not be agitated, he is but a child. Damn it, who is assisting him? Is it the Chen family who arranged for his bodyguard, or perhaps his eldest sister? The other three sisters of the Chen family are not present in Jiangcheng, and the only one who still shows concern for Chen Feng is Chen Li. To claim that the fire dragon is Chen Feng's own, I would not believe it even if Chen Yang were to perish. However, that fire dragon is evidently in its juvenile stage. Could it possibly be Li Shihua? Unthinkable. Li Shihua herself does not possess a diamond-tier spirit beast. Who could it be? Chen Yang's hands trembled slightly. Had the flames just now struck him, he would likely have met his demise. At that moment, Yi had arrived near the spirit beast shop. When did a spirit beast shop appear here? Yi, dispatched by the bearded uncle to investigate, wore a perplexed expression. The night watchmen are responsible for safeguarding Jiangcheng during the night. While they cannot claim to know every corner of the city, the appearance of a spirit beast shop in an uninhabited area would certainly not escape their notice. Subsequently, Yi set aside his astonishment upon witnessing something even more unacceptable. Chen Feng stood at the shop's entrance, examining the results of Xiao Jin's endeavors, while Xiao Jin flitted around him, seemingly seeking praise. "You have gone too far, just look at the devastation surrounding us," lamented Chen Feng, disheartened. Given the current situation, anyone with eyes could discern that his spirit beast shop was far from ordinary. The surrounding houses had all been reduced to ashes, leaving the spirit beast shop standing solitary and unyielding. Oh well, whatever, after all, I am invincible, Chen Feng muttered before turning to enter the building. Let the winds and rains come, nothing can touch Chen Feng. Even if all of Jiangcheng were to vanish, no one could shake the foundation of Chen Feng's shop. A diamond-tier spirit beast? Yi was utterly unsettled. He no longer had the time to reprimand Chen Feng and turned to flee instead. The situation had escalated beyond his authority to handle. Why are you back so soon? The bearded uncle, still drinking, cast a dissatisfied glance at Yi after downing a large gulp of liquor. Boss, you must see for yourself. It is indeed the work of a little brat, but I lack the authority to address it. What is happening? The bearded uncle's expression turned curious. He has contracted a diamond-tier spirit beast. What? The previously relaxed bearded uncle immediately straightened his posture, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Just as I said, he has contracted a diamond-tier spirit beast, a fire dragon. Yi Yi shrugged towards the bearded uncle. Very well, let us go see. The bearded uncle was now visibly agitated. Wait, investigate immediately. Whose is it? Yes, Yi Yi vanished once more. The bearded uncle made his way to the uninhabited area himself. Upon arrival, he chanced upon a group of ruffians stumbling out of the shop, their expression suggesting they were being pursued by malevolent spirits. TSK, this brat is still not ruthless enough, the bearded uncle commented, choosing not to enter the shop just yet. Soon after, Yi Yi returned. Boss, I have found out, his name is Chen Feng, and he is a member of the Chen family. The bearded uncle frowned slightly. A member of one of the three prominent families. This complicates matters, however. Chen Feng is not well regarded within the Chen family. He spent the first 16 years of his life in an orphanage, only to be brought back to the Chen family at the age of 16, where he fared worse than in the orphanage. I did not expect the Chen family to be like this. You can see the specifics for yourself, Yi Yi remarked with astonishment. The bearded uncle took the phone Yi Yi handed him, and as he reviewed the information, his furrowed brow relaxed. This is manageable, let us go. The bearded uncle exuded confidence at that moment. However, upon entering the shop, he was met with Chen Feng's icy gaze. You're back. With that, Chen Feng prepared to take action. Is this never ending? Do you truly think that Brother Feng would shy away from killing? The bearded uncle, locked in Chen Feng's stare, felt a sudden tightening in his core and hastily exclaimed, wait. I am not sent by the Chen family. I am a night watchman. The bearded uncle quickly introduced himself, realizing that without prompt action, this little brat might very well turn violent. A night watchman? Chen Feng hesitated momentarily, then, recalling the organization and connecting it to the recent events, a smile spread across his face. So it is the night watchman, uncle. You see, that was merely a misunderstanding. The bearded uncle glared at Chen Feng. This brat's ability to switch expressions is astonishingly swift, yet, what was that feeling of being targeted by a fierce beast? He trusted his instincts. He knew that if he had not acted quickly to introduce himself, he would have met his end. What a sinister little brat. Ahem, let us discuss what is happening here. What else could it be? A group of lawless individuals attempted to rob me, but I drove them off. The burned houses outside have nothing to do with me. They are the result of their actions. Are you certain that those houses were burned by them? Uncle, please, have a seat. I will pour you some water. Unfortunately, I have no water here, but please sit down and talk. Chen Feng felt somewhat awkward. He didn't require food or drink in the shop, and indeed, there was not a single bottle of water available. I have already gleaned your situation. Now I present you with two choices. What choices? The first, of course, is compensation. The nearby houses are public properties of Jiangcheng. Considering the extent of the damage, a sum of 20 million would suffice. Are you out of your mind? Chen Feng's eyes widened. Just a bunch of uninhabited, dilapidated houses. Can't you tidy your language and offer a new price? 20 million is a lot? Just look at how many houses you have burnt. What is the second option? Even if Chen Feng were to perish, he would not pay. Don't ask, just know that he has no money. Join the Night Watchman. Not only will you escape financial liability, but you will also receive a salary. How does that sound? The Night Watchman can also help you settle matters concerning the Chen family. Absolutely not, Chen Feng replied instantly, without a moment's hesitation. Join the Night Watchman. The Night Watchman do possess a commendable reputation within the city, but that reputation is earned through life and death struggles. Chen Feng had no intention of risking his life for those unrelated to him. You should at least consider it. Joining the Night Watchman comes with numerous benefits, and with your current strength, you wouldn't even need to do anything. Merely occupying a position would suffice. No consideration needed. I will not join. Then you shall pay. No money. Do as you please. Chen Feng began to throw in the towel. Oh, are you now trying to play the rogue with me? The bearded uncle began to roll up his sleeves. Seeing this, Yi Yi quickly stepped forward to restrain the bearded uncle. Boss, do not be agitated, he is still a child. Chapter 15. If you don't speak, I won't speak. Who will know? Whether Chen Feng is a member of the Chen family is of little consequence. What truly matters is that his first contracted spirit beast is of the diamond grade, granting him a significantly higher starting point than others. While others expend their resources to cultivate their first spirit beast to diamond level, it is likely that Chen Feng's spirit beast has already ascended to king level or even higher. This transcends mere quality. The higher the quality of a spirit beast, the more diverse the energies it can provide its master as they progress through different stages of life. For example, if a golden level spirit beast could offer a property value of 1 during its adult phase, a diamond level could provide 2, and a king level, 4. Each individual has but one opportunity in their lifetime to cultivate a spirit beast during its juvenile phase, as only the first spirit beast can be contracted at this stage. This can be regarded as the sole pathway to rapidly enhance one's attributes. Of course, this does not apply to Chen Feng, who possesses the extraordinary ability to consume elixirs. It has been years since such a prodigy as Chen Feng has graced Jiangcheng, and one would be wise not to provoke him. Come on, lad, are you truly not considering this? Uncle with the beard expressed his satisfaction with Yi Yi's performance, recognizing when to lend a helping hand. If Yi Yi remains silent, would it not require him to construct a ladder for himself to descend? I am not considering it, Chen Feng replied succinctly, without a hint of hesitation. Now tell me, why are you unwilling to become a night watchman? The bearded uncle rolled up his sleeves, determined to prove himself. He was convinced he could handle this young rascal. What is so appealing about being a night watchman? Not only is it exhausting every day, but there is also a constant threat to life. Why should I risk my life to protect individuals like those from the Chun family? Apologies, but I lack such ideological enlightenment, Chen Feng stated candidly. If possible, he wished to avoid offending the night watchmen. While they may not be labeled as heroes, they undeniably safeguard Jiangcheng. Without them, the city would not enjoy such tranquility. The night watchmen are tasked with fending off the beasts outside the city and capturing those who have betrayed humanity. Although there exists another violent organization within the city, the Guard, they primarily deal with human affairs. The night watchmen remain the most perilous of all. You are quite honest, expressing your fear of death so openly. This is commendable, far superior to those foolish hotheads who speak without thought. However, have you considered that if no one supports you from behind, even with your high starting point, your future achievements may be quite limited? If you accept aid from prominent families, you will inevitably have to heed their commands in the future. If you were to join the Night Watchman, as long as you possess the ability, you would be in charge, much like myself. A king-level spirit beast master. Impressive, is it not? In Jiangcheng, I am the one who calls the shots. My every stomp sends tremors through the ground. The bearded uncle lifted his chin proudly, for he indeed held considerable power as one of the few king-level spirit beast masters in Jiangcheng, and he wielded significant authority. I do not require anyone's support. I can manage on my own. Are you resolutely refusing to join the Night Watchman? The bearded uncle struggled to contain his frustration. He had never encountered such a stubborn child before. Indeed. It seems there is no helping it, as I am indeed short on talent. Here's the deal, you can be an auxiliary member. Yi Yi tugged at the bearded uncle's arm, puzzled. Auxiliary members for the Night Watchman, I have never heard of such a thing. The bearded uncle discreetly positioned himself in front of Yi Yi, concealing her actions from Chen Feng's view. Auxiliary members? Chen Feng inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. He had not heard of such a designation within the Night Watchman. Here's how it works. Auxiliary members receive half the benefits but are exempt from regular patrol duties. Your responsibility would be to report on the situation in this area at any time. If any beasts invade, you must report it immediately. You are not deceiving me, are you? Such a good deal really exists? Chen Feng clearly expressed his skepticism regarding the bearded uncle's claims. Fool! What benefit would I gain from deceiving you, if it were not for the fact that your shop is situated in this desolate area, closest to the city wall? Do you think I would allow you to be an auxiliary member? The bearded uncle huffed and puffed, exaggerating his indignation. Yi Yi quietly gave a thumbs up behind him. If someone could tell a lie without a hint of embarrassment, it would surely be this uncle before them. Alright, if what you say is true, then I will agree. Chen Feng was not one to lack discernment. As long as he was not required to undertake the duties of a night watchman, he had no reason to refuse. His only concern was the possibility of faltering on his path of growth. Only within his shop did he feel a sense of security, without having to undertake perilous tasks, and with the protective umbrella of being a night watchman, it seemed quite favorable. You are quite resourceful, lad. Remember our contact information, simply call me uncle. This is Yi Yi. When dawn breaks, have her deliver something to you. We are leaving. The bearded uncle left a note before striding away with flair. Yi Yi flashed a smile at Chen Feng before following closely behind the bearded uncle. Once the two had departed, and the shop was no longer in sight, the bearded uncle exhaled a sigh of relief. Goodness, this kid is hard to fool. I feared that if I lingered too long, he would catch on. So, how did I perform just now? Impressive. However, boss, what if he discovers that you deceived him in the future? Yi Yi gazed at the bearded uncle with concern. Let it be. He has already joined, there is no way. You see, this lad is simply lacking in a sense of security and unwilling to engage in risky endeavors. For now, we have no expectations of him doing anything, we just need to provide for him. By the way, double the resources we provide him, the excess will be deducted from my share. The bearded uncle chuckled. It truly was a rarity for a king-level spirit beast master to resort to such deception to promote a junior. What if he finds out? You don't say. If he finds out, it will certainly be as you mentioned. You know the consequences, right? The bearded uncle cast a threatening glare at Yi Yi. I understand, rest assured, boss, good deeds should go unrecognized. I comprehend. Yi patted her chest to signal her loyalty. That's settled then. Let us go today, I am in a good mood, I'll take you to the club. With that, the bearded uncle threw an arm around Yi's shoulders and quickly vanished into the night. Chen Feng, upon witnessing their departure, tucked away the note and cautiously peered outside. It's so late, surely no one else will come, right? Close the door, time to rest. With that, he locked the shop door, and at that moment, without Chen Feng's consent, none possessed the ability to enter the establishment. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Beast Academy, in a single room, Chen Yang paced anxiously within his quarters. No, absolutely not, this cannot be allowed to stand, regardless of whether it is his own spirit beast or if he is backing, it cannot be permitted. If I cannot deal with you, I shall find someone else. Chapter 16 is sacrificing flesh for life. The next day, after a refreshing slumber, Chen Feng glanced at his status panel. Oh, after just one night's rest, his constitution and mental strength had both increased by 2 points? Is attribute enhancement truly this effortless? In reality, this was merely an illusion on Chen Feng's part. The abundance of spiritual energy within the shop was one contributing factor, and the presence of Xiaojin was another. Xiaojin absorbed spiritual energy within the spirit beast space to strengthen itself, which in turn reflected back on Chen Feng. This was a unique ability that other spirit beast masters did not possess. They could only receive feedback during the evolution of their spirit beasts. As he opened the shop for business, Chen Feng welcomed another beautiful day, pondering whether any customers would visit today. He took a moment to check the shop's earnings, noting there remained 1,900,000. Not too little, yet not excessively much either. Xiaojin could grow at the fastest pace within the spirit beast space, so he refrained from calling it out to play. Ah, and there was also the Earth Black Bear. With that thought, Chen Feng hastened toward the fostering area. The Earth Black Bear was soundly asleep on the ground, indulging in a delightful slumber. Chen Feng used his spiritual eye to assess the bear's condition, and then his eyes widened. That 100,000 was well spent. In just one night, both attributes had increased by 2 points. However, it paled in comparison to the 50,000 for specialized food. He wondered how much the Li Chengfeng would spend today. Chen Feng had already begun contemplating how to exploit the gullible Li Chengfeng. As for whether Li Shihua and the others would come, Chen Feng was uncertain, but he was confident that Li Chengfeng would surely make an appearance. After all, his spirit beast was being fostered here. Could he possibly ignore his own spirit beast? Yet the first wave of visitors that Chen Feng encountered was not Li Chengfeng, but rather Chen Yang. Early in the morning, Chen Yang returned to the Chen family and dragged his mother to Chen Feng's shop. Is he truly running a business here? Surely, he is just a failure, and what customers could possibly come to such a place? Chen Mu frowned as she surveyed Chen Feng's shop, her expression far from amiable. Mother, please do ask eldest brother about this matter. I fear he may stray onto a misguided path. We must intervene. We cannot simply watch him make foolish decisions, Chen Yang urged. Sigh, Yang, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but your heart is too kind. But is it true what you say? Does Chen Feng truly possess a diamond-level spirit beast? Chen Mu had not intended to seek out Chen Feng. Even when Chen Yang claimed that Chen Feng had gone astray, her resolve remained unshaken. After all, they had severed ties. What did his life or death matter to her? However, upon hearing that Chen Feng owned a diamond-level spirit beast, she could no longer sit idly by. Such a magnificent spirit beast, how could it possibly belong to Chen Feng? Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. I suspect that those nefarious individuals bestowed it upon him to win over my brother, and I am uncertain of what methods they employ to secure his contract. I fear that their ultimate aim is our family. Chen Yang launched into a tirade of unfounded accusations, regardless of whether Chen Feng was indeed entangled with those who had betrayed humanity for the sake of spirit beasts. He knew that by asserting such claims, his mother would undoubtedly believe him. Moreover, given the stakes for the Chen family's future, he was confident that Chen Mu would not indulge Chen Feng. Humph, Yang, you are right. Those people have no idea of his standing within our family. They believe that by winning him over, they can drag the Chen family down with them. They are merely dreaming. Come, mother, today we shall demand his spirit beast. He has already contracted a diamond-level spirit beast. Transferring it to you should pose no problem. Mother, I do not wish to. I am merely concerned. Enough, mother understands. Let us go. Chen Mu interrupted, patting Chen Yang's hand before stepping out of the car. Inside the vehicle, Chen Yang held back tears that were on the verge of spilling over, his face adorned with the smirk of a schemer. Mother, wait for me, be sure to speak with eldest brother properly, do not concern yourself with that, she replied, adopting the authoritative demeanor of a mother as she strode into the shop. Chen Feng, come out. Hearing that voice, Chen Feng, who had been amusing himself with the Earth Black Bear in the fostering area, immediately frowned. The atmosphere around him shifted dramatically. If just moments before Chen Feng had been a sunny boy, now he resembled a butcher brimming with malevolence. Who permitted your entry? Chen Feng approached the front desk, his gaze darkening. Is this how you speak to your mother? Chen Mu was immediately displeased. It was the first time she had witnessed Chen Feng addressing her with such a look and tone. The stark contrast left her reeling, her voice quavering. We have severed ties, you and I share no relation anymore. Do you understand? Chen Feng struggled to maintain his composure. Committing acts of violence within the shop was far from a wise choice. You ve Grownwings, have you now dare to challenge me, your mother, because you have backing? Chen Mu accused. Do you think those nefarious individuals are interested in you for no reason? It is because of the Chen family. If you wish to completely sever ties with us, then hand over your diamond-level spirit beast. You must refuse any overtures made by anyone attempting to use the Chen family to win you over. Are you out of your mind? Chen Feng could no longer contain himself. This woman appeared not only blind but also delusional. Deny it if you will. Where is your diamond-level spirit beast? Don't claim you don't have one. And who do you think you are to demand such a thing from me, just because you are a mere piece of flesh that fell from my body? Chen Mu's hands were on her hips, glaring at Chen Feng. She could justify her actions anywhere. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. What, you intend to take my spirit beast and give it to him? He had already surmised why his mother had arrived at his shop so early. After all, this was not the first time such an incident had occurred. Indeed, you are unworthy of possessing a diamond-level spirit beast. Only your brother is deserving of such a privilege. If you wish to avoid escalating matters, you would do well to cooperate. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Oh, and what do you mean by lack of courtesy? Chen Feng was prepared for a confrontation. I will take you back to the Chen family and forcibly dissolve your contract. After all, you are a piece of flesh from my body. I would prefer not to see you harmed. You would do well to cooperate. Clearly, you have not yet had enough, have you, silly bear? Come here. Chen Feng beckoned, and the earth black bear came bounding to his side, eager for a treat, knowing that it must heed Chen Feng's commands. It believed that as long as it performed well, it would likely receive the same delightful fruits as the day before. As for the name Chen Feng had given it, how delightful it sounded, revealing its endearing and approachable nature, truly exceptional. May I borrow your paw? Chen Feng crouched down, grasping the bear's paw, its sharp claws glinting dangerously. He then rolled up his sleeve and used the bear's claws to slice a 5-centimeter piece of flesh from his own arm. Blood gushed forth. The earth black bear was stunned. Chen Mu was dumbfounded. Chen Yang was equally astonished. Today, I sacrifice flesh for life. From this moment forth, I have no relation to you, and now, you may leave. Chapter 17. Return my moonhound. Chen Mu gazed at the pale, bloody chunk of flesh that lay on the ground, her body trembling ever so slightly. She had indeed intended to seize Chen Feng's spirit beast, yet she had not anticipated such a drastic action from him. The earth black bear quivered as well, its mind consumed by a singular thought. It's over. It feared that it would no longer enjoy the fruits of its labor. In this moment, it wished it could break its own claws, hoping for Chen Feng's forgiveness. What? You asked for the meat back, and now you're still unsatisfied? Chen Feng's forehead glistened with sweat. The agony of severing flesh was a pain only the one enduring it could truly comprehend. Through this act of sacrifice, he bid a final farewell to his former self. You. Chen Mu raised her trembling hand, pointing at Chen Feng, momentarily rendered speechless. Chen Yang was immediately displeased, thinking it absurd that one could sever a piece of flesh and expect to retain a diamond-level spirit beast. Are you out of your mind, brother? How can you treat mother this way? She's just tough on the outside but soft-hearted within. She came here today wanting you to come home, but if you're angry with me, I'll just try to visit less often. Get lost. Dante put on a show in front of me. It's revolting. Chen Feng shot back, glaring at Chen Yang. In a fit of emotion, Chen Yang summoned his moonhound. In that moment, with Chen Feng's fury palpable, the earth black bear also bared its teeth at Chen Yang. Chen Yang, having witnessed the sharpness of those claws firsthand, felt a flicker of fear. Summoning the moonhound was his only source of reassurance. After all, both were juvenile golden-level spirit beasts, and surely the earth black bear couldn't best the moonhound, could it? Already contracted a spirit beast? The Moon Clan's golden-level spirit beast truly represented a significant endeavor. Chen Feng understood the value of the Moon Clan's. The Chen family will assist you in nurturing your spirit beast. I will ensure that all the resources the Moonhound requires are provided. Chen Mu lowered her stance somewhat. In truth, she had never intended to bestow the Moonhound upon Chen Feng. Selling the Moonhound could fetch an astronomical price, conservatively estimated at $1 billion, and that was merely the price with no market to support it. How generous of you. So, you no longer desire this Moonhound? Chen Feng directed his gaze at Chen Yang. Brother, it's not like that at all. I am not trying to snatch your spirit beast. You're the legitimate heir of our family. If you entangle yourself with those people, it could lead to complications in the future. Chen Feng scoffed coldly. System, am I invincible within the store? Can I forcibly retain his Moonhound? Ding, affirmative. Ha ha ha. The cold smile on Chen Feng's face morphed into a maniacal laugh. echoing with madness. Chen Mu and Chen Yang frowned, bewildered by his sudden lunacy. Since you no longer wish for it, then let it remain. Chen Yang, upon hearing this, mistakenly believed Chen Feng had acquiesced, a victorious smile involuntarily breaking forth on his face. However, in the next instant, a sharp pain exploded in his head, as if something of utmost importance was suddenly wrenched away from him. Then, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Chen Yang's lips as he crouched to the ground, relentlessly pounding his head. The moonhound, too, appeared listless, as though it had fought a small female dog for an entire night. The contract between Chen Yang and the moonhound had been forcibly severed by Chen Feng. Yang, what's wrong? Chen Mu rushed to Chen Yang, panic etched across her face, enduring the blows of his fists upon her. What a picture of maternal love and filial piety! Chen Feng felt a slight release of the pent-up frustration in his chest. Didn't you, Chen Yang, wish to snatch my spirit beast? Now, look at you, reaping what you sowed. Your spirit beast has been taken from you. What will you do now? Chen Feng, what have you done? Chen Mu disregarded the piece of flesh belonging to Chen Feng on the ground, her fleeting guilt consumed by her rising fury. What have I done? I merely took his spirit beast. What's the big deal? Chen Feng responded nonchalantly. You're seeking death. At that moment, Chen Mu resembled an enraged lioness, summoning her spirit beast. As the matriarch of the Chen family, her power was formidable. She was a golden-level spirit beast master, albeit lacking in practical combat experience. Her spirit beast was a diamond-level mature spirit beast, a white deer. The moment the white deer appeared, it unleashed an intensely agitated aura. However, this aura, when it reached Chen Feng, felt no different than a gentle breeze. Within the confines of the store, no one held power. That was Chen Feng's assertion. Don't mention a diamond-level spirit beast. Even a divine-level one would perish at my hands. Just as Chen Feng contemplated how to handle this deer in Chen Mu, the figure of Yi Yi appeared at the entrance of the store. Matriarch Chen, what do you intend to do? He was well aware of how the Chen family treated Chen Yang, having overheard part of the conversation between Chen Feng and them. Yi Yi initially had no intention of becoming embroiled in Chen Feng's family affairs. However, with Chen Mu spiraling into madness, he felt compelled to intervene. And you are a night watchman. This is a matter for the Chen family. It's not your place to meddle, Chen Mu retorted, showing no respect for Yi Yi. Upon noticing the medal on Yi Yi's chest, she immediately launched into a tirade. The Chen family's affairs? No, you are mistaken, this is a matter for the night watchman. As he spoke, Yi Yi approached Chen Feng. As he passed the white deer, he cast a glance at it. Just that single glance caused the deer to retreat in fear. In terms of aura, the white deer was no match for Yi Yi. Countless beasts had perished at his hands, and this white deer was merely a good omen, never having engaged in significant battles. Besides, Yi Yi was not just a diamond-level spirit beast master. He also possessed a king-level spirit beast and 2 diamond-level spirit beasts. What do you mean? Chen Mu was incensed by Yi Yi, her eyes seemingly spitting fire. Nothing much, Chen Feng is now one of my night watchmen. Do you intend to lay hands on a member of the night watchmen? Yi Yi's tone was icy, yet his words carried weight. While the Chen family was one of the 3 prominent families in Jiangcheng, the Night Watchmen were an official violent organization. When did he join the Night Watchmen? Chen Yang, clutching his head, gradually rose. Here, this is your supply, along with this month's salary resources. You should return these clothes. How long have you been wearing them? Yi Yi patted Chen Feng on the shoulder, his gaze softening. Yi Yi was not from a prominent family, but he had loving parents. What of Chen Feng? What did it matter that he was born into a wealthy family? Yi Yi found Chen Feng far more pitiable, having endured such an environment. He felt a sense of admiration for Chen Feng. Return my moonhound. Chen Yang spoke once more, his gaze so fierce it seemed capable of devouring both Chen Feng and Yi Yi whole. Chapter 18. Why are you so foolish? Yi Yi was also observing Chen Feng, curious to see how he would respond. Are you referring to this dog? How do you prove it is yours? Chen Feng retorted. You, Chen Yang, pointing at Chen Feng, do you really need proof for something so obvious? It's akin to proving that my father is indeed my father, even if it's clearly stated in a household registration book. Would you still require a certificate? Are you certain you are not deliberately making things difficult for me? Was it not I who summoned the moonhound just moments ago? Are you blind? Chen Feng grinned. You can go find a place to obtain proof, or, more simply, just call it and see if it follows you. Little pup, you will make the right choice, won't you? Chen Feng directed his gaze downwards at the languid moonhound. After hearing Chen Feng's words, the moonhound nodded vigorously. It was well aware its intellect far surpassed that of the earth black bear. To forcibly sever the bond between itself and Chen Yang, was that something a mere being could accomplish? The moonhound had doubts. Should it dare to leave with Chen Yang, it feared that when Chen Feng next acted, it would meet its end. Moonhound, come back! Chen Yang called out to the Moonhound. Though the bond had been shattered, he had at least fed the Moonhound, so there was some semblance of affection between them. The Moonhound turned to look at Chen Yang and then bared its teeth, emitting a low growl of warning. To the Moonhound, Chen Yang was merely a schemer, not a man of good character. Chen Yang was taken aback. Chen Feng wore a satisfied smile. Just then, several energetic figures rushed into the shop. Chen Feng, are you all right? Li Shi was the first to burst through the door, which possessed an indestructible quality. Otherwise, she would have surely kicked it down. Chen Yang, what exactly do you intend to do? Upon entering, Li Shi stood protectively in front of Chen Feng like a mother tiger defending her cub. Gazing at the furious Li Shi, Chen Yang was tempted to ask her if she might first ascertain the situation before confronting him. At present, it was his spirit beast that Chen Feng had seized, yet she had the audacity to question his intentions? Did her conscience not ache? I'm fine. Chen Feng softly patted Li Shi's shoulder from behind her. That warm sensation welled up within him once more. Li Shi turned to glance at Chen Feng, offering him a reassuring look. I'm here. Everything will be fine. However, when she turned back, her fury was hardly concealed. Li Shi had thoroughly investigated Chen Feng's past with the Chen family. She had not anticipated that Chen Feng would endure such hardships. Even the household servants and bodyguards of the Chen family could bully him at will. It was utterly intolerable. You must be the matriarch of the Chen family, correct? Since Chen Feng has severed ties with your family, as his friend, I am now entitled to intervene in his affairs. If you wish to continue bullying him, you must first inquire whether I, Li Shi, consent to it. Had Chen Feng still been a member of the Chen family, Li Shi would indeed have had limited options. However, based on the information she had gathered, it was clear that Chen Feng had signed a letter of disownment, thus justifying her involvement in his matters. Shi, by seniority, you should address me as aunt. Since you are friends with Chen Feng, I implore you to persuade him to return Yang Yang's Moonhound. If he returns the Moonhound, I shall not pursue the matter further. Chen's mother was a woman of the world. She understood that given the current situation, she could not afford to take drastic measures against Chen Feng. With the outcome already determined, she sought to maximize her own benefits, deferring other matters for another time. Li Shi was still trying to grasp the situation. She had only received news that Chen Yang had rushed to the shop early that morning and had hurried over. After hearing Chen's mother's words, Li Shi turned to look at Chen Feng. At that moment, her eyes welled with tears. What happened to you? Li Shi gasped as she noticed Chen Feng's bloodied arm. Earlier, her attention had been focused on Chen's mother and her spirit beast, the white deer, and she had not closely examined Chen Feng. A large chunk of flesh was missing from his arm, and blood continued to drip from his fingers. Was it you who did this? Li Shi glared furiously at Chen's mother and Chen Yang, akin to a lioness protecting her cub. Li Changfeng stood nearby, stepping forward. You have gone too far. We are well aware of what has transpired with Chen Feng. Regardless of your relationship, how can you treat him this way? The tears of the Wang sisters, Wang Shui and Wang Yu, streamed down their faces. Having learned of Chen Feng's past, they felt deep sympathy for his plight. They had even secretly shed tears in bed the previous night. Now, witnessing the gaping wound on Chen Feng's arm, their tender hearts could bear it no longer. Was there no limit to such bullying? Must they truly drive Chen Feng to his death? Chen's mother was dumbfounded. She recognized the identities of Li Shi and the Wang sisters. There were only 3 prominent families in Jiang City, and she was well aware of the lineage of the Li and Wang families. What astonished her was how, in such a brief span of 2 days, the daughters of the Li and Wang families had grown so close to Chen Feng. Dear nieces, the situation is not as you perceive. Chen Feng has no ties with my Chen family. You need not defend him in light of our family's reputation. Chen's mother mistakenly believed that Li Shi and the Wang sisters were befriending Chen Feng due to his association with the Chen family. In her view, Chen Feng's only redeeming quality was his status as the legitimate son of the Chen family. Who cares about your family's reputation? I shall reiterate, Chen Feng is my friend. When your Chen family bullies him, you are bullying me. May I interject? Chen Feng could no longer contain himself and tugged at Li Shi once more. Although he relished the feeling of being protected, it was unnecessary. I told you, within my shop, no one can harm me. This injury was self-inflicted. She claims it was a piece of flesh that fell from her, and I merely returned it to her. Chen Feng offered a brief explanation. He had no desire for the Li family and the Chen family to clash due to his circumstances. The reckoning with the Chen family had to be carried out by Chen Feng himself. The humiliations of the past 2 years could only be soothed by his own hand. What? Why are you so foolish? I gave you the medicine yesterday, didn't I? Here it is. Chen Feng produced the medicine Li Shi he had given him the previous day. Bear with it, it might sting a bit, but don't worry, it won't leave a scar. Li Shi he paid no mind to others' opinions as she took Chen Feng's hand and began to apply the medicine. If the treatment was not administered promptly, the blood would continue to flow. Chen Feng, it was its claws that injured you, wasn't it? Li Chengfeng cast a disapproving glance at the Earth Black Bear. He was naturally concerned about his spirit beast. Initially, he had not paid attention, but now he noticed blood on the claws of the Earth Black Bear. I had the foolish black help me. Do not blame it, it is a good one. Chapter 19 Members of the Chen family and dogs are not admitted. The Earth Black Bear felt quite aggrieved upon hearing Chen Feng speak up for it. It was over. Just moments ago, it had sensed a murderous intent emanating from its owner. It seemed the bear was destined for a stew. Li Chengfeng's thoughts were rather straightforward. If a contracted spirit beast perished, the contract could simply be dissolved. Although this would entail some cost, it was a price Li Chengfeng could bear. What he could not endure was offending Chen Feng. As long as Chen Feng was around, he could contract another golden tier spirit beast and still reap benefits from Chen Feng, and these benefits would be enduring. Li Chengfeng was acutely aware of the difference between a single feast and a continuous supply of sustenance. By the way, this matter no longer concerns you, you may leave. Just to inform you, my establishment does not welcome members of the Chen family. What? The moondog lifted its neck to gaze at Chen Feng, feeling quite offended. Had it truly grown so bold? Did it believe that joining the night watch and having these few friends could turn the tide? Yang Yang, let us take our leave. Chen's mother glared fiercely at Chen Feng, fully intent on ensuring that this matter would not end here. Mom, I don't want to leave. Chen Yang was apprehensive about what might happen to his moondog after they departed. Leave. Chen's mother commanded with a single word. Seeing the fierce glint in his mother's eyes, Chen Yang dared not speak further and could only obediently follow her out of the shop. Outside, in Chen Yang's sports car. Mom, my moondog, don't worry, my dear. I will retrieve your moondog sooner or later. Focus on recuperating first. But how will you get it back? Chen Yang felt on the verge of losing his mind. This was truly a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Not only had he failed to seize Chen Feng's spirit beast, but he had also lost his own. Have you never contemplated why the contract between you and the moondog was severed? Initially, Chen's mother did not perceive any connection between him and the demon, but it now seemed evident that there was indeed demonic assistance at play. If that were the case, regardless of his identity or the number of friends he possessed, they would be of no help to him. Clearly, Chen's mother had already devised a strategy to deal with Chen Feng. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang too swiftly conceived a plan to confront Chen Feng. Let us return for now. All right. Inside the shop, Li Shi had already tended to Chen Feng's wounds. Fortunately, the medicine she provided yesterday was sufficient, otherwise, she would not have been able to care for such a substantial injury. You young ones have your fun, I'll take my leave. Regarding the Chen family, fret not. As long as I am here, if I cannot handle it, there is always the boss. Saying this, Yi did not wait for Chen Feng's response and promptly departed. These young folks were so entangled in their affairs. At his age, he felt somewhat out of place. Moreover, he needed to relay the recent events to the boss. Chen Feng had intended to persuade Yi to stay. The Night Watch was quite a significant organization. He was unaware of the number of members, but it certainly could not be few. Each member represented a potential clientele. If Yi were to experience the services of his establishment, the issue of attracting customers could be resolved. However, given that Li Shi was still holding his hand, Chen Feng thought it might be best to postpone the matter for a couple of days. I truly apologize for continuously subjecting you to my misfortunes. Chen Feng scratched his head awkwardly. It's not your fault. It is all the Chen family is doing. What on earth do they intend to achieve? Speaking of this, Li Shi's anger flared again. Perhaps they have grown accustomed to bullying me. Now that they can't, it feels as if something is amiss in their lives. You still have the presence of mind to jest. It seems you are indeed unfazed by the situation. Li Shi held a deep admiration for Chen Feng's demeanor. If she were in his shoes, she would have likely succumbed to despair long ago. What could possibly trouble me? You are not merely here to witness the commotion, are you? Not at all. The evolution box has proven remarkably effective. We have come to partake in your services today. Li Shi winked at Chen Feng, her fury dissipating as she resumed her playful demeanor. That's splendid. By the way, the silly black had some additional expenses yesterday. Should you wish to see the bill? Chen Feng turned his gaze toward Li Chengfeng. Oh, what expenses? Li Chengfeng inquired, somewhat puzzled. He had come today to bring some food for the Earth Black Bear. He certainly could not let his spirit beast go hungry. One fruit, remarkably effective, and not overly pricey, 200,000 each. As Chen Feng uttered these words, he remained utterly composed, showcasing a latent talent for being a shrewd merchant. In truth, Chen Feng had initially intended to sell the earth fruit for 500,000. After all, he was operating in a monopolistic market. It was simply unattainable elsewhere. However, considering Li Qingfeng's conduct today, he felt it inappropriate to exploit his friend too severely, so he decided that doubling the price would suffice. Here, it's this type of fruit. 1 a day is ample. To lend his words more weight, Chen Feng exchanged for another earth fruit. Even if Li Qingfeng ultimately chose not to purchase, this fruit could serve as a reward for the silly black, who had lent a helping hand today. The allure of the earth fruit to the silly black was immense. The moment Chen Feng produced it, the bear began to drool, its eyes fixated on the fruit, practically inscribing the desire to devour it across its face. Li Qingfeng found the bear's reaction rather fascinating and, through their contract, sensed the bear's condition. This sensation left him astounded, for the bear had experienced considerable growth. If such enhancement could be achieved daily, are there even better fruits available? Indeed, there are, but they come at a steep price. How much? 1 million each. Chen Feng extended a finger. This price could deter countless individuals. Even those who were not frugal would need to deliberate carefully. To sustain a spirit beast, a daily food expense of 1 million, what family could withstand such extravagance? Very well, henceforth, it shall consume the 1 million variety. A smile spread across Li Qingfeng's face. If a 200,000 fruit yields such results, imagine the effects of 1 million fruit. Chen Feng was left bemused. While he may not comprehend the world of the wealthy, it certainly seemed enticing. Chen Feng, can our spirit beasts also partake of such fruits? Li Shihe interjected. From Li Qingfeng's demeanor, she surmised that the earth black bear had undoubtedly received substantial benefits. If that were the case, could her fire squirrel also gain from it? For each of your spirit beasts, I can concoct specialized sustenance, lower tier at 200,000, premium at 1 million. Then I want one too. Yes, us as well. Upon Wang Shui's return after crafting the sign, both she and Wang Yu chimed in simultaneously. Very well, but wait. What do you plan to do about the moon dog? Li Shihe interrupted Chen Feng. Chapter 20 Love at First Sight, A Flash Marriage. The moonhound chuckled. At last, someone remembered its presence. It had thought that these humans had completely forgotten about it. The moonhound, Chen Feng furrowed his brow slightly. He had never truly considered how to handle the moonhound. After all, no one had mentioned beforehand that they would be delivering such a spirit beast to him. How about you help me sell it? Chen Feng gazed earnestly at Li Shihe. He lacked the channels to sell it himself, but the Li family undoubtedly possessed such avenues. What would selling it accomplish? With our patronage, your shop will never want for funds, will it? That was indeed unlikely. Chen Feng was being somewhat modest. He was certainly not short on money, with at least several million in daily revenue. Since money is not an issue, why not simply contract the moonhound? The moonhound has immense potential, as you must be aware. Li Shihe's eyes gleamed with fervor. She had initially intended to assist Chen Feng in acquiring a spirit beast, and now one had conveniently presented itself. Is that even possible? Chen Feng muttered. What is not possible about it? The moonhound is currently without a master, and you are in perfect position to contract it. You need not worry about the Chen family. We are here to support you, Li Shihe urged. Indeed, the Wang sisters chimed in enthusiastically. Yet, truth be told, Chen Feng was not inquiring of them but rather seeking confirmation from the system. Ding, the host may contract 2 spirit beasts at each realm. The system did not explicitly state whether it was feasible, but it delivered a shocking revelation to Chen Feng. His eyes widened in astonishment. Had this incident not occurred today, he might have remained oblivious to such a fact for quite some time. Typically, individuals could only contract 1 spirit beast per realm. He had never heard of exceptions. Although Chen Feng considered himself an exceptional being, he thought it would be too outrageous to be so abnormal. Little did he know, he indeed was extraordinarily atypical. A system. Do you have any other peculiar settings? You ought to inform me in advance rather than leaving me to guess. Ding, please explore on your own. Bah, Chen Feng scoffed. Stop pondering, just contract it. Li Shihe waved her hand before Chen Feng's eyes. Very well. Chen Feng nodded in agreement with Li Shihe. Conveniently, your blood is still here. Let us not waste it. Li Shihe poked Chen Feng's hand twice. His still bloodied hand had yet to be cleaned. You're willing to follow me from now on, right? Chen Feng turned to the moonhound. The moonhound nodded eagerly. Others might not recognize Chen Feng's capabilities, but the moonhound was well aware the contract it had with Chun Yang was torn apart by the very individual before it, without the consent of either party involved. Truly formidable. Following such a person was undoubtedly preferable to being with one who wished to abandon it. Very well, if you're willing, that suffices. Without hesitation, Chen Feng extended his finger and began inscribing the contract formation upon the moonhound. Just as Li Shi had said, the ample blood on his hands made the process effortless, sparing him the pain of biting into his own finger. From now on, the moonhound would be Chen Feng's openly acknowledged spirit beast, while the fire flood dragon would serve as his secret weapon. As for how to effectively conceal the fire flood dragon, Chen Feng already had a plan. There were only a few individuals who knew of the fire flood dragon, and even fewer who were aware it was his spirit beast. As long as he could silence those few, his secret would remain intact. How to silence them? But it's done, Li Shi exclaimed joyfully, more thrilled than when she had contracted the fire squirrel herself. The Wang sisters and Li Chengfeng also wore smiles. You should rest for now. We'll handle the remaining matters. Once these little ones emerge from their evolution chambers, we can discuss the food situation. Before Chen Feng could express his thoughts on having contracted a spirit beast, Li Shi had already urged him to sit on the sofa. After all, Chen Feng's hands looked quite intimidating. Alright then, what could Chen Feng say? He could only nod in agreement. He was doing quite well as a boss, allowing his customers to serve themselves. Silly bear, this fruit is your reward. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Feng tossed the earth fruit to the earth black bear. Since the fruit had already been exchanged, and Li Chengfeng planned to trade for superior food, keeping the fruit was pointless. The earth black bear immediately swallowed the earth fruit and then nuzzled against Chen Feng's feet, eager for affection. Were it not for its barbed tongue, it would have licked Chen Feng thoroughly. The moonhound was not pleased by the earth black bear's overly affectionate display. If memory served correctly, wasn't he this its master? The moonhound rudely approached and nudged the earth black bear aside, claiming the space at Chen Feng's feet. This fellow seemed to be more affectionate towards Chen Feng than towards me. Well then, let us see you enjoy the evolution service first. Li Chen Feng walked over to the earth black bear and grabbed it, dragging it away. Naturally, he did not forget to swipe his card for payment. These affluent youths were always quite generous when it came to settling bills. Let us go take a look as well. After exchanging pleasantries, the Wang sisters followed Li Chengfeng. Does it hurt? Li Shi remained seated, not following. She settled a short distance from Chen Feng, inhaling the pleasant fragrance emanating from her. Chen Feng smiled broadly. It is manageable. Li Shi shot him a disapproving glance. Having just lost a chunk of flesh, merely saying it was manageable seemed rather inadequate. How did you come to join the Night Watchers? Li Shi inquired, turning to the matter at hand. They approached me last night, asking me to become an auxiliary member. You must have seen the burned houses outside. They suspect it was the work of a beast and wanted me to keep an eye on this area, so they offered me a position. Li Shi frowned. An auxiliary member of the Night Watchers, is that a joke? However, she did not doubt Chen Feng would deceive her. Her skepticism lay with Yi sitting on the sofa. Li Shi looked at the clothes and badge that Chen Feng had placed nearby, and she could confirm they were indeed those of the Night Watchers. The clothing could be faked, but the badge could not. This is for the best. Now that you are a Night Watcher, the Chen family will think twice before bullying you openly. Even without the Night Watcher identity, you still have us to support you. Of course, I will certainly help you. You need not worry. Actually, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Chen Feng appeared somewhat bashful observing his demeanor. Li Shi's cheeks flushed slightly. She sensed that Chen Feng might have misunderstood something. Her assistance stemmed from Chen Feng saving the fire squirrel and helping it comprehend a skill. Coupled with her sympathy towards his situation, she considered him a friend. If their relationship were to evolve into something more, that would not be out of the question. She indeed felt differently towards Chen Feng, but wasn't this moving too quickly? After all, they had only known each other for 2 days. Could this be love at first sight, a flash marriage? Should she indeed agree to him? Speak your mind, I'm listening. Li Shi lowered her gaze, unable to meet Chen Feng's eyes any longer. From her expression, it appeared she was already preparing herself. Chapter 21. Do not ask, just know that I like you. In truth, your spirit beast can evolve to the diamond level. Alright, I agree. Li Shi has suddenly widened her eyes. She was already prepared to consent, even instinctively leaning towards agreement. Chen Feng was already in a pitiable situation. If she were to refuse him, how would he continue living? After all, when a girl wants to say yes, she will always find a reason to convince herself. Conversely, if she does not wish to agree, no, wait, what did you just say? Li Shi exclaimed in surprise. Chen Feng hurriedly gestured for silence. Keep your voice down. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Li Shi playfully covered her mouth and asked again. I said, your spirit beast can actually evolve to the diamond level. Really? Li Shi's cheeks flushed a deeper hue. Although Chen Feng's words diverged significantly from her own thoughts, it was still splendid news for her. If someone else were to say such a thing, she would undoubtedly consider them a fraud. The 3 prominent families in Jiangcheng were all involved with spirit beasts. How could she not be aware of the process of evolution? The Li family had her form a contract with the fire squirrel because they were confident in facilitating its evolution to the diamond level ahead of schedule. However, the timing was not yet ripe. The operation could only be executed when the fire squirrel was on the verge of entering its growth phase, yet, the significance of these words coming from Chen Feng was altogether different. Truly this is wonderful. What must be done? Well, there are two evolution paths, you can choose one. Chen Feng decided to reveal the truth, as Li Shihe had already earned his recognition as a friend. The night watchmen approached him with their own motives. Li Chen Feng and the Wang sisters befriended him for their reasons as well, only Li Shihe was different, perhaps she had her own little thoughts, but that mattered little. As long as Chen Feng was willing, he could conjure 100 reasons to persuade himself. In this regard, men and women were alike. Do not ask, just know that I like you. There are two evolution paths. Are you still half asleep? Li Shihe pointed a finger at Chen Feng's forehead, scrutinizing him intently. There truly are two options, one is the blazing squirrel, and the other is the purple flame weasel. Wait, I know the blazing squirrel, but the purple flame weasel. Li Shihe's mind momentarily faltered. The Li family initially planned to evolve the fire squirrel into the diamond-level blazing squirrel, but the notion that the fire squirrel could evolve into a purple flame weasel felt rather off. Do you trust me? Chen Feng was too lazy to explain, nor could he clarify such matters. Upon hearing this, Li Shihe nodded at Chen Feng. Do you prefer the blazing squirrel or the purple flame weasel? The purple flame weasel. Isn't that stating the obvious? Who wouldn't prefer a spirit beast with greater potential? Alright, then gather a few items of purple flame fruit, white jade grass, ink jade fruit, blood red flower, and violet. That should suffice. Chen Feng listed the materials required to evolve the fire squirrel into a purple flame weasel for Li Shihe. He was unperturbed about others stealing his recipe, for without the aid of an evolution box, even preparing 100 sets of materials would not guarantee success. Okay, I'll remember that. Li Shihe nodded earnestly at Chen Feng. These items were not particularly concerning, although some were of high value. Even if the evolution failed, she would not feel regret. However, if it were to succeed, Li Shihe hesitated to contemplate the possibilities. Chen Feng need not possess any other skills. As long as he mastered this one, he could become a guest of honor among all the prominent families, powerful factions, and even official organizations. No rush, whenever you are ready with the materials, come by when no one is around at night. Chen Feng instructed Li Shihe. It's difficult to manage during the day, and for now, he did not wish for others to know of his abilities. Chen Feng was acutely aware of how extraordinary this capability was. He was no novice, after all. He had spent 3 years in high school studying knowledge related to spirit beasts and monsters. He understood the principle of keeping a low profile. Only when he possessed a certain level of ability could he reveal it, ensuring his freedom. Otherwise, he might be captured by someone, and he certainly couldn't remain cooped up in the shop forever. Alright, I'll have someone help me prepare, Li Shihe said to Chen Feng without any defenses. Even though Chen Feng's words were quite ambiguous, Li Shihe paid no heed. What does it mean to come by when no one is around? Should I bring a little umbrella? After Li Shihe finished her phone call, she curiously approached Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I don't even know the situation of the fire squirrel. How do you know it so well? Li Shihe blinked her big eyes, sending electric currents of curiosity his way. Chen Feng felt a jolt of surprise at her long eyelashes, which fluttered like a fan. It's an innate ability of mine. I not only know the situation of the fire squirrel, but I also know all the spirit beasts I have encountered. You have an innate ability, that's impressive. No wonder you can run this shop. Being gazed at with admiration by a girl, a man's vanity is easily satisfied. At that moment, Chen Feng felt immensely gratified. Ahem, by the way, if you come at night, remember to call me first to confirm. Alright, I understand, Li Shihe nodded at Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Yi Yi returned to the headquarters of the Night Watchman in Jiangcheng. This was the tallest building within the city, and Uncle Beard's office was located on the top floor, the 28th. The entire floor belonged to Uncle Beard. As for why the tallest building in Jiangcheng was only 28 stories high, it was due to the presence of flying monsters. Flying monsters possess the ability to bypass walls and directly enter the city. The higher the building, the more difficult it is to protect. To minimize losses, this was the only building of such height in the city. The highest of the other buildings barely reached 15 stories. When Yi Yi entered Uncle Beard's office, he found Uncle Beard seated in his chair, gazing out the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Observing this, Yi Yi could not help but feel a sense of admiration. The boss's vision was indeed beyond his own. Even after working hours, he remained diligently guarding Jiangcheng, looking at this somewhat desolate and lonely silhouette. What was it? This was a hero. Yi Yi felt a deep sense of envy and, more importantly, respect. Boss, Yi Yi called out softly, fearing that his presence would disrupt the atmosphere. Uncle Beard did not respond. Seeing this, Yi Yi had no choice but to approach a little closer and call again. Boss, still, there was no response. Yi Yi frowned slightly. Given his boss's capabilities, he should have sensed his presence even at such a close distance, and even if Uncle Beard had entered a state of oblivion, he ought to be aware of him. With this thought in mind, Yi Yi quickly walked up to Uncle Beard. Upon closer inspection, an overwhelming number of black lines appeared in Yi Yi's mind. Chapter 22. A big man, why are you crying? What nonsense is this? The silhouette of a fallen hero. Yi felt a deep sense of shame for his own self-indulgence. This fellow was actually sleeping, and quite soundly too, with drool nearly hanging from his beard. Yet, who in their right mind would doze off in a boss's chair, right in front of a floor-to-ceiling window, with the bright sunlight streaming in during the day? Isn't he afraid of blinding his own dog's eyes? What is this, sunbathing for calcium supplementation, boss? Yi's voice was laced with anger. After toiling all night without rest, he had rushed to find Chen Feng early in the morning. Although it was the boss who had spent lavishly at the club the night before, shouldn't he also set an example while commanding others? Ha, who? Uncle Beard was startled awake by Yi's shout. At such a close distance, Yi had not moderated his volume. If Uncle Beard did not wake up now, Yi was seriously considering when to drag the boss off for cremation. Oh dear, Yi, have you accomplished your tasks? Ha, I must be getting old. I sat here and unknowingly fell asleep. Oh, this body of mine. Uncle Beard rose, simultaneously rubbing his old back. Boss, are you feeling unwell? Did last night tire you out? Impossible, a man must never admit to weakness. Uncle Beard firmly disagreed with such a notion. Could it be fatigue? After all, you spent 7 times more than I did. This thought also lingered in Yi's mind, as he held some grievances about it. Ha, just 7 times, nothing to fuss about. Uncle Beard puffed up with pride upon hearing this, straightening his back and placing his hands behind his head. With that posture, it seemed even his old back felt rejuvenated. Yi, uninterested in furthering the argument, laid all his cards on the table. He relayed everything he had seen and heard in Chen Feng's shop to Uncle Beard. This kid, is he really that formidable? Can he forcibly tear apart the contracts between others and their spirit beasts? Uncle Beard was immediately roused by Yi's revelation. Such a capability was indeed astonishing. If anyone dared to oppose Chen Feng in the future, they might as well erase all his spirit beasts. Not even a king-level spirit beast master could withstand such turmoil. Well, the specifics of how it's done remain unclear, but this only serves to deepen the Chen family's suspicion of Chen Feng's connections with the demons. They believe this ability was bestowed upon him by those demons. Nonsense, Uncle Beard scolded vehemently. If demons possessed such power, they would have long since trampled every city underfoot. Not just the demons, but even the truly formidable spirit beasts lack such capabilities. I share your skepticism, yet we have yet to uncover any source for his diamond-level spirit beast, which is indeed concerning, Yi admitted, aware that Chen Feng's every action defied common sense. Even their night watchman could not trace the origin of his spirit beasts, suggesting a troubling mystery. Let me ask you, if you were a demon and wished to invest in a fledgling, would you choose Chen Feng? His family background is certainly impressive, but given his circumstances, I would not select him. Yi expressed his thoughts candidly. Indeed, if even you are reluctant to court Chen Feng, do you think the demons would use a diamond-level spirit beast to win him over? It must be a genuine bigwig who provided him with that. It is only reasonable that we cannot find any information on him. Do you understand? Uncle Beard assumed an air of feigned wisdom. Understood, I am in awe of your insight. So, his shop was also arranged by that same benefactor. What else could it be? Does he have any favor from the Chun family? Uncle Beard retorted. With this line of thinking, everything began to make sense. By the way, let us send a letter to the Chen family warning them that Moonhound now belongs to our night watchman Chen Feng, and it's best they refrain from any actions. Uncle Beard released a hint of murderous intent. Given the Chen family's tendencies, they would undoubtedly not let this matter rest. Since Chen Feng was now one of their own, they had to stand by him. Alright, I will handle this immediately. Yi nodded earnestly. Once Yi departed, Uncle Beard glanced back surreptitiously. After confirming that Yi had left, he immediately dropped his pretense and slumped in his chair. Oh dear, my old back, indeed, age is catching up with me. 7 sleepless nights are too much. The Chen household. Chen father stormed back home in a fury. What in the world have you all done? He bellowed as soon as he entered the hall. He had already seen the notification letter from the night watchman. In the hall, Chen mother and Chen Yang were discussing how to deal with Chen Feng when they were startled by Chen father's sudden outburst. Have you lost your mind? Lost my mind? Where is the Moonhound? Chen father spared no consideration for Chen mother. Chen mother averted her gaze, feeling guilty. At this moment, Chen Yang, the dutiful son, stepped forward. Dad, my Moonhound was taken by my elder brother. If Chen Feng had witnessed this performance, he would have surely thought more highly of Chen Yang. The art of manipulation had reached new heights, and with just a single sentence, tears streamed down his face. What exactly happened? Chen father had only received the notification and knew nothing of the circumstances. Today, mother and I went to find big brother, hoping he would return home, but he was ungrateful, not only scolding me but also berating mom. I was infuriated, so I summoned the Moonhound. Upon seeing it, big brother became even angrier and wanted my Moonhound. I'm finished, I can't stop crying. His tears, driven by genuine sorrow, were 70% real at this point. What a big man, why are you crying? Speak reasonably. I could give him everything else, but the Moonhound is the most precious gift from mom and dad. I don't want to give it to big brother. And then he somehow managed to forcibly destroy the contract between me and the Moonhound. Chen Yang could say no more. Chen father was at a loss, such a thing was unprecedented in his many years of life. That little brat must have colluded with the demons, he wants to ruin my Yang Yang. Our Yang Yang is the top genius in Jiang City, doesn't he? That align perfectly with the demon's modus operandi. Do not speak such nonsense, Chen father reprimanded. Can such matters be spoken of lightly? Without any evidence, you merely speculate to make such claims. How can I be speaking lightly? If it weren't for the demons backing him, would he dare leave home? Would he dare treat me and Yang Yang this way? If you had seen him today, you would have been infuriated as well. Chen mother selectively relayed only advantageous points, avoiding anything detrimental. What about the notification from the night watchman? Chen father ignored Chen mother, well aware of her nature. Chapter 23 is silly dog, wait for me. The very mention of this affair ignites a deeper ire within me. I perceive the night watchman is nothing but muddled fools, utterly perplexed as to why they admitted Chen Feng into their ranks. When we visited today, a night watchman happened to be present, but what of it? If we unearth evidence of Chen Feng's collusion with the demons, even the night watchman shall face dire consequences. Have you found anything? Chen Fu inquired, astonished. Indeed, we have, Chen Mu replied with a sense of pride. In Chen Feng's chamber, we discovered correspondence that implicates him in dealings with the demons. Chen Fu's eyes widened in disbelief. Where is the evidence? Right here. Chen Mu gestured toward an envelope resting on the table. Chen Fu immediately approached, his demeanor shifting to one of grave concern. This is extremely serious. If it is substantiated that Chen Feng has conspired with the demons, the entire lineage of the Chen family will face scrutiny. Everyone who has had contact with him will be investigated. However, upon perusing the contents of the letter, Chen Fu cast a furious glare at Chen Mu. Was this your idea? What do you mean my idea? Chen Mu's gaze faltered, unable to meet Chen Fu's eyes. You foolish woman, such a blatant fabrication is transparent even to me. Who do you think you can deceive with this nonsense? In a fit of rage, Chen Fu tore the letter into a flurry of confetti. You, Chen Mu rose in indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Father, please do not blame mother, she only wished to assist me in reclaiming the moonhound. If you must assign blame, let it fall upon me, Chen Yang interjected, shouldering the responsibility. Even if you wish to retrieve the moonhound, one must employ some wisdom. For the time being, do not provoke him. I will ascertain the truth first. With that, Chen Fu turned on his heel and departed, feeling his blood pressure surging. Staying any longer risked an explosion of his veins. Alas, Chen Li, in her room, overheard the commotion in the hall. It was only now that she began to grasp the sorrow Chen Feng had endured during his 2 years in the Chen household. No one regarded him with any seriousness, no one considered his feelings. Throughout the entire exchange, Chen Fu had not once inquired about Chen Feng's current state. As for aiding Chen Feng, Chen Li found herself unable to do so, for it was Chen Fu who was the cornerstone of the Chen family. That night, as the hour grew late and silence enveloped the world, Li Shi did not reach out to Chen Feng. Presumably, some materials were not easily obtainable and required additional time. The night was just right for clandestine acts. Chen Feng donned a set of dark garments, eschewing anything too conspicuous, for he was intent on committing murder. Being seen would spell disaster. Little did he know, his every move was under the watchful eye of Yi Yi. It was not that Yi sought to impede Chen Feng, but rather out of concern that the Chen family might resort to underhanded tactics against him, thus providing a safeguard for Chen Feng. What on earth does this little fellow intend to do? Yi pondered, baffled by Chen Feng's current conduct. Was such caution necessary in an area devoid of witnesses? He was practically looking over his shoulder at every step. One could hardly blame Chen Feng for his excessive caution. After all, this was his first foray into such matters. It is only natural to feel nervous and excited during a first endeavor. Chen Feng was no exception to this human experience. Wait a moment, that's not right, I know where those ruffians are. Chen Feng suddenly smacked his forehead, realization dawning upon him that he had forgotten the most crucial detail. He had been preoccupied with devising ways to eliminate those thugs, fantasizing about various methods, yet without locating them, his plans would come to naught. A moonhound, come forth. Chen Feng summoned the moonhound. Though indeed a spirit beast of the Moon Clan, this creature was still a dog at heart, and its sense of smell was undoubtedly keen. Let us return, Chen Feng instructed, leading the moonhound back to the shop. Upon their return, Chen Feng's heart began to settle, the frantic beats gradually calming. Sniff around here and locate the scent of those ruffians who visited last night. Upon hearing this, the moonhound raised its head, eager to assist. It then conveyed a thought to Chen Feng, indicating its awareness of those individuals. Shen Yang had witnessed the thugs enter the shop with the moonhound in tow. How could it not know? Although the shop had been cleaned, the scent of those individuals lingered. Given the limited clientele, aside from the few who had come in that day, the remaining scent belonged to those ruffians. Is that sufficient, you clever little dog? Splendid work. Now, let us seek them out. Once we find them, I shall reward you with a delectable treat. Chen Feng patted the moonhound's head, thoroughly pleased with its performance. The moonhound, grinning, extended its pink tongue in anticipation. Today, Chen Feng had prepared exclusive food for Li Shi and the other spirit beasts, and the moonhound was quite envious. It too desired to partake, however, it understood its position as a latecomer and refrained from voicing such requests. Most importantly, the moonhound had entered the spirit beast realm and discovered Chen Feng's secret. There was no need to elaborate on what this realm entailed, but the critical point was that within, there existed a fire dragon, which had thoroughly frightened the moonhound. The fact that each human could only contract a single spirit beast was known not only to humans but also to spirit beasts, yet, its master could contract two. This was indeed impressive. The moonhound felt it had found the right companion, regardless of whether a contract existed. It resolved to cling tightly to Chen Feng's leg. "Look at you, so pathetic. First, let us get to work, and then I'll treat you," Chen Feng chuckled, playfully scolding the moonhound. It was not that Chen Feng was partial. He had refrained from feeding the moonhound during the day because he was uncertain whether the Chen family would cause trouble, but he needed the moonhound available to bolster his presence. Should Shen Yang appear, he would certainly summon the moonhound to take out his frustrations on his younger brother. For now, he could not act against the Chen family, but venting his frustrations did not incur a price, did it? If he were to reward the moonhound with fruits, it might very well fall into a deep slumber within the spirit beast realm. Thus, he postponed feeding it until nightfall. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the moonhound sprang into action, bursting out of the shop as if invigorated. "Wait for me, you silly dog," Chen Feng exclaimed, a dark cloud of exasperation hovering over him. To call the moonhound clever would be an understatement. It was indeed no fool, yet, at times, its antics were quite amusingly foolish. They were off to commit murder and theft, yet it strutted about as if preparing to meet a celebrity, desperate for the world to take note of its presence. "Could you not advance so loudly? Must you announce our intentions to the world?" Feeling a tad aggrieved by Chen Feng's call, the moonhound pondered why they needed to be so secretive in an area devoid of people. However, being inherently obedient, it complied with its master's request to wait. As the duo man and dog made their way toward the main city, Yi Yi was left utterly bewildered. Chapter 24. Indeed, you are correct. No, that is not right at all. According to Yi Yi's investigation, the fire serpent is actually Chen Feng's spirit beast. The moonhound was seized by Chen Feng from Chunyang. Logically, there should be no contract remaining within the moonhound. However, Yi Yi can distinctly sense that the moonhound has already formed a contract with someone, and it was just summoned by Chen Feng. This is quite apparent. The moonhound has indeed become Chen Feng's contracted spirit beast, yet, therein lies the anomaly. Is it possible for him to contract two spirit beasts? Oh no, this is serious. Realizing this, Yi Yi disregarded everything else and immediately called his superior uncle who was patrolling elsewhere, answered the phone with a hint of annoyance, having just dealt with a particularly unruly demon beast. "What is it?" "Boss, we have a major situation. With me overseeing Jiang City, what could possibly go wrong?" Uncle Hu responded arrogantly, unaware of any significant energy fluctuations in Jiang City. "As long as there are no major demons entering the city, the minor ones are merely trivial nuisances, adding to the accolades. It's a very serious matter. You should come personally. I'm in the no man's land," Yi Yi cautioned Uncle Hu. Their phone calls could be intercepted, as this pertained to another department. Moreover, this matter was public knowledge, known to all night patrolmen. There was no dark conspiracy involved. The monitoring of night patrolmen's calls was simply to facilitate better personnel deployment. For instance, if a major demon appeared in Yi Yi's vicinity, the monitoring personnel would also receive this information when Yi Yi reported it to Uncle Hu. Those responsible for monitoring were aware of all night patrolmen's movements and could mobilize personnel at any time. Such measures to protect the lives of night patrolmen were universally accepted. However, the situation concerning Chen Feng was not something others should be privy to, and Yi Yi could only subtly alert his superior. Upon hearing that there was trouble in the no man's land, Uncle Hu immediately deduced that it involved Chen Feng. "I am on my way." Chen Feng was a precious find for Uncle Hu, and he could not afford any missteps. Yet, as Uncle Hu hurried towards the no man's land, he was puzzled. He had already assigned people to keep an eye on the Chen family. The Chen family had not exhibited any suspicious behavior, so where was the danger to Chen Feng coming from? Had this young man offended someone else? Confounded, Uncle Hu accelerated his pace. The speed of a king-tier spirit beast master was truly remarkable, covering 100 meters in merely 3 seconds, and he could leap between high rises with ease. Summoning a spirit beast in the main urban area might disturb ordinary people. Otherwise, Uncle Hu could have reached even faster by summoning a spirit beast for travel. Nevertheless, even running on foot, Uncle Hu arrived at the no man's land in just 5 minutes, as he was not far from the location. "What has transpired?" Uncle Hu inquired of Yi Yi, observing Chen Feng advancing slowly through the darkness. "Everything seemed fine. How did it come to this?" "Boss, take a closer look at that moonhound." Following Yi Yi's prompt, Uncle Hu shifted his attention to the moonhound. "What the hell, is this real?" Uncle Hu's perceptive abilities surpassed those of Yi Yi. The moonhound had indeed become a contracted spirit beast. Now that the Moonhound is with Chen Feng, I can personally attest that I saw him summon it. Yi affirmed with certainty. Wait, does this mean that the Diamond-tier fire serpent from last night is not his spirit beast? Uncle Hu considered another possibility. It certainly is. My heavens, we struck gold. Tell me, if these two spirit beasts were to evolve, would his body not be strengthened twice? Yi nodded in agreement. Logically speaking, that would indeed be the case. Goodness, one diamond tier and one gold tier. This fellow was destined for greatness. However, Uncle Hu pondered what Chen Feng intended to do. In truth, he wished to express why Chen Feng appeared so fidgety, but he swallowed the words. If Chen Feng were to discover that he had been scheming against him, what if he decided not to associate with them anymore over such trivial matters? I have a feeling he is not off to do anything good. Uncle Hu shot Yi a glance. Does that even need to be said? Have you ever seen someone with ulterior motives behaving so nervously? I suspect this kid is planning to silence someone. He knows he has become too formidable, don't you think? Uncle Hu voiced his suspicion. Having both grown from weakness to strength, they had encountered more challenges and committed far graver acts. Boss, I should remind you that we are aware of his situation. What the hell? Uncle Hu's eyes widened. No way. Killing you might be easier, but I am a king-tier spirit beast master stationed in Jiang City. How could he possibly kill me? Yi was nearly exasperated. Why belittle me in conversation? Boss, you mentioned that he has powerful backers. I am not sure how powerful, but your inability to notice them indicates they are likely stronger than you. If this powerful individual were to act, do you think, whoa, stop right there. Let's proactively come clean. Uncle Hu, ever straightforward, recognized that Yi's assessment, however unlikely, had a sliver of truth. However, the probability of such an event occurring was exceedingly low. They were night patrolmen of the Jiang City Division, and above them were the provincial capital and the capital itself. If the head of the Jiang City Night Patrol were to perish, it would undoubtedly attract attention from the capital. At that point, no one would escape, as the headquarters of the Night Patrol housed the most formidable forces in the nation. The reasoning behind coming clean to Chen Feng was ultimately for his own good. If Chen Feng truly intended to eliminate witnesses, he would undoubtedly be concerned that Uncle Hu and Yi might divulge his secrets. Unable to kill them, and living in constant fear, how could he possibly continue to thrive? Boss, be cautious with your wording. It's not about coming clean, it's about informing him that we are aware of his secret, and we won't disclose it nor use it to coerce him, understood? Yes, you are correct, Uncle Hu nodded vigorously. The minds of the young are indeed sharp. Let us proceed. Uncle Hu was decisive, and having concluded the discussion, he headed straight for Chen Feng. Yi was utterly flustered. Shouldn't we first align our accounts? Shouldn't we devise a strategy to convince Chen Feng? Are we just going to rush in like this? Ugh, this is so difficult. What could Yi say? Uncle Hu was already before Chen Feng, and what could he do but brace himself for the confrontation? Chapter 25 of Fiery Flames, Godfather Ahem, that wind boy, huh? Uncle Bearded, with a playful demeanor, stealthily appeared behind Chen Feng and immediately spoke up. Whoa! Chen Feng, completely engrossed in his thoughts, was startled by the sudden voice. After a moment of shock, he instinctively swung a fist backward. Moonhound, attack! As he threw the punch, Chen Feng commanded the Moonhound to launch an assault. Uncle Bearded had not anticipated such a vigorous reaction from Chen Feng. However, given Chen Feng's abilities, hitting Uncle Bearded would be a mere fantasy, yet, Uncle Bearded did not evade. Ouch, damn it! Uncle Bearded clutched his eye socket with one hand while using the other to grasp the Moonhound's neck, stumbling to the ground. Me? Uncle? Chen Feng's heart raced alarmingly. The shock of the encounter was truly enough to give one a heart attack. Chen Feng had never considered that someone would suddenly appear behind him. His reaction was purely instinctual. Uncle, what are you doing? I swear it wasn't intentional, do you believe me? Chen Feng cautiously inquired. If his memory served him correctly, this uncle was indeed his immediate superior. After delivering a punch to his boss, dear heavens, would he be jobless after just one day? Uncle Bearded chuckled to himself. You little rascal, let us see how I can manipulate you this time. You delivered a punch, feeling guilty, aren't you? That's precisely the effect I aimed for. You brat, how dare you show such disrespect to your elders? Uncle Bearded tossed the Moonhound aside. Receiving a punch from Chen Feng was trivial. There was no way a little creature like the Moonhound could bite him. Yi rushed over, having witnessed the entire spectacle. He could only comment to Uncle Bearded, that was quite the performance. You, a king-level spirit beast master, just stood there and let Chen Feng pummel you without moving an inch? I was startled by Uncle.
Chen Feng began to defend himself. The identity of the night watchman was quite advantageous, as analyzed by Li Shihe, and thus, it was imperative to protect it.
Moreover, Chen Feng was no fool. The resources that Yi Yi had provided today genuinely astonished him. According to Li Shihe's analysis, they were at least double that of an ordinary night watchman. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Feng's talents had caught their attention, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude for the opportunities presented to him.
What are you scheming, you little sneak? Uncle Bearded stood up, brushing off the dust from his trousers.
Chen Feng's mind raced, pondering how to justify himself. Surely, he couldn't speak the truth?
The night watchman is responsible for ensuring the safety of the realm, and I merely wished to familiarize myself with the duties, thus I ventured out for the night patrol. Upon hearing this, Uncle Bearded scoffed, "Tut-tut, how diligent you are.
Yet you still can't be honest with me. Are you planning to take revenge on those thugs from yesterday?"
Chen Feng panicked. This was not his shop. If these two harbored any murderous intent towards him, he was in grave danger.
How about we discuss it at my shop?"
Chen Feng tentatively suggested.
"Don't change the subject. You're just too cautious. Those thugs provoked you and learned things they shouldn't have. If you want to kill them, just do it. It's no big deal."
"What?"
Chen Feng was taken aback. Was it truly acceptable to speak of murder so casually? Just how much darkness lurked beneath this prosperous facade? "Are you planning to kill us too?" "Absolutely not. How could I even think that?"
Chen Feng hastily waved his hands. He genuinely had no such intentions. Although both of them had seen the fire WIRM, as long as Chen Feng denied it was his spirit beast, they had no tangible evidence against him.
"At least you have some conscience. From now on, you'll be with me, and in this Jiang city, you can walk with your head held high, understood? Do whatever you wish, and while youthful enthusiasm is commendable, don't live so cautiously."
"Boss, you might be setting a bad example for the kids,"
Yi Yi cautioned Uncle Bearded. "Is this how you educate children? You're trying to raise Chen Feng as a spoiled rich kid.
What's wrong with that? Who dares to bully someone I'm protecting? Not even the Chen family can touch a hair on his head, let alone the three prominent families combined.
Here's the deal.
Publicly declare that Chen Feng is my godson. From now on I have no heirs, and Chen Feng will henceforth be like my own son. We shall see who dares to challenge him," Uncle Bearded declared angrily to Yi Yi. Yet, while he spoke, he kept a keen eye on Chen Feng, eager to gauge his reaction. What a stroke of luck to gain such a son. The protection he could offer Chen Feng now was trivial, but the potential rewards as Chen Feng grew were unimaginable. Although Uncle Bearded was indifferent to any repayment from Chen Feng, the mere act of proclaiming it would elevate his status significantly in the future. If anyone boasted about their superior offspring in front of him, Uncle Bearded would simply showcase Chen Feng. The thought alone was exhilarating. Chen Feng was genuinely astonished. Godson, if one were to consider age, this uncle could indeed be his godfather, but was it not a bit too hasty? Moreover, why, was it merely to care for him? It was only natural for Chen Feng to entertain such thoughts. There were no free lunches in this world. No one would shower kindness without reason. Why would these strangers treat him well? He recognized that his good relationship with Li Shihe stemmed from having saved the fire squirrel first, yet, these two had little genuine connection with him.
"What expression is that on your face? Do you think I'm unworthy of being your godfather?"
Uncle Bearded noticed Chen Feng's surprise mingled with hesitation and immediately felt displeased. In Jiang City, those wishing to acknowledge him as their father could form a powerful alliance.
"Are you reluctant?" "Not at all. I just need a moment to process it."
"Silly boy, don't worry. I seek nothing from you. I merely wish to protect you as you grow. I'm nothing like your biological parents." "Those two are complete fools," Uncle Bearded scoffed disdainfully when mentioning Chen Feng's parents.
"Quickly, call me godfather."
Yi Yi urged Chen Feng. If this were to succeed, he would be credited with a significant accomplishment.
Godfather?"
Chen Feng tentatively ventured.
Uncle Bearded's earlier words were indeed sincere, and these two genuinely had no ulterior motives. "Good lad, everything your godfather just said holds true. From now on, in Jiang City, no one shall dare to bully you." Uncle Bearded grinned widely, radiating pure joy.
What a painless acquisition of a son. Tonight, at the club with 7 companions, a celebration was a must. None could be absent.
"Shall I go find them now?" Chen Feng inquired, testing the waters.
The sudden appearance of these two had indeed disrupted his plans. Chapter 26 presents a scenario where the protagonist, Laozi, extends an invitation. Naturally, the response is affirmative. To achieve swift growth, one must be willing to confront bloodshed.
"Yi Yi, lead the way and locate those individuals," Uncle Huzi remarked cheerfully.
A true man must witness blood to cultivate his fierceness. Otherwise, no matter how formidable one's strength, one remains a mere coward.
Very well.
Yi Yi replied decisively, showing no signs of hesitation. A smile graced Chen Feng's face. This mode of interaction felt remarkably comfortable to him.
Godfather, I still do not know your name, Chen Feng inquired. Remember, you may call me Yan Lai, he replied.
I shall remember that, Chen Feng nodded solemnly.
By the way, boss, should we perhaps drink something like chicken blood for a sense of ceremony? Nonsense. Bring me dear blood, tonight, let us indulge.
Yi Yi was exasperated. He couldn't allow Chen Feng to adopt his leader's outrageous behavior. Besides, Chen Feng was merely an 18-year-old youth, presumably still uninitiated.
Was it right to so casually bestow his first experience?
Forget it, let us hasten and attend to our business, Yi said, covering his face in exasperation as he rushed ahead.
Observing Yi Yi's swift pace, Yan Lai seized Chen Feng's arm without seeking his consent.
You are running too slowly, allow me to assist you.
With that, Chen Feng experienced the sensation of flight.
It was almost akin to soaring. Yan Lai propelled himself off the ground and, with gentle steps upon various walls and rooftops, they navigated swiftly beneath the cover of night.
Godfather, my moonhound, my moonhound! Chen Feng exclaimed in alarm.
Although Yan Lai was swift, the moonhound struggled to keep pace.
Fool, just summon it back.
Oh, right, Chen Feng slapped his forehead. And the next moment, the moonhound was retrieved into his spirit beast space. Yan Lai's gaze sharpened. He had not seen Chen Feng with a spirit beast pouch. Where had Chen Feng stashed the moonhound? Yet, despite his curiosity, Yan Lai refrained from questioning. Furthermore, he had felt the power behind Chen Feng's earlier punch, realizing that it rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the heirs nurtured by the three major families. Yan Lai dismissed any concern regarding Chen Feng's secrets, whether he had backing or stood alone. The fact remained that he was now his godson. His duty was simply to aid Chen Feng to the best of his ability. In Jiangcheng, at the second hospital, three ruffians gazed despondently at their leader lying in a hospital bed.
What shall we do? Does anyone have money? I do not. Neither do I. You two lack any sense of loyalty? Our leader has always treated us well, and yet you are unwilling to contribute to his medical expenses?
The speaker lamented, his heart heavy with sorrow. How about you contribute some of your own money? One replied scornfully.
Me? I genuinely have none. Then what shall we do? Perhaps we should disband. The ruffian leader in the bed was infuriated. These were his so-called brothers. Brothers, my foot, just a bunch of ingrates. He resolved that once he recovered, he would ensure these three understood the significance of loyalty. Disband? Not a chance, not until tomorrow, the distressed ruffian retorted angrily, glaring at the others. Before the two could respond, he whispered, if our leader dies, wouldn't his house and inheritance become ours? Are you fools? If he wakes and recovers, we can still stick with him. Right, you make a good point. The others immediately shifted their stance, nodding vigorously. Tears of regret flowed from the ruffian leader, who had regained consciousness but still could not move. I should have chosen my friends more wisely. Outside the hospital, Yan Lai addressed Chen Feng, son, you go ahead. Do it cleanly. If it gets messy, it matters not. With your father here, I will ensure your backside is thoroughly wiped clean. Chen Feng felt a wave of frustration. He increasingly believed his godfather was rather unreliable. What? Have you lost your nerve? Don't let your father down. Yan Lai resorted to provocation. Killing is like this, the first time is always daunting, but it becomes easier with practice. I have not lost my nerve. I shall go. Chen Feng declared, straightening his posture as he stepped into the hospital. That he was well aware of where the ruffian was admitted. The information from the night watchers was impeccably accurate. As Yan Lai and Yi Yi watched Chen Feng enter the hospital, Yi Yi could not restrain himself. Boss, can you not act a bit more composed? What, must I seek your approval on how to raise my son? Yan Lai retorted. Such a golden opportunity to cultivate some bloodlust must not be squandered. When else will we foster it? When the demon beasts invade the city, or when the demon people come for him? At that moment, Yan Lai's demeanor shifted, embodying the authority befitting a king-level spirit beast master. Is that what I was referring to? I was speaking of the club. The imposing presence Yan Lai had just conjured dissipated instantly. He had never raised his son before. He simply wished to take his son to his favorite place. What of it? And regarding this boy's affairs, shall we continue to keep them under wraps? Keep them under wraps? Nonsense. Tomorrow, we shall host a banquet. Invite everyone, those who should come and those who should not. Let us see who dares to bully my son henceforth.
Yan Lai proclaimed with an air of arrogance. If not for this relationship, it would have sufficed to keep Chen Feng hidden and nurtured slowly, and now that the relationship was established, there was no reason to remain discreet. They would announce it boldly. Anyone seeking to harm Chen Feng would have to reckon with Yan Lai's willingness to protect him. Very well, I shall make the arrangements. Yi nodded in agreement, fully supporting Yan Lai's decision. True strength is forged in the crucible of blood and chaos. If one becomes accustomed to hiding, they risk losing their ferocity, approaching every endeavor with excessive caution. The art of feigning weakness is unnecessary in the face of absolute power. Remarkably, you have agreed with my decision for once. Tonight, let us indulge. I shall treat you. Sigh. Yi sighed, feeling the fleeting nature of composure. It is indeed difficult. Yet, perhaps indulging was not such a bad idea. These two were not merely lecherous fiends. The Night Watchers were a group of individuals who understood that at any moment, they might encounter a formidable demon beast that could spell their end. They believed in seizing joy while alive rather than waiting for death to enjoy the afterlife. This was also why most Night Watchers lacked families, not only to avoid leaving behind attachments in death but also to prevent their loved ones from becoming their vulnerabilities. Chapter 27. On my first time gave you happiness and it was done. Ahem, boss, do keep an eye out, lest anything unexpected occurs. Yi deftly sidestepped the two topics, subtly reminding Yan Lai of Chen Feng's situation. Yan Lai, with a carefree demeanor, replied, "It's nothing to worry about, he can handle such trivial matters, right? After all, it is his first time." Yi shot a disapproving glance at Yan Lai, inwardly exasperated by his nonchalance. Why pretend to be so confident when I can see your tightly clenched fists betraying your anxiety? Ah, you do have a point. It is indeed his first time. You stay here while I go take a look. Without waiting for Yi's response, Yan Lai swiftly entered the hospital. "TSK, men," Yi scoffed, then unceremoniously sat down on the steps outside the hospital. Inside, Chen Feng was searching diligently. This hospital was quite expansive, resembling a labyrinth. Even finding an elevator took an eternity, and some elevators didn't even reach the floor where the thugs were located, complicating matters further. Fortunately, Chen Feng possessed a handsome visage and spoke with courtesy. After some inquiries, he successfully discovered the whereabouts of the thugs of this place. "Surely, there can't be anything untoward here. Why is it so deserted?" Chen Feng stared, bewildered, at the pristine corridor. Although it was rather late, this was the inpatient department. Even if there were no patients, there should be nurses around. He had observed other floors bustling with activity. Never mind, fewer people is better. Soon, Chen Feng located the room where the thugs were staying. Nahem, knock, knock, knock. You see, Chen Feng is quite polite, even remembering to knock before entering. In truth, he feared that the information might be erroneous. What if he barged in only to find that the occupants were not the thugs? "Who is it?" a voice responded impatiently. Upon hearing that voice, Chen Feng grinned broadly. Excellent, it was a familiar tone. Without waiting for the occupant to speak again, Chen Feng pushed the door open and entered. "What the hell, Neil?" The moment the three thugs caught sight of Chen Feng, they immediately knelt before him. There was no helping it, they were terrified. After all, Chen Feng had given them quite the beating just yesterday. Chen Feng frowned. Their rapid submission made it somewhat difficult to take action. Yu Quan, Chen Feng summoned Yu Quan, deciding that since he was unable to act, he would let Yu Quan do the job. After all, these ruffians had already lost their spirit beasts, leaving them significantly weaker than Yu Quan, who could easily handle them. Upon appearing and seeing the three thugs, Yu Quan bared his teeth. "Silly dog, I called you out to kill, not to snarl. Atsk, Yu Quan lunged forward. "Big brother, spare us," the thugs pleaded. Unfortunately, their pleas fell on deaf ears. For the sake of his own safety, Chen Feng could only send these miscreants to their demise. Realizing that begging was futile, the thugs began to resist and attempted to flee. Chen Feng had long been blocking the doorway, none would escape. "You forced my hand." One thug produced a knife from somewhere, his face contorted in rage as he lunged at Chen Feng, the blade aimed at his chest. To be honest, Chen Feng's heart raced ever so slightly just as the thug charged. Chen Feng delivered a powerful kick. Chen Feng's speed and strength surpassed that of the thug. Without their spirit beasts, all the attributes they had received from them vanished, and they had already sustained some injuries. Had their spirit beasts not perished, it was uncertain whether these thugs would be Chen Feng's match in a one-on-one confrontation. However, there was no room for such hypotheticals. With a forceful kick, the thug was sent flying back. As fate would have it, the thug crashed into the bed where the thug leader lay, reopening his previously stitched wound, which now bled profusely and gruesomely. "Damn, trying to scare me?" Chen Feng commented disdainfully. At that moment, Yu Quan had already dealt with the other two thugs, having sunk his teeth into their necks, resulting in several gaping wounds from which blood gushed forth as their bodies twitched. Chen Feng found it hard to watch the kick thug, attempting to rise, was immediately pounced upon by Yu Quan. Seeing that this thug had little hope of survival, Chen Feng leisurely approached the thug leader, deliberately avoiding the blood splatters on the floor. It wasn't that he feared leaving footprints, he simply didn't want to soil his shoes. These were issued by the Night Watch, a singular pair that felt far more comfortable than the sneakers he had worn for years. Why choose to provoke me of all people? Now look where that has led you. No chance of survival, is it? Chen Feng crouched down, whispering to himself. As he spoke, he extended his hand. He understood that to become powerful, one must tread across a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. Murder always has its first time. You should consider yourself fortunate. My first time was granted to you, and thus, your happiness is at an end. With that, Chen Feng's hands seized the thug leader's head. In the next instant, he exerted a tremendous force. The thug leader's neck snapped with a sickening crack. What is this? Why do I feel nothing? Wasn't it said that the first time one kills, they experience a sense of discomfort? No dizziness, no rapid heartbeat, no nausea. Why am I devoid of such feelings? Chen Feng stood up, bewildered, gazing at his hands in confusion. Could it be that I am truly a monster? Before long, Chen Feng arrived at a conclusion. No, that can't be right. How could I possibly be a monster? Yu Quan approached Chen Feng, nuzzling against his calf. Chen Feng glanced down, slightly furrowing his brow. Look at the mess you've made, all bloodied. Come here, I'll clean you up. Chen Feng pulled a bedsheet from the hospital bed. Yu Quan complied, allowing Chen Feng to attend to him. The blood was still fresh, making it easier to wipe off after a few haphazard swipes. Yu Quan's mouth was nearly cleaned. Well, that's good. Are we certain they are all dead? Chen Feng inquired of Yu Quan. After all, murder was not his forte. Yu Quan sniffed the air and nodded in affirmation. Then we're done here, let us go. With that, Chen Feng returned Yu Quan to the spirit beast realm. Then, with his hands behind his back, he strolled casually toward the elevator as if nothing had transpired. Wait, surely there must be surveillance here. Should I destroy the cameras? Halfway through this thought, Chen Feng suddenly recalled the existence of the surveillance. After glancing around, he indeed spotted a camera. Just as Chen Feng pondered how to dismantle the surveillance footage, Yan Lai appeared. TSK, all done. That was quick. Godfather, what brings you here? Chen Feng asked, puzzled by Yan Lai's sudden appearance. Look how swift you are. I must say, you exceeded my expectations. Quick gunner, quite impressive. Yan Lai nodded in satisfaction at Chen Feng. Being still a child, Chen Feng failed to detect the underlying implications in Yan Lai's words. By the way, is it possible to destroy the surveillance here? Chapter 28. Are you deliberately trying to scare your father? This trivial matter need not concern you. Come, let us return home. Yan Lai waved his hand dismissively, then wrapped his arm around Chen Feng's shoulder and headed toward the elevator. Is it really unnecessary to worry? Was it not said that human affairs are the responsibility of the guard team? I, as a night watchman, deal with murder. When would it fall to the guard team to intervene? Yan Lai spoke with an air of authority. Then let us not dawdle. Away we go. Yan Lai did not grant Chen Feng the chance to respond, opting instead to leap through the window without even using the elevator. My goodness, Godfather, we are on the 8th floor. Chen Feng was nearly beside himself. To think he would leap without hesitation. Surely, it's not that serious if we're not destroying the video, is it? Ha! Yan Lai laughed heartily. He still had the opportunity to give Chen Feng a thrill. Once Chen Feng matured, such chances would dwindle. While his good son was still young and impressionable, it was essential he enjoy these moments. Yi Yi looked up at the night sky and knew Yan Lai would certainly stir up trouble. Any damages incurred would be deducted from the boss's salary. Having said that, Yi Yi vanished as well. The aftermath at the hospital would be handled by others. In the no man's land, within the shop, Yan Lai sprawled on the sofa, pouring alcohol from a bottle into his mouth incessantly. Silly boy, come over and share a drink with me. I don't want to. What is so difficult about it? I'll teach you. Yan Lai sat up straight. How do I drink? Yan Lai raised the bottle and declared. See this, take the bottle, open your mouth, pour it in, and swallow. Simple, right? Chen Feng sighed and lowered his head, contemplating whether it was too late to backtrack. Seeing Chen Feng's expression, Yan Lai burst into laughter. He relished teasing Chen Feng at that moment. Yan Lai felt joyous. Having an eldest son was rather delightful. Wait a minute, what has that earth black bear been consuming? Why is it growing so rapidly? Yan Lai suddenly sobered, spotting the earth black bear darting out from the foster area. Since Chen Feng had a good relationship with the bear, it was allowed its freedom. Normally, the earth black bear would not venture out from the foster area, as the spiritual energy there was richer, making it a cozy place to sleep. Perhaps it's just well-fed. Stop joking. No matter how well-fed it is, it cannot grow this fast. How long has it been since its birth? Yan Lai shot Chen Feng a glare. Perhaps it's true? Godfather, what is your spirit beast? Let me see. Chen Feng firmly believed in repaying kindness and seeking vengeance. Yan Lai treated him well, so providing a bit of food for Yan Lai's spirit beast was hardly excessive. Curious, are you? Then today I'll let you have a glimpse. By the way, you must accompany me to a banquet tomorrow afternoon. Yan Lai retrieved his spirit beast pouch, summoning his beast while informing Chen Feng of the banquet. What banquet? Naturally, it's to publicly announce that you are my godson, Yan Lai. Chen Feng was somewhat taken aback. A public announcement that leaves no room for regret. Indeed, it was not that Chen Feng wished to backtrack, but rather that Yan Lai could not afford such a luxury. Without a public declaration, should any complications arise later, Yan Lai could simply deny the existence of such a godson. Roar! At that moment, a tiger's roar echoed within the shop of the Earth Black Bear. Startled by the roar, collapsed to the ground. The Hellfire Tiger, at the peak of the king level, was but a step away from evolution to the emperor level. This creature is my most formidable spirit beast. Isn't it impressive? Yan Lai enjoyed showing off in front of Chen Feng, even rising to pat the Hellfire Tiger's rear. They say one should not touch a tiger's backside. Look, I did it anyway, what do you think? Chen Feng stared intently at the Hellfire Tiger, which stood 3 meters tall, nearly brushing the ceiling of the shop. Its length was around 6 meters. It was Chen Feng's first encounter with such a massive spirit beast. Just one of its legs was as thick as Chen Feng's waist. Gazing at the Hellfire Tiger, Chen Feng activated his spiritual eye, yet the information he received was scant. Hellfire Tiger, peak king level, mature stage physique. Spirit skills, evolution route, what is going on here? Ding, the disparity between the host and the corresponding spirit beast is too great. The spiritual eye cannot be activated. Upgrade the spiritual eye level to view. How does one upgrade the spiritual eye level? Indeed, this system is like squeezing toothpaste. Many functions remain undisclosed until absolutely necessary. A significant flaw: once the hostess shop scale is upgraded, funds may be used to purchase an upgraded spiritual eye. How does one upgrade the shop scale? Ding, task trigger to upgrade the shop. Task requirements: earn 100 million in funds. Task reward: intermediate shop upgrade privileges. Chen Feng's expression darkened. Oh great, if I don't inquire, this system won't even trigger tasks, will it? Hey, silly son, are you frightened? Yan Lai approached Chen Feng, waving his hands in front of his face that he merely wished to show off, not to terrify his dear son, still standing. This is my son, quickly kneel down and let him touch you. Once he does, you won't be afraid anymore. Yan Lai addressed the Hellfire Tiger, then pulled Chen Feng towards the beast. The Earth Black Bear clung to Chen Feng's leg, unwilling to let go. Whether Chen Feng was scared or not, it certainly felt as if its own courage was shattering. Listen, find the Hellfire Tiger's exclusive food. Ding. 2 types of food discovered: Hellfire Fruit, 500,000, Hellfire Fruit Extreme, 5 million. Good heavens, so expensive! Chen Feng's eyes widened as he approached the Hellfire Tiger. The system ignored Chen Feng's complaints. The Hellfire Tiger's grade speaks for itself. Is its food comparable to that of golden level spirit beasts? This is it. I'm truly terrified. Yan Lai was flustered. He pulled Chen Feng in front of the Hellfire Tiger and placed Chen Feng's hand on the beast's body, yet Chen Feng did not react at all. I'm not scared. Chen Feng suddenly spoke. This startled Yan Lai. Oh, so you're intentionally trying to scare your father, are you? Yan Lai felt elated, nearly bouncing with excitement. How could I dare? I was merely contemplating what to feed it. Chen Feng replied while rubbing the fur on the Hellfire Tiger. To be honest, it was not particularly pleasant to touch. It felt somewhat coarse and prickly. You genuinely intend to feed it? It doesn't just eat anything. Yan Lai glanced at the Earth Black Bear. If it were this little cub, it might be somewhat palatable. The Earth Black Bear, sensing Yan Lai's gaze, became even more frightened. Godfather, wait for me a moment, Chen Feng said, tugging the Earth Black Bear towards the foster area. He intended to prepare the Hellfire Fruit in secret. He absolutely could not do so in front of Yan Lai, or else it would be impossible to explain. Chapter 29. What is going on? You plan to wait outside all night? Yan Lai was perplexed, unsure of Chen Feng's intentions. Suddenly, the Hellfire Tiger beside him sprang to its feet, its eyes brimming with a palpable desire. Soon, Chen Feng returned, hasty in both departure and arrival. The Hellfire Tiger had caught a whiff of the Yenhu fruit, hence its fervent reaction. Yan Lai was momentarily taken aback, baffled as to why the Hellfire Tiger exhibited such keen interest in the small fruit held by Chen Feng, which was scarcely larger than a baby tooth. Godfather, it seems it has taken quite a liking to this fruit. Chen Feng was quite pleased with the effect. How could he not be? His heart was nearly bleeding, for each fruit was worth 5 million. Thankfully, the money he received today hadn't been spent on anything else, otherwise, he would have had to settle for that ordinary fruit worth only 500,000. You silly boy, your thoughtfulness is touching. Yan Lai felt moved. Chen Feng was perplexed. Why had the atmosphere shifted so suddenly? Why, how could Yan Lai not be touched? Chen Feng had rushed in and out, clearly prepared with the fruit, and had likely even investigated Yan Lai's situation beforehand. Who wouldn't cherish such a dutiful son, regardless of the fruit's utility? This sentiment was more than enough for Yan Lai. Godfather, this fruit comes at a cost. Chen Feng did not wish to dampen the mood with such a grim statement, but financial constraints were unavoidable. How much did he earn in a day? Only about 5 million through dubious means. If the fruit were free, Chen Feng could indulge every day without consequence. Yan Lai chuckled heartily.
Alright, charge it, I'll use my card.
He produced a card without hesitation. Yan Lai was quite astute. He had no biological children and no plans to marry or have offspring. This one adopted son would inherit all his wealth. He felt no regret in giving Chen Feng whatever amount he wished. He couldn't think of a way to assist Chen Feng without undermining his dignity. The timing was just right.
Godfather, this fruit is 5 million each. Chen Feng thought it prudent to clarify in advance to avoid any potential conflict between father and son. 5 million? Too little, let us make it 10.
Yan Lai's response left Chen Feng utterly astonished. He had encountered haggling before, but never like this.
No, I cannot profit from my godfather.
Chen Feng shook his head vehemently, then skillfully swiped the card. Once the transaction was complete, he approached the Hellfire Tiger with the fruit.
Do you want to eat?
Chen Feng waved the fruit before the Hellfire Tiger. The creature's head followed Chen Feng's hand, nodding eagerly. Yan Lai felt a sudden urge to hide his face in embarrassment. Such a dignified royal beast displaying such behavior was rather humiliating.
Go ahead and eat.
Chen Feng tossed the fruit to the Hellfire Tiger with satisfaction.
What a pitiful creature, fooled by a mere fruit.
It has hardly enough to fill your gaps. Yan Lai couldn't help but scold the Hellfire Tiger. To his astonishment, after consuming the fruit, the Hellfire Tiger simply lay down. Were it not for its steady breathing and the strong energy fluctuations within, Yan Lai might have suspected Chen Feng had drugged his Hellfire Tiger.
What is happening?
Yan Lai pointed incredulously at the Hellfire Tiger. Through their bond, he sensed a powerful energy rapidly being absorbed within the creature. Was this the fruit's effect? How astonishing! It was unheard of for the Hellfire Tiger to react this way, even after consuming an adult golden tier beast, only receiving the normal daily intake.
Now, it was as if the Hellfire Tiger had consumed a beast of equal rank. After all, it had merely eaten one fruit.
Godfather, if it could eat one of these every day, it would likely evolve in no time, Chen Feng informed Yan Lai. Although selling the fruits wasn't particularly profitable, it still contributed to the shop's revenue. Reaching $1 billion didn't seem a distant goal.
Excellent, do we have many more of these fruits? Yan Lai was quite excited.
In this world, few things could genuinely exhilarate him. If the Hellfire Tiger could advance to an Emperor-level spirit beast, it would enhance Yan Lai's own strength. The difference between Royal and Emperor levels, though just one tier apart, was vast. An Emperor could govern a province while a Royal managed a city. The disparity was immense.
Plenty. Chen Feng replied unequivocally. Good.
Yan Lai refrained from probing further.
There won't be any danger, will there? Yan Lai suddenly turned serious, looking intently at Chen Feng. If there is any danger, we must not proceed.
Chen Feng felt a surge of gratitude at these words. If it were a member of the Chen family, they would likely exploit his value without a thought for his safety.
Without comparison, there is no harm. Chen Feng smiled broadly. There is no danger, Godfather, rest assured.
Then I shall sleep here tonight, Yan Lai decided.
Chen Feng was displeased.
If you sleep here, where do I sleep? There is no bed in the shop, only this sofa.
Ahem, boss, we have matters to attend to tonight. The elusive Yi appeared at the shop's entrance. What matters?
Yan Lai grumbled, having prepared to engage in a long, heartfelt conversation with his beloved son.
2. Yi reminded him. You have a fine son to accompany you.
Lying on the sofa while gazing at your son surely isn't lonely, right? Meanwhile, we gentlemen are still outside waiting.
So, what, you plan to wait outside all night? Moreover, you promised to handle 2 matters.
You must not go back on your word.
Ah, about that right, we do have matters tonight, silly boy. Godfather must take his leave. I'll have Yi come to collect you tomorrow afternoon. All right.
Chen Feng sighed in relief, casting a grateful glance at Yi. Yi winked at Chen Feng, a silent understanding passing between them. Originally, Chen Feng intended to procure some food for Yi's spirit beast, but after a moment's thought, he decided against it. He could assist Yi tomorrow instead. After all, one night wouldn't make a difference. If he managed to procure food for 2 royal spirit beasts in one night, that would be quite extraordinary.
Subsequently, Yan Lai and Yi departed, leaving the Hellfire Tiger behind in the shop. What should he do? It was blocking the entrance. Chen Feng felt a headache coming on. There was no way he could move the Hellfire Tiger. Its size was far beyond what he could manage. However, Chen Feng was still touched. Yan Lai left the Hellfire Tiger behind to protect him, fearing any unforeseen incidents within the shop.
Chapter 30. Sure, he did not deny it, which was tantamount to an admission. The following day, Chen Feng awoke reluctantly, feeling warm breaths continuously blowing on his face. He vaguely remembered that he had fallen asleep on the back of the Hellfire Tiger. Although the fur of the Hellfire Tiger felt somewhat coarse to the touch, it was indeed quite comfortable to rest upon. That warm breath on his face. Oh no, do not lick. Startled, Chen Feng sprang to his feet. He had caught sight of the Hellfire Tiger's enormous tongue. If it were to swipe across his face, half his head would likely be gone. Upon observing the tiger's two large nostrils, the mystery was solved. The warm air was indeed exhaled from the Hellfire Tiger. Seeing Chen Feng rise, the Hellfire Tiger immediately began to nuzzle against him, vying for attention over the Moonhound. Fortunately, the Moonhound was still asleep. Chen Feng had fed it a fruit the day before, and it had yet to fully absorb its nourishment. However, even if the Moonhound were awake, Chen Feng guessed it would not voice any objections. It could easily push aside the Earth Black Bear, but it would never dare to challenge the Hellfire Tiger. Come, let us venture outside. Lower your head so you do not damage my door, Chen Feng beckoned the Hellfire Tiger. The instruction to lower its head was not out of concern for the door, but rather to prevent the tiger from injuring itself. The shop had an indestructible quality, and should the Hellfire Tiger collide with it, it would surely be the tiger that suffered the consequences. The Hellfire Tiger obediently nodded. It adored this young master, not only for his handsome appearance but also for providing such delightful fruits to eat. A truly good person. Without needing any orders from Yan Lai, it would protect its young master. Whoever dared to harm him would be met with its wrath. Oh, what a lovely day, Chen Feng remarked as he stepped outside the shop and gazed at the sky. The sun was high, and it was already past 10 o'clock, with little time remaining until the agreed-upon afternoon meeting. Yet, why had none of them arrived today? Chen Feng surveyed his surroundings. The dilapidated houses and the empty streets left him feeling quite despondent. It was one thing for his younger brother Chen Yang not to show up, but how was it that Li Shi and the other benefactors had also not come? Should he inquire? Chen Feng found himself missing someone. Li Shi, to be precise. As for Li Chengfeng and the Wang sisters, he would need to wait a while longer. Clearing his throat, he decided to make an inquiry. Chen Feng retrieved his phone. As the call connected, he felt a slight quickening of his heartbeat. Chen Feng. Before he could utter a word, Li Shi spoke up. Why didn't you come today? Hearing her voice eased some of Chen Feng's worries. After all, the tale of the impoverished youth and the wealthy young lady was one he had often heard. It was common for wealthy families to oppose such unions. Although there was nothing inappropriate between him and Li Shi, it was understandable if her family wished to take precautions. We have some matters to attend to today, so we will be arriving a bit later, she explained, a hint of reluctance in her tone. Chen Feng immediately thought of his own situation. However, it was clear that Li Shi was not fully aware of the nature of the event she was to attend. Very well, see you later then. Since Li Shi was unaware, Chen Feng decided not to remind her, intending to surprise her instead. As Yan Lai's godson, he believed his status would certainly match hers. By the way, I've prepared the materials you requested, Li Shi reminded him. Okay, I understand. Rest assured, he replied before they ended the call. Their conversation had been akin to a game of charades, leaving the Wang sisters in a state of confusion. What secret code are you two speaking in? Wang Shui asked, her curiosity piqued as she stared at Li Shi. The three of them had gathered together early that morning, and if it weren't for the presence of the sisters, Li Shi would have contacted Chen Feng long ago. What secret code? Do you think Chen Feng conjured those fruits for our spirit beasts out of thin air? Of course, he needed raw materials, Li Shi retorted defensively. That's not right. What did he mean when he said don't worry? Wang Yu interjected, puzzled. He meant that the payment for the materials can be deferred until he has the funds. Li Shi praised her own eloquence. Is that really true? The Wang sisters remained skeptical but could not pinpoint any flaws in Li Shi's explanation. Of course it is. Now hurry and prepare, we need to attend the banquet this afternoon. I truly wonder what kind of event it is that we all must attend, she added, her impatience evident. Attending a banquet is far less enjoyable than spending time with Chen Feng. Li Shi lamented, feeling increasingly reluctant to return to school, as the thought of not being able to see Chen Feng daily once classes resumed left her feeling quite uneasy. We're not sure either. Our family hasn't disclosed much, only that we should be attentive. It must be something significant, Wang Yu speculated. Who cares, we'll stay at the banquet for a while and then head to the shop to find Chen Feng. Quickly now, we must make sure he looks stunning, dazzling Chen Feng. Wang Shui exclaimed, taking a playful shot at Li Shi. Li Shi pouted, clutching her chest. You're not planning to sell me off, are you? Why, are you not pleased? Wang Yu winked mischievously at her. How could you, Li Shi, claim to be content? Yet, stating outright that she was displeased made her fear that her two friends might start to covet Chen Feng for themselves.
She certainly did not want any melodramatic fallout among friends. Sure, he did not deny it, which is an admission in itself. You're trying to trap me, I'll get back at you. As the three girls playfully tussled, the Chen family felt quite distressed. What does Yen Lai mean?
Chen's father pondered, feeling melancholic. Having been warned the day before and now invited to a banquet, which explicitly required the attendance of all the younger members of the Chen family, he felt trapped in a predicament.
What could he do in such a public setting?
I've heard that all the prominent figures in Jiang City have been invited. Besides, he wouldn't risk himself for that scoundrel, Chen's mother remarked, displaying little concern. She did not believe that the head of the night patrol would go to such lengths for Chen Feng's sake.
Alright, is everyone ready? Where is Yang Yang?
He is already on his way, Chen's mother replied, having been in contact with Chen Yang.
And Chen Li?
What has happened to her these past few days? She hasn't been to the company, and I haven't seen her at home either.
Chen's mother frowned slightly. That girl seems to be in a mood. She hasn't even come to eat. I'll go check on her.
Chapter 31. Is it really you, madman, big girl? Mother Chen called out from the doorway of Chen Li's room inside. Chen Li was lost in thought, reflecting on the past 2 years, particularly the events that transpired between her and Chen Feng. She realized that Chen Feng was right. She had never shown him any concern and had harbored a strong aversion towards flattering him. Why was that? It was because of Chen Yang. She had been misled by Chen Yang. Although she could understand Chen Yang's motivations, she could not accept her own coldness towards her blood-related brother. She vividly recalled the time when Chen Feng was locked in a small dark room, starving and pleading for her to give him something to eat, and she had not only ignored him but also mocked him for bringing suffering upon himself. The root of all this had been Chen Feng entering her room, for which Mother Chen had punished him by confining him in the small dark room for 3 days. Would Chen Yang have faced such punishment had he entered her room? While Chen Li was lost in her thoughts, she heard Mother Chen's call.
Mom, what is it? What has been troubling you these past few days? Why do you keep locking yourself in your room?
Mother Chen was genuinely concerned and affectionate towards Chen Li. Only Chen Feng received such special treatment.
I'm fine, I've just been a bit tired lately. I need to go out and refresh myself. There is a banquet I need to attend this afternoon. I'm not going.
Chen Li replied without a moment's hesitation. She truly didn't want to move. She wanted to ignore everything for the past few days. You must go. This is a banquet hosted by the Night Watcher, and it's required for all young members of the family to attend.
Chen Li's eyes brightened at the mention of Chen Feng. Is Chen Feng going? What do you want him for?
Are you not aware of what he has done? Only you and Yang Yang are going. Quickly tidy yourself up. I will come to fetch you shortly.
Hearing Chen Feng's name made Mother Chen furious.
She left with a parting remark. Chen Li smiled bitterly. I in the Chen family, was Chen Feng's name so despised? Had she once been the same? No wonder he had so resolutely left the Chen family.
Was this truly his home?
Little Feng, I will bring you back. If our parents do not acknowledge you, I will die. I have already realized my mistakes. Chen Li composed herself, understanding that recognizing one's errors is not to be feared, but failing to correct them in a timely manner is.
Chen Feng was the true heir of the Chen family, not Chen Yang. No matter how Chen Yang behaved or how he sought to win their parents' favor, it could not change the fact that he was adopted.
Moreover, with the Chen parents present and with Chen Li around, Chen Yang's life would maintain its current standard. She merely intended to return what rightfully belonged to Chen Feng.
By the time afternoon arrived, Yi had come to fetch Chen Feng. Can I ride it?
Chen Feng asked, pointing to the Hellfire Tiger upon seeing Yi.
No. Yi shook his head at Chen Feng.
In this desolate area, there were no regulations regarding the appearance of spirit beasts, but within the inner city, it was prohibited for spirit beasts to appear in public without permission.
Not only that, but do you really think the Hellfire Tiger would allow you to ride it? Ah, my godfather doesn't even have that privilege?
Chen Feng provocatively challenged. Unexpectedly, Yi was not swayed by such tactics. Trying to provoke me one work, no means no.
Alright then, what will it do? It will stay here to guard. Yi provided a perfect solution.
The Hellfire Tiger was displeased upon hearing this. Why should it stay behind while they went out to feast? The boss said that if you behave well, he will buy you something delicious tonight, Yi mentioned, following Yen Lai's instructions. He was unaware of what this so-called delicious food was the Hellfire Tiger so easily bought off by a meal. As it turned out, it was indeed possible. After hearing this, the Hellfire Tiger obediently lay at the entrance of the store, blocking it completely.
Guard well.
While I am away, do not let anyone in, Chen Feng instructed the Hellfire Tiger. After all, genuine customers would not come, those trying to enter while he was away were certainly up to no good.
Therefore, it was settled. The Hellfire Tiger nodded obediently, aware of who provided its favorite food. It was not foolish. Subsequently, Yi Yi took Chen Feng away. As they walked, Chen Feng complained, "What, does our unit not even provide a bus?" No, Yi Yi's response was concise and a bit hurtful. "Because it's unnecessary." Yi Yi elaborated slightly. "Have you ever seen a night watcher dealing with a beast incident while driving a vehicle?
Those who can run fast do so, and those who are slower ride their own spirit beasts. Cars are just a hindrance."
"Alright, understood, my legs are the ones suffering."
"No need to rush. We can take our time," Chen Feng retorted, speechless.
"Speaking of which, walking slowly doesn't make the legs tired, right?"
Fortunately, after consuming 2 physique-enhancing pills, Chen Feng's constitution had improved, making long distances less tiring. When they finally arrived at the Jiangcheng Grand Hotel in the inner city, an hour had passed. There was still an hour until the banquet began.
"You can wander around for now.
I have something to attend to," Yi Yi said at the hotel entrance. Chen Feng, dressed in the Night Watcher's exclusive attire with a bronze badge hanging from his chest, was not stopped by anyone.
Moreover, this place ensured Chen Feng's safety, and Yi Yi felt reassured. "Alright, I understand, I will head over when it's time." Chen Feng didn't wish to linger with Yi Yi.
He hoped to have a good chat with Li Shi if he spotted her later. Not long after Yi Yi left, Chen Feng suddenly heard someone calling his name.
"Madman, who is calling me by my nickname?" Chen Feng looked around.
Soon, his gaze locked onto a security guard at the hotel entrance. It wasn't that this person looked particularly special, it was merely that he was waving at Chen Feng repeatedly.
"No way? Xiao Shan?"
Chen Feng recognized who was calling him. Having lived in an orphanage for 16 years, he had only 2 friends, and Xiao Shan was one of them.
"Madman, it's really you."
Xiao Shan stared at Chen Feng in disbelief, his eyes wide. Chen Feng hurried over to Xiao Shan. As soon as they drew near, Xiao Shan delivered a solid punch to Chen Feng's chest. "This past year, you've hit it big, and you've completely cut off contact with us."
"What were you thinking?"
Xiao Shan began with a complaint. Chen Feng's eyes reddened slightly.
"I had my reasons, I was preoccupied." "I see you found your family, I thought you'd forgotten all about us." "But didn't you return to the Chen family? How did you become a night watcher? Would the Chen family allow that?"
Xiao Shan looked at Chen Feng's attire, filled with confusion. Chapter 32. Another great blow. Why has Chen Feng not been in contact with Xiao Shan for the past year? Xiao Shan sends a brief greeting every 3 days and a more substantial one every 5, yet Chen Feng has never responded.
How could he respond? In the first year back at the Chen family, Chen Feng maintained frequent communication with Xiao Shan and shared everything about his life there. Naturally, to spare his friend from worry, he only spoke of pleasant matters. He never mentioned the abuse, confinement, or the lack of food and clothing. His existence was even less bearable than that in an orphanage. He merely stated that he was doing well, exceedingly so. That his family cared for and loved him, that he was wealthy and leisurely, and that his family had even prepared a spirit beast for him before he reached the appropriate age. However, in the second year, Chen Feng could no longer maintain this facade, especially as Xiao Shan frequently expressed a desire to visit him. How could Chen Feng respond? Should he allow Xiao Shan to witness his miserable state? He knew Xiao Shan would risk everything for him. Did he want Xiao Shan to confront the Chen family? What would Xiao Shan gain from that? Thus, Chen Feng could only remain silent, as though he no longer existed. Over time, Xiao Shan would inevitably cease his attempts to reach out. Just as Chen Feng had anticipated, Xiao Shan had not messaged him for a month yet. He never expected to encounter Xiao Shan here. "Don't talk about me. What brings you here?" "Isn't it because I've reached adulthood, with nothing to do after leaving the orphanage, I've come to work as a doorman," Xiao Shan replied with a hearty laugh, completely devoid of any self-deprecation regarding his position. Chen Feng nodded at Xiao Shan. The children from the orphanage often found their futures destined to become mere laborers in the city. For Xiao Shan to be a doorman was already a commendable opportunity. "Now, tell me about your situation," Xiao Shan urged, his eyes filled with concern. After a year of silence, he was nearly beside himself with worry. However, his limited means prevented him from locating Chen Feng. The neighborhood where the Chen family resided was beyond his reach. "Hey, Xiao Shan, during work hours, why are you still chatting?" A discordant voice interrupted. It was the hotel's security supervisor. "At this rate, you'll lose your bonus for the month. If you keep this up, I'll have to deduct from your salary." Before Chen Feng could share his own circumstances, the unpleasant voice interjected. "Go ahead and deduct, I'm just glad to see my brother," Xiao Shan retorted, his temper flaring. After a year without seeing Chen Feng, he would not allow a trivial job to hinder their reunion. The security supervisor was taken aback. This fellow had been easily bullied, with bonuses withheld for months under various pretexts, which ultimately filled the supervisor's own pockets. What was different about him today? Ah, he must be acquainted with this night watchman, which explained his audacity. You know, our security supervisor here. To call him a security supervisor was merely a euphemism. He was, in fact, the doorman. This supervisor was merely a low-level individual, contracted to a black iron-level spirit beast, and could only manage ordinary people without spirit beasts. He certainly could not afford to offend a night watchman. Indeed, not only do I know him, but he is also my brother, Chen Feng replied coolly. Xiao Shan was acutely aware of the challenges he would face in this society. Understood, I shall take care of you from now on, brother Xiao Shan, the supervisor said, recognizing the implication in Chen Feng's words. Come with me. Chen Feng beckoned Xiao Shan. Forget this doorman position. When he lacked the means, Chen Feng had refrained from involving Xiao Shan. Now that he was capable, he naturally intended to lend a hand. All right, Xiao Shan nodded vigorously. In this vast world, brotherhood took precedence. Even if he were to lose this job, he could always find another. Wait, isn't that my brother? A voice interrupted. What brings you here, dear brother? Chen Feng spun around to see Chen Yang still in the car. Don't discuss me, there is no one else around. Where's my moonhound? Chen Yang frowned, stepping out of the vehicle and casually tossing the keys aside. Xiao Shan instinctively caught the keys, a reflexive action befitting a doorman's duties. Not yours, mine. Did you come alone? Chen Feng had anticipated the Chen family's arrival but hadn't expected to see Chen Yang by himself. Madman, what is going on? Xiao Shan felt bewildered. He was aware that Chen Feng had a younger brother, who, according to Chen Feng's descriptions, treated him with great respect and kindness. But the current atmosphere seemed rife with tension. This is my beloved brother, Chen Yang. I've nearly missed him to death, Chen Feng said with elegant phrasing, though his tone betrayed a different sentiment. My dear brother, if you don't wish to be beaten, it would be wise to drive away and disappear from my sight, otherwise, I may struggle to control myself, he warned. You, Chen Yang was taken aback by Chen Feng's threat, recalling the time he had been humiliated by Chen Feng in his shop. You deserve to associate with such trash, working as your doorman. Chen Feng, when the day comes that you kneel before us, I will ensure you understand what true suffering is. Chen Yang spat, disdainfully categorizing Chen Feng among the doorman ranks, as the banquet was hosted by the night watchman, making it reasonable for a night watchman to serve as a doorman. Ha, Chen Feng sneered. Then, with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to Chen Yang's face. No matter what Chen Yang said about him, Chen Feng could endure it, knowing full well that he would eventually settle the score. But when Chen Yang insulted Xiao Shan, that was entirely unacceptable to Chen Feng. Do you dare strike me? Chen Yang fumed. This was not Chen Feng's establishment, they were in a public setting. What, should I choose an auspicious day to strike you, as your beloved brother? Is it wrong to teach you a lesson? Don't forget, you have severed all ties with the Chen family. What right do you have to strike me? Chen Yang questioned, covering his face. Oh, my apologies, I had forgotten about that, but everyone here has heard that I, Chen Feng, no longer have any relations with the Chen family, yet I still struck you. What can you do about it? Another resounding slap echoed through the air. Chen Yang's audacity to speak so brazenly in front of so many people aligned perfectly with Chen Feng's intentions. He preferred not to deal with the Chen family's attempts to ingratiate themselves later. Soon, the prominent figures in Jiangcheng would learn of his severed ties with the Chen family. Madman, is what he said true? You've severed ties with the Chen family. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? Xiao Shan's face was a mix of concern and reproach. Chapter 33. Is it appropriate to publicly speak of having slept with someone else's wife? It's all trivial matters, nothing to worry about. My foolish younger brother has already informed you, hasn't he? Chen Feng replied nonchalantly to Xiao Shan, seemingly indifferent to the notion of severing ties. Xiao Shan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Chen Feng. He understood him well. This was a man who only shared good news and kept his sufferings to himself. Yet, he too seemed to embody a similar stoicism, lacking the right to criticize Chen Feng. Very well, henceforth let us continue to associate as brothers. The Chen family can be disregarded. Certainly, mingling with my brothers guarantees a share of the spoils. No, it is far better to stick with me. I possess numerous connections that surpass your role as a night watchman. Xiao Shan dismissed Chen Feng's suggestion. Being a night watchman is fraught with peril. There is no comparison to the security of being a bodyguard, where life is lived with ease. As for sacrificing oneself for Jiang City, let those capable souls handle that. Chen Yang, with his face buried in his hands, had lost his composure. These two scoundrels not only assaulted him but also disregarded his existence. Such affronts were intolerable, yet just as Chen Yang was on the brink of exploding, he caught sight of his parents, Chen father and Chen mother. Upon this realization, he collapsed onto the ground, the fury on his face replaced by profound grievance. Brother, even if you dislike me, you cannot strike me in public. If you wish to reprimand me, do it at home. Chen Yang's voice quivered with near tears. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback,
but then understood that someone must have arrived. Otherwise, his foolish younger brother would not have emotionally engaged so quickly, however, so what if they had arrived?
Did I not tell you, do not perform for me, I find it repulsive. With that, Chen Feng delivered a forceful kick towards Chen Yang.
Chen Yang did not evade, he could not. The full force of Chen Feng's kick sent him sprawling to the ground, eliciting gasps from the surrounding onlookers.
Stop it! Chen Father bellowed, casting a furious glare at Chen Feng. I thought you were sensible. Your brother has spoken to you in such a manner, yet you still resort to violence?
Ignoring the surrounding chaos, Chen Father immediately began to reprimand Chen Feng.
What will you do about it now that you've laid hands on him? Chen Feng retorted defiantly, lifting his chin in defiance.
Xiao Shan was astonished. This was not the Chen Feng he knew. What kind of provocation had led to such a transformation?
You, ungrateful wretch!
Chen Father glared at Chen Feng, unable to fathom that his once obedient son would dare defy him in such a manner.
Where has that docile child gone? Do not, I cannot afford to associate with you.
I have no ties to the Chen family. This young man spoke openly before everyone.
Chen Feng disdainfully pointed at Chen Yang. Very well, you are indeed a fine specimen, rise and follow me. Chen Father's face was dark as he glared at the seated Chen Yang.
Chen Yang, still feeling wronged, struggled to his feet just as Chen Mother hurried over, having been engrossed in conversation with a group of affluent ladies and arriving a tad later than Chen Father.
You!
Chen Mother pointed at Chen Feng, her expression a portrait of displeasure.
Enough, do you not feel ashamed? Quickly, come inside.
Chen Father still cared for his dignity. Family disgrace must not be aired in public. Chen Mother understood this principle as well. She refrained from saying much, but Chen Feng caught a glimpse of the fierce look she shot at Chen Yang as she helped him away. To this, Chen Feng merely smiled, dismissing the matter entirely.
Is everything all right? There won't be any repercussions, will there?
After the Chen family departed, Xiao Shan gazed at Chen Feng with concern.
It's nothing, what could possibly happen? Chen Feng replied with ease.
Such matters become trivial with time. This was not the first confrontation with the Chen family, nor would it be the last. Revenge had yet to commence. Before Xiao Shan could articulate further, Chen Li rushed over in a flustered state from a distance. Xiao Feng, are you all right? She called, having witnessed the earlier commotion at the hotel entrance.
Chen Feng frowned. Mind your own brother.
With that, he turned to leave, taking Xiao Shan with him. Xiao Feng, wait a moment, Chen Li interjected, positioning herself in front of him.
What is it? Do you intend to strike me? Are you relying on your prowess as a golden tier beast master to intimidate me?
Chen Feng regarded Chen Li with an impassive expression, pulling Xiao Shan behind him.
No, that's not it. I am your sister, how could I possibly harm you? Ah, before you utter such words, do reflect on what transpired a few days ago, Chen Feng scoffed coldly. That day, I was in the wrong.
For the past 2 years, I have been at fault. Please forgive me, return home with me, and I shall take good care of you, ensuring no one bullies you again.
Chen Li's sudden pang of conscience was evident. It's too late. Chen Feng remained unyielding. Your tardy affection is worse than none at all.
Chen Li, now aware of the past events and the mischief orchestrated by Qin Yang, felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Only by bringing him back to care for him could she hope to ease her conscience, but why should he bear the burden of alleviating her guilt? What gave her the right?
Why did you not act sooner?
Xiao Feng, please grant your sister one chance. Chen Li's voice had taken on a pleading tone.
Little brother, your sister is begging you. Return home with her.
Indeed, we are family, surely there is nothing we cannot overcome. After all, she is your biological sister. Several voices chimed in to support her. Chen Li cast a grateful glance around, feeling reassured by the goodness of others in the world.
Silence. Do you comprehend what I have endured? You know nothing and presume to demand my forgiveness? If I were to sleep with your wife and then seek your forgiveness, would you grant it?
Chen Feng pointed an accusatory finger at the man who had first spoken out. Xiao Shan was desperate to silence Chen Feng. It was one thing to confront the Chen family, but to attack an individual indiscriminately was reckless.
Is it appropriate to publicly speak of having slept with someone else's wife? You, little brat, are courting death. Those present were of privilege, and the supporters were no pushovers. Who could withstand the weight of such words from Chen Feng?
How dare you demand of me what you cannot fulfill yourself, attempting to morally bind me? Apologies, but I possess no such morals.
Everyone, kindly distance yourselves.
Chen Feng had truly unleashed a verbal onslaught. With pent-up frustration and further irritated by Chen Li's arrival, he felt compelled to vent or risk illness from the suppression. He found himself missing his foolish younger brother. Had he been present, he could have alleviated his vexation with a couple of well-placed slaps. Xiaofeng, do not behave this way. The more you act out, the more distressed your sister becomes. I apologize on behalf of my brother, it is he who does not understand.
Cease your theatrics, I have done no wrong, why must you apologize for me? Chen Feng was on the verge of exasperation.
Originally, there had been no fault, yet now Chen Li's actions made it seem as though he was genuinely at fault. Such unreasonable behavior, the Chen family's disowning was clearly justified. Good riddance. Chen Feng watched the retreating figure, committing him to memory. Chapter 34. Just how many people has this mad dog offended? Under the leadership of this individual, most of the onlookers began to disperse. Why endure the scorn of a young lad just to witness a spectacle? As the crowd thinned, Chen Li finally exhaled in relief. She did not wish for Chen Feng to become a pariah.
Xiaofeng, let us forego this banquet. Come home with your sister, I shall assist you in resigning from the night watchman's duties. After all, you have taken the moondog, haven to you, rest assured, with your sister here, I shall ensure that no one takes your moondog from you.
As she spoke, Chen Li reached out to grasp Chen Feng. Truth be told, Xiao Shan was deeply moved by Chen Li's actions. Madman, perhaps it's best if we return, he urged Chen Feng. Now in Xiao Shan's eyes, the Chen family was the epitome of power in Jiangcheng. Enjoying the privileges of being a young master of the Chen family was far superior to enduring hardships alongside him.
What, but just a moment ago, you spoke of brotherhood, and now you wish to expel me?
Chen Feng certainly held no animosity towards Xiao Shan. He recognized that Xiao Shan genuinely sought his well-being, unlike those from earlier.
Absolutely not. Enough, Chen Li, put away your self-righteous demeanor. When has my life ever been yours to dictate? I will pursue my own desires, and they have nothing to do with you. If you truly care for me, then refrain from troubling me in the future. The mere sight of your Chen family troubles me. Having spoken, Chen Feng turned his back and walked away, not allowing Chen Li a chance to respond. Chen Li longed to grasp Chen Feng, and with her abilities, it would have been no challenge. However, as she raised her hand, she faltered, unable to utter a word, let alone resort to force. Chen Feng had already distanced himself from her as a sister. If she were to act aggressively, reconciliation would be even more unattainable. Alas, it is the sister's fault. I will certainly assist you, Xiaofeng. Chen Li resolved within herself that, regardless of the circumstances, she would make it clear to Chen father and Chen mother that it was their family who erred. Chen Feng's refusal to return home was undoubtedly linked to their attitude. As for Chen Yang, he could remain at the Spirit Beast Academy, minimizing his visits home. With her determination restored, Chen Li disregarded her companions and hastily entered the hotel in search of Chen father and Chen mother. Madman, what truly transpired? How did they mistreat you? Inside the hotel, Xiao Shan pulled Chen Feng aside to inquire in a secluded area. What gives? Why do you constantly dwell on my painful memories? Is it revenge for my year of silence? Me? Damn, you're like a dog biting Il Dongbin. How dare you insult me? Chen Feng swiftly wrapped his arms around Xiao Shan's neck, playfully delivering a series of light punches to his abdomen. Xiao Shan, undeterred, wrestled back. After a bout of playful banter, Chen Feng finally broached the subject of importance. You've left the orphanage, what of Xiaoying? Xiaoying is faring better than I. Who could resist her charming looks? She is working at a spirit beast shop, earning twice as much as I do. How about we go out tonight for a better meal? Why at night? Ha? Why not call Xiaoying over now? There's free food here, isn't there? Chen Feng naturally suggested. Xiao Shan stood dumbfounded. You're just a security guard like me, and you think you can just stroll in for a meal? You can sneak in yourself, but you want to drag us two deadweights along? What are you waiting for? Hurry and call Xiaoying. Chen Feng was eager to reunite with his little sister whom he hadn't seen in 2 years. Xiao Shan remained silent, his mind still catching up. Never mind, I know Xiaoying hasn't changed her number, I'll make the call. Chen Feng retrieved his phone and dialed one of the two pinned contacts. Brother Feng, you finally decided to reach out. A melodic voice with a hint of tears came through the line. Upon hearing Xiaoying's tearful tone, Chen Feng instantly felt a wave of emotion. He sniffed back his tears. Brother Feng is doing quite well recently. Xiaoying, hurry over, I'm treating you to a feast. Really? I am on my way. Xiaoying cared little for work, nothing was more important than Brother Feng. Alright, Jiangcheng Hotel, I'll wait for you at the entrance. Okay. The call ended. Chen Feng pulled the still-dazed Xiao Shan back out of the hotel. Madman, stop fooling around.
You can't get us in. With your current relationship with the Chen family, you must not jeopardize your night watchman position. Xiao Shan remained rational. During his moment of confusion, he had contemplated much. If Chen Feng recklessly brought them into the banquet, the chances of losing his job would be substantial. While Xiao Shan did not wish to see Chen Feng risk his safety as a night watchman, that job was currently the only thing ensuring his security.
You wouldn't understand.
Even if I explained, you wouldn't believe me. Just wait, and you'll see.
Who said I don't believe you?
Everything you tell me, I believe.
Really? Then from now on, you and Xiaoying can work at my shop.
The three of us siblings will surely thrive together.
You've opened a shop?
Xiao Shan's eyes sparkled. Owning their own establishment had been a childhood dream for the three of them. It mattered not what kind of shop it was.
They simply desired to take control of their own lives. Of course, do you think I've been idling away for the past 2 years? Alright, I'll join you.
Xiao Shan exuberantly agreed, not even inquiring what kind of shop Chen Feng had opened.
Good.
Chen Feng felt warmth in his heart. This was what brotherhood and family truly meant. At that moment, 2 sports cars pulled up at the hotel entrance.
Chen Feng?
A voice filled with surprise rang out. Xiao Shan, who had been quite elated, suddenly froze.
Just how many people had this mad dog offended? More trouble was brewing.
Huh, why did you arrive so late? You missed quite a spectacle. Chen Feng chuckled as he stood up, pulling Xiao Shan along. Li Changfeng rushed over upon hearing Chen Feng's words. He was dressed impeccably in a suit, looking quite the part. The 3 girls, Li Shihe and the Wang sisters, were also clad in elegant dresses. Being girls, they retained a degree of modesty, not running but walking towards Chen Feng.
What spectacle? Li Changfeng inquired, his curiosity piqued.
Oh, just gave Chen Yang a good thrashing.
Good, he deserved it. And who is this brother?
Li Changfeng looked curiously at Xiao Shan beside Chen Feng. This is my brother from the orphanage, Xiao Shan, this is Li Changfeng, and these are my friends. Li Shihe, Wang Yu, and Wang Shui. Xiao Shan breathed a sigh of relief. The distinction of friends mattered little, as long as they weren't enemies, that was sufficient.
Ha, if he is Chen Feng's brother, then he is my brother too.
Li Changfeng congenially shook hands with Xiao Shan. Chapter 35. In the midst of the crowd, is this not already an official announcement? Indeed, Chen Feng's friends are our friends. Li Shihe also extended her hand towards Xiao Shan. For a moment, Xiao Shan was taken aback. He had never imagined that his status would allow him to befriend such affluent young ladies and gentlemen. Observing this, Chen Feng promptly stepped forward and grasped Li Shihe's delicate hand.
My brother is a bit shy, allow me to assist him. Li Shihe shot Chen Feng a glance of exasperation. Oh dear, how stingy, Wang Yu interjected with a peculiar tone, her eyes darting back and forth between Chen Feng and Li Shihe. Li Shihe, being somewhat sensitive about her reputation, withdrew her hand. Let us not create a scene, consider the setting we're in. What is wrong? Are we not allowed to speak? Alright, I concede. Is that satisfactory? Li Shihe surrendered. If she hadn't, one could only imagine the sharp retorts that these 2 sisters might unleash shortly. Xiao Shan stood there, utterly dumbfounded. He was no longer a child. He understood all too well. It was evident that something was amiss. At that moment, Xiao Shan genuinely felt elated for Chen Feng. To marry someone like Li Shihe would surely mean their ancestors' graves were bursting with joy. No, not just joy, they must be exploding with it. By the way, how come you are all here? Li Shihe swiftly changed the subject, a skill she had honed. Xiao Shan works here, and I suppose I am as well, but Xiao Shan will soon be leaving to work at my shop. Really, Xiao Shan, you must take good care of me from now on. Wang Yu, ever the whimsical character, sweetly chimed in. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shan felt as if he might melt. Don't even think about it, none of you will get anything for free, Chen Feng interjected at a crucial moment. Xiao Shan looked at Chen Feng with gratitude, utterly unsure how to respond to the situation. Wang Yu's call of Xiao Shan, brother had already turned Xiao Shan's face crimson. Pfft, Wang Yu playfully spat at Chen Feng. Free ride, who was taking advantage? Li Shihe stifled a laugh, delighted to see Wang Yu flustered. Alright, let us not block the entrance any longer. Come, let us go inside and take a look around. Li Changfeng gently pulled Chen Feng and Xiao Shan along. No, we have matters to attend to, Chen Feng declined. What matters? It's not that they're preventing you from entering, is it? You are my brothers, let us see who dares to look down on you. Li Changfeng glared fiercely at the doorman at the hotel entrance. At that moment, the doorman felt utterly wronged. Who on earth would prevent them from entering? Did they have the audacity to do so? It's not that. We genuinely have business. We're waiting for someone, Chen Feng explained to Li Changfeng. Waiting for whom? My sister, Xiaoying. We were the best of friends at the orphanage. We are not siblings by blood, but closer than siblings. Really, where is she? Shall I go fetch her? Li Changfeng appeared somewhat excited. Was it better to be a brother and receive Chen Feng's care,
or to be a brother-in-law and gain more utility. Li Chengfeng believed both positions were advantageous. He intended to strengthen their bond. Given that Chen Feng and Xia Shan were both rather handsome, their sister would surely be lovely as well. Wen Tishi, are you trying to woo my sister? Chen Feng glared at Li Chengfeng. Well, we haven't even met her yet, and you're already exhibiting such lascivious intentions. Am I that kind of person? Li Chengfeng feigned innocence, asserting that even if Chen Feng had guessed correctly, he shouldn't say it out loud. I suspect you are. Li Chengfeng was at a loss for words. Alright, where is Xiaoying? I'll go fetch her. Li sure he intervened to smooth things over. Her words resonated well with Chen Feng, who ceased his playful banter. He called Xiaoying once more. When the call connected, Xiaoying had already left the shop and was preparing to take a taxi. After informing Xiaoying that someone would come to fetch her, Chen Feng handed the phone to Li Shurhe, allowing her to communicate with Xiaoying directly. This level of trust elicited another round of exclamations from Wang Yu and Wang Xue. Li Shurhe felt deeply moved by this gesture. Chen Feng remained unfazed. If one likes someone, why hide it? What was wrong with being overt? Though there had previously been a disparity in status, that would soon dissipate. Li Shurhe lacked Chen Feng's boldness. She took his phone and hurriedly fled. Her heart raced along the way. Not long after, Li Shurhe returned with Xiaoying at the shop where Xiaoying worked was not far from there. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Xiaoying could no longer contain herself and leaped into his embrace. Brother Feng, where have you been this past year? Why haven't you contacted me? In Chen Feng's arms, Xiaoying sobbed uncontrollably. Witnessing this, Li Chengfeng felt as if his heart might shatter. There was no denying that Xiaoying's beauty had firmly captured Li Chengfeng's heart. Her cherry lips, willow-like brows, prominent nose, and fair skin. Even in a waitress uniform, her allure was undeniable with her height of 1.7 meters. At that moment, Li Chengfeng resolved that he would undoubtedly claim Chen Feng's sister-in-law status. Oh dear, she is all grown up now, she needn't fear ridicule. Chen Feng gently patted Xiaoying's back, his eyes slightly reddened. We didn't prepare any clothes in the car, there was no time to change. I wanted to take Xiaoying shopping, but she insisted on seeing you quickly, Li Shurhe informed Chen Feng. Hey, thanks, Chen Feng expressed his gratitude to Li Shurhe. He hadn't been as thoughtful as she had envisioned. Li Shurhe offered no response, her emotions stirred even more deeply. Throughout the journey, Xiaoying incessantly inquired about Chen Feng's life, genuinely concerned for his well-being over the past year. It was clear her concern was heartfelt, not feigned, and Li Shurhe noticed this. As for the circumstances of Chen Feng's past 2 years, Li Shurhe refrained from mentioning, unable to bear the thought. She merely glossed over it. Alright, everyone is here, let us head inside for a grand feast, Chen Feng announced. Xiaoying, no longer able to continue crying, tightly grasped Chen Feng's hand, fearful of losing her brother once more. Xia Shan, of course, received the same treatment. Li Chengfeng felt a twinge of jealousy but maintained enough self-awareness to acknowledge that he held no legitimate standing to feel envious. Shurhe, their bond is truly remarkable, could they be romantic rivals? Wang Yu whispered to Li Shurhe. Li Shurhe gently shook her head in response. Hot sure he has admitted it, Wang Yu suddenly exclaimed. Li Shurhe nearly lost her composure, astonished that Wang Yu would attempt to trap her at such a moment. Admit to what? Chen Feng turned back, perplexed by Wang Yu's outburst. Let us go, Li Shurhe urged as she linked her arm with Chen Feng's other one. Oh dear, regardless of the nature of today's gathering, the Li family is bound to have major news. Li Chengfeng, you'd best procure some heart-saving pills, I fear your uncle may not withstand the excitement. Wang Yu was taken aback by Li Shurhe's boldness. In such a public setting, is this not already an official announcement? Me, what does that have to do with me? I'm just wondering if this pace is a bit too swift. Li Chengfeng found it hard to believe. Li Shurhe's choice of a partner was no trivial matter in Jiang City, and it was a monumental event for the Li family. Chapter 36 Sister, are you hitting me? As expected, the intimate actions between Li Shurhe and Chen Feng quickly made headlines. Indeed, it caused a tremendous uproar at the top-floor banquet hall of the Jiangcheng Hotel. Almost everyone was oblivious to who Chen Feng was, speculating about the origins of this humble night watchman. How about you ease up a bit? Chen Feng gently turned his head to Li Shurhe. This gesture resembled two individuals whispering secrets to one another. Initially, Li Shurhe hadn't thought much of it, but now she reflected on her actions and realized they might have been a tad excessive. What's wrong? Are you afraid? I'm not afraid, I just worry about the impact on your reputation, Chen Feng replied indifferently. Rest assured, whatever happens, I will shoulder it. Originally intending to let go, Li Shurhe tightened her embrace. A woman who loved fiercely, she had no desire to live with regret in the future. Although Chen Feng was merely a minor figure now, his future potential was limitless. Li Shurhe was well aware of his capabilities. Such a man would inevitably attract admirers. She needed to affirm her own position and deny those other flowers any opportunity. Should she hesitate, what if one day another woman stole Chen Feng away? As for the pressure she currently faced, she could bear it. It wasn't insurmountable. Have you truly thought this through? We've only known each other for a few days, Chen Feng couldn't help but ask. Don't let us get too emotional, and then you decide to call off the engagement.
My heart might not withstand it.
I believe in fate and trust my feelings, Li Shuri said, lifting her face to meet Chen Feng's earnest gaze.
Well then, that is settled.
Chen Feng, unafraid of trouble, leaned down and placed a kiss on Li Shuri's forehead. It was a bold move that no one anticipated. Wang Yu and Wang Shui, who trailed behind Li Shuri, stood frozen in shock. Li Chen Feng clutched his heart. I truly need to find a heart remedy.
Otherwise, my uncle is bound to collapse today. After raising a daughter for 18 years, to have her taken away in just a few days, who could endure that?
Li Shuri's cheeks flushed instantly.
Sister-in-law.
I knew your relationship with my brother was extraordinary. At that moment, Xiaoying released Chen Feng's hand and playfully called out, sister-in-law. This caused Li Shuri to shy away, merely responding with a soft
Chen Feng beamed with pride. Leaving the Chen family, everything transformed into such beauty. Chen Feng, that is enough.
Yet, harmonious moments are often disrupted by discordant elements. Chen Yang, already seething with anger, could no longer contain himself upon witnessing Chen Feng and Li Shuri's display, and he erupted. His loud outburst captured numerous gazes. Initially, the commotion between Chen Feng and Chen Yang at the hotel entrance had attracted little attention. Even those who noticed refrained from gossiping in this setting. After all, it was a trivial matter. However, as the influential figures of Jiangcheng gathered, their intent to witness the spectacle became evident, and those blocking Chen Yang's line of sight even parted to grant him passage. They might not know who Chen Feng was, but they were all aware that Chen Yang was the son of the Chen family. Was a scene of bride snatching about to unfold? Apologies, my dear brother's mind seems a bit muddled. Chen Feng cast an apologetic glance at Li Shuri. Li Shuri squeezed Chen Feng's hand. Don't say such things. The relationship has been severed. He no longer deserves to be called your brother.
Ah, indeed.
Chen Feng nodded in sudden realization. You are no longer a member of the Chen family, so stop deceiving Li Shuri.
Don't flaunt your Chen family identity to swindle others.
Chen Yang, unaware of what Chen Feng and Li Shuri had murmured, was determined to humiliate Chen Feng, to make him feel utterly discredited. He aimed to tarnish Chen Feng's reputation and ensure he could never hold his head high in Jiangcheng again.
Even if you manage to deceive Li Shuri, do you think the Li family will acknowledge you? Will they accept you? Without the Chen family, you, Chen Feng, are nothing. At that moment, no one intervened to stop Chen Yang. Mr. And Mrs. Chen had been escorted to a private room, engaged in discussions with the leaders of two other families. Chen Feng merely smiled at the words, offering no response, regarding Chen Yang with the disdain reserved for a clown. Li Shuri he wished to retort, she didn't want Chen Feng to bear the weight of their association. She aimed to help him withstand such pressures. However, before she could speak, a figure rushed to stand before Chen Yang. A slap, a resounding slap landed on Chen Yang's face. In disbelief, Chen Yang stared at the person before him. Sister, why did you hit me? Is this how you speak to your elder brother, who is Chen Feng? Whether or not Chen Feng is of the Chen family, is it for you to decide?
Chen Li was stern for the first time with Chen Yang. In recent days, she had reflected deeply and recognized Chen Yang's true nature. Although she still held affection for him, witnessing him target Chen Feng again stirred memories of past grievances. It was precisely because of Chen Yang's hostility that Chen Feng had distanced himself from the Chen family, leading to this farcical severance of ties. Had Chen Yang not been so antagonistic, things would not have devolved to this point. Thus, having just exited the restroom, Chen Li could not restrain herself upon hearing Chen Yang's words and acted against him.
Sister, you hit me?
You did it for him. This is the first time you've ever struck me. Why? Chen Yang clutched his face, tears welling in his eyes. The pain was not significant, but the humiliation was unbearable, compounded by the fact that Chen Li had sided with Chen Feng.
Be quiet.
Whatever needs to be said, say it at home. Don't embarrass yourself here, Chen Li scolded Chen Yang before turning to Chen Feng. Xiao Feng, are you alright? Don't stoop to your brother's level.
He is still young. Enough with your pretenses. Is he not just a few days younger than me? I'm too weary to continue this charade. I'm off for a feast. Chen Feng's emotions remained unperturbed.
Allowing himself to be affected by Chen family matters would be foolish. The spectators were taken aback by this unexpected outcome, realizing there were many more secrets they were unaware of. You're the one most devastated here, Chen Yang seethed through clenched teeth, uttering a couple of words before storming off in a fit of rage.
TCH.
Chen Feng smirked, not taking Chen Yang seriously at all.
The priority now was to enjoy a grand meal soon. The table they occupied was laden with an abundance of food, all brought by Chen Feng along with Xiao Shan and Xiaoying. And where did the fleeing Chen Yang go? He headed to the private room, where those who could advocate for him awaited, as well as those who could punish Chen Feng.
Chapter 37. If you disagree, I shall elope with him.
Madman, with so much food, can we possibly finish it all?
Xiao Shan felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if he had never indulged in fine delicacies alongside Xiaoying. Well, it seemed he truly hadn't savored anything exquisite, yet our table was the focal point of the entire gathering. Could we really just eat like this? Was that truly acceptable? The table could hardly accommodate the vast array of dishes they had brought. If we can't finish it, we can take it home. Surely no one would object to that. Yes, if we can't consume it all, we'll pack it up and continue our feast in the evening. Li Shi rolled up her sleeves, ready to dig in. My dear lady, do consider the occasion. We ought to maintain a semblance of decorum, Wang Yu gently reminded Li Shi.
Why? Now that I have found a man, who am I to impress with decorum? Chen Feng, would you despise me for this?
Li Shi turned to Chen Feng. Of course not, I still don't know your favorite dishes. Just tell me, and I shall fetch them for you. Chen Feng relished this mode of interaction, feeling at ease. If Li Shi were the type of noble lady who adhered strictly to propriety, he would truly find it intolerable. I want that crab, the largest one. Li Shi pointed at the freshly served king crab.
At such a banquet, guests simply took whatever they fancied. Although the attendees were not there solely for the food, the offerings were undoubtedly top-notch.
All right, I shall get it for you. Chen Feng stood up to retrieve it, ever eager to indulge the woman he cherished.
Well, we've committed now. Let us feast.
Wang Yu and Wang Shui joined in, their appetites ignited by Li Shi's enthusiasm. Since they were not currently seeking men, they might as well enjoy the meal first. Seizing the moment while Chen Feng was away, Li Chengfeng swiftly took the opportunity to sit beside Xiaoying.
Xiaoying, what do you like to eat? Let me assist you. I am fine with anything.
Xiaoying spoke softly, genuinely at a loss, unable to name many of the dishes spread before her, let alone partake in them.
Very well, I shall help you, he replied. And what about me?
Xiao Shan interjected, pointing at himself. Big guy, look after yourself, Li Chengfeng responded coldly.
Xiao Shan felt disheartened, biting into a crab leg with determination. If he couldn't eat delicately, he would simply wolf it down. In the private room, the heads of the three prominent families Li, Chen, and Wang gathered, exchanging pleasantries. However, their conversation consisted of trivialities devoid of substance. They awaited Yan Li's appearance. Only then would they make their entrance, as it befitted their esteemed status. At that moment, Chen Yang burst in, tears in his eyes and his cheeks flushed. Mom, he called out, his voice elongated. Chen mother sprang to her feet. Did that ungrateful son Chen Feng bully you again? In this setting, only Chen Feng would dare to lay a hand on Chen Yang. Everyone knew Chen Yang was the scion of the Chen family. Chen Yang nodded, then shook his head. Just as Chen father was about to admonish him, Chen Yang turned to Li Gong, the head of the Li family and Li Shi's father. Uncle Li, you must intervene. My elder brother has deceived Li Shi. They have just confirmed their relationship, and there is still time to stop this. What? Li Gong stood up faster than Chen mother. Indeed, I fear that Li Shi has been misled by Chen Feng. Although he is my elder brother, he has severed ties with our family. I am certainly sure he is unaware of this. I merely wish to alert you, and then, I understand. I shall see to it. Excuse me, gentlemen. Li Gong, who was quite indulgent towards his daughter, was quick to act. I will go as well, spoke Wang, the patriarch of the Wang family, father to Wang Yu and Wang Shui. Once everyone had departed, Chen father turned to Chen Yang. What have you done? Father, I did nothing. Everyone in the hall witnessed the events. I merely feared that my brother's misdeeds would implicate our family. Chen father, seasoned by life's trials, would not be easily deceived by Chen Yang's antics. He was not Chen mother, however. He refrained from saying much, as he had tacitly allowed such matters. Let us go see. Chen father rose. I in the hall, Chen Feng was indulging in a lavish feast, becoming a striking spectacle amid the crowd. Although Li Shi and the others had also begun to eat heartily, none could rival Chen Feng's unrestrained zeal. Shi, what are you doing? Li Gong approached Li Shi, his tone unexpectedly gentle. Father? I am dining. Do you wish to join me? As she spoke, Li Shi placed a piece of crab meat into Chen Feng's mouth without hesitation. Chen Feng, taken aback, found his hands greasy and without a place to rest, feeling somewhat awkward in the presence of his future father-in-law, a sentiment familiar to those who had traversed this path. Li Shi's gesture was a clear declaration of her choice. Young man, do not be anxious, sit and converse with me, Li Gong encouraged, his demeanor surprisingly accommodating. Li Chengfeng discreetly led Xiaoying away, while Xiao Shan, perceptive as ever, followed suit. Wang Yu and Wang Shui also departed, drawn by the desserts they had long coveted.
Father, if you disapprove, I shall elope with him, and I will inform my mother. Let us see what she has to say. You were once a penniless youth, my mother defied family opposition to be with you, are you now to act as my grandfather once did? Chen Feng was taken aback, was this truly something he could hear? Li Gong had prepared a speech to dissuade Chen Feng, but upon hearing Li Shihe's words, he was disarmed. Dear daughter, could you not spare your father a modicum of dignity? Is there anyone unaware of this? Li Shihe retorted, indeed, all present were prominent figures in Jiangcheng, most were familiar with Li Gong's history, but how could he maintain the authority of a father-in-law before his future son-in-law? Enough! I have not stated my disapproval regarding your relationship, however. What is your connection with the Chen family? Li Gong casually popped a piece of meat into his mouth, appearing rather amicable. Uncle, I have severed ties with the Chen family a few days ago, Chen Feng replied earnestly. This matter is new to me, but I recognize who you are. Severing ties is no trifling matter, I presume? Indeed, I am quite serious, Chen Feng affirmed. He did not require the status of a Chen family scion to match Li Shihe, he possessed a more formidable identity. Should Li Gong oppose him over this issue, he would have no choice but to call upon his godfather for support. However, what Chen Feng did not anticipate was that upon hearing his words, Li Gong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? That is splendid, dear boy. May I discuss something with you? For your second child in the future, could they carry the Li surname? The Li surname? Do not even think about it, it is absolutely out of the question. Yan Li's furious voice rang out at that moment. Chapter 38. Today, Chen Feng would certainly not be subjected to any punishment, Yan Li proclaimed. Old scoundrel Yan Li, this matter pertains to my Li family, it has nothing to do with you. Li Gong slammed the table in anger, glaring at the approaching Yan Li. Li Gong, himself a king-level spirit beast master, was not significantly weaker than Yan Li. Moreover, he was not wrong. This was indeed a matter for the Li family alone. Even if Chen Feng were merely a night patrolman, his lineage was not for Yan Li to meddle in. Indeed, this issue had no correlation with the night patrolman. It was strictly a matter between the Li family and Chen Feng. Chen Yang emerged to interject, having arrived late and missed the previous exchange between Li Gong and Li Shihua. Esteemed guests, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Chen Feng is my younger brother, you may discuss his affairs with me, but do not harass him. Chen Li also stepped forward. Chen Li, what nonsense are you spouting? Silence. Chen Mu, upon hearing Chen Li's words, immediately expressed her displeasure. What does this matter have to do with the Chen family? If the Li family harbors any ire, they ought to seek out Chen Feng. Father, please help my brother, Chen Li pleaded, grasping her father's arm. Rebellious child, come here at once. Chen Mu, under Chen Li's persuasion, finally addressed Chen Feng. Although his tone was far from pleasant, the gesture of summoning Chen Feng was unmistakable. It signified that as long as Chen Feng stood behind Chen Mu, he would still be regarded as a scion of the Chen family. The subsequent matters would naturally be managed by the Chen family on Chen Feng's behalf. Chen Li looked at her father with gratitude. In this crucial moment, he had not abandoned Chen Feng, and Chen Feng would undoubtedly be moved by this. Xiao Feng, come quickly, your sister will protect you, Chen Li urged, her gaze filled with anticipation. Chen Feng sighed, what is going on, Chen Li? I have made myself abundantly clear, do not provoke me. From this point on, there will be no connection between us. You may seek compensation for your guilt from whomever you wish, but do not approach me. I am not swayed by your manipulations. Now you wish for me to pass. Is it because of my relationship with Shihua? Do you desire to leverage my connection with the Li family for a marriage alliance? Chen Feng regarded his father with derision. Rebellious son, what are you saying? Chen Mu was on the verge of exploding at being openly defied by his own son, regardless of whether he acknowledged this child or not. To others, this was indeed his son. Such blatant insubordination warranted punishment. Think carefully before you act against me, Chen Feng replied unperturbed. No matter whether Chen Mu could rein in his temper, today, Chen Feng would not be harmed, as Yan Li had declared. Do not presume that your grievances with the Li family warrant any action against my son. Even if there were grounds for it, you are still my son. It is only natural for a father to discipline his child. Step aside. Who is your son? I have severed ties with the Chen family. How many times must I repeat myself? Chen Feng's gaze was chillingly resolute. Rebellious son, this is your own choice. Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Chen Mu could no longer contain himself. Good son-in-law, come here, with your uncle present, no one shall trouble you today. They cannot contend with both of us, Li Gong declared, pulling Chen Feng behind him like a protective lion, his gaze fixed on Chen Mu and Yan Li. Chen Feng was taken aback yet deeply moved. At this moment, Li Gong was unaware of Chen Feng's capabilities. Simply because Li Shihua had chosen him, he was willing to offend both the Chen family and the night patrolman on Chen Feng's behalf. In truth, Chen Feng had earned this support through his own merits. Li Gong had observed Chen Feng's demeanor, which reminded him of his own younger self, someone who had faced adversity alone, knowing well the hardships and disdain he had endured. As a seasoned individual, now that he possessed the means, he was willing to shield Chen Feng from the storm of father. "Well done," Li Shihua exclaimed as she approached Chen Feng and gave her father a thumbs up. Yan Lai nodded in approval. He had not anticipated that Chen Feng's relationship with the Li family would progress so swiftly, and it was achieved through his own efforts, without relying on Yan Lai's influence. "So, what do you think? Is my son capable? It is just that he found a woman a tad too early. He hasn't had the chance to enjoy life with me yet," Yan Lai remarked, tilting his head toward Yi Yi. Yi Yi rolled his eyes in response. "Boss, have you ever seen a father take his son to a club? There must be some boundaries, even in indecorum." "What of it? I intend to be the first to break the mold." "Boss, perhaps you should hold off on that for now. Aren't you going to intervene?" At present, Chen Mu and Li Gong were locked in a tense standoff, their eyes fixed on one another for an extended period, suggesting that conflict was imminent. "Ah, son, come here," Yan Lai boomed, instantly capturing the attention of all present. "Yan Lai has a son. When did this happen? Wasn't he unmarried? Where did this son come from? A love child?" "Oh," Chen Feng grasped Li Shihua's hand and moved to stand beside Yan Lai. "Well done, you haven't embarrassed your father," Yan Lai praised. Since entering the venue, Chen Feng's every move had been under Yan Lai's watchful gaze. Being Yan Lai's son meant being bold, unafraid of trouble, with Yan Lai ready to cover for him. As long as he stood firm against oppression, Yan Lai would offer unconditional support. "What on earth is happening?" The spectators were left in utter disbelief. Li Shihua stood with her mouth agape, gazing at Chen Feng, while the eyes of many flitted back and forth between Yan Lai and Chen Mu. Initially astonished, Chen Mu soon felt awkward, nervously scratching her foot. Yan Lai sensed that something was amiss. He cast a glance at Chen Mu. Although she was well preserved, she paled in comparison to the young women at the club. How could these unscrupulous people think that there was anything scandalous between him and this older woman? Ahem, what are you all staring at? Chen Feng is my godson. This banquet is specifically held for him. Let it be known, anyone who dares to trouble Chen Feng will find themselves at odds with me. Yan Lai, I am not one to abide by rules. Before provoking me, consider whether you can withstand my wrath." As Yan Lai spoke, his gaze never strayed from the Chun family. The Chen family members were left in shock. What was happening? Chen Feng had only been away from the Chun family for a few days, and he had not only become a son-in-law of the Li family but also Yan Lai's godson? Each of these identities was superior to that of a mere scion of the Chun family, was it not? When did this happen? Li Shihua stared at Chen Feng in disbelief. "Last night. I didn't have the chance to inform you." Chen Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. It seemed as though he had intentionally concealed this information, that he merely wished to surprise Li Shihua. Moreover, before today, they had not yet confirmed their relationship. "This is wonderful," Li Shihua beamed, her eyes turning crescent-shaped with joy. She understood the hardships her parents had faced together and did not wish for Chen Feng to endure similar struggles. Now, everything was just perfect. Chapter 39. Don't blame him. "Ha, you'd better hurry and take him away." "Yan Lai, you must be serious." Li Gong found it hard to believe this mattered. He was all too familiar with Yan Lai. Would he easily accept a godson? What remarkable qualities did Chen Feng possess? Li Gong could perceive none. Even his handsomeness paled in comparison to Li Gong's youth. "In-laws, can I jest with you about this matter?" Yan Lai approached with an amiable demeanor. "However, I was not jesting earlier. My son's child cannot possibly bear the surname Li. At this moment, Yan Lai's expression turned exceedingly grave, as if Chen Feng and Li sure he were truly wed. "Old scoundrel, concerning matters between my son-in-law and me, you, as his godfather, ought not to interfere." Li Gong emphasized the term godfather with considerable force. "Do you intend to bully my son? You should inquire whether my fists would consent to that. Besides, I have yet to see the children of the Li family adopting their mother's surname. What trickery are you attempting to play here? Do you think I, Yan Lai, am a mere fool?" "Very well, old Yan, do you insist on meddling in this affair?" Li Gong rolled up his sleeves. "Perhaps we could postpone this discussion for another time." Chen Feng appeared somewhat flustered. It seemed improper for a godfather and father-in-law to clash. After all, he had merely established a romantic relationship with Li Shihi, and the prospect of children was still a distant concern. There was no need to rush, was there? Moreover, Chen Feng truly did not mind the surname. He had no significant ties to the Chen family anymore, and changing his surname was a trivial matter. Today is my son's auspicious day. I can't be bothered to quibble with you. Good son-in-law, please take a seat. Where are those children? Call them over. Li Gong was astute, far more capable than Yan Lai. He was acquainted with Li Chengfeng and the others, but the only unfamiliar faces were Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying. Clearly, these two were friends of Chen Feng, and not just ordinary acquaintances. Given the occasion, if he treated his friends well, he could more swiftly earn the good son-in-law's acknowledgement. "Xiao Shan, Xiao Ying, come here." Chen Feng eagerly beckoned them over. Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying appeared awkward, still processing the rapid changes occurring around them. "They are all friends of my son-in-law, right? Please, sit down, sit down. From now on, you may address me as uncle. No need to feel nervous." Li Gong exuded a warm and approachable demeanor. "Ladies and gentlemen, the matters have been addressed. Eat and drink well. Of the children from each family are nearly here. It's time to make introductions, lest anyone claim not to know my son after causing him trouble. Yan Lai was indeed quite audacious, yet none dared to contradict him. Once he finished speaking, laughter and chatter filled the hall, while the Chen family stood awkwardly, struggling to accept the situation. How could this be? That scoundrel, Chen Mu murmured quietly, still not silent. Are you not ashamed, all of you? Go home, Chen Fu spoke sternly, casting a fierce glare at Chen Yang. Chen Yang had access to all the resources of the Chen family, yet what had he accomplished? He had carelessly lost the Moonhound, which had taken great effort to procure. Now, his brilliance was entirely overshadowed by Chen Feng. Chen Yang's mind was a blank. He could not accept such a reality. However, whether he accepted it or not, he could only follow Chen Fu in a daze. Chen Fu, being a man of stature, was the head of the Chen family, one of the 3 prominent families in Jiang City. Before departing, he approached the table where Chen Feng and the others sat. I have matters to attend to today, so I shall take my leave. Chen Feng, when you have the time, return home. I have something to discuss with you. With that, Chen Fu turned and walked away. Tch, Chen Feng scoffed. Return home? That is your home, of no concern to me. Li Gong and Yan Lai remained silent. They understood that today's warning to the Chen family was sufficient. They could not push the Chen family too hard, lest it backfire. At that moment, unexpectedly, Chen Yang, following closely behind Chen Fu, exploded into a frenzy. No one anticipated this. Chen Yang suddenly appeared behind Xiaoying, a dagger materializing in his hand, pressed against her throat. Don't move. Chen Yang was in a frenzy. Li Gong remained unmoved. Yan Lai did not stir. Chen Feng stood, his brow furrowed. Chen Yang, what are you doing? Li Shi rose, her voice icy. Return my Moonhound, and I will release her. Chen Yang glared at Chen Feng. Fine, take it. Chen Feng hesitated not for a moment. The Moonhound was indeed remarkable, but Xiaoying was far more important. The next instant, Chen Feng summoned the Moonhound. Upon seeing the Moonhound, the onlookers were astonished, never expecting that Chen Feng had already contracted with the Moon Clan's hound. However, according to Chen Yang, this Moonhound belonged to him. You, cancel your contract with the Moonhound. Quickly, the blade of the dagger grazed Xiao Ying's neck, drawing forth crimson droplets of blood. Very well, do not harm her. Chen Feng raised his hand, signaling Chen Yang to remain calm. Chen Li stood behind Chen Yang, deeply disappointed by his behavior. Before Chen Feng could act to dissolve the contract with the Moonhound, Chen Li struck swiftly, delivering a blow to Chen Yang's neck. As a golden-level beastmaster, it was effortless for her to incapacitate Chen Yang in a surprise attack. Chen Yang's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Xiaofeng, I apologize. Your brother has lost his senses. I will educate him properly when we return. Please don't hold it against him. You'd better hurry and take him away, or I cannot guarantee his safety. Chen Feng's eyes burned with rage, a manifestation of his utmost fury. Brother, I'm fine. Xiaoying calmly reassured Chen Feng. Xiao Shan leaped to Xiao Ying's side, his heart racing, eyes wide with concern. Sister, are you okay? Are you alright? Xiao Shan fumbled to stem the bleeding. Li sure he had also arrived beside Xiaoying. It's nothing, just a surface wound. Use this, it won't leave a scar. Your brother was beaten to a pulp that day, and he has already fully recovered. You wouldn't even know it happened. Li sure he attempted to sound casual, yet her gaze bore heavy resentment as it fell upon the fallen Chen Yang. The Chen family, truly good upbringing. I require an explanation for today's incident. Yan Lai, without glancing this way, simply raised his wine glass and murmured these words. However, often, what appears to be trivial is where significant troubles truly lie. Of course, Chen Fu responded curtly. Take him away. This time, the Chen family truly departed, with Chen Li and Chen Mu supporting Chen Yang, trailing behind Chen Fu. Chapter 40. Just the two of us. No one will notice. Chen Feng watched as the Chen family departed, his expression somber, concealing the thoughts that swirled within his mind. Brother, I'm truly fine, Xiao Ying reassured him, fully aware of the glint in Chen Feng's eyes, a look reminiscent of his grudges from childhood. Turning to Xiao Ying, Chen Feng's face transformed with a smile. Well, if you're fine, let's eat. He beckoned Xiao Ying to sit down beside him. Fear not, good son-in-law, with your uncle here, the Chen family shall not dare to bully you. What? Do you think I am merely idle? Yan Lai retorted, visibly displeased. As long as I am present, my son does not need your care. Yan Lai, do not go too far. Li Gong shot a hostile glance at him. Ha, very well. Let us practice then, are you afraid? With that, the two men stood up abruptly. Chen Feng raised his hand in an attempt to intervene, but Li Shihua pressed it down gently. She shook her head slightly at Chen Feng. Do not concern yourself with them. It is nothing. All right then. What else could Chen Feng say? In truth, without the presence of their elders, the younger generation felt more at ease among themselves. Many in the banquet hall wished to join this small circle, yet only the Wang family parents ventured over for a brief greeting. Others found it impossible to integrate, as they were not of the same ilk. Once Chen Feng and the others had nearly finished their meal, and with Li Gong and Yan Lai still absent, Chen Feng bid farewell to Yi Yi and led a group towards the uninhabited area.
Brother, you really opened a shop? Xiao Ying still found it hard to believe. She thought to herself that with Chen Feng's current capabilities, did he truly need to open a shop to sustain himself?
Of course, your brother's shop is quite impressive, Li Shi has said proudly, gripping Xiao Ying's hand.
The Wang sisters nodded in affirmation, having validated this themselves.
Really, that's wonderful. From now on, both of you shall be my store employees. No one will dare to bully us anymore. Meanwhile, within the Chen household, Chen Mu sat on the sofa in the hall, her face etched with worry.
What are we to do about this matter?
Previously, they could easily manipulate Chen Feng, but that was no longer the case. With Li Gong and Yan Lai having extraordinary ties to Chen Feng, any continued aggression towards him would yield no benefits for the Chen family. Chen Li opened her mouth to speak but restrained herself, eager to see how Chen Fu would respond. That ungrateful child has found a patron. What do you propose we do? Notify them to grant Chen Feng 10% of the shares.
Dad, no.
Chen Yang exclaimed in disbelief.
Those shares belong to him, how can they be given to Chen Feng?
With a resounding slap, Chen Fu struck Chen Yang across the face.
Young Yang, you have greatly disappointed me. After 18 years of nurturing you, this is how you repay me. While Chen Feng was at home, you suppressed and humiliated him, and you think I was oblivious? I knew all along. It was my tacit approval, but what have you accomplished? You wielded every advantage, yet in mere days, he has bested you. Is this what you have learned over the years?
Chen Yang's eyes widened in shock. Once upon a time, he believed his actions were covert, that no one was aware of his facade as the obedient child, favored by the family, yet, he was taken aback to discover that his father was well aware of everything.
Dad, why? Chen Li interrupted, glancing at Chen Fu in disbelief.
If Chen Fu was unaware of anything, she could understand the situation. After all, Chen Yang had been by their side for 18 years, it was reasonable to show him some favoritism. But if Chen Fu knew everything, why treat Chen Feng in such a manner? After all, Chen Feng was the bloodline of the Chen family. Some things you need not know, just fulfill your role as the eldest daughter of the Chen family.
From now on, do not provoke Chen Feng, return to your room.
I refuse.
Chen Li cried out. Why can't I ask? Xiaofeng is my own brother, why do you treat him this way?
Tears welled in her eyes as she felt like a fool. Her own brother was being bullied, and she was complicit, with even her biological parents as accomplices. Chen Mu gazed at Chen Fu, equally perplexed. She furrowed her brow, lost in thought. I told you to return to your room, Chen Fu glared at Chen Li. The authority of Chen Fu in the household was formidable, and he exuded the aura of a king-level beast master. Chen Li found herself unable to resist.
I will get to the bottom of this.
With that, she stormed upstairs, tears flowing freely from her eyes.
Why?
Chen Mu spoke flatly after Chen Li had ascended.
You all return to your rooms.
Tomorrow, inform Chen Feng to grant him 10% of the shares, this matter is settled. With that, Chen Fu offered no further explanation and retreated to his study.
Mom!
Chen Yang called out, elongating the syllables.
Listen to your father and return to your room.
At that moment, Chen Mu's demeanor towards Chen Yang had shifted from warmth to cold detachment. Chen Yang was taken aback, but he dared not oppose her. Chen Mu had always been the one who doted on him the most, defying her would only lead to dire consequences. When the living room was left with only Chen Mu, she fell into deep contemplation.
Why, he clearly knows everything, why act this way? At that moment, Chen Mu pondered many things.
She understood the essence of the man she married. If he truly knew all, could he permit Chen Yang to bully his own flesh and blood? Could he allow himself to discipline his own kin so deliberately?
No, absolutely not then, unless it involved Chen Feng, but in the past. Chen Mu's pupils widened gradually. Did she come to a realization? No, it cannot be, how could this happen? In a daze, Chen Mu grabbed her bag and rushed out of the villa. In the study, Chen Fu stood by the window, watching Chen Mu flee the villa, letting out a sigh. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. No one knew where Chen Mu had gone until she returned to the Chen household late at night. She did not go to her bedroom but sat quietly in the living room, without turning on the lights, motionless. Meanwhile, that night in Chen Feng's shop, it was bustling with activity. Chen Feng, are you sure this will work?
Li Shi whispered, clutching his arm.
What's there to worry about?
Xiaoshan and Xiao Ying are asleep, it's just the two of us, and no one will notice. But I'm a bit scared. What if? Her cheeks flushed, and her hands gripped Chen Feng's arm tightly, filled with apprehension. Chapter 41. A mother was wrong, it was all mother's fault. What is there to fear? I am here, nothing will go amiss, and success is assured.
I believe you. If I don't believe, there's no other choice.
After all, it has already entered. Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders. Right, it should be quick, shouldn't it? Perhaps around 10 minutes, he mused, though uncertainty lingered. This was, after all, his first time assisting a spirit beast's evolution. The fiery squirrel was the very first test subject. Ahem, thoughts of other scenarios, let's leave those aside. However, based on what Chen Feng observed with his spiritual eye, there was certainly no cause for concern. Could there be any issues when success was guaranteed at 100%? As it turned out, there were indeed no complications. Upon the opening of the evolution chamber, a violet figure swiftly darted to Li Shihe's shoulder. Spiritual eye, a violet flame mongoose, diamond class, juvenile physique, 37 mental strength, 48 skills of thunder summon, lightning embodiment. Thunder summons lightning for attack using one's own mental strength. The power of the lightning is equivalent to mental strength. Lightning embodiment significantly enhances personal attributes while enveloping the body in lightning. Lightning damage is equivalent to mental strength. It worked! Chen Feng chuckled softly. Indeed, it has succeeded. Li Shihe smiled, her joy evident as the owner of the violet flame mongoose. Moreover, the change in appearance clearly indicated success. The violet flame mongoose nuzzled affectionately against Li Shihe, exuding its own excitement. The distinction between gold and diamond levels is vast. However, Chen Feng was not pleased with the sight. When he had not yet confirmed his relationship with Li Shihe, the nuzzling could be tolerated, but would it continue in the future? Absolutely not. With that, Chen Feng reached out and firmly grasped the nape of the violet flame mongoose. No more nuzzling in the future, understood? The violet flame mongoose attempted to resist. Despite its petite size, its attributes overshadowed Chen Feng's. If you disobey, you shall not enjoy such fruits again. Chen Feng was aware he could not contend with the violet flame mongoose's attributes. Yet, he had other means at his disposal. He exchanged for the exclusive fruit of the violet flame mongoose, the kind that cost 500,000 each. Of the allure of such a fruit was undeniable. Initially, the violet flame mongoose had no ulterior motives. If refraining from nuzzling would yield such significant benefits, then it would comply. Subsequently, the violet flame mongoose adopted a placating demeanor, its tiny front paws clasped together in the air, repeatedly bowing. You are quite obedient, Chen Feng remarked as he placed the fruit into the mongoose's mouth. Now, the violet flame mongoose was thoroughly subdued. Why are you even feeling jealous over a spirit beast? Li Shihe's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. The violet flame mongoose remained oblivious to Chen Feng's actions, but Li Shihe understood perfectly. Indeed, I am feeling jealous, Chen Feng admitted, unabashed. So what? Where shall we sleep tonight? Li Shihe softly inquired, daring not to lift her gaze to Zhang Wei. She had stealthily slipped out of the academy and had no intention of returning that night. Moreover, after consuming the fruit, the violet flame mongoose had begun to drowse, and Li Shihe wished to leave it in Chen Feng's shop, where the spiritual energy was notably richer, benefiting spirit beasts immensely. Not sleepy? Let us go gaze at the moon, Chen Feng suggested. Feeling slightly parched, however, he thought it prudent to refrain from advancing too swiftly. Besides, the shop was quite small, and both Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying were asleep at the front desk. Even if they desired to engage in some activity, there was no space. Surely they wouldn't go to the testing room in the back for that. It would be disrespectful for a first time. All right, Li Shihe sighed in relief. Had Chen Feng truly made such a proposition, she would have been at a loss as to how to respond. Soon, Chen Feng took Li Shihe's petite hand and led her outside, settling on the steps before the shop. They were not yet intimately acquainted, yet their conversation flowed endlessly, covering an array of topics from childhood to present, with Li Shihe occasionally revealing details about Chen Feng gleaned from Xiao Ying. Time passed swiftly. The stars gradually faded from the sky as the sun rose, yet the two remained engrossed in their animated discussion. The scene was harmonious, however. Within the Chen household, discord reigned, great discord. Mother, why are you in the living room? Chen Yang inquired, having risen early to prepare breakfast for his family, hoping to redeem the lost favor from the day prior. Though he could not reclaim the moondog from Chen Feng, he still had time to forge new bonds with other spirit beasts. He hoped his parents would procure another high-potential spirit beast for him. Yet, to his astonishment, before he could busy himself in the kitchen, he encountered his mother in the living room. Chen Yang, go to school. If there is nothing else, do not return. Focus on your studies, his mother's voice sounded hoarse. Mother, what's wrong? Chen Yang approached with concern etched on his face. His mother suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes bloodshot. I said, go to school now. All right, mother. I'm going right away, please don't frighten me, take care of yourself. Chen Yang was utterly terrified. This was the first time he had witnessed his mother in such a state, resembling a tiger poised to pounce. Suppressing her inner fury, Chen mother refrained from speaking further, retracting her gaze. Soon, Chen Yang fled in a panic, his heart racing. Meanwhile, Chen Li, who had also spent a sleepless night, heard the commotion downstairs. She stepped out of her room for a glance. She had overheard the exchange between her mother and brother. Slowly shaking her head, Chen Li opted to remain silent and turned to return to her room. "Big girl, come down," Chen mother's tone softened, tinged with a hint of pleading. Chen Li felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. She was unaware of what her mother had endured throughout the night, but she recognized that something was distinctly amiss. Hastily, she descended the stairs. Upon reaching her mother, Chen mother immediately pulled her into an embrace. "Big girl, I was wrong, it was all my fault." Tears welled in Chen mother's eyes. Chen Li was thoroughly alarmed. "Mother, please don't cry. What has happened?" "I was wrong, all wrong," Chen mother insisted, repeating her regret, yet she offered no explanation of what had gone awry. What could Chen Li do? She could only gently pat her mother's back, attempting to soothe her. In the study upstairs, Chen father slowly rose from his chair. He understood that his wife had uncovered everything. The matters he must confront could not be avoided. Furthermore, he intended to provide Chen Feng with what he owed him, believing this would serve as compensation, and he hoped this situation would soon pass. However, what he did not realize was whether Chen Feng would even value such compensation. Would he desire it? Did he truly believe this would simply fade away? Chapter 42. Your son is Chen Yang, not me. Why? Chen Mu coldly gazed at Chen Fu, who had just emerged from the study. At that moment, her eyes were devoid of tears. "Why, that question should be directed at you. What is rightfully his, I shall give him." "Absolutely not, 10% is far too little." Chen Li listened in confusion, feeling as though she grasped the situation, yet remained bewildered. "Mother, what on earth is happening?" Chen Li was unwilling to remain in ignorance. She yearned to comprehend the unfolding events. "What is happening? You must inquire with your father." Chen Mu's gaze was decidedly unfriendly. Chen Fu frowned. 20% is excessive. "What, do you still intend to bequeath the majority of the family fortune to that wretched child?" "Enough." Chen Fu's countenance darkened. "Did I speak amiss?" Chen Mu showed no inclination to relent. "If you had not committed such acts back then, we would not be in this predicament now," Chen Fu reminded her. "Mother, please tell me what is going on." Chen Li was on the verge of despair. "It is all my fault. I was in the wrong." As she uttered these words, Chen Mu's expression visibly shifted to one of dejection and remorse. "When I was carrying your brother, your father had another woman outside, and that woman was also with child. She too bore a son. I could not allow that wretched child to usurp my son's inheritance. I sent someone to abduct that woman's child and abandoned him in an orphanage, but I was mistaken. I never anticipated your father would be so heartless." Chen Mu suddenly lifted her head, her gaze filled with hatred directed at Chen Fu. "Xiaofeng is also your child. Why are you so cruel to him? You actually switched Xiaofeng with that wretched child." Upon hearing this, Chen Li felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She finally understood the situation. Chen Mu believed she had discarded that woman's child at the orphanage, but in truth, Chen Fu had long ago exchanged his own biological son with that woman's child. The one abandoned was her true brother, while the one they had raised was that woman's child. Everything began to make sense. Chen Mu had always thought Chen Yang was her biological son, which explained her indulgence towards him. In her heart, Chen Feng, her biological son, was perceived as that woman's child. "Father, is this true?" Having pieced everything together, Chen Li found it hard to believe. Chen Fu did not respond to her inquiry. "At most, I will give him 15%. Are you not afraid I might eliminate him?" Chen Mu remained obstinate. "Initially, you killed her, and I did not pursue it. You switched the children, and I still did not investigate. Chen Yang is my bottom line, do you understand? Xiaofeng is also my bottom line. You have trampled upon my boundary, do not blame me. If this is your choice, Chen Feng will inherit nothing." Children were Chen Mu's Achilles heel. She dared not contemplate the past, how she had treated her own flesh and blood, daily humiliating her biological son while cherishing the child of that wretched woman. Her heart bled. Was it truly worthwhile to go to war with Chen Fu? No, such destruction would yield no benefit for Chen Feng. "Very well, 15%. With that, Chen Mu turned on her heel and departed. Chen Li regarded her father with a look of confusion. She could not fathom why he was so ruthless towards her biological brother. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Feng was indeed his son. "Father, you have a heart of stone," Chen Li uttered before hastily pursuing her mother. Sighing, Chen Fu felt immense pain within, but what could he do? When forced to choose, he could only prioritize the one closest to him. In truth, when he learned of the child switch, he had acted out of rage, leading to such a choice. In hindsight, he regretted it, for he realized he had better options. He could have refrained from switching the children and raised Chen Yang in secret. However, the deed was done, and for years, he had been too fearful to pay attention to Chen Feng. worried that Chen Mu might uncover the truth. It was not until Chen Feng turned 16 that he concocted an excuse to bring him back. He had thought that after so many years, Chen Mu would have come to terms with it. All of this is my fault. It is my doing that has subjected my children to such suffering. Upon returning home, he had treated Chen Feng so poorly. Had he been more attentive, perhaps things would have been different. Chen Mu's tears had not ceased, her condition had worsened. Chen Li was at a loss for how to console her mother, so she silently drove on, the vehicle heading straight for the desolate wilderness. Outside the spirit beast shop, Chen Feng and Li Shurhe were gazing up at the slowly rising sun, engaged in light-hearted banter. The now awake Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying did not disturb them. However, the arrival of a vehicle disrupted Chen Feng's good mood. What bad luck! Chen Feng grumbled as he stood up. Li Shurhe's expression soured as well. The Chen family is like a persistent adhesive, constantly bothering Chen Feng. Haven't we severed ties? Why can't we simply draw a line between us? Let us head inside. Li Shurhe tugged at Chen Feng's hand, wishing to shield him from the Chen family. What is meant to come will come eventually. Let us see what they intend to do. Chen Feng cast Li Shurhe a reassuring glance. Some matters could not be avoided, and he was curious to see what tricks the Chen family had up their sleeves. Soon, the vehicle came to a stop before Chen Feng. Chen Mu was the first to leap from the car. My child. Upon seeing Chen Feng, she opened her arms, ready to embrace him. Madam, please have some dignity. This is not your child. Chen Feng raised his hand, signaling her to keep her distance. Chen Mu stood frozen, tears streaming down her face. Chen Feng frowned slightly. He was puzzled by her distress and wondered what was unfolding. Xiao Feng, it's all a misunderstanding. Mother and I have finally clarified what happened. Chen Li stepped forward, addressing Chen Feng. What does it matter to me whether it's a misunderstanding or not? Your family's matters are of no concern to me. I shall warn you once more, my shop does not welcome you. Do not return. If you fail to comprehend my words, I will find another way to make you understand. Did they truly think Chen Feng was an easy target? Xiao Feng, it was Mother's mistake. It is all Mother's fault. I will make amends, please forgive me. Chen Mu pleaded. Your son is Chen Yang, not me, spare me your repugnance. No, that wretched child Chen Yang is not my son. You are my son. Is this your first realization? How laughable to treasure what you adopted, and only now do you awaken? Is it because of my godfather or my father-in-law? Stay far away from me. Chapter 43. A gentle brush of lips, and they part. Chen Feng's thoughts were quite simple. The Chen family had recognized his current worth and sought to reclaim him as their own. Both Yan Lai and the Li family were crucial allies to the Chen family. In fact, it was conceivable that a century hence, the Chen family could absorb the Li family entirely. Given that the Li family had but one direct bloodline, Li Shi. That time, the entire Jiangcheng would be subject to the Chen family's decree. Chen Feng surmised that this was the reason his mother, Chen Mu, appeared before him with tear-filled eyes. Xiao Feng, 15% of the Chen family's shares will be bestowed upon you. This is what Mama has fought for. Please, grant me an opportunity for redemption, will you? Chen Mu refrained from mentioning past grievances, for she dared not speak of them. Not a chance. Chen Feng's voice remained icy, devoid of any hesitation. Were the shares of the Chen family truly of such value, Chen Feng understood that as long as he safeguarded his own establishment, he would not only amass wealth rivaling nations but also command the lives of countless individuals. Not only could he rise above Jiancheng, but he could also stand at the pinnacle of all Huadua. A mere Chen family was of no consequence to him. Mother, be honest with Xiao Feng. Chen Li could no longer bear the tension. She believed that revealing the truth to Chen Feng would foster understanding towards their mother. If Chen Feng could find it in his heart to forgive Chen Mu, he might just extend an opportunity to his sister. Chen Mu hesitated. Let me speak. Chen Li was aware of her mother's reluctance to voice the truth. Since Chen Mu found it difficult to express herself, Chen Li would take it upon herself. Without waiting for her mother's consent, Chen Li divulged everything she knew. Chen Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, while Li Shurhe mirrored her astonishment. My goodness, even television dramas wouldn't dare portray such a storyline. Upon hearing Chen Li's revelations, Xiao Shan could not suppress her exclamation. Brother Feng, how pitiable! Tears welled in Xiao Ying's eyes as she realized the harrowing complexities of Chen Feng's background. At that moment, Chen Feng was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Was his suffering over the years merely the consequence of a selfish mother, and what of his biological father, who, fully aware, chose to remain silent? How cruel a man he must be, to witness his wife torment their son for 2 years without uttering a word. Such a father was terrifying, and so too was such a mother. The Chen family had utterly shattered Chen Feng's worldview. Xiao Feng, please forgive Mama, she only learned these truths yesterday, and for your sake, she has already severed ties with your father. Chen Li's voice trembled with emotion. Severed ties? What does that have to do with me? I spent 16 years in an orphanage and 2 years in the Chen family. How you all have humiliated me. Do you want me to recount each instance? Spare me your repugnance. Had any of you possessed a shred of compassion, I would not have fallen to this state. What of my biological mother? You gave me life, but you did not nurture me. The moment you abandoned me, any maternal bond ceased to exist. You cast me aside of your own volition. No one forced you. And if you claim to have abandoned the wrong person, that is your foolishness, and I am the one who bears the cost of your folly. Why should I be compelled to forgive you for your peace of mind? Just because of a few words from you, should the suffering I endured be erased? Not a chance. In this lifetime, I shall never forgive you. Please leave at once, Chen Feng shouted vehemently. To be frank, the revelations shared by Chen Li had indeed struck Chen Feng profoundly, yet, rather than granting him solace, they only fueled his fury. As he had articulated, why should he endure so much suffering for the sake of their selfish desires, only to be expected to forgive them for their remorse? It was a fantasy, dear child. Do not be angry. I shall leave immediately, Chen Mu implored, turning to Li Shihe. You are a good child. Please persuade Xiao Feng for me, I beg you. After speaking, Chen Mu bowed to Li Shihe. Without waiting for Chen Feng's outburst, she grasped the reluctant Chen Li and departed. She understood that Chen Feng was not ready to accept the truth, just as she had struggled to come to terms with the revelations herself. Spending a restless night in the living room, she realized that acceptance would take time. Chen Li wished for Chen Feng to forgive their mother at once, but how could that be possible? One cannot comprehend the pain of a knife unless it pierces their own flesh. Chen Mu believed that with time and sincere remorse, Chen Feng would eventually accept her, for blood ties are strong. As they watched Chen Li drive away, Xiao Shan couldn't help but speak first. Are you alright, Fengzi? Chen Feng wiped away a solitary tear that had escaped. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? I thought my life had been miserable enough, only to be dealt another blow. But it's alright, you know my capacity for endurance. Li Shihe gazed at Chen Feng with a heart full of empathy, dismissing Chen Mu's parting words as inconsequential. It's alright, you have us. She gently squeezed his hand. Chen Feng lowered his gaze to Li Shihe, a smile gracing his face, and he tenderly kissed her forehead. Indeed, having you all is more than enough. Are you taking advantage of me? Li Shihe pouted playfully. She then released Chen Feng's hand and, with a serious demeanor, cradled his face in her palms. Their lips brushed, and they parted immediately. At that moment, Li Shihe's cheeks flushed crimson, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Chen Feng was taken aback by Li Shihe's boldness. This gentle touch swept away the shadows clouding his heart. May I have another? Xiao Shan, let us hurry inside, Xiaoying exclaimed, pulling Xiao Shan into the store. Is this a scene we can witness for free? I want tea. Come, take me back. I am tired. Or should we just take a nap here? Chen Feng suggested hopefully, although it was broad daylight and they could do nothing. The thought of resting with her on the sofa seemed delightful. Are you out of your mind? Wang Shui and the others will be arriving soon. Does it matter if they don't come? Then we might as well close for the day. Stop joking around. Let us go. Li Shihe realized she was on the verge of succumbing to temptation and pulled Chen Feng along. Not daring to continue the debate, Chen Feng chuckled foolishly, allowing Li Shihe to guide him away. As they made their way into the inner city, news of Chen Feng's origins had already reached Li Gong and Yan Lai. They deeply cared for Chen Feng's well-being and had long dispatched individuals to keep watch over the situation. What a Chen family, to bully my son in such a manner. Chapter 44. A howling moon. How no one knows what Yan Lai intends to do. After Chen Feng returned Li Shihe to her family, he made his way back to his shop. Xiao Shan and Xiaoying began to familiarize themselves with the operations within the establishment. Are you mad? Are you truly insane? Upon learning the pricing standards within the shop, Xiao Shan couldn't help but reach out to touch Chen Feng's forehead, checking for fever. With such exorbitant fees, will we even have customers? Madness? We have a stable clientele, Chen Feng replied, brushing Xiao Shan's hand aside with utmost seriousness. Craziness, we're friends. Even if they are wealthy, we shouldn't exploit them like this. Exploitation is not the issue. It is about value for money, do you understand? Once you acquire your spirit beasts, you will comprehend, Chen Feng asserted. Brother, can we also have spirit beasts? Xiaoying exclaimed in astonishment. The possession of a spirit beast is a luxurious dream. What young person does not fantasize about the day they will own one, particularly those like Xiao Shan and Xiaoying who have experienced hardship? Their hearts yearn even more, yet, the notion of spirit beasts feels distant and unattainable for them. Even the most ordinary black iron-grade spirit beast is beyond their wildest aspirations, as it is simply unaffordable. Of course, Chen Feng affirmed confidently, since reuniting with Xiao Shan and Xiaoying, and possessing the ability to assist them, he naturally could not allow them to remain mediocre. Only by becoming powerful could they better aid themselves. When you encounter the right spirit beasts, I will help you secure them. Our shop currently has limited operations, just get familiarized with it for now. I need to catch up on sleep, I haven't rested at all last night. With that, Chen Feng reclined on the sofa. As he lay there, he contemplated the path ahead. The goal of expanding his business was firmly established. Satisfying the needs of the Night Watchers would suffice for the time being. As for the Moonhound, Chen Feng was not yet prepared to evolve it to diamond grade. The Moonhound had already entered the evolution chamber once, and through his spiritual eye, Chen Feng had glimpsed its evolution route. It must be said that the Moonhound possesses significant potential, with 3 distinct evolution paths available. As its master, Chen Feng intended to select the strongest route, Howling Moonhound Diamond Grade, which is said to ultimately evolve into the Howling Celestial Hound. Chen Feng was uncertain of its veracity. However, the materials required for this evolution were somewhat challenging to procure, including the elusive Moonlit Stone, of which Chen Feng had not even heard before. Thus, the evolution journey of the Moonhound would inevitably be postponed for some time. Lost in thought, Chen Feng drifted into slumber. Throughout the morning, the shop remained deserted. Xiao Shan and Xiaoying casually stepped out to procure some food, neglecting to inform Chen Feng. As afternoon arrived, Yi Yi appeared. Chen Feng awoke languidly, a smile gracing his face upon seeing Yi Yi. "Your mindset truly doesn't warrant excessive concern," Yi Yi complimented Chen Feng. "If it were anyone else who experienced what you have, they wouldn't be able to sleep, and their mouth would likely be frothing in distress. Yet, look at you, so peacefully asleep, as if those troubling matters had no bearing on you at all. What can one do with a poor mindset? Besides, I've already decided to bid farewell to that family, so I naturally do not care anymore," Chen Feng replied, completely earnest. "As long as you can remain unfazed, I'm just here to check on you. By the way, the boss sent me to collect food for the Hellfire Tiger. You have it, right?" "Yes, of course, I'll fetch it," Chen Feng feigned as he walked toward the shop's interior. Moments later, he returned, holding a fruit in his hand. "Card?" "Yes," Yi Yi nodded at Chen Feng. "That is 5 million in revenue transferred just like that. At this rate, it won't be long before the turnover reaches 100 million, and the shop can be upgraded." After Chen Feng completed the transaction, he turned to Yi Yi. "Actually, I can also create food for other spirit beasts. You see, while I may lack professionalism in persuading people to spend, I can assure you that I can prepare food for your spirit beasts." "You can help me prepare food for my spirit beast?" Yi Yi inquired. "I can prepare food for all the spirit beasts of the Night Watchers, and the other services in my shop are exceptional." Chen Feng began to promote I in the marketplace. Exchanging for spirit beast food requires capital, yielding minimal profit. However, auxiliary evolution services are a different matter, pure profit without even incurring electricity costs. "Let us start with some food for my spirit beast," Yi Yi said after a moment's contemplation. The changes in the Hellfire Tiger over the past few days had not been concealed from Yi Yi, who believed that Yan Lai would not deceive him regarding such matters. Intrigued by the miraculous fruit produced by Chen Feng, Yi Yi was eager to see it. "Alright, but you'll have to come back tomorrow to collect it. How about this, could you let me know what spirit beasts each of the Night Watchers possesses? That way, they can simply pick up their food when they arrive, without having to wait." Chen Feng began to lay the groundwork. He needed only money to exchange for anything, not time. It wouldn't do if someone summoned their spirit beast and he had to immediately produce the corresponding fruit, would it? If he knew in advance what spirit beasts others had and prepared accordingly, there would be no issue. "Sure, that's a minor detail," Yi Yi nodded in agreement. He then took out his phone and began to manipulate it. Soon, a document was sent to Chen Feng. With this, Chen Feng felt more assured. "Currently, my shop's auxiliary evolution services are not effective for king-grade spirit beasts, but that will soon change. Once updated, I will be able to assist king-grade spirit beasts, and I can offer you a complimentary evolution service then." "Alright, it's settled then. I must take my leave, the boss is waiting," Yi Yi declared before turning to exit, not paying much mind to Chen Feng's mention of complimentary services. Chen Feng understood that Yi Yi was somewhat skeptical, but that was alright. Once he experienced it firsthand, Yi Yi would come to understand. "Brother, how much did we just earn?" Xiaoying inquired incredulously of Chen Feng. In fact, Chen Feng had previously mentioned the selling price of the Hellfire Tiger's fruit. However, Xiaoying could hardly believe it. One piece of fruit was worth more than her lifetime as salary. This situation felt almost surreal. "We didn't profit. Selling spirit beast food requires capital. By the way, this is food for the Earth Bear. Xiao Shan, please deliver it. I need to see what fruits the Night Watchers require." Chen Feng produced an earth fruit and tossed it to Xiao Shan. "Alright," Xiao Shan exclaimed, catching the fruit and hurrying toward the fostering area. Xiaoying followed closely behind, leaving Chen Feng alone at the front desk. They had never had close encounters with golden-grade spirit beasts and were eager to relish the experience with the Earth Bear. As evening approached, Li Shi and her companions returned once more. Those who were to spend did so, and those who were to indulge did so, adding another 5 million to the day's revenue with the support of Li Chengfeng. Sure he used her card to purchase fruit for the Purple Flame Ferret. However, she did not summon the Purple Flame Ferret in front of everyone. Chapter 45. Is everything Chen Feng's fault? Ahem, well, you all go ahead and take a stroll. I have a few matters to discuss with Shuri. After settling the business with Li Chengfeng and the others, Chen Feng cleared his throat twice. Oh, it seems our boss Chen finds us bothersome indeed. It's quite uncomfortable. It appears that I shall have to start spending time apart from a certain individual, remarked Wang Yu with a playful tone. Li Chengfeng's eyes lit up. How about it, Sakura, shall we go for a walk? You haven't had lunch yet, right? I'll take you to a delightful place to eat. Li Chengfeng was seizing the opportunity, knowing that Sakura would likely heed Chen Feng's suggestion to leave, making his invitation perfectly timed. Sure. Sakura readily accepted. Then let us be off. Just as Sakura was about to follow Li Chengfeng, Chen Feng nudged Xiaoshan with his elbow. Xiaoshan looked at Chen Feng and nodded in understanding. Oh dear, it's so disheartening. Let's join them for some food and drinks, sister. All right, dear sister, though it's a pity that some individuals will miss out on the delicious fare. With that, the Wang sisters giggled as they departed. Don't mind them. They simply enjoy jesting, nothing more, Li Sure he softly explained to Chen Feng, fearing he might misconstrue the Wang sisters' intentions. I understand, rest assured. How could I be so sensitive as to not appreciate such light-hearted banter? What of the Xian Weasel? Upon mentioning the Xian Weasel, Li Sure he was instantly elated, rising on her toes to gently peck Chen Feng's lips. I adore it, it truly is remarkable. Chen Feng, not one to shy away from a playful exchange, wrapped his arms around Li Sure's waist in a gentle embrace. However, it was merely a light touch, not crossing any boundaries. Li Sure he encircled Chen Feng with her arms, presenting herself as if ripe for the picking. Ahem, let us allow it to enter the evolution chamber. When it came to the crucial moment, Chen Feng relented. Such cowardice, Li Sure he whispered, her heart racing as she playfully pinched the soft flesh at Chen Feng's side. Shortly thereafter, Li Sure he summoned the Xian Weasel and guided it into the evolution chamber. As the Xian Weasel reveled in its evolution, Chen Yang had already returned to the Chen residence. I told you not to return unless necessary. Do you not comprehend my words? Chen Yang's mother, weary and haggard, confronted him like an enraged lioness upon his arrival. Chen Yang's feelings of grievance were palpable. He was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom what had transpired to cause such a drastic shift in his mother's demeanor. The eldest sister had also undergone a transformation. The day had been exceptionally trying for him. Within the Spirit Beast Academy, many openly and covertly pointed fingers at him. When had the eldest son of the Chen family ever endured such scorn? Initially, he believed his father summoned him for comfort, yet upon entering the house, he was met with his mother's vehement rebuke. Mother, it's me, Yang Yang, what have I done to upset you? Chen Yang's voice quavered with emotion. Chen Li tugged at their mother, shaking her head repeatedly. You are just like that wretched bastard, inherently worthless, who knew you were such a skilled actor. Did you know all along? What do you mean? Chen Yang was genuinely perplexed. Enough. Why unleash your wrath upon the child? Chen Yang's father interjected. Dad, what on earth is wrong with Mom? Has my elder brother angered her again? Do not call me Mom, I am no longer your mother. Chen Yang's mother angrily waved her hand and sank into the sofa, aware that since Chen Yang's father had intervened, she could no longer act against him. Yet, the sight of Chen Yang brought forth painful memories of the past 2 years, and she recalled how she had treated Chen Feng. Each thought felt like a dagger to her heart. To have personally tormented her own flesh and blood, such pain was unbearable. As she surveyed the small room where Chen Feng had resided for 2 years, she struck herself across the face in disbelief. Her biological son had lived in this cramped space of less than 7 square meters, with a meager allowance of 500 yuan each month, unworthy of sharing a meal at the table. Throughout the day, she had fainted twice from the weight of her remorse. She harbored no resentment towards Chen Feng, not in the slightest. No matter how coldly he treated her, she felt it was her due punishment. The culprits behind all this stood before her. I demand 30% of the Chen family's shares, sign this. Chen Yang's mother produced a document. This was a decision she had carefully contemplated. She no longer wished to remain with the Chen family. She intended to safeguard her son's future and secure ample benefits for him. You know this is impossible. Chen Yang's father didn't even glance at the document. Is my worth insufficient, or is it that Xiao Feng's is lacking? I have already shown restraint by not demanding half your shares. Chen Yang's mother glared at her husband, a man who had caused her profound hurt, not only by replacing her own son but by deceiving her for 18 long years. Even if I were to agree, your family would never permit it. You have more than just Xiao Feng, you have 3 daughters as well. If you leave, will you abandon them? My daughters will always be my daughters, I merely wish to part ways with you, heartless wretch.
Enough! Chen Yang's father roared.
Before his children, he could not afford to lose the dignity of the head of the Chen family. I can offer you 15% of the shares, you may hold them on behalf of Xiaofeng.
I will not sign this agreement. Is your heart so cold, even now, you refuse to confront your mistakes?
Chen Yang's mother felt utterly disillusioned by her husband. At this point, he couldn't even bring himself to inquire about Xiaofeng's situation, merely coldly offering 15% of the shares. In truth, how could Chen Yang's father be unaware of the events that transpired? He knew that Chen Yang's mother had failed to sway Chen Feng, and had even been cast out. Otherwise, he would not have suggested holding the shares on behalf of anyone. That so-called arrangement was merely a means to silence Yan Lai and Li Gong. Regret was not an option. In the face of profit, familial bonds held little significance for Chen Yang's father.
There are many things you do not yet know, Yang Yang, eldest sister, you both should return to your rooms. Chen Yang's father spoke wearily, issuing a command. Mom, whatever decision you make, I will support you. I can leave with you.
Chen Li didn't even spare a glance at her father, her disappointment palpable. Chen Yang's father furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Then, Chen Li ascended the stairs first, while Chen Yang, utterly dejected, absorbed the dialogue yet remained oblivious to the underlying reasons. Why had their once harmonious family devolved into chaos upon Chen Feng's return? Everything was Chen Feng's fault. If he had not come back, none of this would have transpired. Ultimately, Chen Yang went upstairs.
Come out. There are matters that are now due for disclosure.
Chapter 46. The origins of Chen Yang. Chen's mother was oblivious to what the man was about to divulge, yet, regardless of his words, she was resolute in her refusal to yield. As Chen's father led her into the garden, he turned to face her, who was trailing behind.
Are you aware of Yang Yang's true identity? He inquired. What, are you now revealing to me that he is not your blood? Chen's mother's face contorted with disdain.
Chen's father shook his head helplessly.
No, Yang Yang is indeed my son, but do you know the true identity of his mother? Chen's mother furrowed her brow. What status could that shameless woman possibly have?
Ah, she is, in fact, the eldest daughter of the Yi family in Kyoto.
Which Yi family? The very one you are imagining. Chen's mother lifted her gaze to Chen's father. What a ludicrous joke you are telling. It is far from amusing. If she were truly a member of the Yi family, would they allow her to perish?
She did not die. Impossible, I distinctly recall, she is very much alive. Years ago, she reached out to me, revealing her true identity. The Yi family has refrained from causing you any trouble because of her, and she has acted this way due to your kindness towards Yang Yang. Chen's mother staggered back a step, trembling. She had always thought her life resembled that of a marionette, living not for herself but for others. What are you trying to convey to me with all this, that I should continue being kind to that illegitimate child lest the Yi family come after me?
Yes, and no.
The Yi family will provide Yang Yang with a new spirit beast. He will receive their nurturing, and you understand what that signifies. What does it matter? He has usurped my son's life. All I desire is to reclaim what rightfully belongs to him.
How do you not comprehend? Even I dare not defy the Yi family.
Are you not aware of their influence? Even if you disregard your own interests, should you not consider Xiaofeng's? At this moment, Chen Feng had become Chen's mother's Achilles' heel.
Upon hearing Chen's father's words, she fell into silence.
I will take 15% of the shares. From henceforth, I will depart from the Chen family. Your affairs will no longer concern me. After a moment of silence, Chen's mother reached a decision. She capitulated, recognizing that no matter how fiercely she resisted, she could not contend with the Yi family. The Yi family could crush her as easily as one might squash an ant.
Alas! Chen's father sighed.
Subsequently, Chen's mother returned to the living room, gathered her belongings, and left. Chen Li seemed to have anticipated her departure, following closely behind her. Without the resources of the Chen family, Chen Li's aspirations for advancement would become arduous, yet even so, she no longer wished to remain in this household. Chen Yang had been observing intently, and as soon as Chen's mother departed, he hurried out of the room. Dad, my mom, let her go. Prepare for the spirit beast contract tonight.
Spirit beast? What spirit beast? Chen Yang asked, puzzled.
A spirit beast that aligns with your identity. I hope you will not disappoint me this time. Chen Yang felt a surge of anxiety. He feared that his father would hastily procure a spirit beast for him. After all, this was a matter of his future, leaving no room for complacency. Unfortunately, Chen's father was unwilling to engage in further conversation. That evening, a royal-level spirit beast master arrived at the Chen residence. Descending upon a royal-level flying spirit beast, disregarding the regulations against summoning spirit beasts within Jiang City. His arrival naturally attracted considerable attention. The members of the Yi family from Kyoto, what business did they have here? Yan Lai, the leader of the night patrol in Jiang City, was the first to notice this individual. However, he chose not to intervene or inquire. The Yi family from Kyoto, Yan Lai could not afford to provoke them.
Why have they come to the Chen family? Do they share some connection? Never mind him.
Let us go see how that young lad of mine is faring. Yan Lai opted for a strategy of ignoring the issue. Even if there were some association between the Chen and Yi families, should the Chen family dare to harm Chen Feng, Yan Lai would not grant the Yi family any leniency. Meanwhile, within the shop, Chen Feng was engrossed in studying the shop's display. After several days of accumulation, the shop now boasted funds amounting to 20 million.
System, if I expend the funds in the shop, will it affect the task's progress? Beep.
No, it will not affect it.
Exchange for 8 body enhancement pills and 8 mental enhancement pills.
These will be consumed sooner or later. Since I have the funds now, I shall simply indulge.
Beep.
8 million has been deducted. Exchange successful. As the pills appeared in Chen Feng's hand, he did not even spare a glance before swallowing them all in one go.
Products from the system are safe and devoid of side effects. Treat them like candy.
The pills took effect immediately. A surge of warmth coursed through Chen Feng's entire being, rapidly fortifying his physique. His mind also felt considerably clearer, an indication of an increase in mental acuity.
Ha!
My current strength is sufficient to rend a diamond-level spirit beast apart, albeit one in its juvenile stage. Nonetheless, that is quite formidable and would certainly leave my dear younger brother searching for his teeth. He wondered how his brother was faring now. Chen Feng appeared to be a quintessential older brother, still thinking of his younger sibling even at this late hour. Just as Chen Feng was lost in contemplation, Yan Lai arrived. The moment he laid eyes on Chen Feng, his previously furrowed brow instantly relaxed. Yet, upon sensing Chen Feng's vitality, Yan Lai was taken aback. Ignoring Chen Feng's discomfort, Yan Lai swiftly approached him, placing his hands on Chen Feng to examine him, probing this and that.
What are you doing, godfather? What in the world have you consumed? How has your physique suddenly improved so dramatically?
How would I know? I merely took a nap and woke up like this. Yan Lai glared at Chen Feng, incredulous.
Do you think I am a fool?
Even a fool would not believe such a claim. However, Yan Lai did not press further, having already ascertained that Chen Feng's body was in good condition without any adverse effects. As long as there was no harm to his health, Yan Lai could only rejoice that Chen Feng had elevated his physique beyond his own.
What about your 2 friends? They have gone to a hotel in the city.
Tomorrow, they plan to find a place nearby to build a house. Living in a hotel is rather inconvenient. This decision was made by Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying, not Chen Feng, despite his strong objections.
Well, that is acceptable. You young people can make your own decisions. Godfather, in a few days, I intend to expand my shop and acquire some land in the vicinity. Is that all right? Of course, there is no issue with that. Occupying this area is perfectly fine. Do you require any assistance from me?
No need, I have made adequate preparations. Chapter 47. At diamond level, Shadow Beast Chen Feng is laying the groundwork for the expansion of his shop, ensuring that he won't have to explain himself later. Although it will undoubtedly attract considerable attention at that time, notifying in advance will alleviate some of the chaos. Well, do you have any other needs? I notice your shop seems rather slow in business.
Perhaps you should consider furthering your studies at the Spirit Beast Academy?
I want to go. Besides, who says I lack business here?
Chen Feng retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Business is thriving.
The daily revenue is quite substantial. I still think attending school would be beneficial. How about I arrange for you to audit a few classes? You can go if you wish, or not, but it would certainly make it more convenient for your dates with that girl from the Li family.
Is that really possible?
Chen Feng exclaimed, surprised, as no one had mentioned such an opportunity to him before.
See, your godfather is reliable, Yan Lai replied with an air of mystery. Chen Feng looked at Yan Lai quizzically. What's the benefit?
Do you think their competition within the academy is without purpose? There are indeed advantages. The ranking determines how many times you can enter the secret realms each month. If you achieve the top position, you can enter 5 times monthly.
What are secret realms?
Chen Feng asked, genuinely puzzled, as this was knowledge he had not been taught in his previous studies. Secret realms are places controlled by the authorities. The ones you can access now are merely entry-level realms, containing spirit materials that are not particularly exceptional. However, for spirit beast trainers of your age, they are quite commendable.
Is it just spirit materials? Chen Feng asked, feeling somewhat disheartened. If it were merely spirit materials, it would hold little allure for him. He might as well focus on making money. After all, every spirit material has a price in the system's marketplace, and as long as Chen Feng has funds, he can purchase anything. And there are also magical beasts. What can you learn from mere sparring? Only through actual combat with magical beasts can you broaden your horizons. You'll understand this later. Regardless, being an auditor, you have nothing to lose. Fine then, will I need to participate in any competitions at the Spirit Beast Academy? Chen Feng inquired, fully aware that Li Shihua and the others were preparing for the Academy's contest. Given how much Li Changfeng and the others were investing, it seemed indeed crucial to achieve a good result in the competition. You can join if you wish, no one will force you otherwise. I understand now. Thank you, Godfather. Stop with the formalities, how about a drink with me today? Yan Lai casually produced 2 bottles of wine. Let us drink then. Chen Feng did not refuse. After all, it was merely drinking. What was there to fear? However, after just a few sips, Chen Feng found himself reeling. The world spun around him, his blood rushing to his head, and soon he collapsed onto the ground. Chen Feng was already a paragon among his peers in terms of physical constitution, yet the alcohol Yan Lai had produced was potent enough to intoxicate even a king-level spirit beast master. Chen Feng's physique could hardly withstand it. Challenging me to a drinking contest? You're still a novice. At the same time that Chen Feng was incapacitated by Yan Lai's drinking challenge, in the Chen family's training room, Chen Yang sat cross-legged in the center, facing a spirit beast egg. This egg had been gifted by a king-level spirit beast master from the Yi family. Yang Yang, maintain your composure, there will be no issues, Chen Yang's father reminded him from a distance of over 10 meters. I understand. May I begin? Chen Yang asked, holding a jade pendant that had also been entrusted to him by the king-level spirit beast master. The specific purpose of the pendant had not been disclosed to Chen Yang. He only knew that he was to use it to contract the spirit beast. Commence, the king-level spirit beast master instructed. The truth of whether Chen Yang bore the bloodline of the Yi family would soon be revealed. If Chen Yang possessed the Yi family's bloodline, the contract would undoubtedly succeed. If not, he would perish. After receiving permission from the king-level spirit beast master, Chen Yang bit his finger and began inscribing the contract formation on the spirit beast egg. Once the formation was completed, the jade pendant in his hand emitted a soft yellow glow. Excellent, it is indeed the Yi family bloodline, and the concentration is quite high. The king-level spirit beast master nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the glow emanating from the pendant. This pendant had the ability to assess both the bloodline and its concentration. The Yi family had once produced a supreme master, and due to this master, the descendants of the Yi family possess unique bloodlines. The concentration of the bloodline can indirectly indicate the achievements a descendant might reach in the future. White, blue, yellow, red. Red is the highest, followed by yellow. Chen Yang's bloodline concentration reaching yellow surpassed the expectations of the king-level spirit beast master. While inscribing the contract, Chen Yang could not afford to ponder the significance of the jade pendant. All his mental energy was focused on the spirit beast egg before him, but he could sense that he was rapidly establishing a connection with the spirit beast within the egg, forming a contract. Everything went smoothly. However, once the contract was completed and Chen Yang attempted to sense his new spirit beast, he looked at his father in disbelief. Father, what is this spirit beast? How is it? Are you satisfied? A proud smile graced Chen Yang's father's face. He understood that Chen Yang was the future of the Chen family, as the spirit beast sent by the Yi family was of diamond level. What is happening here? Chen Yang could hardly believe it. He felt as if he were in a dream. Having lost a golden level moonhound, he had now acquired a diamond level shadow beast. Nurture your spirit beast well. Once you advance to a black iron level spirit beast master, I will return to see you, the king level spirit beast master stated before turning to leave. Father, who is that person? Chen Yang was filled with questions. The events of the past few days had been utterly surreal. It is not yet your time to know. All resources necessary for the growth of the shadow beast have been prepared for you. Focus on preparing for the upcoming Spirit Academy competition. Do not bring shame to the Chen family, his father replied, withholding further explanation. At present, the Yi family could not reclaim Chen Yang, and the reasons for this were unclear to his father. The affairs of the Yi family were beyond his influence. Rest assured, I will astonish them this time, Chen Yang asserted. Having experienced the fickleness of human emotions, he was acutely aware of how many had mocked and scorned him within the academy. Even countless individuals online had berated him. Previously, Chen Yang had cared deeply about their opinions, but now, he felt indifferent. He, Chen Yang, had contracted a diamond-level juvenile spirit beast and stood as a prodigy at the pinnacle of the world. He would silence all those who looked down upon him, and he would make Chen Feng kneel before him in apology. Chapter 48, Transparent Pricing. No deception for young or old Father Chen ascended the stairs, his demeanor betraying no joy. Chen Yang, however, was filled with elation as he gazed at the shadow beast beside him, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The shadow beast, a member of the canine family, boasted a coat of black fur and stood only 20 centimeters tall during its juvenile phase, resembling more of a domestic cat. Yet, the shadow beast's capabilities were formidable. Even without having mastered any skills, its innate talents were already noteworthy. This creature could conceal itself within various shadows, including the reflections of buildings and the silhouettes of living beings, thriving in the nocturnal realm where it truly excelled. While it could not achieve complete invisibility within the shadows, it could significantly diminish its presence, making it an ideal companion for assassination. Its potential for growth was equally vast. Even those shadow beasts whose bloodlines could not evolve could ultimately attain the rank of a king, transcending their inherent limitations. Should its bloodline evolve, the most potent shadow beast from the Yi family had already ascended to the divine level. Of course, Chen Yang was unaware of these intricacies, as they lay shrouded in secrecy among the upper echelons. At present, he was solely focused on nurturing his shadow beast, unwilling to pursue further conflict with Chen Feng. He aimed to make a stunning impression at the Spirit Academy's grand competition, intending to astonish everyone before decisively trampling Chen Feng beneath his feet. In contrast, Chen Feng found the days to be exceedingly dull during Chen Yang's silence. Recently, the shop's revenue had surged dramatically, thanks to the influx of night patrollers. Initially, the establishment had not seen such crowds, but with the arrival of the first wave of customers, more followed suit. There was little to be done. After all, the delectable offerings Chen Feng had prepared were simply irresistible to the patrons. Alas, he lamented, still lacking 2 million. As he surveyed the various spirit beasts housed in the care area, his frustration deepened. Apart from the formidable Earth Black Bear, entrusted to the shop by Li Chengfeng, 5 additional spirit beasts now occupied the care area. Were it not for the limited space, the number would surely have doubled. He pondered whether the evolution chamber would expand following the shop's upgrade. Chen Feng had many concerns weighing on his mind. The night patrollers were all formidable individuals, and their spirit beasts were of considerable size, rendering both the evolution chamber and the medical box inadequate for such large creatures. This service, which allowed him to reap profits effortlessly, had only been enjoyed by 2 of the night patrollers, aside from Li Shihe and her companions, leaving Chen Feng feeling despondent as he watched money slip through his fingers. Foolish dog, come forth. Chen Feng summoned the moondog from the spirit beast space. The moondog, appearing rather dim-witted, panted happily at Chen Feng's feet. Chen Feng exchanged a fruit for the moondog, then callously shoved it into the evolution chamber. No slacking off, you must enhance your abilities, he admonished. The moondog felt a profound sense of unfairness, believing the disparity in treatment between itself and the fire flood dragon to be insurmountable. Nevertheless, it willingly entered the evolution chamber, aware that although the process was painful, the outcome would be beneficial. Why was it painful? Because within the 10 minutes spent in the evolution chamber, it would endure multiple deaths. The evolution chamber could create an extraordinarily realistic illusion, where the moondog would encounter various monstrous beasts, engaging in battles, dying, and battling anew in an endless cycle. Through this relentless loop of combat and demise, the moondog would accrue vast amounts of battle experience, forcibly unlocking its potential and learning skills autonomously. Furthermore, the passage of time within this illusion differed. 10 minutes in the evolution chamber might equate to a day or even many days within the illusion. Why were spirit beasts so reluctant to enter the evolution chamber? Who would desire to experience countless deaths within a single day? Although these were not true deaths, everything within the illusion felt strikingly real. Chen Feng was oblivious to these details. He only recognized that each time a spirit beast emerged from the evolution chamber, it exhibited varying degrees of enhancement. As Chen Feng's spirit beast, daily excursions in the evolution chamber were indispensable. While the fire flood dragon had been somewhat lazy in recent days, Chen Feng would undoubtedly find opportunities to provide it with clear guidance in the future. Xiaoshan and Xiaoying had set up a temporary residence not far from the shop, opting not to stay overnight. Li Shihe typically remained until dusk but departed once night fell. Only occasionally did Yan Lai linger for extended periods, yet he never stayed the night. Thus, Chen Feng still found moments of solitude, allowing him to arrange for the fire flood dragon to relax. Hey, can my attributes be elevated to a higher tier? Ding, the host has yet to meet the conditions for elevation. What conditions? Ding, please explore on your own. Explore my foot. Chen Feng felt increasingly vexed. If others possessed his attributes, they would have long since advanced to the black iron level. Spirit beast masters not only enhance their attributes upon elevation but also awaken new energies. Spirit beast masters are not merely controllers of spirit beasts, they themselves possess combat capabilities, and powerful spirit beast masters can even surpass spirit beasts of the same rank. This is because they can learn the skills of their spirit beasts. These skills range from enhancing their own combat prowess to healing spirit beasts, and even include various life skills, such as improving the tastiness of food. There is a vast array of skills available.
Chen Feng firmly believed that as a fortunate individual, the system would not allow him to remain weak. He eagerly anticipated the skills he would acquire upon elevating his rank. Regrettably, while his attributes met the necessary standards, he remained unaware of how to qualify for elevation, leaving him in a state of distress. Nevertheless, even in his discomfort, sleep beckoned. After the Moondog emerged from the evolution chamber, Chen Feng allowed the fire flood dragon to turn in the chamber before succumbing to slumber. The following day, customers flooded in early in the morning. A night patroller arrived at the shop upon hearing the commotion. Xiaoshan and Xiaoying rushed to work, even foregoing breakfast. The results were gratifying. Various spirit beast fruits were selling like hotcakes. With sufficient funds, Chen Feng prepared several of each type of fruit and affixed labels to them. Transparent pricing, no deception for young or old. Xiaoshan and Xiaoying beamed with delight, having never encountered such easily sold products at such high prices. Not only were their customers daily, but some even pre-purchased several fruits in advance. Though transactions were conducted via card, without any cash in hand, it was enough to excite both Xiaoshan and Xiaoying. Chen Feng fixed his gaze on the shop's revenue, watching intently. When the revenue reached 100 million, he heard the system's notification sound ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You have earned a card for upgrading to a mid-level shop. Hey, I did it! Mid-level shop upgrade privilege card. It can upgrade a basic shop to mid-level. The IT cannot be used yet. I must wait until night when no one is around. That evening, after Li Shihai had quietly come and gone, only Chen Feng remained in the shop. Foolish dog, go check for outsiders. After a few barks, the Moondog dashed out of the shop. It saw no one and detected no scent of intruders. Unbeknownst to it, 3 groups were observing it in the shop from the shadows. Chapter 49 The Arrival of the Demonic Beings. Is it a member of the Chen family? Yi furrowed his brow as he gazed in the direction from whence the recent group had come. He harbored no affection for the Chen family whatsoever. Simultaneously, the individuals sent by the Li family to protect Chen Feng also discerned the emergence of a third wave of people. He too believed that this newly arrived group belonged to the Chen family. However, in the absence of any proactive aggression from the Chen family, he had no intention to engage. Yet, as this group advanced, they charged directly towards Chen Feng's shop. They are not members of the Chen family, they are demonic beings. Yi immediately revealed himself. Alongside Yi, 3 others emerged as well. The Night Watchers have arrived. Disperse. This gang of demonic beings was clad in dark red hooded cloaks, their faces obscured by fearsome masks, rendering their features unrecognizable. At the sound of the command, the group swiftly scattered. Pursue. Yi issued the order without a moment's hesitation. Demonic beings, eliminate them one by one. The Li family had initially intended to remain passive. His mission was to covertly safeguard Chen Feng, not to hunt down demonic beings. That duty fell to the Night Watchers. However, just as he believed himself uninvolved, 2 hidden demonic beings suddenly surged towards the shop. What a nuisance! A Li family member revealed himself. Clearly, these 2 demonic beings had not anticipated anyone lurking to guard the shop. Upon sensing the aura of a diamond-level spirit beast master emanating from the Li family member, they turned and fled. Initially, the Li family member had no intention of pursuing, but fate had it that the 2 summoned their spirit beasts, intending to use ranged attacks to demolish Chen Feng's shop. That was intolerable. The Li family member summoned his spirit beast and blocked their attack before chasing after them once more. Hearing the commotion outside, Chen Feng poked his head out to take a look. Silly dog, didn't you say no one was outside? The Moonhound felt wronged. Being just a young pup, it was already impressive that it could discern the presence of others through scent. If those powerful beings truly wished to remain hidden, how could it possibly detect them? Surely, there shouldn't be anyone left now. Chen Feng spoke with uncertainty. However, he soon realized his error. Before he could retract his head, a figure appeared within his line of sight, clad in the same dark red hood and fearsome mask. Chen Feng swallowed hard. He recognized the figure as a demonic being. Little one, no one is coming to save you now. The demonic being spoke, its voice hoarse, making it impossible to discern gender. Are you male or female? Chen Feng, ever straightforward, inquired while still peeking out. Humph, the demonic being snorted derisively. Chen Feng sensed the impending danger and retreated back into the shop. No matter how fierce you are, dare to step in and try, Chen Feng muttered under his breath and then nonchalantly plopped down onto the sofa. The Moonhound, ever cooperative, leapt onto Chen Feng's lap and settled down obediently. There was no question of shutting the door. Since the demonic being dared to come, there was no reason to let it leave unchallenged. The demonic being did not disappoint Chen Feng, entering the shop within mere seconds. Why does the Li family acknowledge you? Why did Yan Lai take you as a foster son? The intruding demonic being coldly questioned Chen Feng. It was utterly impolite, when inquiring about another, should one not first introduce themselves? Oh, is it not obvious? The demonic being retorted. I am speaking of your true identity. Such knowledge would be useful should I decide to eliminate you and need to know to whom to return your remains. Little one, you are quite bold. Is it the spirit beasts in your shop that have emboldened you? As it spoke, the demonic being exuded an aura befitting a king-level spirit beast master. Now it was Chen Feng's turn to be astonished. My goodness, such a grand display, a king-level spirit beast master has come to kill me, a mere fledgling without any significant prowess? Observing the incredulous expression on Chen Feng's face, the demonic being relished the moment. In truth, there was no need for him to personally intervene to eliminate Chen Feng. However, the peculiar circumstances surrounding Chen Feng piqued his curiosity. Chen Feng, originally a scion of the Chen family, had severed ties with them, yet not only had he become Yan Li's foster son, but he had also married into the Li family. The demonic being was intrigued by how Chen Feng had achieved such feats, believing there must be something extraordinary about him that they sought to acquire. There is nothing strange about it. You possess such value, will you divulge it willingly, or shall I employ more forceful methods to extract it? The demonic being was surprisingly candid, even offering Chen Feng a choice. Chen Feng grinned. Silly dog, do you find this joke amusing? The moonhound also grinned, its tiny pink tongue lolling out. The demonic being frowned. Chen Feng's demeanor was no longer a matter of mere audacity, but rather a display of confidence. Is Yan Li here? Is Li Gong present? Impossible. The demonic being had already conducted thorough investigations and was aware that both Yan Li and Li Gong were under surveillance. Should either of them make any moves, he would be immediately informed. Kid, are you stalling for time? Do you truly not wish to reveal your true identity, seeking death? The demonic being could no longer contain itself. It raised its right hand, aiming for Chen Feng's neck. Chen Feng showed no inclination to evade. Besides, with the speed of his opponent, even if he wished to dodge, it was futile. However, just as the demonic being's hand was mere inches from Chen Feng's throat, it halted. The pupils visible through the mask betrayed a look of sheer terror. Come forth, my spirit beast, the demonic being called out in its mind. It was not that it wished to remain silent. Rather, it had lost the ability to speak. Chen Feng had exercised his privilege to prohibit all actions of the demonic being. After the demonic being's mental summons, the spirit beast pouch at its waist shimmered with spiritual energy. Return, Chen Feng shouted furiously. This method of summoning spirit beasts from the pouch was all too familiar to him. He witnessed it several times daily. The demonic being chuckled coldly in its heart. Who do you think you are? Do you believe a mere shout can what? The demonic being was taken aback. The summoning had failed. Immediately after Chen Feng's outcry, its spirit beast pouch fell silent. Chen Feng had actually prevented it from summoning its spirit beast. What sort of trick is this? Let me see whether you are man or ghost. Chen Feng extended his hand towards the demonic being's face. As soon as his hand made contact with the mask, the demonic being went into a frenzy, desperately channeling its inner spiritual energy in an attempt to break free from this constriction. Without the protection of the mask, it felt utterly vulnerable. The demonic being could only thrive in the shadows of human cities. Shunning the light exposure meant certain death. Chen Feng paid no heed to the demonic being's struggles. He simply wished to unveil its visage. In the next moment, he yanked the mask from the demonic being's face. Ah, how grotesque! Chen Feng exclaimed in shock. The demonic being erupted in fury. Chapter 50. How about this? Shall I come over to your place today? You claim to have betrayed humanity and allied yourself with the demon beasts, yet they did not offer you any assistance in altering your appearance? Chen Feng rose from his seat, gripping the moonhound in one hand while brandishing a mask to jab at the demon's cheek twice. You are not even as aesthetically pleasing as my silly dog. The demon seethed with rage, feeling deeply humiliated. How dare he compare a royal spirit beast master like himself to a mere dog? Unfortunately, he found himself unable to move or speak, resorting to glaring furiously to convey his indignation. Speak up! Where is your headquarters in Jiang City? Chen Feng released his hold on the demon, completely relinquishing control. As he felt his power return, the demon erupted in fury. How disgraceful! Chen Feng scoffed, then raised his foot to kick. The demon lunged towards Chen Feng but found himself suspended in midair, as if time had frozen at that moment. Bang! Chen Feng's foot ruthlessly connected with the demon's face, rendering his already unattractive visage even less appealing. The force of the kick sent the demon flying, breaking his nose and causing blood to spray as he collided with the counter. Fortunately, the shop's inviolable rules prevented significant damage, but the demon's back endured a second assault. Who on earth are you? The demon panicked. Having been struck twice, he finally recognized the grim reality. He did not wish to experience the disempowering sensation a third time. I am Chen Feng. Did you not investigate before coming? The demon was at a loss for words. Had he truly investigated, he would not have posed such a question. I know you are Chen Feng, but how could Chen Feng possess such formidable power? Not even that bastard Yan Li could wield such abilities. With a mere thought, you can completely dominate me, and you dare claim to be Chen Feng. Have you also allied with the demon god? How dare you insult me like that? Chen Feng bristled at the remark. You expect me to become a lapdog for the demon beasts? What a jest! You need to grasp the gravity of the situation. Now is not the time for you to ask questions. Chen Feng kindly reminded the demon. Go ahead and kill me, but I will not divulge anything. The demon understood that his fate was sealed. He had thought they were here to eliminate a human prodigy, but instead, they had run into a formidable opponent. Those who kill will themselves be killed. The demon felt no regret. yet he had people he needed to protect. Betrayal was not an option he dared consider. If he betrayed, it would not be just his life at stake. Quite resilient, aren't you? Chen Feng resumed his seat on the sofa, reaching out to stroke the moonhound's head, which contentedly squinted its eyes. You are not going to kill me. The demon was perplexed by Chen Feng's intentions. Whether I kill you or not is not for me to decide. If I were to hand you over to the Night Watchers, you would fetch a considerable price. Chen Feng was quite thoughtful in his considerations. A royal demon would certainly be valuable, although this money wouldn't contribute to the shop's revenue. It could be utilized for other expenses, such as paying salaries to Xiao Shan and the others, or purchasing property and brides. Moreover, indulging in food, drink, and travel also requires funds. If I sell this royal demon, the money should suffice for a while. However, simply handing you over may not be feasible. Let us knock you out with that. Chen Feng's figure instantly appeared behind the demon, manifesting without any warning. The demon's eyes widened as he experienced the disconcerting loss of control for the third time. A swift chop, clean and efficient, the demon was successfully rendered unconscious by Chen Feng. This will do nicely. Chen Feng reappeared on the sofa, nodding approvingly at his handiwork. Not long after, Yi Yi returned alone. Are you alright? Yi Yi rushed into the shop, concern etched on his face as he saw Chen Feng sitting unharmed on the sofa. During the pursuit of the demon, Yi Yi had realized he had fallen into a trap. A diversionary tactic. What could possibly happen to me? This fellow inexplicably rushed in and then, for some reason, passed out. He appears to be a demon. Chen Feng feigned ignorance. Passed out? Hiss, Yi Yi gasped. He could see that the unconscious figure was indeed a royal demon. Passed out. I'll leave him to you. Is there a reward for capturing demons? There is, and it should be quite substantial. Really? Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with greed as he stared at Yi Yi. Yi nodded at Chen Feng. After the items on the demon are accounted for, half will be your reward. Alright, hurry and take him away, Chen Feng urged. At that moment, Yi shook his head. No, we must wait for what? For the other individuals protecting you to arrive. Chen Feng wanted to tell Yi that he did not require protection. In this shop, no one could pose a threat. However, he felt that such a statement would lack credibility. More importantly, with guards present day and night, how could he upgrade his shop? Realizing this, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that such an incident occurred tonight, otherwise, he would have had to demonstrate what it meant to upgrade the shop out of thin air in front of Yi Yi and the others. If it were merely upgrading the equipment, he might have managed to talk his way out of it, but if the shop expanded several times, how could he explain that? Fine, as long as the funds are accurately accounted for. Rest assured, who would dare embezzle your money? Yi Yi and Chen Feng did not wait long, for Yan Lai had swiftly received news of Chen Feng's ambush and rushed over at breakneck speed. Where is he? Yan Lai stormed into the shop like a lion. Chen Feng stared wide-eyed, noticing that flames were actually engulfing Yan Lai's body, and the heat was intense. Even from a distance, Chen Feng felt waves of warmth. Boss, don't be agitated, the person has been subdued, he is here. A royal demon, these fellows are indeed investing heavily, let us take him back and pry open his mouth. Understood, Yi Yi replied without hesitation, dragging the royal demon towards the exit of the shop. Chen Feng wanted to warn Yi Yi that this fellow was merely knocked out and had not lost his ability to resist. He hoped the demon wouldn't regain consciousness midway and eliminate Yi Yi. Don't worry, once the demon is in our hands, he won't escape. Are you alright? Yan Lai looked at Chen Feng with genuine concern, the flames surrounding him having vanished. I'm fine, but it seems I won't be able to stay here tonight. Godfather, how about I come over to your place? It's safer that way. Chen Feng expressed his thoughts candidly. Chapter 51 Shop Upgrade. What? You're no longer guarding your shop, I won't be here tonight. Chen Feng nodded earnestly. He needed to leave the shop, only by his departure could those watching him also follow suit. This was the only way to utilize the shop upgrade card. Alright, let us go. Yan Lai did not refuse, he had long wished to take Chen Feng around to familiarize him with the place. Asa godson, how could he not know where his godfather resided? Subsequently, Chen Feng followed Yan Lai to the headquarters of the Night Watchers in Jiang City. Yan Lai had no proper home, his residence was on the top floor of the Night Watchers headquarters. The entire floor belonged to him. Chen Feng did not rush to use the shop upgrade card, he was busy exploring Yan Lai's abode. Well, let us call it that. Standing in Yan Lai's home, Chen Feng could only feel one thing. Opulence. He had never encountered a 2,000 square foot flat before. The interior boasted every amenity, even a swimming pool. Can you believe it? What do you think? Impressive, right? Yan Lai noticed Chen Feng's astonishment and felt quite pleased with it. On second thought, I fear I might be corrupted by this environment. Chen Feng shook his head in refusal. Staying here for a day or two is fine, but residing here regularly is out of the question. Suit yourself. By the way, how are your preparations for the Spirit Academy competition coming along? Are you going to participate? Chen Feng replied with unwavering certainty. Of course, it's only a few days away, probably in 3 days. So soon? Chen Feng was somewhat taken aback from his understanding. 3 days from now marked the official opening of the Spirit Academy, and a competition would commence right at the start? Well, the specifics are still unclear, but whether it's early or late, it's all the same to me. Yan Lai dismissed, such trivial competitions hold no significance in his eyes. However, Chen Feng did not share the same sentiment. The later the time, the stronger his moonhound would become, yet, it seemed this was not something Chen Feng could control, so he decided not to dwell on it. Come now, let us indulge in a drink today. Still drinking? Chen Feng felt a twinge of apprehension. Naturally with that, Yan Lai went to prepare his treasured wine. Although it seemed somewhat extravagant to have Chen Feng partake, Yan Lai was more than willing to waste it on him. Just as Yan Lai was preparing, Chen Feng decisively utilized the intermediate shop upgrade card. Ding, shop expansion in progress. Sting, shop expansion completed. Please check the specifics yourself. Opening the shop panel, Chen Feng found himself with two panels, one for his attributes and the other for the shop. This remote viewing felt akin to playing a nurturing game, as he could clearly observe the facilities within the shop through the panel's imagery. The evolution box had indeed grown larger, and an additional one had been added. Chen Feng was pleasantly surprised. The volume of the evolution box had roughly doubled. This size was sufficient to accommodate not overly large king-tier spirit beasts. The medical box had similarly increased in volume and quantity. Other areas were comparable, but most notably, the shop now boasted an extra bedroom. Chen Feng was finally free from the sofa. What is this? Chen Feng noticed a new piece of equipment in the shop. It resembled an automatic vending machine. The moment Chen Feng focused on this device, its information flooded into his mind. Indeed, it was an automatic vending machine, but Chen Feng's eyes widened. This vending machine sold spirit beast eggs. Furthermore, they ranged from black iron tier to diamond tier. However, the precise nature of the spirit beasts inside the eggs remained a mystery, except for Chen Feng, who possessed spirit eyes. As for the pricing, the system's tendencies remained as notoriously exorbitant as ever. Chen Feng couldn't even be bothered to check how many zeros the diamond tier spirit beasts cost. At that moment, Yan Lai returned with 2 bottles of wine. Here, this is fine wine. We shan't leave until we're thoroughly intoxicated. Excellent. Chen Feng's spirits lifted. Then, he tilted his head and drank deeply. In the next moment, Chen Feng was sprawled out, so unceremoniously. How can you drink like that? Yan Lai frowned, losing all enjoyment in the act of drinking. He had hoped to boast and chat with his godson, but this was the result. Chen Feng had simply passed out. In light of this, Yan Lai set down the wine bottle and exited the room. The demon, brought back by Yi, was at the Night Watcher's headquarters. Yan Lai needed to interrogate him personally. A night passed in silence. When Chen Feng awoke, the first thing he saw was a striking older sister, dressed in a fitted pencil skirt. She exuded a capable aura, radiating a mature charm. Young master has awakened. The boss is out. If the young master requires anything, please feel free to tell me. Any request can be fulfilled. The mature lady adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses with a graceful hand, her allure undeniable. No need, sister, I'll be leaving now. Chen Feng fled, truly overwhelmed. It was not merely the enticing manner in which she adjusted her glasses, but rather the towering heights of temptation, leaving him parched and breathless. What young man could withstand such allure? He dashed back to the shop without incident. However, when Chen Feng arrived at the shop's entrance, an unexpected sight greeted him. A crowd had gathered, encircling the shop. Xiaoshan, Xiaoying, Li Shirhe, and their little group, along with a few remaining individuals from the wasteland, were all present. What's going on here? Chen Feng feigned ignorance. The shop had upgraded, its area expanded by more than double, and the fade appeared more lavish, yet the shop's name remained quaint, simply called the Spirit Beast Shop. Crazy, what's the meaning of this? Xiaoshan exclaimed, his pupils dilating. He and Xiaoying lived adjacent to the shop. Had construction occurred, they would have certainly heard it, yet, he could affirm that he had heard nothing the previous night. Most crucially, who could complete an expansion overnight? What is happening? Just what you see, an expansion of the shop, an increase in business. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, alright, there are many things in this world that are beyond understanding. Don T asked. It's a secret. Chen Feng grinned broadly. His smile silenced everyone. Since he declared it a secret, he naturally wouldn't divulge it easily. Let us in to take a look. If you don't return, we can't even enter the house. Li Shirhe eagerly clutched Chen Feng's hand. Such a shop expansion was not something she considered a secret at all. The true secret Chen Feng harbored was his ability to facilitate 100% evolution of spirit beasts, particularly aiding juvenile spirit beasts in their evolution. This was the real secret, known only to her. Very well, Chen Feng allowed Li Shirhe to lead him into the shop. At the door, which others struggled to push open, yielded effortlessly to Chen Feng's gentle nudge. Wow, Li Shirhe gasped. My goodness, the transformation is astounding. The Wang sisters echoed her exclamations. A brother, what are those being sold inside? Xiaoying, ever perceptive, pointed at the automatic vending machine. Chapter 52. Is there even a chance left for others? These are all precious items, spirit beast eggs, including those of diamond grade. What? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Li Chengfeng was the first to become restless. Diamond-grade spirit beast eggs? Surely, this cannot be a jest. It is not an easy feat for humans to acquire a diamond-grade spirit beast egg, as the parents of such eggs are typically royal-grade spirit beasts. Mature spirit beasts capable of producing diamond-grade eggs are not only formidable but also face significant challenges in reproducing. This renders diamond-grade spirit beast eggs exceedingly rare, so rare, in fact, that even the three prominent families of Jiangcheng cannot procure them. Setting aside the possibility of successfully forming a contract, the initial hurdle of obtaining the spirit beast egg is a substantial issue. Why didn't TU acquire it sooner? Li Chengfeng felt quite distressed. If only Chen Feng had obtained it a few days earlier, he could have attempted to contract a diamond-grade spirit beast, couldn't he? Regardless of the success of the contract, it is always worthwhile to try. Can you even afford it? Chen Feng slightly curled his lip. It is not that he looks down upon Li Chengfeng, it is simply that diamond-grade spirit beast eggs are exorbitantly priced, 50 billion for one. Who can afford such a sum? Chen Feng does not believe anyone would squander 50 billion for such an elusive hope. If such a magnate truly exists, Chen Feng would be exceedingly welcoming. How much do you want for it? Li Chengfeng could not help but inquire. 50 billion. Not so cheap. Li Chengfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, but now, it was Chen Feng's turn to be taken aback. 50 billion is considered cheap. Observing Chen Feng's expression, Li Shurha patiently explained a moonhound can sell for 10 billion, thus, 50 billion for a diamond-grade spirit beast egg is indeed quite reasonable. Is that so? Then let us price it at 100 billion, if you wish to purchase, I shall give you a 50% discount, Chen Feng casually stated. Li Chengfeng and the others were left wide-eyed. Can pricing be this arbitrary? Oh, so Chen Feng is the manager here. That clears things up. However, at this moment, Chen Feng appeared exceptionally mysterious in the eyes of Li Chengfeng and his companions. Why is it that something their families cannot acquire is so nonchalantly displayed for sale by Chen Feng? Is he not afraid of being robbed? One diamond-grade spirit beast egg could incite madness in many. Xiaoying, do you fancy this spirit beast egg? Ignoring the astonishment of Li Chengfeng and the others, Chen Feng had no intention of offering explanations. Truth be told, there was little that could clarify the situation. At his words, Xiaoying nodded and then shook her head. While she did have an affinity for it, in this world where spirit beast masters reign supreme, who does not aspire to become one? Yet mere affection is insufficient. Not only can she not afford a spirit beast egg, even if she could, she would lack the means to nurture it. If you like it, just take it. Chen Feng casually retrieved the diamond-grade spirit beast egg from the vending machine. Xiaoying stared blankly at Chen Feng. 100 billion spirit beast egg, this, I don't even know what type of spirit beast it will yield. That depends on luck, brother. This is unacceptable. Xiaoying waved her hands repeatedly. How could she dare accept such a precious gift? If I say it's acceptable, it is indeed so. You are my sister. Xiaoshan, I'll get you another diamond-grade spirit beast egg. Don't be jealous. Xiaoshan and Xiaoying are part of his inner circle. Should they open a branch store in the future, it is imperative that their strength is formidable. After all, Chen Feng can procure items in the store without any capital expenditure. Availing himself of the one-time daily gifting service for diamond-grade spirit beast eggs is undoubtedly the most advantageous. Reaping the benefits from the system is exceedingly gratifying. I can also have one, Xiaoshan pointed to himself, incredulous. Of course, you are my brother, but what if our contract fails? Xiaoshan hesitated to continue. That is an amount exceeding 100 billion. Should the contract fail, the spirit beast egg would be lost. You will undoubtedly succeed. With that, Chen Feng returned the spirit beast egg to the vending machine. For now, he decided to enhance his attributes. After all, there is a year's time, so there is no rush. After Xiaoshan's reminder, Chen Feng realized he currently lacks the ability to protect Xiaoying and the others. Allowing Xiaoying to contract a diamond-grade spirit beast at this moment would be putting her in jeopardy. Only when Chen Feng possesses sufficient strength will he permit Xiaoying and Xiaoshan to contract diamond-grade spirit beasts. The success rate is not even a factor in Chen Feng's considerations. The system guarantees no failures. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Li Chengfeng's eyes turned red with envy. Brother-in-law, could I possibly obtain a diamond-grade spirit beast egg? Get lost. Chen Feng shot a glare at Li Chengfeng. This guy not only wishes to obtain a spirit beast egg for free but also harbors thoughts about Xiaoying. How shameless, brother-in-law, you cannot be so heartless towards me. Li Chengfeng's words made Xiaoying's face flush crimson. Alright, enough of the antics. As for the diamond-grade spirit beast egg, I suggest we do not sell it for money. Instead, let us trade for spirit crystals. Li Shurha asserted earnestly. Money is indeed useful, but some things cannot be measured by currency, such as a diamond-grade spirit beast egg. The optimal means of transaction would be to exchange for spirit crystals, as they are high-grade consumables essential for enhancing realms and replenishing spiritual energy. Furthermore, the output of spirit crystals is minimal. They can only be found within secret realms, which are predominantly monopolized by powerful factions, making it quite challenging for ordinary individuals to acquire them. Can I change the currency for the transaction? After hearing Li Shurha's suggestion, Chen Feng first inquired with the system. If the system cannot accommodate changes, any arguments from others would be futile. Ding, it is possible, but it cannot be lower than the initial price. Chen Feng nodded to spirit crystals. Then, that works. Let us set the price at 1,000 spirit crystals. 1 million can be exchanged for a single spirit crystal through official channels, thus 1,000 spirit crystals equates to 100 billion, aligning perfectly with Chen Feng's pricing. Alright, let us take a look at the evolution box first, Chen Feng called out and then proceeded towards the evolution box. The evolution box had grown in size, yet its capabilities remained unchanged. While Li Chengfeng and the other spirit beasts enjoyed the evolution box, Chen Feng began to browse through his system mall. With the shop upgrade, the system mall had also added some new items. Aha, are we leaving others any room to breathe? After glancing at the newly added items in the system mall, Chen Feng could not help but mutter softly at the materials for sale remained largely unchanged, save for the addition of 2 types of pills and capsules suitable for spirit beasts. Strengthening pill increases the user's physique by 10 points, limited to 10 uses, priced at 1 million. Mental fortitude pill increases the user's spirit by 10 points, limited to 10 uses, priced at 1 million. Spirit beast pill increases various attributes of spirit beasts by 10 points, limited to 10 uses, priced at 10 million. Chapter 53 Ambushed by Li Shurha. Buddy, my realm has yet to be elevated.
May I continue to use the strong body pill? Ding, there are no realm restrictions for consuming the pill.
Just say I can use it, Chen Feng replied with delight. With this, his attributes could soar to 200 points, thus becoming akin to a humanoid spirit beast. Those spirit beasts contracted by his peers could be effortlessly torn apart by him. However, this was only applicable for the current stage. With proper nurturing, the growth rate of spirit beasts was remarkably rapid. Once they entered their maturation phase, the attributes of a golden grade spirit beast would far exceed 200 points. Furthermore, spirit beasts possess skills, whereas Chen Feng did not.
Buddy, if my realm were to increase, I should be able to acquire some commendable skills, right? Ding. Please explore on your own, host.
Explore, forget that. Chen Feng sighed, resigning himself to admire his new shop. The spirit beasts in the nurturing area seemed quite content, their activity space had expanded, and the ample spiritual energy within the nurturing zone would accelerate their growth. Naturally, Chen Feng would also reap benefits, as the spiritual energy in the shop passively contributed to his attributes' growth, an opportunity he could not refuse. Li Shurha had been quietly following Chen Feng, not uttering a word.
Are you upset?
After touring the nurturing area, Chen Feng took hold of Li Shurha's small hand.
No, I just feel a bit uncomfortable.
Li Shurha responded. It was only natural for her to feel this way, considering her man was gifting a diamond-grade spirit beast to another woman, even if that woman was his sister.
Hey, being upset is good. Here, let me give you something nice.
Chen Feng activated the exchange function and produced a plethora of pills.
What is this? Li Shurha inquired with curiosity.
You'll know once you consume it, but you must not eat these 10. They are for the spirit beasts, Chen Feng earnestly cautioned. Who knows what might happen if a human ingests a spirit beast pill? Even for an experiment, one shouldn't use their own woman as a test subject.
Alright, I've noted that. I'll eat it tonight when we go home. Let's not let anyone discover it. I don't plan to sell these.
Li Shurha felt a warmth in her heart. No, they must be sold, and not at a low price.
Ha!
Chen Feng looked at Li Shurha in confusion. The pills were not expensive, one could say they were quite affordable, yet their efficacy was exceptional. If sold, Chen Feng could not ensure where the pills might end up. What if they fell into the hands of the Chen family?
Wouldn't that be aiding the enemy?
I mean, these pills must be sold. Li Shurha pointed to the pills Chen Feng had just given her. I'll go tell my father. Surely each pill must be worth at least 1 spirit crystal, right?
Li Shurha winked at Chen Feng.
That doesn't seem right. Chen Feng hesitated. It felt somewhat unjust to take advantage of his future father-in-law. Moreover, the pills were truly not worth that much. What's wrong? These will be for our future sustenance, Li Shurha stated matter-of-factly to Chen Feng. Chen Feng genuinely wanted to convey to Li Shurha that she was the only daughter of the Li family, and these items would inevitably belong to them. However, the fact that Li Shurha's elbow could pivot in this direction brought Chen Feng joy.
Whatever my lady commands. Chen Feng's serious demeanor elicited laughter from Li Shurha.
Who is your lady? She teased.
You are. Just as Chen Feng and Li Shurha were joking, Wang Shui approached.
Ahem, I truly do not wish to intrude upon your affectionate moments, but the mentor is looking for me.
What's the matter?
Li Shurha inquired. The mentor wants us to expedite the selection of the 5th member for our team. We need to report it and also coordinate in advance to secure a good ranking, Wang Shui explained, raising her hands in defeat. Li Shurha frowned. Among this year's freshmen at the Spirit Academy, there were no suitable candidates left in her eyes. Originally, Chen Yang was a great option. A team composed of the descendants of the three prominent families of Jiang City. Was there even a need to ponder their ranking? Those with fortuitous encounters or nurtured by other factions would not stand a chance against them. Now, there was no need to think further. Chen Yang was absolutely out of the question. Even if he came begging, Li Shurha would never agree, and she would likely retaliate with a few harsh words. My man, I wouldn't dare to bully, yet you have tormented for a full 2 years. Who do you think you are? Tell the mentor it's just the 4 of us. We don't need anyone else, Li Shurha decisively stated. I have a slight objection. Chen Feng quietly raised his hand. What is it? Li Shurha turned to Chen Feng, clearing his throat. Chen Feng said, cough, actually, I could join your team. Ha? Both Li Shurha and Wang Shui looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. In fact, I am already an auditing student at the Spirit Academy and can participate in the Spirit Academy Grand Competition. I just didn't know if you would want me. Of course we do. Li Shurha joyfully grasped Chen Feng's arm. This was a delightful surprise for her. Not only could Chen Feng join their team, but his status as an auditing student also meant he could enter the secret realms controlled by the Spirit Academy alongside her, allowing them more time together. Alright, it's settled then. Chen Feng grinned widely. With matters resolved amicably, Chen Feng and Li Shurha continued to frolic until the afternoon before returning her home. They couldn't simply remain in the shop all day. Meanwhile, Xiaoshan and Xiaoying had already begun bustling about. Thanks to the night watchman, the business remained thriving. Regarding the sudden expansion of the shop overnight, the night watchmen had their suspicions but kept them to themselves, all attributing it to their leader, Yan Lai. Unbeknownst to them, Yan Lai had his own speculations, believing it to be the work of Chen Feng's mysterious benefactor. That evening, Li Shurha stealthily entered the shop. Upon entering, she surprised Chen Feng with a passionate kiss. Indeed, it was a kiss, first a hug, then a kiss. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned, as he had been training the Moonhound. The Moonhound had already consumed the Spirit Beast pill, causing its attributes to surge to nearly 200, and it had also grasped 2 skills. Moonhound Golden Grade, Juvenile Phase Physique 155, Mental Strength 163, Talent Lunar Clan, Comprehensive Strength increased by 30% under the moonlight. Skills: Moon's Roar forcefully summons moonlight, enhancing strength by an additional 20%. Moonlight summons moonlight to attack enemies. Power equals Mental Strength x 15. Under the moonlight, power equals Mental Strength x 2. Chen Feng was quite pleased with the Moonhound's attributes and skills. Being Golden Grade, should it evolve into Diamond Grade, its attributes would be even stronger. As for the Fire Flood Dragon, it was the focus of Chen Feng's meticulous care. Having spent its time in the Spirit Beast space, now it could playfully spar with the Moonhound without difficulty. However, Chen Feng never anticipated being ambushed by Li Shurha, which left him feeling quite elated. Chapter 54:200 million is still a sum. Why should we dismiss it? Why the sudden agitation? After their kiss, Chen Feng savored the moment, yet maintained an air of calmness. It was merely a kiss, a routine affair. I have consumed all the pills you provided. Li Shurha's excitement had yet to wane. Given the capabilities of the Li family, her insights were undoubtedly profound, especially considering her maternal lineage wielded far greater influence than the Li family. However, despite such a prestigious background, Li Shurha found herself unable to resist the marvels unfolding in her life. A mere ingestion of pills had substantially enhanced her physical prowess, and the Spirit Beast elixirs proved equally transformative. Chen Feng, to have met you is the greatest fortune of my life. Do you think I have exhausted all my luck in this lifetime? What nonsense are you spouting? This is merely the beginning, Chen Feng replied with righteous fervor. Observing Chen Feng's feigned demeanor, Li Shurha's smile grew warmer. Very well, you said it yourself. Regardless of how many women you may have in the future, I shall always be the most significant one. This declaration left Chen Feng momentarily speechless. How could the tone of the conversation shift so swiftly? An exceptional man inevitably attracts admirers. My man is so outstanding that numerous individuals will undoubtedly pursue him. Initially, I believed my abilities were sufficient to safeguard you, yet now I find myself lacking in confidence. Li Shurha expressed, a hint of vulnerability crossing her features. Indeed, this was her genuine sentiment. With her capabilities and family background, protecting Chen Feng should have been a trivial matter. Yet now, Li Shurha truly felt uncertain. I don't care. I insist on being the most important one. Not will you agree to that? Li Shurha was acutely aware of what Chen Feng was likely to say. Surely he would proclaim he wouldn't seek other women. Perhaps, at this moment, that was indeed Chen Feng's intention. Yet, people can change, and many circumstances are beyond one's control. Li Shurha did not wish for Chen Feng to feel burdened because of her. The fact that she was the first to encounter him was already a sign of divine favor. She did not aspire to monopolize such a man. Very well, I promise you. Will we return tonight? Of course. What do you wish to do? Li Shih kept blinking, her hints becoming increasingly obvious. Unfortunately, Chen Feng felt a bit timid. While he was bold enough to embrace her, the prospect of taking things further made him uneasy. After all, it was their first time. What do you expect me to think? Naturally, I'll escort you home. Tch, I don't believe you. Li Shih pouted, her heart brimming with joy. She relished seeing Chen Feng's mock seriousness. The two were physically close, and how could Li Shih not sense Chen Feng's reactions? That evening, Chen Feng personally returned Li Shih to the Spirit Academy, their journey filled with sweetness, their lips nearly swollen from kisses. Upon returning to the shop after seeing Li Shih, Yan Lai awaited him at the entrance. Chen Feng approached Yan Lai with elation, yet Yan Lai was visibly furious. You spendthrift, are you not aware of what you have in your shop, strutting about without leaving a single guard? Chen Feng stood frozen in shock. How could he explain this? Why don't you try to see if you can break into the shop? Running a store should not be a burden on me. Henceforth, this place will have dedicated security personnel. Actually, that is unnecessary, Chen Feng mumbled softly. And who is Yan Lai? Chen Feng's quiet muttering held little concealment. Unnecessary. If someone truly came and cleared out your shop, you would know how to cry. Don't think I'm merely trying to scare you. You are already being targeted by the demon folk. Yan Lai's tone turned grave following intense interrogation. Although the demon didn't divulge any critical information, it was confirmed that Chen Feng had caught the attention of the demon organization, which had also reported to the greater demon overlords outside the city. This posed a severe threat to Chen Feng's life and property, leaving Yan Lai no choice but to take it seriously. So what if they're watching? No need to panic. Chen Feng remained indifferent, not to mention demons, even formidable beasts from outside the city could enter his shop without stirring a ripple. If I had your carefree attitude, I would have likely ascended to the royal level by now. Alas, who told me I'm your father? Just be cautious in your daily life, leave everything else to me. Thank you, Godfather. Chen Feng appreciated his concern, although he did not believe he would face any trouble. He felt Yan Lai's affection. Off you go, don't venture outside tonight. The city has been quite unstable these days. Why is that? They captured a royal-level demon. Why do you think? Do you think royals are commonplace? They will undoubtedly devise a rescue plan. Additionally, the Spirit Academy competition is about to commence. After each competition, a multitude of demons emerges to hunt human prodigies, and I have my hands full. Be careful, remember to come collect food for Yenhu, and I can also procure food for other spirit beasts. Alright, I understand. Yan Lai waved his hand dismissively as he departed. However, with his back turned to Chen Feng, a smile played at the corners of his mouth. Look at how much our eldest son cares for me. It truly is a source of worry. Oh, wait a moment, what about the reward for capturing the demon? Chen Feng suddenly widened his eyes. Just as he sought to find Yan Lai, there was no sign of him. With a sigh, Chen Feng returned to the shop and buried himself in sleep, expecting to have pleasant dreams that night, perhaps even spring dreams. The next day, Yi delivered the reward for capturing the demon to Chen Feng. What, 200 million? Xiaoshan, who was attending to customers in the shop, exclaimed in astonishment. Only 200 million, Chen Feng frowned. This amount was significantly less than he had anticipated. For a royal-level spirit beast master, is this truly all they are worth? Chen Feng suspected that Yi might have embezzled funds. What kind of look is that? This is what the demon is worth. Do you want it or not? Yi had come to understand Chen Feng's character well enough to discern his thoughts from his expression. Of course, how could I not want it? 200 million is still a sum, why should I refuse? TSK, our young master is about to strike it rich. Indeed, young master, now that you're so wealthy, could you perhaps lower the price on spirit beast food? A night patrolman purchasing spirit beast supplies chuckled at Chen Feng. Don't even think about it, the prices I'm offering are already at member discount rates. If anyone else comes to buy, the prices will double. Oh, so we do have privileges, huh? Well then, Xiaoying, let us go check out the evolution chamber. Certainly, please follow me, Xiaoying replied with a smile, offering a service that lasted 10 minutes for 1,000,000. Who wouldn't he be delighted? Chapter 55. If you disagree, just beat him up. That evening, Li Shih made her appearance once more, now opting to visit alone at night. Upon entering the shop, she handed Chen Feng a bag without paying him any mind, swiping her card and sending the Xian mongoose into the evolution chamber with remarkable proficiency. Chen Feng, upon receiving the bag, found himself momentarily stunned. Wasn't it agreed upon that he would receive 1 spirit crystal for each elixir? The quantity seemed rather off. Chen Feng had given Li Shih 30 elixirs, which should have yielded 30 spirit crystals in return. Yet, the spirit crystals appeared to be in abundance, seemingly twice the expected amount. The spirit crystals were not particularly large, roughly the size of a thumb, and were irregularly shaped spheres, each differing slightly in size but not drastically. Ding! Spirit crystals detected, can be absorbed. What might be gained from absorption? Ding, please explore on your own, host. Chen Feng had grown accustomed to the system's peculiarities, always urging him to explore on his own, which was infuriating. Sure isn't this a bit excessive? Chen Feng refrained from absorbing the crystals immediately, considering Li Shi he was still in the shop.
Who knew what might transpire upon absorption?
Why the surplus? The elixirs are so effective, naturally, they should fetch a higher price, Li Shi replied, as if it were the most logical thing.
Upon hearing her words, Chen Feng found himself at a loss for words. Seriously, was this some sort of trick? Fine, you're the proprietress, your word is law. Hey, at least you know how to flatter. How prepared are you for tomorrow's grand competition?
Li Shi placed her hands on her hips, a slight smile gracing her lips, clearly pleased with Chen Feng's title of proprietress.
What's there to prepare? With the two of us, victory is assured.
Chen Feng was not exaggerating. The Moondog had mastered several skills, and its attributes far surpassed those of ordinary spirit beasts. For instance, Li Qingfeng's Earth Black Bear had been with Chen Feng for several days, and its physique and mental attributes barely exceeded 40 points, thanks to its daily consumption of high-grade fruits. Other spirit beasts lacked such privileges, and hence their growth would never match that of the Earth Black Bear. Whether it was Chen Feng's Moondog or Li Shi's Xian Mongoose, either could easily take on a 5-man team from the opposing side.
That may be true, but I have come across some intriguing rumors.
Li Shi stepped closer to Chen Feng, wrapping her arms around his waist.
What rumors?
Chen Feng's hands naturally wandered across Li Shi's alluring back.
The top teams in the grand competition are heading to the provincial city. Why? Chen Feng's eyes widened.
Leaving Jiang City, he was thoroughly displeased. A junior secret realm has been discovered in the provincial city, only allowing bronze-level spirit masters to enter. It is said that there are abundant resources inside, and we must go to explore this secret realm.
Wait, that doesn't seem right. We haven't even advanced to Black Iron level, why should we join in? Chen Feng was perplexed by this course of action.
There will be senior students leading the way. We are merely going to broaden our horizons, not to blaze the trail.
I see. Chen Feng was torn. He truly did not wish to go, yet it appeared that Li Shi was quite eager.
Ding, task activated. Enter the junior secret realm, acquire at least 100 spirit crystals. The more spirit crystals obtained, the greater the reward.
Task reward random talent. What? Chen Feng was taken aback, his hands now resting quietly. Talent? Can humans possess talent? Wasn't that exclusive to spirit beasts? What's wrong? Li Shi noticed Chen Feng's sudden change in demeanor. Nothing, there should be spirit crystals produced within the secret realm, right?
Li Shi nodded affirmatively. There will definitely be spirit crystals, especially in a secret realm that has yet to be explored.
There should be quite a few. Well then, that's good.
Chen Feng smiled. The more spirit crystals obtained, the better the rewards. Talent, of course, would be more valuable if it were stronger.
Why does your smile seem a bit sinister? What are you planning?
Li Shi, having come to understand Chen Feng well, found his expression rather unsettling.
What could I possibly plan? Just saving up a little for my future wife. Who do you intend to marry? Why, of course, it's you.
A hint of conscience, albeit minimal, made Li Shi beam with pride. That night, Li Shi did not leave. However, nothing significant occurred between her and Chen Feng. It was merely a tender exchange. After all, they had to participate in the grand competition the next day. It would be quite the predicament if one were exhausted and unable to function. Early the next morning, Chen Feng entrusted the shop to Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying, ensuring that everything was prepared, as he need not be present. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Chen Feng took Li Shi's hand and ventured into the city. Should we inform the family head about this? One of the individuals secretly tailing Li Shi asked, feeling somewhat conflicted.
If you wish to, go ahead.
I certainly won't, replied the other with conviction. The family head had only instructed them to ensure Li Shi's safety, with no further directives. If their young mistress were to discover they were reporting on her, would they still enjoy peaceful days? While others saw Li Shi as a quiet little princess, those who had long protected her knew there was a hint of cunning within her. Anyone who offended her would not fare well. Why not just keep it quiet?
No need to be so worked up. If you wish to court death, do it yourself, don't drag me into it. I was merely inquiring, who said I would report it? Don't drag me down with you. All right, you two, stop bickering and hurry along.
In front of the Spirit Academy, the appearance of Chen Feng and Li Shi became quite the spectacle.
Where is my Earth Black Bear?
Li Chengfeng exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief upon seeing Chen Feng.
Ha! It's at the shop, Chen Feng replied, perplexed. At the shop, do you know what today is? Li Chengfeng was utterly exasperated.
The Spirit Academy competition, right? Yes, I am aware. We're teammates and meant to have our spirit beasts participate in battle.
So, where is my Earth Black Bear? Li Changfeng was on the verge of losing it. The hints had been so blatant, yet Chen Feng feigned innocence. At this moment, the Wang sisters also arrived, nearly in fits of laughter. How about you go fetch it yourself? Chen Feng suddenly realized. Me? I'm done. With that, Li Changfeng dashed away. He said he's done. Chen Feng glanced at Li Shihe. If he disagrees, just beat him up, Li Shihe declared, raising her small fist. The Wang sisters erupted into laughter, showing no signs of stopping. Meanwhile, in the crowd observing from the shadows, Chen Yang glared at Chen Feng with a look of resentment. Chapter 56. Regardless, it does not matter. Do not rush, above all, do not rush. Just wait a moment, and there will come a time for you to weep. Chen Yang continuously reassured himself within, charging forward to beat Chen Feng senseless holds no significance now that he yearns to unleash his fury upon Chen Feng on the grand stage of the competition, compelling Chen Feng to kneel and plead for mercy. All the freshmen proceed towards the arena, with each team dispatching a member to draw lots. The announcement reverberates. In truth, the number of participants is not substantial, with only a little over 100 teams. Of course, the freshman cohort is much larger, comprising approximately 2,000 individuals, yet only about a quarter of them will compete. Allowing spirit beasts to engage in combat is no trivial matter. Injuries sustained by spirit beasts necessitate healing, and should the injuries be severe, consequently, only those with confidence in their abilities dare to participate, with most entrants having at least a silver grade spirit beast in their contracts. Those with spirit beasts below the silver grade find no purpose in stepping onto the stage. Many possess the self-awareness to recognize this. Nevertheless, the area around the arena is bustling, as a multitude of senior students from the Spirit Academy and outsiders have gathered to witness the event. Fortunately, the Spirit Academy competition occurs annually, and the arena boasts a vast viewing area, even featuring a VIP platform. Soon, the seats for spectators are nearly filled. It is inevitable, for this batch of freshmen may very well be the strongest in recent years in Jiangcheng. The new generation from the three prominent families has banded together to enter the Spirit Academy, alongside the juniors from various other factions, making this year's competition particularly captivating. On the VIP platform, members of the Li, Wang, and Chen families are all present. When Chen Feng enters holding hands with Li Shihe, Chen Feng's mother and Chen Li observe from the platform. Chen Feng's mother remarks with a sense of pride, "My son is truly remarkable." She has long forgotten the cruelty with which she once treated Chen Feng, or perhaps she simply refuses to remember. Chen Li remains silent, her gaze a tangle of emotions as she glances at Chen Feng and then at her half-brother, Chen Yang. As for her feelings towards Chen Yang, the son of the same father yet a different mother, Chen Li finds herself at a loss. Just as the drawing of lots concludes, Yan Lai arrives. "Ah, how grand you are, Yan Lai, one might mistake you for the city lord," Li Gong remarks with annoyance as Yan Lai takes a seat beside him. The security arrangements have been made. These are the nation's future blossoms and must be well protected. "Old Li, do you not think that flower beside my son is exceptionally lovely?" Yan Lai provocatively comments, alluding to his own daughter, who was spirited away in mere days. Naturally, Li Gong feels a twinge of discomfort despite his satisfaction with his future son-in-law. Every man who has a daughter understands this sentiment. "Get lost, do not jest with me, hurry and prepare the betrothal gifts for your precious son. If the gifts are insufficient, I assure you, I will not be pleased." "Ha, do not feign ignorance with me, you know very well what my son is capable of, don't you? Calling my son a son-in-law is the greatest achievement of your life." Yan Lai does not yield to Li Gong and retaliates swiftly. He does not believe Li Gong is unaware of the events that transpired in Chen Feng's shop. "Betrothal gifts, a diamond-grade spirit beast egg should teach you how to behave, Li Gong. My son-in-law is commendable, and he is my son-in-law, not yours. Betrothal gifts are mandatory. If they fall short, you will see how I deal with you." "Oh, you intend to deal with me? Come, let us spar," Yan Lai retorts, unable to contain his agitation at Li Gong's words. "Brute! Let us arrange another day for that. By the way, have you clarified the situation with the Chun family?" Yan Lai suddenly adopts a serious tone with Li Gong. Upon mentioning serious matters, Li Gong's demeanor shifts to one of solemnity. "What have you uncovered?" "That adopted son of the Chen family has connections with the Yi family in the capital." "So you have also discovered this," Li Gong exhales softly. "The Yi family in the capital is a formidable entity. Are you afraid?" "Ha, I fear nothing." Yan Lai's bravado returns. Whether Yan Lai fears anything is irrelevant. Chen Feng has powerful allies as well. So what if it is the Yi family? Frankly speaking, Chen Yang does not even rank as a distant relative in the Yi family. He is merely a minor character they do not wish to acknowledge. Afraid, I, Li Gong, am not without my own connections. Even if I falter, there is still Shihe's mother. Li Gong stands firm. Who in the capital does not have someone backing them?
The man who refuses to acknowledge him has shown great care for his granddaughter, Li Shurhi, ensuring she spends 2 months each year in the capital, far superior to that inconsequential little figure the Yi family dismisses.
Ha! Yan Lai scoffs coldly.
Li Gong feels his defenses weaken. Though Yan Lai says nothing, Li Gong senses the disdain emanating from him, as if to imply that he is merely a man living off a woman's fortunes.
This is quite disheartening, and he cannot refute it, as Yan Lai has said nothing overtly offensive. Fortunately, the announcement from the arena alleviates Li Gong's discomfort. The drawing has concluded, and the grouping for confrontations begins.
There are no motivational speeches. The Spirit Academy competition is an annual affair, and high-year students engage in contests approximately every 2 months. The proceedings advance swiftly.
What number do we have?
Li Shurhi inquires of Wang Shui.
Wang Shui glances at the number plate, 36. Which arena? My lady, have you completely lost your bearings since falling in love? Why is all your attention fixated on this man? Can you not even check the arena number yourself?
Wang Shui pouts, clearly displeased, feeling as though her friend has been snatched away.
What about you? Why not find a man for yourself? Wang Shui sighs.
I have spotted it. We are at Arena 7. Let us hurry, Chen Feng interjects. Still considerate, brother-in-law, better than some women, Wang Shui teases, sticking her tongue out at Li Shurhi.
Oh, dare you provoke me? Just wait and see.
Li Shurhi releases Chen Feng and gives chase after the fleeing Wang Shui. Chen Feng scratches his nose, wondering how he has become the brother-in-law. Speaking of which, where is Li Changfeng?
Still not back. Forget it. It does not matter. After all, it is not significant. One cannot help but ponder how Li Changfeng feels upon learning Chen Feng's assessment of him. At Arena 7, Chen Feng and his companions are prepared, yet their opponents remain conspicuously absent. At this moment, it is not a matter of courage, it is about enduring a beating if one steps up, and that beating would injure their spirit beasts. If the spirit beasts are injured, how can they participate in the next revival match? Therefore, surrender, to knowingly undertake the impossible is not bravery, it is folly. In Arena 7, Wang Shui's team emerges victorious. Well, since Wang Shui drew the lots, the team has been temporarily named Wang Shui's team. Chapter 57.
The young man. In truth, this grand competition is quite humane. As soon as Chen Feng and his team achieved victory, they were promptly matched against another squad. The opposing team had also secured a swift triumph. While it cannot be said that the two squads are of equal strength, they are certainly comparable, as those capable of swiftly defeating other teams must possess considerable ability. Team 36 faced off against Team 43. Chen Feng and his companions did not need to change locations, as Team 43 had already arrived at their arena.
Chen Feng.
As soon as the opposing team stepped onto the stage, the young man at the forefront glared fiercely at Chen Feng.
Have I truly become so renowned? Chen Feng mused, rubbing his nose. Release your grip. The young man was furious.
Li Shurhi was a goddess, the object of his dreams, and here was Chen Feng, audaciously holding her waist.
Oh.
Chen Feng realized that it is often said that beautiful women bring calamity, and Li Shurhi indeed exuded such an aura. However, Chen Feng was unperturbed. Those who dared to extend their claws would be ruthlessly dealt with. Yet, Li Shurhi was not pleased. She had no desire to bring trouble upon Chen Feng.
Think before you speak, she admonished.
Truth be told, she was unaware of the identity of the young man opposite her, which made the situation rather awkward.
Chen Feng, do not let a woman stand in your way. Are you brave enough to face me in a duel?
The young man challenged. Awaken, young man, this is a team battle, Chen Feng replied with a scornful smile. It took a particular kind of foolishness to utter such words.
Are you afraid? Stop dawdling and let us begin.
Wang Shui could no longer tolerate the farce. They were there to fight, not to engage in idle chit-chat. The referee, too, found it hard to watch and promptly announced the commencement of the match. Wang Shui and Wang Yu summoned their spirit beasts. The spirit beasts of the Wang sisters had received special attention from Chen Feng, and they were all of the golden grade, naturally boasting formidable strength.
In contrast, apart from the young man eager to confront Chen Feng, the remainder of the opposing team possessed only silver-grade contracted spirit beasts. Not much to see here. Chen Feng remarked dismissively.
All the opponents had juvenile spirit beasts. It was akin to pitting a few small kittens against each other. What excitement could that possibly hold? Nevertheless, out of respect, Chen Feng decided to release his moonhound. As for Li Shurhi, she refrained from summoning her purple flame weasel, as they had agreed beforehand that unless absolutely necessary, it was best to keep it off the field to avoid unnecessary chaos.
Go!
The spirit beast master commanded their spirit beasts into battle. Under the leadership of a Golden Grade Spirit Beast, 5 Spirit Beasts charged toward Chen Feng and his team.
You may begin, Chen Feng instructed the Wang sisters. They were both exhilarated. This was their first chance to engage in combat since contracting their Spirit Beasts, and they were eager to witness their prowess. Eliminate them! Wang Yu exclaimed excitedly.
Her intention was to inject a sense of gravitas into the moment, perhaps influenced by dramatic television shows that depicted such fervor. However, her Spirit Beast misinterpreted this command, instinctively believing its master wanted it to annihilate the approaching adversaries. Thus, an ice spear materialized out of thin air.
Wow, a skill! Her Spirit Beast has comprehended a skill. How is that possible?
Chen Feng thought for a juvenile Spirit Beast to grasp a skill was exceedingly rare. Typically, one would need to nurture it to the growth stage to achieve such a feat. Impressive indeed. The Wang sisters live up to their reputation.
The head of the Wang family was bewildered. He had never heard his daughters mention anything about their Spirit Beasts comprehending skills. How had this occurred? Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. The ice spear was not merely for show. Under the Spirit Beast's control, it surged towards the charging adversaries. To be frank, Chen Feng perceived the spear's speed as rather mundane, easily evaded. Yet, what was Chen Feng's element? And what was the attribute of the juvenile Spirit Beasts before him? They could not possibly escape the ice spear, with the young man's Golden Grade Spirit Beast being the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The ice spear pierced through its body, sending the Golden Grade Spirit Beast hurtling away as if struck by a crossbow bolt. A straight line of blood splattered across the arena. One strike, seriously injured, on the brink of death. Everyone was left in stunned silence, especially the young man who had been vociferous in his challenge to Chen Feng. You killed my Spirit Beast? Well, if you take your Spirit Beast to my shop for treatment, there might still be hope, Chen Feng offered nonchalantly.
As the Spirit Beast teetered on the edge of demise from the penetrating ice spear, Chen Feng speculated that ordinary Spirit Beast shops would be incapable of providing adequate treatment.
I'm sorry.
I didn't expect your Spirit Beast to be so weak, Wang Yu remarked, feeling a twinge of guilt. One move had obliterated the opponent's Golden Grade Spirit Beast. How exhilarating yet disconcerting was that?
We concede, the young man finally admitted, realizing that with their strongest member defeated, the remainder of his team stood no chance. Without hesitation, he dashed towards his injured Spirit Beast, visibly distressed. His family had made significant sacrifices to procure such a Spirit Beast for him, and the thought of its demise was unbearable. Chen Feng, can your shop truly heal my Spirit Beast? The young man's tone was now devoid of bravado, his gaze filled with sincerity. Absolutely, in the Eastern Wasteland, you will find it.
But you should hurry, Chen Feng replied, ever the accommodating merchant. Were it not for the ongoing competition, he would have gladly escorted the young man himself to ensure his satisfaction.
All right, I'm leaving now.
The young man disregarded the competition, abandoning his teammates as he ran off. Team 36 emerged victorious. The matchmaking continued at an astonishing pace. Within a mere 2 minutes, the next match was set to commence. Some might argue that this was unjust, that Spirit Beasts deserved time to recuperate, yet in this world, fairness was a mere illusion. The powerful ascend atop the corpses of the weak. On the stage, Wang Yu's recent display had not gone unnoticed by many keen observers, and the squad they were matched with next hesitated to take the stage. Having already exerted considerable effort in their previous battle, their Spirit Beasts bore various degrees of injury, and they feared that confronting Wang Yu would result in their own Spirit Beasts being eliminated.
A Spirit Beast that had comprehended a skill was not something they could contend with. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, who had also achieved victory, was keenly observing the developments surrounding Chen Feng and his team. My dear brother, you best pray you do not encounter me too soon, he thought. What of Wang Yu's Spirit Beast comprehending a skill? Chen Yang's Shadow Beast would handle it with ease. Chapter 58. Does your face still hurt? Chen Feng initially had no intention of paying attention to Chen Yang. However, as the number of teams on the arena dwindled, it became increasingly impossible to ignore him. The squad led by Chen Yang was indeed formidable. Despite the disdain he had garnered due to previous incidents, he remained the eldest son of the Chen family, attracting admirers eager to curry favor. The 4 individuals accompanying Chen Yang were all bonded with Golden Tier Spirit Beasts, and with their valiant efforts, Chen Yang barely needed to summon his own Spirit Beast, coasting to victory effortlessly. Yet, the true embodiment of a free ride was undoubtedly Li Chengfeng. This fellow had gone to procure a Spirit Beast and had yet to return, lingering in the shop, vying for the attention of Xiaoying. It wasn't that Li Chengfeng lacked purpose, rather, he understood that his presence or absence would not significantly impact the outcome. As the grand competition progressed, the remaining teams on the arena became fewer. Finally, Wang Shui decided to make her move. The Spirit Beast of Wang Yu was insufficient to dominate the battlefield. Utilizing skills required energy, and each Spirit Beast possessed a finite amount of spiritual energy.
which correlated with their mental strength. The potency of skills varied, leading to differing consumption levels. Even though Wang Yu's spirit beast received special treatment from Chen Feng, its inherent weakness was an undeniable fact, constrained by limited spiritual energy. Nevertheless, with both Wang sisters taking action, there were few teams left that could hope to defeat them. When only 6 teams remained on the arena, the rapid matchmaking finally ceased. The top 5 squads of the Lingyuan Grand Competition would earn the privilege to advance to the provincial city, a testament to the pinnacle of talent in Jiangcheng, and thus, the selection would be far from hasty. All teams withdrew, and the remaining 6 squads drew lots. Team 36 would face Team 78. Unbeknownst to many, Team 78 was the one led by Chen Yang.
Ah, is that not my dear younger brother? A smile graced Chen Feng's face. Chen Yang reciprocated with a grin. My beloved brother, are you prepared? The rivalry between the Chen brothers sparked considerable discussion, with the events of recent days fermenting rapidly.
Xiao Feng. Chen Mu sat on the high platform, her expression laced with worry. Although Chen Feng had bonded with the Moonhound, indicating considerable strength, Chen Yang's lineage from the Yi family gave him an edge. Chen Mu had gathered some intelligence about Chen Yang's current situation over the past few days.
Mother, it's all right.
Chen Li reassured her mother.
If anything happens to Xiao Feng, I will not let you off.
Chen Mu glared at Chen Fu beside her. Despite their estrangement, they still chose to sit together in this public setting. Chen Fu offered no opinion, simply observing quietly.
Do you think my son can prevail? Li Gong voiced his concerns.
My son is undoubtedly capable, Yan Lai stated, having some knowledge of Chen Feng's abilities. He believed that whatever spirit beast the Yi family had provided to Chen Yang, the time invested in its training was evident, and he had faith that Chen Feng would emerge unscathed. On the arena, Chen Feng released his hold around Li Shihe's waist and stepped forward. The Moonhound followed him like an innocuous companion. This round, I shall take the lead, you may rest. The Wang sisters, well aware of the enmity between Chen Feng and Chen Yang, had no objections. All right, be careful. It is best to incapacitate him, Wang Yu said, raising her fist before pulling Wang Shui towards Li Shihe. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yang's smile widened. Your current behavior resembles that of a man.
My dear brother, has your face ceased to ache? Humph, Chen Feng, today you shall learn the meaning of fear. Does your face still hurt? Chen Yang seethed with anger. So, does your face still ache?
Chen Yang could no longer restrain himself and summoned the Shadow Beast. The moment the beast appeared, many spectators leapt to their feet in excitement. A diamond-tier spirit beast. While many were unaware of the Shadow Beast's illustrious reputation, the instant it was summoned, a brief display of radiant effects allowed onlookers to discern its caliber. In an effort to impress, Chen Yang deliberately slowed the summoning process, allowing more spectators to witness the spectacle. At that moment, even many on the high platform could no longer remain seated. Those who could bond with a diamond-tier spirit beast by 18, if they managed to develop properly, would undoubtedly become influential figures in the future. Chen Mu rose, casting a furious glare at Chen Fu. It was given by the Yi family, Chen Fu replied without even looking. Chen Mu appeared drained of all strength, as if the Yi family loomed over her like an insurmountable mountain. Others turned their gaze toward the Chen family, eager to uncover the origins of Chen Yang's diamond-tier spirit beast. The Yi family truly possesses remarkable tactics, Li Gong mused, brows furrowing. Yan Lai, however, remained nonchalant, offering no commentary.
What is this? Are you beginning to feel fear?
Chen Yang reveled in the moment, basking in the admiration of the crowd. Chen Feng, hearing this, crouched down.
Foolish dog, are you afraid?
The Moonhound dutifully shook its head, perfectly embodying the essence of a wagging tail.
Seeing Chen Feng's blatant disrespect, Chen Yang's teeth ground with irritation. And that foolish dog, the one that betrayed me. Wait, kill that dog.
Chen Yang commanded the Shadow Beast. The beast sat on the ground, raising its front paw and meticulously licking it.
Foolish dog, did you hear?
They plan to kill you, Chen Feng said, patting the Moonhound's head. The Moonhound's tail wagged even more energetically. Subsequently, Chen Feng utilized his spiritual eye to scrutinize the Shadow Beast. Its attributes are severely lacking.
No skills mastered, yet the innate talent is somewhat commendable. Foolish dog, if you cannot find it later, use moonlight, understood?
The Moonhound nodded in agreement. In truth, Chen Feng's advice was unnecessary. The Moonhound possessed ample combat experience, having survived countless trials within the evolution chamber and instinctively knew how to fight. However, to please its master, the Moonhound was exceptionally cooperative.
Now, can we commence?
The referee appeared somewhat at a loss. Under normal circumstances, the existence of two such entities rendered a competition unnecessary. given that both spirit beasts were in their juvenile stages, should an unforeseen incident occur, it would be difficult to manage. Nevertheless, the dean had commanded that the competition continue, so what could he say? He could only inquire if the participants were prepared.
Yang Gu, go for it, defeat him.
Yes, destroy him.
Chen Yang's followers rallied with fervor, while cheers echoed from the crowd.
It had been years since Jiangcheng had witnessed such prodigious talent. Many had already shifted their allegiance from disdain to admiration for Chen Yang. Chapter 59, Shadow Beast. What are you waiting for? Humans are inherently drawn to strength. Given Chen Yang's current display of dominance, the future appears promising. He could potentially ascend to become the foremost powerhouse of Jiangcheng. Who wouldn't wish to curry favor with such a figure? In contrast, Chen Feng remained entirely indifferent, for he had long since discerned the nature of this world. Having endured the vicissitudes of human relationships over 18 years, he understood that if one failed to grasp such matters, it would spell their doom. Let us commence. My dear brother is growing impatient. Chen Feng filtered out the idle chatter from the spectator stands, nodding at the referee on the platform. Very well, regardless of your grievances, do not take a life.
Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall intervene. The referee, a temporary stand-in from the Spirit Academy, possessed golden-level prowess. Faced with two youngsters lacking even black iron status, the teacher could easily prevent any mishaps. Naturally, his words were primarily directed at Chen Yang. Chen Feng's status was not trivial. As the son-in-law of the Li family and the godson of Yen Lai, any incident on the stage would have dire repercussions for him. Rest assured, how could I possibly kill my beloved brother so soon? Chen Feng grinned.
The teacher looked at him in astonishment, thinking this was something Chen Yang should have said. Chen Yang remained silent, maintaining an air of superiority while exhibiting his magnanimity, for he deemed it unnecessary to exchange words with a defeated foe. Today, he intended to trample Chen Feng underfoot, ensuring that from this day forth, Chen Feng would never again hold his head high in his presence. Equally, he sought to demonstrate to all that he, Chen Yang, was indeed superior to Chen Feng. Li Shihe, today you shall witness how erroneous your choice truly was. Chen Yang gazed fervently at Li Shihe, yearning to be the one standing beside her.
Hey, that's crossing the line.
Chen Feng interjected, displeased.
What do you think you're doing? Flirting with my woman right in front of me. Do you truly believe I would allow such insolence? Humph, foolish dog, deal with him.
Chen Feng could no longer contain himself. Had Chen Yang not provoked Li Shihe, he would have been willing to engage in conversation with him. After all, whatever pretentiousness Chen Yang displayed now would soon be met with a harsh reality check, but at this moment, he could not hold back any longer. Upon receiving the combat command, the Moonhound unleashed a fierce aura, its demeanor drastically transforming from a playful pup to a menacing beast. Good heavens, this Moonhound exudes an overwhelming killing intent.
Is this a juvenile spirit beast?
The spectators gaped in astonishment, for they had never witnessed a juvenile spirit beast emanating such formidable presence. This aura bore no relation to raw strength. It was rooted in intent. It was akin to a frail old man, appearing harmless, yet holding the lives of many in his grasp. Should he harbor an urgent desire to eliminate someone, his murderous intent would manifest, causing ordinary individuals to instinctively recoil in terror. While Chen Yang could not be categorized as an ordinary person, he was still only slightly above that threshold. In his world, bullying a naive individual or giving a few slaps to his underlings constituted a significant transgression. Yet, what had the Moonhound endured in the evolution chamber? A battle for survival. Although the Moonhound had never truly survived within the evolution chamber, the aura it had cultivated was beyond Chen Yang's capacity to withstand. As a fellow juvenile spirit beast, the Shadow Beast's efforts would be futile. What happens when a small kitten encounters a ferocious dog? The Shadow Beast cowered, hiding within Chen Yang's shadow, too fearful to show itself.
Fear not.
You are a shadow beast, conceal yourself within its shadow and seize the opportunity to strike. Chen Yang commanded the shadow beast as he realized the situation. The Moonhound was now perilously close, mere seconds away from pressing its paw against Chen Yang's face. Upon hearing Chen Yang's orders and combat strategy, the shadow beast finally stirred with a semblance of fighting spirit. In the next moment, the shadow beast lunged toward the Moonhound. Just as the Moonhound bared its sharp teeth and swung its paw to crush the shadow beast, the latter's form suddenly vanished. It had activated its innate ability, hiding within the shadow of the Moonhound. Although daylight severely limited the shadow beast's innate powers, as long as there was a shadow, it faced minimal obstacles. However, the shadow beast, concealed within the Moonhound's shadow, refrained from launching a reckless attack. Spirit beasts possess far superior instincts compared to humans. To the shadow beast, the Moonhound appeared overwhelmingly powerful. It doubted that any ambush would be effective. Chen Yang, retreating swiftly, wore a victorious smile. At this stage, the shadow beast was akin to a game-breaking entity. Once it nestled within a shadow, it became virtually invincible. Concealed within the shadows, the Shadow Beast could attack its adversary at will, while the enemy could not grasp its presence, placing it in an inherently advantageous position. Of course, there was a glaring vulnerability. Chen Yang was the Shadow Beast's Achilles heel. Once its master was eliminated, the Shadow Beast would pose no threat. Therefore, Chen Yang needed to be wary of the Moonhound's impending assault.
Foolish dog! Chen Feng suddenly called out.
The Moonhound, poised to unleash its lunar attack, turned toward Chen Feng. Not yet, let us play a little longer, Chen Feng commanded. Once the Moonhound utilized its lunar power, it would emit a hazy moonlight. Though the light would not be overly bright or blinding, it would sufficiently erase all of the Moonhound's shadows. Without shadows, where could the Shadow Beast conceal itself?
An eye for an eye. It's my turn to take action.
Chen Feng stretched his neck, but alas, no satisfying cracks echoed. Don't ask why, just know his cervical spine was in good condition. As Chen Yang observed Chen Feng approaching, confusion washed over him. He was uncertain of Chen Feng's intentions. However, the look in Chen Feng's eyes evoked a sense of familiarity within Chen Yang.
Shadow Beast, what are you waiting for? Kill it! Chen Yang bellowed, discarding any pretense of superiority.
The Shadow Beast heard Chen Yang's command. In truth, it did not even require instruction. As Chen Yang's spirit beast, it inherently understood what was expected of it, and it was acutely aware of Chen Yang's current emotional state. Yet, it found itself paralyzed with fear. Hiding within the Moonhound's shadow, the Shadow Beast trembled. In stark contrast, the Moonhound had seated itself, its head turned toward Chen Feng, its mouth joyfully lolling in a carefree manner, as if it were utterly oblivious to the Shadow Beast's presence. However, this unguarded posture left the Shadow Beast feeling utterly at a loss for how to proceed. The Shadow Beast sensed that no matter from which angle it launched an attack, it would inevitably face the Moonhound's merciless retaliation. My dear brother, it seems your Shadow Beast is rather lacking, though I wonder how you fare.
Chen Yang remarked, eyeing Chen Feng, who was still a considerable distance away.
He then turned his gaze toward his 4 underlings on the stage.
Let your spirit beasts take action, eliminate him.
Chapter 60. My dearest brother, are you prepared? To be frank, Chen Yang felt a pang of trepidation when facing Chen Feng. After all, no one wishes to receive a slap, do they? If Chen Feng were to approach, he would indeed strike without hesitation, showing no leniency towards the young. Alas, Chen Yang's companions were oblivious to Chen Feng's true prowess. In their eyes, everyone had merely recently contracted their spirit beasts, and their abilities were largely dependent on these creatures. The spirit beast master posed little threat. Presently, with the Moonhound ensnared by the Shadow Beast and Chen Feng's allies offering no assistance from afar, was this not the perfect opportunity to take Chen Feng down? If they performed admirably now, they could secure a firm hold on Chen Yang's support in the future. In the next moment, 4 golden tier spirit beasts lunged towards Chen Feng. Though these 4 beasts were not in optimal condition after the previous skirmish, 4 against 1 posed no significant challenge.
Chen Feng, I'm coming to assist you.
Wang Shui shouted, directing her spirit beasts to aid him. No need, you may watch from the sidelines, Chen Feng replied without turning his head. Instantly, the Moonhound positioned itself in front of Wang Shui's spirit beasts, conveying a clear message her beasts were not to interfere.
Be careful!
Wang Shui exclaimed anxiously. After all, Chen Feng was their friend, and should he fall victim to the assault of 4 spirit beasts, the consequences would be dire. Do not worry, he is fine, Li Shi he reassured Wang Shui, possessing a strong confidence in Chen Feng's abilities. Having also consumed elixirs, they were now akin to humanoid spirit beasts, even more formidable than diamond-tier creatures. Surely, for juvenile golden-tier spirit beasts were no match for Chen Feng.
All right then.
Wang Shui nodded, glancing at Li Shi. Among the 3, Li Shi cared most deeply for Chen Feng. Since she asserted that he would be fine, it was likely true.
For foolish brothers, if your spirit beasts are of no use to you, then you may as well abandon them.
Chen Feng grinned widely, his smile radiating joy. Associating with the wrong crowd incurs consequences, especially when these 4 had harbored intentions to take his life. Chen Feng discerned clearly that these individuals were genuinely intent on his demise. Each of the advancing beasts aimed directly for his vital points. With that understanding, bang, Chen Feng swiftly raised his leg and executed a sidekick. Although he had never formally trained in combat, he was quite adept at street fighting. His relatively stable upbringing in the orphanage was largely due to his physical prowess and, crucially, his willingness to strike hard. When one is ruthless, others think twice before provoking you. Originally, Chen Feng believed he would never again utilize the skills he honed in his youth, yet today proved otherwise. His physique had surpassed 200 points, thus, when he delivered that kick, he held nothing back. The spirit beast, roughly the size of a household cat, emitted no cry as it met its end. Indeed, he had kicked it to death. The disparity in attributes was simply too vast. Hiss, the collective intake of breath echoed through the arena as silence enveloped the crowd, all shocked by the display of power. The force behind that kick likely matched that of a bronze-tier spirit beast master. Had he just contracted a spirit beast and immediately ascended to bronze tier? Yet, this seemed improbable, for the Moonhound was evidently still in its juvenile stage, far from maturity. This suggested that Chen Feng could not have derived any enhancement from the Moonhound. Without the spirit beast's feedback, how could he have elevated to bronze tier so swiftly? None in attendance could comprehend this phenomenon. The more familiar one was, the less clear it became. Yin Lai was no exception, yet he was disinclined to delve deeper. The stronger his son became, the more pleased he felt. You! One of the competitors collapsed, their head seemingly struck by a hammer. Although filled with fear and rage, the pain rendered them incapable of uttering a coherent word. The death of a spirit beast was no trivial matter for a spirit beast master. While it would not lead to their demise, the bond forged between master and beast meant that the backlash from such a loss inflicted significant psychological harm on the master. Chen Feng, however, had no time to dwell on these matters. After dispatching one spirit beast, he advanced toward the next. The remaining 3 beasts no longer dared to attack him. Their eyes reflected sheer terror, and any semblance of their innate ferocity had vanished. Observing the retreating beasts, Chen Feng grinned. You are next. He selected the largest among them, a bear-like spirit beast. Though he couldn't be bothered to discern its exact type, why scrutinize something that could be taken down in a single move? No. The owner of the spirit beast stood frozen, aghast at Chen Feng's advance towards their creature. You say no and yet you do not mean it? Chen Feng's speed far surpassed that of the 3 beasts present, and given that the bear was inherently slow, the outcome was inevitable. The result was painfully obvious. With 2 swift strikes and a kick, the spirit beast lay beneath Chen Feng's foot. Had the spirit beasts possessed any skills, Chen Feng would not have been so relentless. But in this raw physical contest, whom did he have to fear? He was utterly audacious. Only in Jiangchang. Return, come back. As another spirit beast fell to Chen Feng's might, the remaining 2 competitors, witnessing their fallen comrade clutching its head in agony, immediately called for their spirit beasts. The moment their beasts approached a recoverable distance, they swiftly withdrew them into their spirit bags. Chen Feng was too fearsome. With just a few punches and kicks, he could annihilate a golden tier spirit beast. He was nothing short of monstrous. They dared not allow their beasts to face Chen Feng, for even a beating was preferable to witnessing their spirits perish. Juvenile golden tier spirit beasts were hardly inexpensive, and the repercussions of their demise would be severe. Who permitted you to withdraw your spirit beasts? Chen Feng, observing this, grew somewhat displeased. He had barely begun to warm up and now faced no opponents. How vexing. Do not act recklessly, this is the arena, killing is prohibited. As Chen Feng's murderous gaze bore down upon them, the 2 competitors quailed thoroughly, pulling out their last line of defense. Yes, killing is forbidden. Teacher, Chen Feng is harming his classmates. He deliberately killed our teammate's spirit beast. Will the Spirit Academy not intervene? However, the referee remained silent, focused solely on ensuring the students' safety, not their spirit beasts. Protecting one's spirit beast was a responsibility that lay squarely with the spirit beast master. My dear brother, since their spirit beasts have vanished, it falls to you to bear the burden. Are you prepared? Chapter 61 unfolds as he collides with his own fate, eliciting a faint smile from Chen Feng. However, Chen Yang is gripped by fear, and his 4 subordinate lackeys instinctively distance themselves from Chen Feng. The instinct for self-preservation prevails. If Chen Feng can effortlessly dispatch a golden tier spirit beast with a mere kick, it stands to reason that he would not expend excessive effort to eliminate them. As Chen Feng approaches, Chen Yang swallows hard, his anxiety palpable. Shadow Beast, what are you doing? Chen Yang remains undeterred, for he still possesses the Shadow Beast, a diamond-tier spirit beast. Despite Chen Feng's formidable display, the innate talent of the Shadow Beast renders it virtually unbeatable at their current stage. The Shadow Beast senses Chen Yang's trepidation, yet it remains powerless. Come back, return and attack him, quickly. With Chen Feng now less than 3 meters away, Chen Yang finds himself with no avenue for retreat. To back away further would mean tumbling off the stage, an unmistakable sign of defeat. Upon receiving Chen Yang's command, the Shadow Beast swiftly emerges from the shadow of the Moonhound. As the Moonhound contemplates how best to subdue the Shadow Beast, Chen Feng interjects, let it come forth. Does Chen Feng remain unaware of the Moonhound's capabilities? The Shadow Beast, now detached from its shadow, pales in comparison to the Moonhound, which can toy with it at will. The Moonhound, obedient and acutely aware of Chen Feng's strength, knows well that the Shadow Beast poses no threat. Thus, it dutifully remains seated, barking twice. Upon hearing the Moonhound's barks, the Shadow Beast accelerates its retreat. In a deliberate effort to slow the tempo, Chen Feng enables the Shadow Beast to seamlessly merge into his shadow. Chen Yang, witnessing this turn of events, feels a surge of elation. Hurry, kill him. In this moment, he disregards all rules, issuing a direct command to the Shadow Beast. Chen Feng's smile broadens further. This time, the shadow beast, sheltered within the shadows, acts without hesitation, targeting the vulnerable nape of Chen Feng's neck, so tender that a single strike could rend flesh. The shadow beast strikes. In an instant, its form materializes from the shadows, yet, this is precisely the moment Chen Feng had anticipated.
No!
Chen Yang's mother instinctively rises from her seat, her voice resounding above the gasps of the audience.
Do not?
Chen Feng, hearing her plea, allows a slight smirk to grace his lips.
You wish for me to heed your words? Quite the contrary.
Before the shadow beast's claws can reach his neck, Chen Feng decisively retaliates, seizing the creature by its throat with unwavering precision. You seem to be a tad disobedient, he remarks, bringing the shadow beast before him. Its foreclaws flail helplessly, unable to reach Chen Feng's face. As it attempts to grasp Chen Feng's arm instead, Chen Feng's smile dissipates.
Like your master, you are in dire need of discipline.
With that, he raises his other hand and, as he grips the shadow beast's foreleg, applies a forceful twist. The sound of snapping bones echoes through the arena, accompanied by the anguished cries of the shadow beast. It falls silent, refraining from further struggle. Chen Yang's mother watches in shock as the events unfold, a mix of relief and concern flooding her senses.
Xiaofeng, mother did not intend for you to harm it.
I fear for your safety, she implores.
What do I care?
Chen Feng retorts coldly, casting a sidelong glance at his mother before turning his attention to the now vulnerable Chen Yang.
My dear brother, do you possess any other means of defense?
Chen Yang continues to gulp nervously, his face flushed, yet words escape him. Is it time to concede defeat? Yet, how could he, bonded to a diamond-tier spirit beast, yield in front of so many witnesses? To surrender would be tantamount to losing everything. In truth, if you were not my cherished brother, you would not have the privilege of compelling me to take action.
You should consider yourself fortunate.
Chen Feng releases the shadow beast, lightly patting Chen Yang's face twice, without exerting any force, almost as if to mock. Those feeble taps felt as though they struck at Chen Yang's very heart, causing his pulse to falter. With such abundant resources at his disposal, how could he end up in such a predicament? Even a pig, given the same resources, would likely soar to great heights.
Dear brother, with your meager talent, what do you intend to contend with me? Chen Feng relishes the expression on Chen Yang's face, a reflection of his vindictive satisfaction. Impossible, this cannot be real. Have you taken some forbidden substance?
Chen Yang struggles to accept this reality. If it were Chen Feng's spirit beast that had bested him, he might have found some solace, but he cannot fathom Chen Feng's overwhelming strength.
Why?
By what right? Just days ago, Chen Feng appeared to him as a mere wretch. How could such a transformation occur in such a short span?
Poor brother, have you lost your senses? Are you attempting to feign madness and retreat? The derisive clicks of Chen Feng's tongue ignite the flames of Chen Yang's fury. I will kill you.
Chen Yang lunges at Chen Feng, their proximity reminiscent of a street brawl. Yet, in such a confrontation, Chen Feng would easily outmatch him. As Chen Yang attempts a tackle, Chen Feng swiftly raises his elbow. Chen Yang's body is propelled backward, his chin colliding with Chen Feng's elbow, a blow that even seasoned fighters recognize as formidable. Sent flying 3 to 4 meters by the impact, his jaw bears the brunt of the force. The extent of his injuries remains uncertain, but the blood pouring from his mouth suggests a grim prognosis.
Teacher, you surely saw that he threw himself into it. Should he perish, it bears no consequence to me, right, my dear brother?
Chen Feng informs the dazed referee before mockingly inquiring after the fallen Chen Yang. Initially, Chen Yang seeks to regain consciousness, but upon hearing Chen Feng's taunt, he succumbs to darkness once more. Whether it is all an act, only Chen Yang knows.
We concede. Chen Yang's 4 lackeys, filled with trepidation, recognize the peril of defying Chen Feng's wrath, hence, they hastily declare their surrender. Is that all?
Chen Feng glances at Chen Yang, knowing well that his brother has not suffered fatal harm, for he had not struck with lethal intent. This public arena is not the opportune moment for such actions. Nevertheless, Chen Feng is thoroughly satisfied with this lesson imparted. In a moment of carelessness, he inadvertently fractures another leg of the shadow beast.
Ah, that was unintentional.
Startled by the creature's anguished cries, Chen Feng instinctively tosses it aside.
Chapter 62, After the kiss, he fled. Unruly child, how dare you, he is your brother.
Chen's father could no longer contain himself and rose from his seat. While he could tolerate Chen Yang's defeat, he could not bear to see Chen Yang humiliated in such a manner by Chen Feng. After knocking him unconscious, he still continued to harm the shadow beast even after securing victory.
Don't overstep your bounds. Just because I address him as brother does not make him my kin. Bah, he is your blood, and has no connection to me whatsoever.
Chen Feng cast a disdainful glance at Chen's father. Though he wished to distance himself from the Chen family's affairs, he was well aware of the situation at hand. The burdens he had borne over the years were all due to this man. Initially, his deepest resentment was directed towards Chen Yang and his mother, but now, Chen's father had surpassed them all.
Are you not going to save him? Chen's father bellowed in fury.
It was only upon hearing his shout that the medical team outside the ring reacted. The events that had just transpired were simply too riveting. A spirit beast master who had yet to ascend to the black iron level had audaciously torn apart a golden level spirit beast, effortlessly subdued a diamond level spirit beast, and even knocked his own brother unconscious. It was nothing short of spectacular.
Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Please be cautious. It seems my dear brother has shattered his JAW.do. Take care not to leave any bone fragments behind, for once a bone is lost, it cannot be restored to its former state.
Chen Feng was determined to inflict emotional pain without remorse, leaving no room for civility.
Unruly child. You, with the surname Chen, are you not finished yet?
Yan Lai's gaze was as cold as ice as it settled on Chen's father.
Yan Lai, regardless of what you intend to do, Chen Feng is, after all, my son.
Chen's father seemed to have lost his senses, brazenly declaring such a thing in front of an audience. Others may not have comprehended, but Yan Lai was acutely aware of the implications. It was evident that he had recognized Chen Feng's potential and sought to claim him as a son. Such behavior was natural for humans, who tend to gravitate towards benefit and shun harm. However, what did he perceive Chen Feng to be? I have encountered shamelessness before, but never to this.
You have already signed the severance letter. I have no ties to the Chen family, do you understand?
Chen Feng interjected, his voice steady and resolute. Though young, he had experienced the vicissitudes of human emotions and understood much.
The severance letter was signed by your mother. I did not sign it.
This left Chen's mother momentarily stunned. Yes, she indeed had signed the severance letter.
But she stammered, pointing at Chen's father, her fury rendering her breathless. This is truly a heart-wrenching betrayal.
You are all the same, cut from the same cloth, Chen Feng succinctly summarized before turning to walk towards Li Shihe. The moondog, adept at sensing the atmosphere, wagged its tail and approached Chen Feng, exhibiting a demeanor that was far from that of a spirit beast belonging to the Moon Clan.
Impressive!
Li Shihe exclaimed, giving Chen Feng a thumbs up, her face adorned with a smile and her eyes shimmering with admiration. This was the man she had chosen. Many were whispering behind her back, criticizing her for being too reckless in solidifying a relationship with a man she had only known for a few days.
Now, Li Shihe longed to shout, who else dares to contest this? Such a man, who could not adore him. Just look at the audience, their gazes were almost devouring Chen Feng.
Indeed, they should remember who I belong to, Chen Feng declared with a proud tilt of his head.
Absolutely.
Li Shihe beamed as she stepped forward to bestow a gentle kiss upon him. Though it was merely a fleeting touch, it was enough to astonish the audience. Many women seethed with rage, wishing to tear Li Shihe apart. However, upon reflection, they all regained their composure. Li Shihe was declaring her claim while simultaneously assuring Chen Feng that, regardless of what transpired, he would always have her. Chen Feng could sense Li Shihe's intentions as he gently ruffled her hair.
A gentle pat. Unruly child. Unruly child.
Chen's father was nearing the brink of apoplexy. As a father, he had offered an olive branch in front of so many, and his son should have graciously accepted it. He never anticipated that Chen Feng would so defiantly oppose him. I suggest you check on your biological son. Yan Lai's gaze grew ever more menacing, as though he were on the verge of action. Chen's father squinted at Yan Lai and then strode away without a backward glance.
Biological son, did I hear that correctly?
The head of the Chen family had not refuted it. What an astonishing revelation this was. Indeed, everyone knew that Chen Yang was raised as a son of the Chen family, but how had it transformed into a matter of blood relation? Were the scandalous inner workings of a wealthy family now playing out in the minds of the onlookers? Unbeknownst to Chen's father, he was oblivious to the fervent gazes of the audience, but Chen's mother felt their piercing scrutiny. The stares from the crowd felt like rays, bombarding her from all directions. She wished for nothing more than to disappear into the ground. Such scrutiny was unbearable. Mother, let us depart, Chen Li empathized, as she too felt the weight of the gazes upon her. It seemed even the legitimacy of Chen Li's parentage was now under scrutiny. Chen's mother remained silent, stealing one last glance at Chen Feng on the stage before gently nodding to Chen Li. Chen Li supported her mother as they hastily exited. Once the Chen family had departed, the audience erupted into a flurry of chaotic yet fervent discussions. Yan Lai grinned widely. This was the effect he had desired. He, Yan Lai, would ignite the flames but would not extinguish them. Alright, everyone, quiet down. Number 36 wins, the competition continues. The judge on the stage remained silent, but the dean of the Spirit Academy spoke up. Chen Feng and his team descended from the arena, yielding the floor to the next competitors, yet, all eyes remained fixated on Chen Feng. The ongoing competition held little allure for them. Soon, the arena matches concluded. Undoubtedly, Chen Feng's team, Team Wang Shui, emerged as the champions of the tournament. In the subsequent matches, they had hardly lifted a finger. Who would dare to engage in combat? The headstrong ones had already fallen unconscious, and 2 golden-level spirit beasts had perished. These students held their spirit beasts dear, akin to their own children. How could they bear to witness their beloved pets being slaughtered? Thus, any team encountering Chen Feng's squad promptly conceded defeat. Even a slight delay in surrendering was deemed disrespectful to Chen Feng.
Have I overshadowed you?
Chen Feng inquired, scratching his nose as he walked through the Spirit Academy alongside Li Shihe.
Not just overshadowed, you have stolen the spotlight.
You owe me compensation, Li Shihe feigned an unreasonable demeanor.
Very well, compensation it shall be. A kiss will suffice.
Chen Feng replied with feigned seriousness before playfully pecking Li Shihe on the cheek and then darting away.
Don't run. Come back here. Chapter 63 Inch Brother, just observe how I proceed from now on.
Chen Feng was filled with joy, his spirits buoyant. However, within the Chen household, a dark cloud loomed. The servants in the villa dared not even breathe loudly. In the living room, Chen Yang knelt on the ground, utterly despondent. Opposite him, Chen Father sat on the sofa, his countenance grim and terrifying.
Father, I desire everything that belongs to Chen Feng. Suddenly, Chen Yang raised his head while kneeling. His jaw had healed, as the medical standards in Jiangcheng were indeed commendable, and in truth, Chen Yang had not suffered any significant physical harm except, of course, for the psychological scars. Chen Father remained silent on the sofa.
I cannot fathom how he has grown so powerful in such a short span of time. He must have encountered some monumental opportunity. I want it.
Chen Yang clung fiercely to his aspirations, refusing to relent.
If you want it, then seize it for yourself, Chen Father finally spoke, the storm cloud on his face dissipating significantly. He was not afraid of Chen Yang's potential failure. What he feared was that Chen Yang would become perpetually disheartened. After all, who hasn't he faced a few setbacks in life?
I, Chen Yang, am at a loss. I wish to seize it, yet I lack the capability to do so. If I could, would I even need to voice it? This time, the trip to the provincial city presented an opportunity. Whatever you wish to do, just do it.
Chen Yang's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. He truly had not anticipated that Chen Father would go to such lengths for him. After all, in Chen Yang's eyes, Chen Feng was still the favored son of the Chen family.
Prepare yourself. You shall depart tomorrow.
Chen Father rose. The arrangement was, in fact, orchestrated by the Yi family, as that woman sought to assist her son in exacting revenge.
Father, I also desire that shop of his. As Chen Father began to leave, Chen Yang immediately spoke up. Chen Father furrowed his brow slightly, then nodded at Chen Yang without uttering a word. However, his nod had already conveyed a clear message. Chen Yang clenched his fists tightly. Chen Feng, this time, I shall see you perish. Merely insulting Chen Feng was insufficient to quell the hatred festering within Chen Yang. He was consumed by an urgent desire to kill Chen Feng that evening. Chen Feng's small shop closed its doors to customers. Li Shihe's team, along with Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying, gathered together to celebrate. Although drinking was out of the question, the merriment and playful banter were indispensable. Aside from Li Chengfeng, who felt disheartened for not being present at the competition, everyone else was jubilant. That night, Chen Feng entrusted the management rights of the shop to Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying. To others, this appeared merely a verbal delegation, yet the reality was that Xiao Shan's identity had been recognized by the system. Although they could not wield the same authority as Chen Feng within the shop, they were still permitted to undertake numerous tasks such as opening and closing the shop, placing certain individuals on an unwelcome list, or even ejecting someone from the premises. Chen Feng had briefed Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying on these responsibilities. However, the two did not take this to heart. The following day, at the entrance of the Spirit Academy, Chen Feng and Li Shihe arrived hand in hand. Their relationship was now openly displayed without any pretense. After all, those who needed to know were already aware, and they stood there with an air of confidence. Shouldn't you two be a bit more discreet? After a night had passed, Li Chengfeng still felt rather glum, particularly due to the lack of tangible progress with Xiao Ying, which left him feeling quite disheartened. In fact, Li Chengfeng had contemplated seeking Chen Feng as a mentor, eager to understand how Chen Feng had managed to win over Li Shihe in such a brief period. However, the thought of Chen Feng being Xiao Ying's elder brother made him reconsider. What's the matter? Do you have any objections? Did you forget to bring your clumsy bear today? Chen Feng's teasing remark seemed ill-timed. If he forgot again, he would truly be relegated to the role of a mere bystander. Stop it, look. Li Shihe tugged at Chen Feng, gesturing for him to glance to their left. Chen Feng immediately recognized Chen Yang's sports car.
Ah, having connections at home makes quite the difference, missing the latter half of the competition yet still qualifying to show up here, Chen Feng scoffed, a tone of mockery lacing his words. I have contracted a diamond-grade spirit beast, and the academy has assigned my team a 5th rank.
No one dares to object.
Li Chengfeng chimed in, it's not that no one objects, it's that no one dares to object, for he is the esteemed young master of the Chen family.
The Wang sisters emerged from the Spirit Academy.
Chen Feng spotted Chen Yang, who, in turn, noticed Chen Feng, yet, surprisingly, there was no trace of anger in Chen Yang's eyes, rather, he appeared rather amicable. Brother, Chen Yang called out from a distance as he stepped out of the car.
Is the sun rising from the west today? My dear brother, you haven't been rendered senseless by yesterday's encounter, have you?
Chen Feng was genuinely astonished, uncertain of what scheme Chen Yang was attempting to enact. Chen Yang heard Chen Feng's words but showed no inclination to retaliate. He was unnaturally calm, almost unrecognizable. Brother, I acknowledge my mistakes and do not seek your forgiveness, just observe how I proceed from now on.
Are you attempting to play the emotional card? Chen Feng frowned. A leopard cannot change its spots. I do not trust a word you say.
Brother, you will witness my transformation, this is a token of my sincerity, Chen Yang said, extending a spirit beast pouch towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng showed no intention of accepting it, regarding Chen Yang with a quizzical expression.
You haven't hidden a bomb in there, have you?
Brother, inside are merely some essential supplies.
Alas, I understand that you will not forgive me so easily, I comprehend fully. With that, Chen Yang turned and walked away, appearing rather disheartened. What happened to him, did you knock his head around?
Li Chengfeng inquired, astonished after Chen Yang had departed.
Most likely, he is concocting some conspiracy.
I know my dear brother all too well, however, I remain uncertain about his actual plans. Chen Yang's actions had truly left Chen Feng baffled. Upon leaving, Chen Yang returned to his new team, though the members had already changed. In fact, Chen Yang's presence had ousted one of the original members from this small group. As he rejoined the team, Chen Yang gazed down at his feet. To others, he appeared sorrowful, but only he knew the truth. He was smiling, unable to suppress the grin tugging at his lips.
Chen Feng, just wait. It won't be long now.
Why had Chen Yang staged that encounter? He sought to display his attitude to others. Thus, if Chen Feng were to meet his demise, what relation would that bear to him, the beloved younger brother? Chapter 64 Bad Temper and Belligerence. In his relentless pursuit to eliminate Chen Feng without incurring injury, Chen Yang had racked his brain for a solution. After a brief interval of around 10 minutes, the supervising teacher made their appearance.
Coincidentally, this was the very individual who had served as the referee during yesterday's arena match. Is everyone gathered? Indeed.
In attendance were not only one supervising teacher but also mentors from various classes, who were tasked with accounting for their respective students. In truth, the number amounted to merely 25 individuals, easily discernible at a glance. Very well, let us proceed to the city lord's residence, commanded the supervising teacher.
Is it really that casual?
Chen Feng whispered to Li Shirhe, leaning in close. Li Shirhe shot him a disapproving glance. Given the proximity to these instructors, who were predominantly of golden rank, it was evident they could overhear.
I mean to say, isn't the dean coming out to offer some encouragement? Chen Feng continued. And what of the senior students? Where are they?
Chen Feng scanned the surroundings, finding no trace of the higher-year students from the Spirit Academy. The seniors have already departed ahead of us, we are among the last to leave, Li Shirhe explained. These formal students are certainly stronger than you, a mere auditor. At the very least, they have a class group chat. Although classes haven't officially commenced, nearly everyone has joined the group, and any announcements from the mentors are communicated there.
Oh, I see. Just to confirm, this secret realm is accessible only to those below bronze rank, correct?
Chen Feng recalled his mission. If only those of bronze rank could enter, fortune would surely favor them. Indeed, it has been verified that those surpassing bronze rank are prohibited from entry, Li Shirhe assured him with confidence.
Then that's settled. What do you intend to do?
I will assist you, Li Shirhe responded, sensing that Chen Feng's inquiry had a deeper purpose. Regardless of his intentions, she was determined to lend her support. United, a couple can achieve great things.
Wasn't it Brothers United?
Chen Feng retorted with conviction. Li Shirhe chuckled at his boldness. Throughout their journey, the two engaged in playful banter, oblivious to the discomfort of those around them. The Spirit Academy had its own concerns regarding such matters. Early romantic pursuits could detract from the enthusiasm needed for nurturing spirit beasts. However, with parental approval on both sides, the Academy found itself powerless to intervene. Fortunately, the Spirit Academy was situated not far from the City Lord's residence, and within approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. The City Lord's residence resembled a government hall, bustling with numerous officials and visitors attending to various matters. The Spirit Academy group received a warm welcome and, under the guidance of the staff, they were led into the teleportation chamber. To be frank, it was Chen Feng's first encounter with the fabled teleportation array. This was a unidirectional array, designed solely to transport individuals to the provincial capital. In another room, there existed another unidirectional array capable of sending people from other teleportation arrays to Jiang City. The provincial capital's teleportation array was far superior to their own, functioning bidirectionally and capable of transporting individuals to any city within the province. Yes, I am aware, Chen Feng nodded at Li Shihe. While he had never seen a teleportation array before, he possessed a grasp of the fundamental knowledge surrounding it. It wasn't that Jiang City lacked the capability to construct a bidirectional teleportation array. Rather, it was a matter of safety considerations. Within the province, numerous small cities existed, and compared to the provincial capital, these smaller towns exhibited significantly weaker defenses. While wild spirit beasts dared not attack the provincial capital lightly, they were bold enough to strike at smaller cities. Despite a relative calm in recent years, incidents of spirit beasts assaulting human settlements still occurred sporadically. To prevent spirit beasts from exploiting teleportation arrays to infiltrate other cities, all smaller towns were restricted to constructing these singular teleportation arrays. The guardians of these arrays had a singular duty when faced with a spirit beast siege: to destroy the unidirectional array facilitating external transport. This included the very teleportation array that Chen Feng and his companions were about to utilize. Should spirit beasts be allowed to use the array to reach the provincial capital, the consequences would be unimaginable. No matter how robust the defenses, internal betrayal remained a formidable threat. Alright, let us proceed. Remember your mission: this journey into the secret realm is purely for training. Do not attempt to show off. I hope you all return safely, the supervising teacher advised before stepping onto the teleportation array. Every year, a few brave souls succumbed to their reckless valor, regardless of whether they had been deemed a genius or a fool in life. Upon their death, their memory faded into obscurity. Thus, in this world, the foremost priority for spirit beast masters was survival. This was also the primary teaching objective of the Spirit Academy during the first year, to ensure that all students learned how to endure. Step onto the teleportation array. The array did not appear particularly grand. To Chen Feng, it resembled an altar, a circular platform adorned with numerous recessed patterns, within which flowed an unknown liquid. Once all were positioned on the array, the staff member operating it initiated the process. To Chen Feng, this task seemed exceedingly effortless, merely stepping on and pressing a button sufficed. After all, it was a unidirectional transfer, leaving no room for manipulation. As the teleportation array activated, a soft, milky light enveloped the entire platform. This glow was not blinding, yet it was sufficient to obscure vision, rendering the surroundings a sea of white. Were it not for Chen Feng's grip on Li Shihe's hand, he might have believed himself utterly alone in this place. The milky light surged in swiftly, only to dissipate just as rapidly. Within a mere 2 seconds, Chen Feng and the others found themselves in the provincial capital. Ji City, the capital of Jizhou Province. Ah, aren't those the students from Jiang City Spirit Academy? Quite the presence, arriving last as if to steal the spotlight? As their vision cleared, they were greeted by a voice belonging to a figure accompanied by a group of students, evidently another supervising teacher. I'd prefer not to embarrass you in front of your students. It would be wise to avoid provoking me now. Once they are in the secret realm, I will seek you out for a proper discussion. The supervising teacher from Jiang City seemed to possess a rather irritable disposition, reacting with hostility to what was likely a mere sardonic remark. Chen Feng swiftly categorized this teacher as ill-tempered. Do you think I fear you? I'll be waiting for you, he retorted defiantly. With that, the supervising teacher simply walked away, leaving Chen Feng feeling somewhat let down. Enough staring. Follow closely, the supervising teacher instructed, a hint of delight evident in their tone. Chen Feng was taken aback. Was this individual not only short-tempered but also a warmonger? How could someone be so pleased after challenging another to a duel? Chapter 65. Am I disgusting to you? Chen Feng was perplexed about how this mentor had arranged the meeting with the other party. All he knew was that the entry to this junior secret realm was bustling with activity. The reason for the commotion was the sheer number of people present. Is this truly the entrance to the secret realm? Chen Feng marveled at the fantastical sight before him, a luminous sphere resembling a black hole, approximately 3 to 4 meters in diameter.
Astonishing, isn't it? When I first laid eyes on it, I was equally taken aback, sighed Li Shuri, grasping Chen Feng's hand. Indeed, it is quite breathtaking. However, where are our people? Chen Feng scanned the surroundings but could not spot anyone from the Jiangqing Spiritual Academy. Distinguishing them was quite simple, as each academy had different attire, akin to school uniforms. They must have entered ahead. Let us observe how the mentor arranges things. Yet, the mentor was nowhere to be found. Chen Feng looked around. Not only was the leading mentor missing, but so were the mentors from the various classes. There is no need to fret, someone will come looking for us, Chen Yang interjected. The group from Jiangqing Spiritual Academy undoubtedly regarded Chen Feng as their leader. Chen Yang was no exception. He relished the opportunity to showcase his presence, primarily to bolster his favor with onlookers, especially since, after Chen Feng's demise, these individuals would serve as witnesses. The others glanced at Chen Yang, then turned their attention to Chen Feng, eager to see what decision he would make. There was no choice. After all, Chen Feng possessed the most formidable strength among them. The secret realm was not a place for frivolity. The beasts within bore no regard for one's identity and could be lethal. Although Chen Feng's abilities were relatively modest within this secret realm, they still surpassed those of the others. Chen Feng cast a cold glance at Chen Yang. Do not speak to me. I find you repugnant, brother. I meant no offense. I merely wished to remind you. Silence. Chen Feng had little patience. He had no time to engage in theatrics with Chen Yang. Chen Yang's duplicitous nature was what Chen Feng found most distasteful. He was outwardly amiable while inwardly corrupt, which was exceedingly vexing. Chen Yang, startled by Chen Feng's outburst, obediently fell silent. At that moment, a youth clad in the attire of Jiangqing Spiritual Academy approached them. Excuse me, who is Chen Feng? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng stepped forward. I am excellent. Please follow me. Once inside the secret realm, do not wander off. Stay close to me. Understood. The youth did not introduce himself but immediately began issuing instructions. Understood, Chen Feng replied. The individual appeared competent yet somewhat impatient. However, Chen Feng could tolerate it, as he was unaware of the circumstances within the secret realm. Subsequently, Chen Feng and his companions followed the youth, while the other squads naturally trailed behind them. Make way, we are from Jiangqing Spiritual Academy, and we seek entry into the secret realm. As they approached the entrance, the crowd grew denser. However, upon learning that students of the Spiritual Academy wished to enter, those obstructing their path readily stepped aside. There was no other option. This newly discovered secret realm belonged exclusively to the Academy, and the academies within Jizhou had the privilege of priority access, akin to reaping the benefits of being closest to the source. The rest were limited to purchasing entry quotas with spiritual crystals, an opportunity not available to everyone due to restrictions on quantity. They were gathered here to await the chance to buy their way in. The youth paid no heed to others and merely greeted a middle-aged mentor guarding the entrance to the secret realm. The mentor assessed Chen Feng and his companions before speaking. You young ones are merely here for an experience. Refrain from overstepping your limits, and do not perish within the secret realm. Strive to return alive. Very well, you may enter. With a wave of his hand, the middle-aged mentor signaled them in. Under the youth's guidance, everyone stepped into the secret realm. Chen Feng was quite astonished. He had anticipated being drawn into the realm, as the luminescent sphere resembled a black hole. However, the reality was starkly different. Crossing into the sphere felt as effortless as stepping through a threshold, transporting them directly to another world. On the other side of the sphere, the throngs of people surged, while within the secret realm, verdant trees flourished beneath a blue sky dotted with white clouds, and the air was refreshingly crisp. This place is rather splendid, Chen Feng could not help but exclaim. Such is the nature of an undeveloped secret realm, it will not remain this way for long. Li Shuri chimed in. Are all secret realms like this? Chen Feng genuinely lacked knowledge on the subject, as these concepts were not covered in high school and were only learned upon entering the spiritual academy. Not necessarily. It is said that some secret realms can refresh themselves, akin to game dungeons, but such realms are exceedingly rare and are strictly regulated by higher authorities. Chen Feng nodded, comprehending the rationale behind such control. A realm capable of endlessly replenishing resources must be kept under tight supervision. However, these matters felt a tad distant for Chen Feng at present. Enough idle chatter. Follow me closely and do not stray. This vicinity has been largely cleared by us. Formidable beasts are unlikely to be present, yet no one can guarantee that beasts won't appear from now on. You are responsible for your own safety. Soon, beams of summoning light appeared, revealing various spirit beasts, all in their juvenile stages. Chen Feng made no hesitation in summoning his moonhound. Though confident in his own abilities, he felt it prudent not to stand out too conspicuously. Excellent, stay close to me and do not disperse. With that, the youth paid no further attention to whether Chen Feng and the others were prepared and began to walk ahead. He was merely a guide, not a caretaker. Even if someone strayed from the group, he would not intervene. They were all adults now, and each individual must take responsibility for their own actions. After traversing approximately 2,000 meters, Chen Feng and his companions heard the sounds of battle. Ahead lies the area we are advancing toward. you may move about freely now. The youth turned and took his spirit beast to join the fray. Brother, I'll go take a look. If it's safe, I'll return to inform you. Chen Yang immediately spoke to Chen Feng after the youth departed. I told you not to speak to me. I find you nauseating. Can you not comprehend that? Chen Feng glared at Chen Yang in disgust. Chen Feng was certain that Chen Yang intended to stir up trouble. Every time Chen Yang spoke to him in such a manner in front of others, it was always a prelude to some scheme. Brother, fine, I understand you want to easily forgive me. I get it. I'll head over first. However, as Chen Yang turned to leave, with no one observing his expression, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Chapter 66, with sufficient fortitude, one can leap boldly. What does he intend to do? Li Shi also sensed that something was amiss with Chen Yang. She furrowed her brow and inquired of Chen Feng about Chen Yang's retreating figure. He must be up to something, though what exactly remains uncertain. Chen Feng shrugged. After all, he was not a parasite within Chen Yang's belly. Merely deducing that Chen Yang was plotting something was already quite impressive. Whatever his plans may be, if he dares to act, we shall deal with him. Li Chen Feng spoke with a boldness that was indeed somewhat justified, considering his formidable bear companion was quite powerful. The Wang sisters nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to assist Chen Feng in confronting Chen Yang. Let us not concern ourselves with him, we should proceed ahead and see what awaits. Chen Feng had not come here merely for leisure, he too was intent on making his mark. Very well, the Chen Feng team departed. Some chose to follow him, while others remained behind. Regardless, they were surrounded by individuals both in front and behind, rendering their position relatively secure. Ahead, at the entrance to the secret realm, there were numerous combatants. Upon a cursory glance, one could estimate around 100 individuals. Of this, however, constituted merely the cadre of senior students from 3 spiritual academies. Opposing these hundreds were 10 wolves. Chen Feng and Li Shi had ascended a tree trunk that towered at least 7 or 8 meters above the ground, granting them a panoramic view of the ensuing battle below. Spiritual Eye. Chen Feng activated his spiritual eye, and in an instant, the information regarding the 10 wolves was revealed to him. Swift Demon Wolf, rank Bronze, elite physique 185, mental strength 80, skills swiftness, pack. Upon observing the attributes of the Swift Demon Wolves, Chen Feng furrowed his brow slightly. It was not that their attributes exceeded his expectations, rather, his spiritual eye could discern the skills possessed by the Swift Demon Wolves but could not unveil the effects of those skills. This was indeed somewhat disheartening. Hey, what are the upgrade conditions for the spiritual eye? Chen Feng mused that surely the spiritual eye should have the capacity to reveal the effects of skills. The inability to do so must be due to the current low level of his spiritual eye. Ding, 100 million shop funds required for upgrade. Only 100 million. Chen Feng, feeling rather affluent now, was no longer the impoverished soul surviving on a mere 500 for living expenses each month. Upgrade. No hesitation, money can always be earned again. Currently, Chen Feng's shop funds exceeded 200 million, a feat he owed to the support of the Night Watchers. Undoubtedly, the Night Watchers would not suffer losses in this arrangement. Ding. 100 million deducted from shop funds, spiritual eye upgraded to intermediate level. Upon successful upgrade, Chen Feng felt a slight itch in his eyes, and then it was done. When he employed his spiritual eye once more to scrutinize the Swift Demon Wolves, the effects of their skills were indeed revealed, along with an unexpected boon. Swiftness, a passive speed increase of 50%. Pack. When the number of the pack exceeds 5, the pack effect activates, enhancing all attributes by 20%. No wonder such a multitude was required to contend with 10 Swift Demon Wolves. Over 100 bronze-level beast masters were present, each commanding at least one spirit beast, yet even they could only manage to suppress these wolves for the time being. Truly subduing them would likely prove impossible in the short run. While the spirit beasts controlled by these beast masters were predominantly of golden rank, the Swift Demon Wolves were bronze elites, rendering them equally formidable compared to these spirit beasts, which had yet to reach maturity. These beast masters, only slightly older than Chen Feng, had their spirit beasts in their growth phase, thus their attributes were understandably lower, with many beasts boasting attributes barely above 100. This disparity rendered it impossible for them to compete with the Swift Demon Wolves, whose attributes surpassed 200 and enjoyed a 50% speed enhancement. Nevertheless, with the abundance of spirit beasts at their disposal, it was only a matter of time before they would wear down the Swift Demon Wolves. As for the unexpected delight that accompanied the upgrade of his spiritual eye, it was that upon scrutinizing the demon wolves, various red dots appeared on their bodies, differing in number and position for each individual. Chen Feng recognized these red dots as the weaknesses of the Swift Demon Wolves. However, he was not inclined to inform those engaged in the battle of this revelation. These wolves won't endure for long. Let us seek out some spirit crystals. Chen Feng felt indifferent towards the Swift Demon Wolves. Within this secret realm, his sole desire was to acquire spirit crystals, for only by obtaining a sufficient quantity could he reap greater rewards. The system task was quite clear. The more spirit crystals Chen Feng collected,
The better the rewards. Spirit crystals would not be found on the outskirts of the secret realm, one must venture at least halfway in for them to appear.
Shall we follow their lead then? Chen Feng pondered.
In truth, they could also circumvent to other areas, though Li Shi hesitated. Despite both she and Chen Feng possessing considerable strength and formidable spirit beasts, acting alone undoubtedly posed significant risks.
Let us go, and take a detour to investigate. Chen Feng made the decision.
He then turned to Li Changfeng and the Wang sisters, indicating that if they were unwilling to accompany him, he would not press the matter.
What are you waiting for? We are a team, let us move.
Wang Yu shot a glare at Chen Feng, sensing a hint of condescension in his tone.
Exactly. Wang Shui echoed, pulling Wang Yu along as they took the initiative to proceed. I didn't say anything.
Chen Feng protested, somewhat aggrieved as he rubbed his nose.
Deserved.
Li Changfeng interjected, offering no opportunity for Chen Feng to retort before turning to catch up with the Wang sisters.
Li Shi stifled a laugh. Still laughing? Chen Feng unceremoniously pulled Li Shi to his side before leaping down from the tree. Indeed, with sufficient fortitude, one can leap boldly. By the way, where is Chen Yang?
Upon descending, Li Shi found herself pondering the absence of Chen Yang.
Don't worry about him.
He will surface when needed, Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. Li Shi contemplated this for a moment before relinquishing her curiosity. Just as Chen Feng and his group decided to stray from the main force and venture in a different direction, Chen Yang had already located the individuals he sought. There stood 3 individuals, each clad in black hooded cloaks. However, they did not don their hoods, revealing themselves to be quite youthful.
Are you the ones here to assist me? If you are Chen Yang, then indeed, you are correct.
The youth at the center, sporting a buzz cut and 3-ear studs on his right ear, addressed Chen Yang, his demeanor tinged with a hint of insolence.
I am Chen Yang. Where is the person you wish to eliminate? We have other matters to attend to.
The youth displayed no semblance of courtesy towards Chen Yang. After all, Chen Yang was merely the offspring of his aunt, while he himself was a true scion of the Yi family, albeit a collateral branch, yet he bore the Yi surname. His dissatisfaction with being assigned to assist Chen Yang was palpable, hence, expecting him to treat Chen Yang with kindness was utterly preposterous. Chapter 67 This foolish dog, is it just one step away from inscribing the word pride upon its face? Chen Yang was taken aback by the other party's blatant rudeness, yet he chose to disregard it. Chen Feng, you should be observing from over there. What are your plans for action? How to act, you ask? Naturally, we shall approach and engage. What other course of action is there? The young man's lips curled into a smirk, his tone laced with a hint of derision. Chen Yang could sense the hostility emanating from him, yet he dared not retaliate, for all 3 were bronze-level beast tamers, undoubtedly far more formidable than he.
Let us go, the young man called out.
The 2 silent companions fell in line behind him. As the trio proceeded, they donned hoods and black masks, the ample fabric serving to obscure their identities to the greatest extent possible. By the way, I heard you also contracted a shadow beast but nearly met your demise at the hands of others. Watch closely, I shall teach you the art of wielding a shadow beast. Chen Yang's eyes widened at the mention, not due to the other's demeanor but because he had also been said to possess a shadow beast. Before Chen Yang could fully comprehend the implications, the young man had already distanced himself. Chen Yang was left with no choice but to abandon his thoughts and follow in their wake. Alas, it seemed the trio was deliberately toying with him. No matter how swiftly he ran, he could not catch up.
7th young master, is it wise to treat him this way?
It might not bode well for us upon our return, one of the 3 spoke up. He is merely the illegitimate child of my aunt, she may acknowledge him, but my grandfather has not. What is there to fear? Besides, if he cannot endure this, it would be best for him to relinquish any aspirations of returning to the Yi family. The other 2 nodded in agreement. They were well aware of the depths of the Yi family's influence, having been raised within its ranks. It was only due to Chen Yang's mother being the favored daughter of the family head that he was afforded his current standing. Otherwise, he would hardly merit such treatment. Have you spotted Chen Yang? It didn't take long for the trio from the Yi family to locate someone from the Jiangqing Spirit Academy.
Who are you?
The questioned individual retained a modicum of vigilance and refrained from answering.
Little one, this is not the city. We are in a secret realm, you would do well to think carefully before responding.
The imposing presence of the bronze-level beast tamer radiated from the young man at the forefront.
They've headed that way. Very well, I shall comply. Threatened, betraying a classmate should pose no significant moral dilemma, right? Excellent.
The young man chuckled and turned to depart. In a less populated area, one might have ended a life without hesitation. However, with so many members from the Spirit Academy present, including individuals from other academies arriving in droves, he refrained from taking action. Chen Yang trailed at a distance, ensuring he remained unseen as part of their group. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and his companions encountered difficulties. Their group of 5 was obstructed by 3 swift demonic wolves. Upon closer inspection, Chen Feng discerned that these creatures were indeed markedly different from spirit beasts. The most apparent distinction was their untamed ferocity. The bloodthirsty aura they exuded was unmistakable. The 3 swift demonic wolves found themselves equally bewildered, for confronting them were 4 spirit beasts in their juvenile stage. To the wolves, these were mere trifles, yet, in the presence of such bloodthirsty energy, none of the 4 little creatures exhibited a trace of fear. What was happening? Li Changfeng and the Wang sisters were equally perplexed. They were aware their spirit beasts possessed a strength superior to their peers, yet such prowess should have been limited. Given the brief training period, however, the current circumstances defied their expectations.
Why did it seem as though the beasts were unafraid? Why are you hiding? One Yu queried from behind Chen Feng, seeking refuge in his presence for a sense of security.
Indeed, my clumsy bear has never engaged in a fight, yet it shows no fear in the face of these demonic wolves.
Li Changfeng echoed, also sheltering behind Chen Feng.
Truthfully, even Chen Feng was at a loss regarding the situation. While spirit tamers could perceive the general thoughts of their beasts, they lacked the ability to communicate intricate details. The 4 little creatures were unable to convey their intentions to their master. In the evolution chamber, the dangers they faced were vastly different from the present scenario. They had encountered more formidable beasts before, so what was there to fear? However, they also understood that they were no longer within the confines of the illusion of the evolution chamber, but in the harsh reality of the world.
Should they perish here, it would be a finality. Foolish dog, you shall lead the charge, Chen Feng commanded. While the moon dog's attributes may not rival those of the swift demonic wolves, its capabilities were undeniable. With 2 awakened skills, Chen Feng was confident that the moondog could prevail in a one-on-one duel against the wolves. With the support of the other 3 little creatures who had grasped skills, they stood a fighting chance. If all else failed, Chen Feng could intervene himself. Should that prove insufficient, he still had Li Shi his purple flame weasel and even Chen Feng's fire flood dragon at his disposal. In this instance, the advantage lay with him. There was no need for concern. Who is the moondog? Just a foolish dog that it cares not for the trivialities. The master commanded it, and so it shall obey.
The creature unleashed its power immediately, initiating with a moon roar. The moonlight descended forcefully, enveloping the moondog in an ethereal glow. This was not mere visual flair. The moondog's attributes were enhanced by 20% under the moon's illumination. Then, the moondog roared once more. This time, a beam of light erupted from it, soaring skyward and swiftly descending back to the earth. Moonlight is light, and those who have witnessed the speed of light understand its swiftness. The swift demonic wolves, while undeniably fast, paled in comparison to the velocity of the moonlight.
Ha, who says dogs cannot defeat wolves? Chen Feng grinned. The swift demonic wolf, struck by the moonlight, collapsed, leaving a half-meter deep crater in its wake.
Such power, Li Changfeng was left speechless. The Wang sisters gaped in awe, their mouths agape in reverence. Chen Feng felt a surge of pride. Was he jesting? The moondog's spiritual power had already reached 195 points. With a 20% boost, that amounted to over 200. Given that the moonlight's attack power was 1.5 times that of its spiritual power, how formidable was the constitution of the swift demonic wolves? While the skill's effectiveness did not translate to a direct 1-to-1 ratio against an enemy's physical constitution, it was still contingent upon each creature's defensive capabilities. Yet, as long as the advantage was substantial enough, one skill could indeed eliminate one foe.
Was that excessive? The moondog certainly did not think so. It proudly glanced at Chen Feng, its mouth agape, its tongue lolling out in a display of exuberance. This foolish dog, is it merely one step away from inscribing the word pride upon its face? Chen Feng felt an overwhelming urge to cover his face in exasperation. Just as he took pride in this foolish dog, it revealed its true nature. Chapter 68. Skin to skin, flesh to flesh. Foolish dog, there are still 2 left. Indeed, there were 2 bewildered swift demon wolves. They had intended to unleash their primal instincts and teach the foolish dog a lesson, yet, their legs seemed to betray them entirely. Have you ever seen a young spirit beast so ferocious? They certainly had not. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's shout, the moonhound immediately turned, revealing its fierce demeanor. Then, shockingly, it swaggered over to the 2 swift demon wolves, moving at a leisurely pace. The swift demon wolves, sensing imminent danger, slowly began to retreat, but the moonhound was displeased. They were here to kill them, yet they wouldn't even extend their necks. The swift demon wolves felt utterly humiliated, nearly choking on the growls escaping their throats. Being bullied by a dog was one thing, but being outmatched by a mere pup was quite another. It was akin to a large golden retriever being bitten by a toy poodle in the middle of the street.
Oh whoa, the swift demon wolf howled at the heavens. As living beings, everyone must face death at least once. However, some deaths weigh heavier than mountains, while others are as light as a feather. They aspired to be the mountain. In the next instant, the swift demon wolves unleashed their swiftest speed, charging toward the moonhound. At that moment, the moonhound also moved, its speed not significantly slower than the wolves, though it was indeed slightly lagging behind. Just as the jaws of the swift demon wolf were about to close around the moonhound, it nimbly dodged to the side. Not content with merely evading, it retaliated with a slap to the swift demon wolf. Despite the moonhound's smaller stature compared to the wolves, the force behind its claws was undeniable. One wolf was sent flying, and another followed suit. The moonhound remained unscathed.
You are a dog, not a cat.
Chen Feng reminded the moonhound, bewildered at where it had learned such tricks. Its forepaws were moving so swiftly they appeared to blur. The swift demon wolf, having rolled several times on the ground, dazedly rose to its feet, its head spinning from the force of the blow. Just then, a spike emerged unexpectedly beneath one of the swift demon wolf's bellies. The spike lacked the power to pierce its skin but certainly lifted the wolf off the ground. In that fleeting moment, the moonhound seized the opportunity. Its body seemed to transform into a beam of moonlight, leaping high and landing directly on the back of the swift demon wolf. At that moment, the moonhound abandoned its feline pretense, opening its jaws to sink its teeth into the wolf's nape. The wound opened, blood flowed. The bitten swift demon wolf howled in anguish, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to escape the moonhound's grasp. It succeeded, and as it struggled, both it and the moonhound fell from the spike. However, the moonhound's weight was insufficient to pin down the swift demon wolf, yet its grip remained firm, refusing to let go. As the wolf's thrashing intensified, the moonhound unceremoniously resumed its feline antics, shaking its head vigorously while raising its paw to rub against the wolf's head incessantly. After approximately 3 or 4 seconds, the swift demon wolf lay still. The other swift demon wolf had long wished to provide assistance, yet the remaining 3 small ones were no mere decorations. They unleashed various skills. Although their abilities lacked the potency to truly threaten the swift demon wolf, they were effective enough to hinder it. Once the moonhound dispatched the first swift demon wolf and turned its gaze toward the remaining one, it immediately turned to flee. Even a moment of hesitation was a sign of disrespect toward its own life. Ding, swift demon wolf slain, pathway to promotion unlocked, earning 22 experience points. What the heck? Chen Feng gasped internally. He quickly opened his attribute panel. To his surprise, a new experience point appeared, along with a level he could comprehend. Currently, Chen Feng's level stood at 1. This doesn't seem right. My attributes are already so strong. How could I possibly be only level 1? Chen Feng felt disgruntled. That glaring level 1 felt like an insult. Furthermore, if he was only at level 1, when would he ever ascend to Iron Tier, and how many levels were required to reach Iron Tier? Ding, every 10 levels allows for a promotion. At the current tier, each upgrade grants 10 attribute points. Wait a moment. I can also gain attribute points. Chen Feng's composure faltered. Gaining 100 attribute points at level 10 was not insignificant. Why does the experience seem a bit off? The swift demon wolves aren't weak, are they? Why such scant experience? Ding, experience can be obtained through various other means. Please explore on your own. Another prompt to explore on my own. Chen Feng felt exasperated. What are you doing? Lost in thought. At that moment, Li Shi approached Chen Feng. Nothing, I was pondering the peculiarities of this foolish dog.
You think its attack style is somewhat unorthodox for a dog?
Who cares, as long as it works? Li Shi responded with a sense of ease, finding the moonhound increasingly pleasing to the eye. Indeed, let us go see what the swift demon wolves were guarding.
Chen Feng led the way forward.
The others followed closely behind, each brimming with excitement. Despite being members of 3 prominent families, this was their first genuine foray into combat. They believed themselves exceptionally strong. While over 100 people struggled against a dozen swift demon wolves, they had managed to slay 2 and send 1 fleeing. Such achievements were indeed impressive. Chen Feng felt little pride in the feat, as he had not truly engaged. It did not compare to the satisfaction of outmaneuvering Chen Yang. Those sensations of skin against skin and flesh against flesh were familiar to all who had experienced them.
Look! There's a cave over there. Could it be the lair of the swift demon wolves?
Wan Yu suddenly pointed at a slightly sloped area ahead.
We'll find out if we take a look, Chen Feng boldly asserted.
However, as they approached the cave entrance, he cast a glance at the moonhound. Understanding the cue, the moonhound swiftly darted inside. It entered quickly and exited just as fast, completing its reconnaissance task in a flash. The cave remained silent, indicating there were likely no beasts within.
Let us go.
Chen Feng led the way into the cave. The air inside was pungent, somewhat acrid, but Chen Feng paid no mind to such details as he spotted spirit crystals. The crystals lay quietly on the ground, scattered like stars, appearing to number around 10.
Wow, spirit crystals!
The Wang sisters exclaimed in astonishment. Although they were not lacking in wealth,
the difference between having money and earning it themselves was significant. Let us divide the spoils, Chen Feng announced with a smile. The untouched secret realm was indeed a treasure trove. One could find spirit crystals simply by exploring any cave. Chen Feng understood the value of spirit crystals, they were quite precious. Chapter 69 Upgrade. The division of spoils was quite a delightful experience. Each of the four, including Li Shihe, received 2 spirit crystals, leaving the remainder to Chen Feng. In truth, they were not particularly keen on these rewards, as they had not contributed significantly during the recent battle. However, Chen Feng, in his magnanimity, insisted on bestowing upon each of them 2 crystals. Ding, spirit crystal detected, capable of being devoured. This marked the second occasion Chen Feng had heard the system's notification. Initially, he had no time to consume the crystal, but later he hesitated, reluctant to part with it. A gem from a poor family is precious, a single spirit crystal is worth millions. To consume one would mean a loss of wealth beyond comprehension. How could Chen Feng bear to do so? Nevertheless, he resolved to consume one. Regardless of its worth, one must savor the experience. Ding, consumed spirit crystal, experience points gained to 100. Ding, host level has risen to 2, with 10 free attribute points awarded. What? Chen Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. What's wrong? Li Shihe inquired, puzzled by Chen Feng's sudden exclamation. It is nothing, Chen Feng stammered, his speech slightly faltering. He glanced once more at his status panel. To advance from level 2 to 3 required 200 experience points, easily attainable with just 2 spirit crystals. Chen Feng had previously believed that his rate of advancement would be exceedingly slow, certainly lagging behind Li Shihe and the others, yet, his attributes far surpassed those of others at the same level. It dawned on him that the speed of his advancement was intrinsically linked to wealth. As long as he possessed sufficient spirit crystals, he could swiftly elevate his rank. Should I consume them all? Chen Feng pondered. He still had 30 spirit crystals stored in his system space, and if he could locate a few more within this secret realm, he could enhance his level significantly. Consume, one mustn't hesitate. Spirit crystals left untouched are but lifeless objects. Hey, if I devour the spirit crystals obtained, will they still count towards the mission? Chen Feng's only concern was that consuming the crystals might adversely affect his mission rating. Ding, spirit crystals acquired during the mission will be automatically recorded. Their existence has no impact. Hearing the system's response, Chen Feng grinned. Why hesitate? Just consume them. The spirit crystals in his system space began to vanish rapidly. Ding, congratulations, host level has risen to 9, acquiring 80 free attribute points. Within this cavern, Chen Feng had collected 6 spirit crystals, and combined with those previously obtained by Li Shihe, this was sufficient to elevate his level to 9. To progress from level 9 to 10, he would require 1,000 experience points. If he could procure 10 more spirit crystals, he would ascend to level 10 and then enter a new stage. Let us continue the quest for spirit crystals. At this moment, Chen Feng was filled with fervor. Moreover, he resolved that any spirit crystals found henceforth would be solely his. He felt he had uncovered a loophole in the system. As long as Li Shihe and the others acknowledged the crystals as belonging to Chen Feng, the mission would automatically record the number obtained. Once they exited the secret realm, he could distribute the appropriate share to them, a veritable bug in the system. Had I known of such a loophole, I would have had my dear little one acquire more spirit crystals. A tinge of regret washed over Chen Feng. Li Shihe's family background was no secret. Acquiring spirit crystals would be a trivial matter for him. Chen Feng was confident that if he merely asked, his father-in-law would not be stingy. Securing 1,000 spirit crystals, or perhaps even more, could exploit the system's bug and yield significant gains. He could potentially soar to great heights. Alas, it was too late. Nonetheless, the path ahead was clear, and Chen Feng brimmed with confidence. As he ventured forth in search of spirit crystals, he allocated the attribute points gained from his recent level up to enhance his constitution. Presently, Chen Feng possessed only one skill, the Eye of Heaven, which required negligible mental energy to utilize. Thus, having an elevated mental capacity was of little consequence. With the augmentation of 90 points, his constitution now reached an impressive 323 points. This surpassed the bronze level significantly. Chen Feng was well aware of the nature of those at the bronze level. Did he truly believe that during the recent observation, he had merely stood by idly? The enhanced Eye of Heaven not only allowed him to see through spiritual beasts but also revealed the fundamental attributes of spiritual beast masters. Chen Feng surmised that should he continue to elevate the Eye of Heaven's level, he would likely gain insight into the detailed circumstances of spiritual beast masters as well. As their party of 5 delved deeper into the secret realm in search of spirit crystals, Chen Yan and the 3 members of the Yi family had already discovered the traces left by Chen Feng and his companions. What kind of skill could produce such an effect? The 3 from the Yi family, being quite professional, were seasoned bronze-level spiritual beast masters with considerable combat experience. The half-meter deep, 2-meter wide pit in the ground captured their attention, particularly because a corpse of a swift demon wolf lay within.
It couldn't possibly be the work of Chen Feng, could it? One of the Yi family members furrowed his brow, voicing his concerns. A skill of this magnitude poses a threat to us. They were resolute in their refusal to place themselves in danger for the sake of assisting Chen Yang. Impossible. We contracted our spiritual beasts at nearly the same time. His physical prowess must have been enhanced through some means, or perhaps through consuming some extraordinary treasure. Such items could bolster Chen Feng's physical attributes but could not possibly assist his spiritual beast in comprehending any skills, Chen Yang asserted with conviction, refusing to believe Chen Feng could be so extraordinary. The Moonhound is a spiritual beast of the Moon Clan, inherently powerful, yet also challenging to master skills. The garbage spiritual beasts of Li Chengfeng's group may have learned skills, but he doubted that the Moonhound could achieve such mastery in a short span. Furthermore, even if the Moonhound had learned a skill, would it be capable of unleashing such a powerful attack? As for Chen Feng, that was even less likely. Spiritual beast masters could only learn skills after advancing their levels, and the majority of skills were auxiliary, meant to aid their spiritual beasts in combat. It wasn't until one reached the silver level that they could begin to learn offensive skills. It's not that offensive skills are difficult to learn, but rather that they require significant amounts of mental energy, which spiritual beast masters lack at lower levels. Perhaps it was the work of others. Let us proceed with caution and avoid provoking this individual. The leading youth made his assessment. He too doubted that Chen Feng could be responsible for this. Moreover, for them to enter this secret realm, it was evident that other youthful powerhouses were present as well. Nothing remarkable about it. In my opinion, we should summon our spiritual beasts and separate ourselves. One of the Yi family members suggested. Agreed, caution is the mother of safety, and the leader did not object. However, when the three summoned their spiritual beasts, Chen Yang was taken aback. For they had all summoned shadow beasts. Chapter 70 of the You of the past is unworthy, and the You of the future is even more so. Someone is following us. Chen Feng suddenly spoke as he walked. Upon hearing his words, Li Shi and the others immediately turned around. However, they saw not even a shadow. When all 8 eyes turned to Chen Feng, he rubbed his nose. There truly is someone. The reason for the 8 pairs of eyes was that the 4 little moonhounds were also fixated on Chen Feng. You all hide first, silly dog. I'll go take a look, Chen Feng declared. I'll accompany you, Li Shi insisted, gripping his arm. If there were any real danger, Li Chengfeng and the others would be of no help, but Li Shi believed she could be of assistance. Although her own strength might not match Chen Feng's, her purple flame mongoose was no less formidable than the moonhounds. No need. It's Chen Yang, and he has a few others with him. I want to see what's going on, Chen Feng said, patting Li Shi's hand, signaling her to remain unconcerned. Li Shi frowned slightly and nodded. Alright, just be careful. Okay. With that, Chen Feng broke away from the group and headed back alone. Shi, let us follow him and see what is happening. Just in case, let me go. You all stay back. Aren't you all curious about what happened to my spirit beast? Now you can see. With that, Li Shi summoned her purple flame mongoose. As the diamond level brilliance shone forth, Li Chengfeng and the others were left dumbfounded. How had the fire squirrel they hadn't seen in days transformed into a purple flame mongoose? I'll quietly follow along. Don't worry, Li Shi smiled and trailed behind Chen Feng. Chen Feng could sense Chen Yang's aura from a distance. How could he not detect Li Shi following him? Nevertheless, he bore no ill will towards her. He understood her concern for his safety. In truth, it was unnecessary. Chen Feng didn't want Li Shi and the others to accompany him out of fear for their safety, especially since the auras of those following Chen Yang felt somewhat ominous. But it was only a slight unease. If Chen Feng's physique were still around 200 points, he might have considered a one-by-one approach. However, with his physique now exceeding 300 points, he knew that even a bronze-level opponent would be no match for him. Moreover, aside from the Moonhound, he also had the Fire Flood Dragon. The Moonhound had been trained to an impressive state. How could the Fire Flood Dragon be any less? The Fire Flood Dragon was Chen Feng's primary focus of cultivation, being a spirit beast awarded by the system and naturally of a higher tier than the Moonhound. As Chen Feng caught sight of Chen Yang and his group from afar, he was confident. This time, it was certain there was no need for the Fire Flood Dragon to make an appearance. Perhaps the Moonhound would face some minor tribulations. Why did Chen Feng feel this way? Because he noticed that among the group opposing him, the highest physique was barely over 230 points. There was a significant gap. He had nothing to fear. It's you, Chen Feng. Chen Yang pointed at him from afar, his tone filled with excitement, as if envisioning Chen Feng kneeling at his feet. My dear brother, I haven't come to find you yet here you are delivering yourself to me. With a smile on his face, Chen Feng didn't even glance at the 3 members of the Yi family. However, he was quite curious about their relationship with Chen Yang, as their spirit beasts were all diamond-level shadow beasts. Based on their attributes, it seemed that their spirit beasts had just entered their growth phase, slightly inferior to the Moonhound but not by much. Delivering myself? That's something I should be saying.
Chen Feng retorted.
There are no outsiders here, so spare me the pretense, Chen Yang said harshly, though half of his words were directed at the Yi family.
See? With no outsiders present, how pleasant that sounds. So, you're not acting anymore, are these three your hired actors?
Chen Feng scrutinized the three shadowy figures with his hands behind his back. You're quite arrogant, kid, the leader of the Yi family spoke calmly. He had encountered many arrogant little ones, reality would soon make them see their true selves, and he was in no hurry. Indeed, you are correct, Chen Feng nodded nonchalantly.
I've already leveled up.
Why shouldn't I be a bit arrogant, right now? My arrogance is only at 1%. If you dare to stroll through my shop, you'd understand what true arrogance at 120% looks like.
Heh, this little brat is rather interesting. Do you really think that just because you're connected to the Li family and that night patrolman, no one dares to touch you? Oh, so you're the demons? Chen Feng exclaimed in realization.
Shut up, you're the one who is a demon, the leader of the Yi family retorted, clearly displeased.
Who are you talking to? Who are you trying to smear?
Only demons would recklessly seek to kill me, your murderous intent is so strong, you must be demons, and my dear brother, when did you get involved with demons?
Chen Feng, stop rambling.
There are no outsiders here, and I'm not pretending any longer. Just kneel down now and dissolve the contracts with all your spirit beasts, and I might spare your life. Chen Feng was genuinely taken aback by Chen Yang's words.
He found it hard to believe. That is a tricky proposition. I was planning to eliminate you, and yet you say you want to kill me?
That was indeed his intention. Chen Yang was the kind of scoundrel. Given the chance, Chen Feng would never hold back. As for letting Chen Yang live to suffer, Chen Feng saw no need. He believed it was better for such a treacherous scoundrel to meet his end sooner rather than later.
Kill me? You re not worthy.
Chen Yang's eyes widened with rage. However, all he dared to do was glare. If he were to face Chen Feng directly, he wouldn't dare. His face still stung.
What could he use to contend with Chen Feng? Enough with the nonsense. Since you refuse, then prepare to die.
Chen Yang was done with idle chatter. He truly wanted to see Chen Feng weeping and pleading for mercy at his feet.
But since Chen Feng refused to cooperate, he could only resort to killing him. The three members of the Yi family did not let Chen Yang down. As soon as he finished speaking, they charged in. Of course, it was only their spirit beasts that engaged. Silly dog! As the three shadow beasts lunged at him, Chen Feng called out to the Moonhound. The Moonhound displayed no awareness of facing three growth-phase spirit beasts. It simply opened its mouth wide and, while panting heavily, unleashed a moon roar. In truth, it wasn't that the Moonhound intended to act this way, it was genuinely a bit fatigued. Using skills consumed mental energy, and having just employed 2 skills, it was only natural that a juvenile spirit beast would struggle to maintain stamina when using skills in quick succession. Chapter 71 Scold and Flee. Fortunately, Chen Feng had no intention of letting the Moonhound take action. He merely sought to borrow the moonlight from it. The ethereal glow illuminated the surroundings, and this technique proved remarkably effective against the shadow beasts. The shadow beasts, unable to slip into the shadows, seemed to transform into docile sheep. As the three rushing towards them gazed vacantly, daunted by the Moonhound's presence, the 3 young members of the Yi family were utterly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, left in a state of bewilderment. It is fine, the abilities of his spirit beast won't last long, just wait. The lead youth, however, remained quite composed and quickly regained his bearings, yet, while they were willing to wait, Chen Feng was not inclined to do so. Foolish dog, don't move recklessly, he commanded, and without regard for the Moonhound's willingness, he swiftly scooped it up, tucking it under his arm. Utilizing the moonlight, Chen Feng charged towards the trio from the Yi family. As he approached, the 3 shadow beasts began to retreat hastily. However, Chen Feng paid no heed to them. After surpassing the beasts, he quickly positioned himself less than 5 meters from the lead youth of the Yi family. You certainly put on quite the act. I detest those who pretend in my presence. Before the lead youth could utter more than a single word, Chen Feng's fist was already flying towards him. The tactics of street fighting emerged. It proved that as long as one's speed was sufficient and their strength formidable, the methods of street fighting remained remarkably effective. The lead youth had never encountered such an approach. As a spirit beast master, he was taken aback by the sudden, unannounced strike. Where was the decorum, where was the grace, had he cast them aside? Die! Chen Feng was utterly unceremonious, his fist landing squarely upon the lead youth's eye socket. Unable to withstand the force behind Chen Feng's blow, the youth was sent reeling backward, stumbling 5 or 6 steps before collapsing to the ground. Is that all? Chen Feng taunted, then took 2 large strides, closing the distance of 5 or 6 meters, his foot mercilessly pressing down on the youth's chest. Stop.
The other two members of the Yi family finally reacted. It wasn't that they were slow to respond, everything had transpired far too rapidly, leaving them utterly unprepared for such an encounter, yet, did they think a mere command would halt proceedings?
Who do you think you are?
Chen Feng intensified his pressure, and the sound of cracking bones emanated from the lead youth's body. Blood began to spew from his mouth, soon trickling into his nostrils. The situation became increasingly dire for the fallen youth.
I said to stop. Chen Feng offered no response, internally lamenting this bronze-level opponent is somewhat difficult to eliminate.
Nevertheless, no matter how challenging, he must perish. Chen Feng had not killed for the first time, his strikes were ruthless. He adjusted his foot, aiming directly at the youth's heart. If he crushed that heart, not even a deity could save him. The other two from the Yi family moved simultaneously, they could not bear to witness Chen Feng slay their companion.
Did I invite you to move? Get lost.
Chen Feng barked, then swiftly delivered two kicks to the sides of the lead youth while still standing upon him. After forcing the two Yi family members back, the lead youth's spirit beast could no longer remain idle. If Chen Feng were to kill its master, it too would face annihilation. The contract between humans and spirit beasts was inherently unfair. During the contract period, if a spirit beast died, the human would merely weaken for a time, suffering no substantial loss. However, if the human were to perish, the contracted spirit beast would die instantly. This necessitated that the spirit beast must save its master, otherwise, it too would face death. It appeared that Chen Feng had no time to fend off the approaching shadow beasts. Yet, one must not forget that the moonhound was still tucked under his arm. Just as the shadow beasts lunged at him, the moonhound kicked out, fortuitously striking the soft belly of one of the beasts. A pained howl erupted from the creature as it tumbled to the ground, rolling several times.
We are the Yi family, you best recognize the situation. If you dare to kill him, it will be a fight to the death.
The audacity of such words, as if he were the one seeking trouble. I will slay him, and let me see how you will pursue this vendetta.
If anyone dares to flee today, they shall be deemed a coward.
Chen Feng continued to exert pressure. At this point, the lead youth truly reached his limit. A fractured rib had pierced his heart. The spirit beast, propelled by the moonhound, released a more harrowing wail, as if its own heart had been pierced by bone.
You, how dare you?
The remaining two members of the Yi family exhibited expressions of sheer terror. This individual had the audacity to kill a member of the Yi family. Chen Feng grinned.
Dare, why not? What is there to fear? At worst, I can simply retreat to my shop. If the Yi family sends someone to retaliate, they shall learn what pain truly is.
Here, no one above the bronze level may enter, this is my natural hunting ground.
Run!
Chen Yang's mind was overtaken by alarm bells. He understood just how formidable the lead youth was, yet this very person had been vanquished by Chen Feng in a single blow. Although Chen Feng had landed several kicks thereafter, the outcome remained unchanged. Previously, the appearance of these three bronze-level individuals had instilled a profound sense of security within him. Now, however, that security had plummeted to negative figures.
It was easy to imagine that once Chen Feng dealt with the remaining two members of the Yi family, he would turn his attention to him. Chen Yang had no desire to be eliminated.
Without hesitation, he turned and fled, not even uttering a word.
Damn!
The Yi youth glared at Chen Yang's retreating form, cursing vehemently.
See, he is nothing but a coward.
Chen Feng pointed at the disheveled Chen Yang, a smirk playing on his lips. He had initially thought he might finally put an end to his dear brother today, yet he was astonished by how swiftly this fellow had fled. Not a single opportunity was afforded. To hell with you! After cursing, the two remaining members of the Yi family split in opposite directions to escape.
What the hell? Scold and then run? Chen Feng was infuriated. This isn't how it's done. Who taught you such cowardice?
Fortunately, one remained, otherwise, chasing them one by one would be exceedingly challenging. Even if he invested time to catch up, the moonhound-esque condition was far from optimal. Without the moonlight's enhancement, dealing with the shadow beasts that could merge into the shadows would indeed be While Chen Feng believed himself sufficiently strong, he was also quite cautious about preserving his own life, refraining from engaging in perilous endeavors. Chapter 72 The Path of Decapitation. Nothing is beyond the blade. Let us see what surprises you can offer me. Murder, treasure hunting, and rummaging through corpses are pursuits that Chen Feng finds rather intriguing, particularly due to his keen interest in spirit crystals. The young leader of the Yi family lies with eyes wide open, refusing to succumb to eternal slumber, still glaring with two large orbs. Chen Feng has no intention of allowing him to rest, and after searching for miscellaneous items and finding none, he casually yanks the spirit beast pouch from the young leader's side. Typically, beast tamers keep their belongings secured within these pouches. It remains a mystery who invented such pouches, as they can even accommodate living spirit beasts, making them quite suitable for personal effects. Oh, what a surprise, indeed. Upon opening the pouch, Chen Feng was astounded to is this not sufficient spirit crystals for his upgrades. A mere glance at the other contents of the pouch, clothes, spirit herbs, failed to pique his interest. What truly captivated Chen Feng were the 20 or so spirit crystals nestled within. What kind-hearted individual carries such an abundance of spirit crystals? It was evident that this fellow hailed from a wealthy lineage. Even within the Yi family, he must possess some measure of capability. Nevertheless, Chen Feng remained indifferent. Having slain him, what does it matter? Swallowing 10 spirit crystals. Ding! Swallowing successful, experience gained to 1000. Congratulations, host's level has risen to level 10, and free attributes increased by 10. Ding! Host is now capable of advancing realms. Would the host like to ascend? How long will it take? Ding! No time required. Ascend! No time needed, then why hesitate? Hurry up, I am anxious. Ding! Congratulations, host's realm has ascended to Black Iron, all attributes increased by 50 points. Reward host gains spirit technique, Divine Slash. What does this mean? Chen Feng felt a warm sensation coursing through his body, a sure sign of attribute enhancement, something he was well acquainted with. However, to receive an additional 100 points merely for ascending realms? How could his peers possibly compete? Initially, Chen Feng believed that the invincibility rule within the shop was already extraordinarily overpowered, designed to ensure his survival until he became unrivaled, yet, it appeared that this was not the case at all. Freshly ascended to Black Iron, his physical attributes surged close to 400. Where is the fairness in that? While the reward of a spirit technique was commendable, what was the meaning behind the addition of the term divine? Chen Feng eagerly opened his status panel for inspection. Host, Chen Feng level, 10 realm Black Iron physique, 367 spirit, 289 spirit beasts, Fire Flood Diamond Young, Golden Young spirit technique, Divine Slash skill, spirit. Gazing at his current panel, Chen Feng could not help but swallow an imaginary lump in his throat. Truly monstrous, while others merely gained the qualification to learn skills upon ascending realms, he had been granted a spirit technique of divine caliber outright. The description was alarmingly simple, nothing is beyond the blade. My goodness! Yet, how does one wield this? Just as doubts began to cloud Chen Feng's mind, a flash of spiritual light suddenly illuminated his consciousness. There was no need for him to comprehend anything. The path of decapitation seemed inherently entwined with his being, and all things pertaining to it became instinctual. Alarming. This was Chen Feng's summation. Then, raising a hand, he extended a finger. A slashing force abruptly manifested at his fingertip. It resembled the cutting energy of a blade, and Chen Feng could manipulate its size and power at will, consuming the spirit energy within him. Although spirit energy was not displayed on his panel, Chen Feng understood it to be the sum of his physique and mental strength. Slash, the fingertip slash was unleashed with a flick of his wrist, resembling a bullet as it penetrated a tree trunk, embedding itself in the ground and leaving behind a small, smooth hole the size of a thumb. As Li Shi approached slowly, Chen Feng was crouched down, examining the depth of the small hole. Unbeknownst to her, she stealthily followed, her steps measured. Upon seeing the corpse of the young leader and the crouching Chen Feng, she mistakenly believed him to be injured. Chen Feng! Li Shi exclaimed in alarm, rushing towards him with all her speed. The purple flame mongoose, sensing its master's anxiety, assumed an aggressive stance, its form enveloped in violet flames. What? Chen Feng, startled by Li Shi's cry, sprang to his feet, tears streaming down her cheeks. Li Shi gazed at him incredulously, from head to toe. His vitality appeared intact, and there were no traces of blood. What on earth are you doing? She shouted. I thought you were hurt, you scared me to death. Li Shi leaped into Chen Feng's embrace before he could finish explaining. This action stemmed from her genuine fear, as well as a desire to mask her own behavior. Despite Chen Feng's insistence that she stay behind, she had followed him. Now, with this commotion, surely he would not hold it against her, right? Feeling Chen Feng's warm chest, she silently commended her own cleverness. As for the lifeless body on the ground and the already deceased shadow beast, did they truly matter? Not in the slightest. Chen Feng had long been aware of Li Shi's presence and bore no ill will towards her. Instead, he felt a swell of gratitude. Ah, I mustn't move. If I do, I can no longer hold you. The warmth in his embrace was delightful. Why are you silent? Listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, Li Shi realized that remaining in this position was not a viable plan. She gently pounded her fist against his chest, speaking softly. Shu, do not make a sound. What? Why? Li Shi's voice dropped even lower. Do not speak, it feels so comfortable. As Li Shi felt the hand roaming on her back inching downward, she suddenly gasped, Oh no, Chen Feng, you naughty boy. He. Chen Feng chuckled foolishly. After escaping his embrace, Li Shi shot him a glare.
What were you doing crouching down? You nearly scared me to death. I thought you were injured. Oh, nothing much. I just ascended realms unexpectedly and comprehended a skill. Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. Li Shi gasped again. What, you ascended just like that? Does anyone else ascend without preparing for several days, selecting an auspicious date, and spending a day or two on it? But that is not the key point. What do you mean by comprehending a skill? Aren't skills born from the spirit energy within? Wait, did you awaken a talent? Chapter 73 Blocking the Door, Charging Fees. Indeed, it is a talent. Since Li Shi had already crafted a narrative for him, Chen Feng decided to go along with it, smoothly playing along. It was not that he lacked the desire to be honest, but rather that disclosing the nature of the system would likely invite disbelief. It was quite a conundrum. What kind of talent is it? May I take a look? The talent of a spirit beast master is a deeply clandestine matter. Unless one is in the right circles, it is unlikely anyone would divulge such information. Moreover, not everyone possesses the ability to awaken a talent. It is an enigmatic phenomenon. Of course, he could. Chen Feng did not hesitate in the least. Any moment of indecision would amount to a lack of respect for his feelings. Behold, in an effort to impress the girl he adored, Chen Feng unleashed a formidable strike. A blade of energy, over a meter in length, materialized out of thin air as he gestured, slicing through the air with astonishing speed. Li Shi could not fathom the precise velocity, but she was acutely aware that her eyes could not keep up. In its wake, rows of trees fell, all the great trunks along its path meeting their demise. The strike extended over 200 meters before dissipating. Li Shi gaped, her expression utterly charming. How remarkable! It was no wonder she exclaimed in astonishment. Talents come in various forms, some enhance physical prowess, others assist in cultivation, and then there are those like Chen Feng's, which are skill-based. While skill-type talents may not be as esteemed as the first two, they possess the significant advantage of minimal energy expenditure during activation. If such a strike could be unleashed freely, there is something even more powerful. Chen Feng began to show off. His mind teemed with inspiration on how to manipulate his strikes. Without waiting for Li Shi's response, gusts of wind swirled around him as dozens of thumb-sized blades appeared, orbiting his form, making him resemble a hedgehog. Stop it! Li Shi cried out urgently. Chen Feng, though puzzled, complied obediently, retracting his powers. What's wrong? Even though it was a talent skill, one should not squander spiritual energy in such a manner. Li Shi pouted, glaring at Chen Feng. She felt the need to impart a lesson to this extravagant fellow. Spiritual energy does not materialize out of thin air, it requires diligent cultivation and absorption. It has numerous uses. Nurturing the body with spiritual energy strengthens one's physique, and ascending realms necessitates vast amounts of it. Typically, spirit beast masters are reluctant to waste their energy in battle, yet here he was. Wow, what are you all doing? The Wang sisters rushed over to defuse the situation. Chen Feng looked at the approaching trio with gratitude. He was somewhat overwhelmed by Li Shi's incessant chatter. If they had arrived a moment later, he might have resorted to covering her mouth with his own. Why did the Wang sisters come over? It was because Chen Feng had felled a line of trees, creating quite a commotion that left them deeply concerned. Such a disturbance must indicate an intense battle, right? Although they believed their assistance would be minimal, every little bit counted, so they hurried over. However, the reality was starkly different from their expectations. The only sight before them was a lifeless figure sprawled on the ground, while Li Shi continued to chatter away. Was it possible that she had toppled those trees with her words? Ah, you're here. I have a question for you. Is there only one exit to the secret realm? Chen Feng abruptly shifted the topic. Of course, secret realms typically have only one exit. It's common knowledge, Wang Shui replied without a second thought. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. I have a brilliant idea. What idea? His words successfully captured everyone's attention, and they all turned to him, eager for his next utterance. Let us do this. Chen Feng's voice gradually lowered, his excitement mounting, until he could no longer suppress his grin. Are you serious? Can that really work? Wang Yu was the first to voice her skepticism, but Li Qingfeng chimed in, unwilling to hold back. That one work. You may be strong, but there are too many people here. What if they all rush at once? What is there to fear? This trial was prepared for us by the Spirit Academy. They wouldn't dare to swarm us. Besides, we'll be right at the entrance, and if a riot ensues, we can simply flee. Chen Feng was brimming with confidence. What was his proposal? To block the door. After all, there was but a single exit. Anyone wishing to leave must pass through it. Why should they exhaust themselves searching for spirit crystals? Just block the entrance and charge a toll. Wouldn't that lead to prosperity? More importantly, Chen Yang and the other two would also have to exit through the front door. Unable to eliminate Chen Yang, Chen Feng's hands itched with the desire to see if he could indeed obstruct him.
This, it seemed, was a sound principle. Li Qingfeng instinctively felt there was something amiss with Chen Feng's words, yet upon further contemplation, he couldn't find a flaw in the logic.
Let us do it.
Once we've secured the spirit crystals, you'll all receive your share, but we'll have to wait until we leave this secret realm.
Alright, I'm in.
Wan Yu was the first to raise her hand.
Robbing the road?
How exhilarating, just the thought sends a thrill down my spine. As for the spirit crystals, they were of little consequence, hardly significant at all. Li sure he was already aligned with Chen Feng. She would follow his lead, barring any extreme danger. She was committed to supporting him, regardless of whether his actions were right or wrong. The subsequent events unfolded seamlessly. Chen Feng and the others retraced their steps. Displeased with Li Qingfeng's slow pace, Chen Feng led the trio to a safe area before taking Li Shihe's hand and running off, leaving behind a note to regroup at the entrance. Why was Chen Feng so swift? Because he intended to block Xinyang. Most others had only just entered and would not leave shortly. It would take a stroke of luck for someone to acquire abundant resources and exit prematurely. Thus, Chen Feng felt that if he hurried, he could successfully trap everyone who had entered the secret realm within. According to incomplete estimates, nearly 1,000 individuals had entered the secret realm.
Not requiring much, charging each person a single spirit crystal as a toll would suffice to keep Chen Feng well fed.
You're back so soon. Each person has only one chance to enter the secret realm.
If you leave now, you won't be able to come back.
At the entrance of the secret realm stood a mirror, reflecting the image of a mentor from the Spirit Academy. After all, this secret realm was open to the students of the Spirit Academy. While fatalities were permitted, widespread casualties were not allowed. Chapter 74 of those who dare to provoke you shall feel your wrath, and I shall stand by you. This is a treasured artifact. Although the powerful cannot enter this rudimentary secret realm, they can utilize this artifact to discern the general conditions within it. If any malevolent beings have committed wicked deeds here, while the external powerful cannot breach the confines, you must not entertain thoughts of escape, for doing so would result in immediate demise. Mentor, we shall not venture out, Chen Feng replied with a smile.
Who is contemplating leaving?
Should we step outside now, the rewards would likely diminish to an unrecognizable state. Not venturing out, the mentor from the Ling Academy in the provincial city was bewildered.
What then brings you here? To admire the scenery? Hey, what are you doing?
Just as the mentor expressed confusion, Chen Feng had already commenced chopping down a tree. One cannot simply stand idly by. Chen Feng felled a tree large enough for a person to embrace, then hoisted it over his shoulder and began his return. The Moonhound followed him like a devoted shadow, trailing wherever he went. Initially, the Moonhound intended to assist Chen Feng in carrying the tree, but he was met with a firm refusal.
There are outsiders present. I cannot allow this esteemed mentor to perceive me as employing child labor.
At that moment, the esteemed mentor fell silent, not for any other reason but due to the manner in which Chen Feng wielded his axe. A master beastmaster of royal caliber felt a sense of threat emanating from the skills employed by a mere black iron level novice. Even through the artifact, the sensation was palpable. How could such a disparity exist? It was utterly inconceivable, yet, the mentor found himself resigned to the reality that it was indeed very plausible. After bringing the tree to the entrance, Chen Feng continued to use his cleaving technique to craft a bench. Had the conditions allowed, he would have aspired to create a table as well. The mentor, observing Chen Feng's south prowess up close, could ascertain that Chen Feng's skills could indeed inflict harm upon him. A black iron level novice capable of injuring a royal level beastmaster. Was there any justice in that? Even if he was not a physique-oriented beastmaster, such a notion was unfathomable. Unaware of the considerable distress he had caused the mentor, Chen Feng beamed with pride as he admired his handiwork.
You must admit, this skill is utterly invincible when it comes to woodcraft.
With infrequent use of the cleaving technique, Chen Feng felt no sense of exhaustion. The spiritual energy would automatically replenish, especially since the energy within this secret realm was far denser than that of the outside world.
Come, take a seat.
After his moment of satisfaction, Chen Feng beckoned to Li Shihe. Mentor, I apologize, but my partner, Li Shihe, wishes to salvage my image, he said, attempting to defend Chen Feng, though after much thought, she could not devise a suitable argument. The mentor waved dismissively at Li Shihe.
No need for concern, a heart of innocence.
Indeed, a heart of innocence, Chen Feng chuckled. Look at that, the mentor truly possesses wisdom. It's no wonder he is a mentor. However, the mentor soon found himself at a loss for words. He wished to retract his earlier compliment. I just praised you for your innocence, and you turned around and crafted a wooden plank. You've gone ahead and done it. Would you care to see what you've inscribed upon it? Toll for passage. 1 spirit crystal for those below bronze level, 2 spirit crystals for bronze level. Should there be any dissent, feel free to challenge. Defeat means the toll doubles.
Are you serious? The royal-level mentor was utterly flabbergasted.
He had encountered arrogance before, but this blend of audacity and boldness was truly rare.
Of course, Chen Feng nodded with conviction, then, with a hint of apprehension, he glanced at the mirror. That's not prohibited, is it?
It was not expressly forbidden. Who would idle away their time establishing rules for such matters, one person blocking the entrance to the secret realm? What did he take the others inside for, as long as it was permitted? He urged. Come, sit.
Chen Feng tugged at Li Shih.
Li Shih felt an impulse to cover her face, yet she complied and seated herself beside Chen Feng.
By the way, mentor, has anyone left before us? Chen Feng inquired suddenly.
None, the mentor replied, surprisingly cooperative, answering every question. Had it been any other novice, he would have remained silent. Black iron and bronze level beings often trembled before him, few dared to engage in normal conversation.
That's good to hear. Are you perhaps hoping to block someone?
The mentor began to perceive Chen Feng's true intent, suspecting it was revenge.
Yes, my dear brother. I thought you looked familiar. You are from Jiang City.
The mentor within the mirror seemed to awaken. Previously, he had not paid much attention, but upon closer inspection, he realized they were indeed the renowned duo from Jiang City.
Do you know me?
Chen Feng conversed with the mentor as if he were an equal, not treating him as an outsider. Primarily because the mentor was merely of royal caliber, Chen Feng had become accustomed to mingling with those of royal status, even approaching the imperial level. Maintaining reverence toward a royal-level individual was a feat he struggled to uphold. Thus, they conversed comfortably.
I know of your considerable reputation. Would you be interested in joining the Ling Academy in the provincial city? I've heard you are not well regarded in Jiang City. Should you come to the province, numerous mentors would back you. If anyone dares to provoke you, you have my assurance to retaliate, and I shall lend you my support. Such a splendid opportunity? Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. What was happening? It was as if the entire world had brightened upon the arrival of this mentor. Of course, why did the mentor say such a thing? Previously, it was due to Chen Feng's lineage, the Li family of Jiang City, and Yan Lai. But now, the mentor's interest stemmed from Chen Feng's own abilities, particularly his cleaving technique. As long as they could bring Chen Feng over, and with the Moonhound advancing to maturity before reaching diamond level, Chen Feng's future would be limitless, likely surpassing even royal levels. I appreciate your good intentions, mentor, but my primary vocation is not as a student. I am a night watchman, Chen Feng replied with a grin, exposing a row of teeth. Did they expect Chen Feng to abandon Jiang City? Absolutely not. The shop was his foundation. Unless one day he could expand his business to other cities, he would never leave Jiang City, regardless of the conditions offered. You are far too young to be a night watchman. It would be no issue for you to join after graduating from the academy. I will arrange for someone to help retain your night watchman position, the mentor persisted, clearly intent on recruiting Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled brightly. Thank you for your kindness, mentor, but I have no intention of leaving Jiang City for now. Li Shih tugged at Chen Feng's hand. You need not sacrifice for me. Chen Feng grasped Li Shih's hand gently, shaking his head slightly. The resources at the Provincial Ling Academy are superior, but I cannot abandon my shop. Chapter 75.
Who are you? It was only then that Li Shih realized, indeed, was Chen Feng truly lacking in resources. He was well aware of the extraordinary nature of his shop. Those remarkable items were simply unavailable even in the provincial capital. A smile graced Li Shih's face. The mentor in the mirror observed the two young individuals locking gazes, their heads inching ever closer. Should I perhaps block the signal? At such an advanced age, must I still be force-fed dog food? Fortunately, Chen Feng and Li Shih did not share a kiss, for someone had arrived. Isn't that my dear brother's lackey? Chen Feng spotted a figure clad in a black hooded garment making an appearance. Well, looks like business is about to pick up. Mentor, is it permissible to kill? The mentor in the mirror stared incredulously at Chen Feng's grin, unable to believe the words he had just heard. At such a tender age, you dare to ask if it is permissible to kill? It would be best not to, as this mirror has a recording function, and others may also view it. Very well, thank you, mentor. Chen Feng discerned the underlying message in the mentor's words. If it were merely this mentor present, he would have no qualms about taking a life. Well, indeed a commendable mentor. Evidently, the young man from the Yi family was aware of the situation. He feigned ignorance of Chen Feng's presence, attempting to exit the realm. Hey, wait a moment. Chen Feng was not pleased with this. Whether you are blind or not is of no concern to me, but should you think that I am a fool, you are gravely mistaken. What do you want? The young man from the Yi family did not bother to look up. He feared that his gaze, infused with resentment and dread, might be captured by Chen Feng. What do you want? Hey, then you seen, pay the toll. Chen Feng pointed at the wooden board that stood upright. Pay the toll. The Yi family youth raised his head slightly, noticing the poorly written characters on the board. The handwriting is truly atrocious, but why should I pay a toll, even if one must? It is not you who should collect it. After all, you did not construct this road. If you refuse to pay, you shall not exit. Chen Feng positioned himself at the entrance to the secret realm, making his intentions abundantly clear. I will pay. The young man from the Yi family was not foolish, with the mentor from the provincial capital's Spirit Academy observing, as long as he paid the spirit crystals, Chen Feng would refrain from any tricks. Should he refuse to pay now and later encounter an unexpected turn of events where no one was watching Chen Feng, it would not be spirit crystals he would be leaving with, but rather his very life. Furthermore, what harm could come from giving Chen Feng the spirit crystals? Once he exited, he could report the situation here, and the Yi family would have their own means of dealing with Chen Feng. Did they truly believe that Yi family members were so easily dispatched? Very well, let us proceed with the payment. This kind of risk-free transaction was simply delightful. The Yi family youth remained reluctant. The value of spirit crystals was well understood by all, and parting with two for nothing would naturally sting the heart, yet, it was best to simply comply. The Yi family youth placed the spirit crystals atop the wooden board, careful not to approach Chen Feng too closely, uncertain of his potential for sudden violence. Fortunately, Chen Feng was not one for one-off deals. Had this realm contained only this individual, he would not have been so courteous. The other party was intent on taking his life. Could Chen Feng possibly spare his? However, for the sake of future prospects, Chen Feng certainly would not act against him. Otherwise, if others arrived to find that payment led to death, while refusal resulted in a lesser fate, who would be willing to pay? May I leave now? Depart, but I advise against leaving any harsh words behind. Should I feel that my life is in jeopardy, I will take action. Mentor, if others threaten my life, would it not be justified for me to retaliate? Absolutely. The mentor in the mirror, albeit somewhat taken aback, was indeed cooperative. The IT was perplexing why this bronze-level young man from the Yi family offered no resistance and simply paid up. Chen Feng grinned, his smile tinged with anticipation. Upon seeing Chen Feng's grin, the Yi family youth hastily fled, not daring to utter a single word. What a pity, Chen Feng thought to himself. He could no longer warn those who followed. In truth, he had no intention of warning the Yi family youth. What kind of close care was that? Chen Feng primarily sought to ascertain the mentor's stance from within the mirror. While they aimed to ensure that students entering the secret realm were not subjected to unwarranted slaughter, if those students wished to eliminate Chen Feng, would he not be justified in retaliating? Even if the initial cause was Chen Feng collecting a toll, should they choose to attack, he would possess a valid reason to defend himself. Was it not acceptable to strike with a heavier hand? My dear brother, why do you delay your arrival? Chen Feng harbored no thoughts of indiscriminately killing the innocent, he merely wished to eliminate his beloved brother. At that moment, Chen Feng's dear brother was flitting about the secret realm like a headless fly, desperately seeking refuge. Chen Feng's demeanor had thoroughly frightened Chen Yang. He felt that no matter where he hid, he was never truly safe, as if Chen Feng were always lurking nearby, searching for him. Such was the paranoia that enveloped him. It seemed unlikely that this fellow would venture to the exit to deliver himself as a sacrifice. After a considerable time, figures began to emerge from the exit. The secret realm would remain open for half a month, during which time students from the Spirit Academy could claim whatever they found as their own. This was a form of welfare and warmth provided by the Spirit Academy. Those outsiders, like the few from the Yi family, were required to pay upon entry and again upon exit. They were not members of the Spirit Academy. The fact that the Academy allowed them entry was already a favor. Expecting complimentary passage was utterly ridiculous. Ha, who are you? A small team that arrived together stared blankly at Chen Feng. The members of this team were in a rather poor state. They were senior students from the provincial capital's Spirit Academy. Their foray had been moderately successful, as each had managed to gather some rewards. However, due to their unfavorable condition, they chose to leave early, which was a common practice for every team. Was it not obvious? Chen Feng felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that the words on the board were too difficult to comprehend, or perhaps they simply could not read them? Chen Feng contemplated thickening and bolding the characters on the board. No, who are you? The quintet was clearly agitated. The Wang sisters tugged at Li Shihe. Retreating slightly, they feared that a scuffle might ensue and lead to unintended injuries. As for Li Chengfeng, he was ignored. At such a moment, the two men should stand united at the forefront. However, should the three of them be required to intervene, they would not hesitate. Chen Feng quickly discerned their intentions. These individuals had realized his meaning. They simply did not wish to pay the toll, or face the consequences. The choice is yours. Chen Feng cracked his knuckles. Having refrained from violence for a considerable time, he was now somewhat impatient. If these individuals possessed formidable spirit beasts, it would be even better, providing an opportunity for some practical combat. Chapter 76, Is this not a job for us? The new students this year. The team captain gazed at Chen Feng and slowly spoke. Chen Feng nodded slightly. What is wrong with new students, who decreed that they cannot engage in robbery? Such audacious newcomers, we are all third-year students of the Spirit Academy, bronze-tier Spirit Beast Masters. Are you certain you want to yield to us? This captain displayed a commendable gentlemanly demeanor, speaking softly and not at all overbearing. No wonder you've been chosen as their captain, your perspective is quite admirable, yet fees must still be paid. Although Chen Feng complimented the captain, he showed no inclination to relent. In that case, we shall see whose skills prevail. We will not go easy on you. The captain became serious. Each bronze tier member is required to submit 2 spirit crystals. This is nothing short of a jest. With a team of 5, that amounts to 100 million. Who charges such exorbitant tolls? No, who on earth allows a mere black iron tier to impose tolls here? Even I, accompanied by 4 bronze tier companions, would not dare such an affront. Captain, you are injured, do not take action, let me handle it. The individual who appeared to be in the best condition among the team stepped forward. He was eager to impart a lesson to the junior students. Actually, you 5 could team up as well, Chen Feng suggested, completely disregarding Li Qingfeng's frantic gestures urging him to reconsider. 1 against 1 was already a disadvantage. Did he truly expect to face 5? Are you aiming for the heavens? Chen Feng noticed Li Qingfeng's actions but had no intention of acknowledging them. Defeating 1 is hardly impressive. Defeating 1 among 5 would be sufficiently intimidating, and that was precisely Chen Feng's aim, to instill fear in the others. If he could subdue these 5, the other returning teams would lack the courage to confront him. This would undoubtedly save him a great deal of trouble. Today's junior is indeed remarkably bold, far superior to our cohort. Senior, I shall not bully you. Where is your spirit beast? The one who stepped forward seemed either genuinely moved by Chen Feng's earnestness or simply regarded him as foolish. Why bother quarreling with a fool? With this thought, clarity washed over him. Silly dog, play with him, but don't kill him. In fact, don't even injure him, Chen Feng instructed the Moonhound. With only 1 opponent, he had no intention of personally engaging. Entrusting it to the Moonhound sufficed. Upon hearing this, the Moonhound scampered eagerly from behind Li Shirha. The Moonhound, the junior, possesses some merit indeed, more than just a little. Let us begin. Chen Feng was disinclined to elaborate further, as the individual would need to pay 4 spirit crystals after the confrontation. If he refused, Chen Feng would ensure he did not leave, as he always kept his word. Go ahead, handle it, but don't kill him. A golden tier rock beast was summoned by the senior, who stepped forward. While also golden tier, this rock beast had matured, standing 2 meters tall, its entire form composed of stone wherever it could be seen. Chen Feng examined it with his heavenly eye and then fell silent. It was no match for the Moonhound. No need to even look, silly dog. Refrain from using skills, conserve your spirit energy. Chen Feng cautioned the Moonhound. The Moonhound's spirit energy was not abundant. Using 2 or 3 skills would render it exhausted. There would be many battles ahead, and every bit of spirit energy saved would prove beneficial. Do you require my assistance? Li Qingfeng inquired of Chen Feng. In truth, he wished to retreat a safe distance, but leaving would appear quite disloyal. Thus, he asked As if you could be of any help, just keep your distance. Chen Feng expressed his disdain for Li Qingfeng's feelings, his words dripping with contempt. This was primarily due to Li Qingfeng's incessant inquiries about Xiaoying throughout the afternoon. Chen Feng had grown weary of him, yet Li Qingfeng was quite pleased to find. Just be cautious, I wouldn't want to see Xiaoying upset. Chen Feng shot a furious glare at Li Qingfeng. Were it not for Li Qingfeng's status as an important client, Chen Feng would have relished the opportunity to strike him, letting him taste the bitterness of his own words. Dare to be distracted, the quality of this year's batch is rather lacking. The bronze tier senior opposite them grew impatient. Not cursing or belittling you stems from pity for your foolishness, but that does not imply that you 2 fools can disregard him as a senior. In the next moment, the rock beast charged. It was rather sluggish, at least in Chen Feng's eyes. It certainly appeared so. At such a pace, it was fit only to be the Moonhound's plaything. Indeed, the Moonhound was infinitely more agile than the rock beast, executing side kicks, circling behind, and attempting to strike low. Alas, it seemed ineffective. The beast's lower regions were composed of stone as well. The rock beast howled in frustration, the ground littered with shattered stones, remnants of the Moonhound's playful assault. Quite literally, with each swipe, pieces of the rock beast's body would detach. After 2 minutes of this, the rock beast had successfully shed over 10 pounds. If certain delicate fairies were to learn of this effect, they would surely be in a frenzy. However, it was not those absent fairies who were losing their minds, but rather the senior's teammates. Captain, this is not going well. The rock beast's primary defense is formidable, but its other abilities are lacking. It cannot even catch that dog. Perhaps I should switch it out. 2 individuals spoke in succession. Yet, the captain, nursing his wounds, had noticed something else. His team members could only see the Moonhound progressively suppressing the rock beast, seemingly because the rock beast was entirely outmatched. However, the reality was far different. 1 merely had to observe Li Qingfeng and the others' demeanor. Li Shirha, the Wang sisters, and Li Qingfeng were engaged in lively conversation, displaying no sense of tension. In fact, they were even critiquing the Moonhound's actions. Was there even a need to critique the Moonhound's behavior? He had never witnessed such a remarkable young pup.
Why was the Moonhound able to dominate the Rock Beast so swiftly? Was it truly solely due to the Rock Beast's defensive capabilities? You two, work together, do not harm his spirit beast. Just subdue it, the captain reminded the two who had just spoken. Within this secret realm, one should not easily kill others. He had already recognized Chen Feng's potential, and should they provoke him, life for their team would likely become quite difficult. However, maintaining a semblance of dignity would ensure that grievances formed within the secret realm wouldn't extend into the outside world. Very well, let us proceed together. Under one individual's lead, the two summoned their spirit beasts simultaneously. Ah, is this not a stroke of luck? As Chen Feng beheld the two spirit beasts, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 77. In a sense of distress, yearning to weep, Chen Feng chuckled as he clenched his fists. Just as the two spirit beasts charged towards the Moonhound, Chen Feng sprang into action. His feet struck the ground, causing it to resonate like a massive drum, echoing with a rhythmic thud. In the next moment, Chen Feng's expression turned grave, and he propelled himself forward at an astonishing speed, intercepting one of the spirit beasts before it could reach the Moonhound. What does he intend to do? The owner of the spirit beasts was left bewildered. It is unacceptable to overpower the few with the many, Chen Feng remarked coldly. Subsequently, amidst the fierce resistance of the spirit beast, Chen Feng brutally snapped its forelimb. Stop! The spirit beast master shouted in panic, primarily fearing that Chen Feng might kill their spirit beasts. No, is this person a black iron level spirit beast master? Even a master specializing in physical prowess should not possess such strength, right? Moreover, you are a spirit beast master, not a human tank. How dare you charge recklessly? Here, Chen Feng flung the now lame spirit beast back. With his current strength, it was unnecessary for him to employ skills to subdue these two spirit beasts, as they were simply too weak. He feared that a single strike might incapacitate them entirely. Chen Feng's intention in this encounter was to seize wealth, not to take lives. After tossing the spirit beast back, he turned his gaze to the other one. This spirit beast had already frozen in place, as if ensnared by a spell, paralyzed with fear. The moment Chen Feng's eyes fell upon it, the creature bristled as if struck by lightning and turned to flee, nearly leaving a trail of regret in its wake. Fortunately, as the spirit beast escaped, Chen Feng refrained from pursuing. Who else is there? Look, it seems as though he has already assumed the stance of one man standing against 1,000. Captain, this person is too enigmatic. We should retreat. My rock beast has high defensive capabilities. As long as it can hold him off, we might still escape. The owner of the rock beast spoke up. It would be utterly shameful for them to pay a toll to the junior disciple. None of them wished to become the subject of ridicule in the future. In truth, the captain had already contemplated offering payment to defuse the situation. A prodigy like Chen Feng was far beyond what their ordinary talents could contend with. Indeed, they were also considered geniuses, who could just waltz into such a secret realm. However, upon hearing the suggestion from a team member and observing the 10 pairs of eyes around them. Very well, let your rock beast do its utmost to entangle him. Any losses incurred will be shared by our team. Yes, with other spectators present, we cannot afford to lose face. Indeed, another group of about 10 individuals had gathered nearby, watching the battle unfold with keen interest rather than intervening. Excellent, this team member proved to be quite daring and willing to take risks. Strangely, without any apparent communication, the rock beast voluntarily abandoned its assault on the Moonhound and instead charged towards Li Shihe and her companions. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment, then felt a surge of anger. We were merely engaged in a playful scuffle, and you decide to play dirty. The rock beast was slow, unable to obstruct the Moonhound or Chen Feng. How could it possibly entangle Chen Feng? The best option was to attack his teammates, thereby diverting Chen Feng's attention and giving them a chance to escape. Junior disciple, if you do not rescue your comrades, your teammates' spirit beasts might suffer dire consequences. The words, coupled with the thundering footsteps of the rock beast, were indeed intimidating. Are you threatening me? Chen Feng suddenly interjected. You could interpret it that way. The owner of the rock beast did not shy away from Chen Feng's gaze. We are not all in the same boat. Once he leaves the secret realm, he will return directly to the Spirit Academy. No matter how strong Chen Feng is, he cannot follow him back to the academy to cause trouble. Besides, he was merely joking. He did not intend to inflict any real harm on Chen Feng. The rock beast's actions were merely intended to intimidate, with no genuine intent to engage in combat. However, unbeknownst to him, Chen Feng was a person of innocent disposition. How could he respond when someone threatened him so directly? Chen Feng, who had intended merely to test his slashing prowess, unleashed a full-force strike. A blade of approximately 1.5 meters cleaved horizontally through the air. What the hell is this? Oh my god, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. Just moments ago, they were merely spectators enjoying the spectacle, but now they could no longer remain seated. Is this a technique, a divine power, a talent? It hardly mattered. What was crucial was how astonishingly swift it was. Just as they gasped in disbelief, the slash reached the hindquarters of the rock beast. Sensing the impending threat, the rock beast attempted to evade, but what speed could a slash possess? It was not something one could simply dodge at will. Before the rock beast could even make a move to evade,
the slash had already penetrated its body. Disperse, Chen Feng commanded firmly with a deft control. He executed the technique granted by the system. It had to disperse. Right in front of the rock beast were the three small creatures poised for battle, and they were already too frightened to move. Normally, Chen Feng was a kind individual who treated them well, but what was happening now? Did he intend to harm them? Fortunately, when the slash reached them, it dissipated on its own. Phew, that was terrifying. Chen Feng patted his chest. If he had inadvertently harmed the three small creatures, the cost would be astronomical. Financial compensation was one thing, but the bonds formed through nurturing them held far more significance. Although these three creatures were not Chen Feng's spirit beasts, commanding them was effortless. Aside from lacking a mental connection, they were as loyal as if they were his own. The earth black bear gazed at Chen Feng with a forlorn expression, its eyes filled with melancholy. Among the trio, the earth black bear shared the closest bond with Chen Feng, unable to comprehend why Chen Feng would want to harm it. Do not feign pity. It is not as though you were injured, Chen Feng admonished, furrowing his brow. As our closest companion, should you not be comforting the other two instead of looking aggrieved? Who is feigning pity? You killed my spirit beast. A furious voice erupted from behind Chen Feng, filled with intense resentment. The owner of the rock beast was overwhelmed with rage. I was merely toying with you, and you dare to take it seriously. The rock beast was now cleaved in two, the cut smooth and precise, akin to a mirror reflecting light. No, that is not the main point. The real issue was that his mind felt as though it had exploded, the spirit contract backlash inflicting severe mental damage. Fortunately, this person was, after all, a bronze-level spirit beast master, and he did not scream in agony. Yet, he had only one spirit beast, just one. It was gone, lost in the blink of an eye. Distressing, yearning to weep. Chapter 78. No, it's just that magical in the realm of bronze, nurturing a spirit beast is already a commendable feat, and it is exceedingly difficult to forge a contract with a superior spirit beast at this level. Almost all spirit beast tamers wait until they attain the silver rank to contract their second spirit beast, as the success rate for contracting an adult gold rank spirit beast becomes significantly higher at that stage. Some may even wait until they reach the gold realm before taking on a second spirit beast. You owe me. The owner of the rock beast glared fiercely at Chen Feng. Ultimately, he remained a student who had yet to break free from the confines of the Spirit Academy, his maturity still lacking. Owe you? Ha, you may leave with 4 spirit crystals. If you lack spirit crystals, then you may remain here for eternity. Chen Feng coldly disregarded the other's demands. And those two who just attacked, each of you owes 4 crystals as well. Now, will you pay up or not? A small strike of energy manifested at Chen Feng's fingertip, suggesting that anyone who dared to utter a refusal would soon experience the meaning of being utterly severed. Chen Feng had become thoroughly inflated with confidence. A single spirit technique had transformed his life. He was now certain of his formidable strength. Below the bronze realm, none could pose a threat to him. Pay up. The team captain slammed his hand down on his still fuming subordinate. Although losing a spirit beast was a grievous loss, it was preferable to losing one's life. But he would not gamble on whether Chen Feng would dare to kill Yi. In truth, the Yi family had a substantial say in this matter. They could answer with certainty that Chen Feng would not hesitate to spill blood, irrespective of the power one wielded behind them. Oh, how splendid it is to resolve this matter so smoothly and still retain some semblance of civility. Come forth, line up to pay your dues, no tricks, or it will cost you dearly. Upon hearing that payment was to be made, Chen Feng immediately adopted a new demeanor. Ah, Brother Feng, how could such a matter require your personal intervention? Allow me to handle this triviality. Li Chengfeng rushed forward, exuding an uncharacteristic eagerness. At this moment, he cared little for the status of being a son of the Li family. What mattered was strength. He had taken a keen interest in Chen Feng's striking technique, longing to learn it himself. Why, isn't this young Master Li, you were keeping quite a distance earlier. Brother Feng, your words are misplaced. I merely wanted to give way to you, fearing it might hinder your performance, Li Chengfeng retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Not only was Chen Feng subtly mocking Li Chengfeng, but he could even tolerate outright insults. After all, he was family. What harm was there in a few barbs? Ha, the lad has potential, but do not let greed cloud your judgment. The quantity of spirit crystals is intrinsically linked to the system's rewards, and we must handle this matter with care. Chen Feng was aware of the immense strength of system rewards. A single spirit technique spoke volumes. Rest assured, Li Chengfeng replied, thumping his chest. You all, come here and pay your dues. See, they complied, he remarked previously. Even if Li Chengfeng was somewhat renowned as a genius, he could not hold a candle to these older students. Their spirit beasts had been nurtured for 2 to 3 years, while his had only been tended for a mere few days. How could he dare to challenge them? But now, the circumstances had shifted. With Brother Feng backing him, who would dare to retaliate, it was far more effective than unleashing spirit beasts. Under their captain's leadership, the team members approached Li Changfeng, heads hung low, each paying the required amount without daring to utter a word. Only the owner of the rock beast glared at Li Changfeng with reddened eyes. If he could not best Chen Feng, how could he possibly contend with Chen Feng's subordinate? Li Changfeng felt a shiver under the intense gaze. That look seemed to suggest a desire to transfer the animosity towards himself. Do not harbor any grievances, Brother Feng has already been lenient, otherwise, none of you would have survived. By the way, this is also for your own good. Given your background, it should be quite respectable, right? In Jiangcheng, there is a spirit beast shop in the wasteland where you can purchase spirit beast eggs. They are top-notch. It's actually Brother Feng's establishment, and as for its reputation, you can inquire with the night patrolmen of Jiangcheng, they are well aware. See? This is quite astute, Li Changfeng thought, attempting to convert an enemy into a potential customer for Chen Feng's shop. Chen Feng silently approved of Li Changfeng's initiative, contemplating the idea of making him a salesperson outside the store, recruiting customers without any wages or commissions. The owner of the rock beast hesitated, tempted by the prospect. He was uncertain about the quality of other spirit beasts, but he knew Chen Feng's beasts were indeed exceptional. A juvenile gold rank moonhound could easily overpower his gold rank adult rock beast. To claim there were no ulterior motives behind this offer would be utterly implausible. Furthermore, the shop provided numerous services. Once experienced, one would realize their true worth. Stupid bear, come perform for them. To bolster the credibility of his words, Li Changfeng called upon the Earth Black Bear. Who is the Earth Black Bear? It understood Li Changfeng's intent. After letting out a mighty roar to bolster its presence, it unleashed a spike of earth energy.
What, you claim that only one spirit beast comprehending a skill is mere luck? Those two little ones, it's your turn now. Li Changfeng spoke as if in a monologue, for no one engaged with him. They were all captivated by the spectacle. A juvenile spirit beast comprehending a skill? Surely, they jest. Among their adult spirit beasts, very few had grasped any skills at all. The two little ones quickly coordinated and unleashed their skills in tandem. Brother Feng, should we let our foolish dog perform as well? After a nod from Chen Feng, he commanded, foolish dog, attack the corpse of that rock beast. Upon hearing this, the moonhound activated its moonlight ability. Having already demonstrated its moon roar, it refrained from showcasing that again. My goodness, now I understand why that rock beast felt so oppressed. A juvenile beast comprehending two skills, am I seeing things? The onlookers were utterly astounded. Those who had just harbored doubts about Li Changfeng were now filled with anticipation as they gazed at Chen Feng. While one or two spirit beasts might not signify much, the fact that all of his spirit beasts had comprehended skills demanded an explanation. If such miraculous occurrences were indeed possible, no, it is just that magical. In the crowd, some began to contemplate visiting Jiangcheng once they exited the secret realm. Chen Feng grinned widely, pleasantly surprised by the turn of events. If a significant number of people were to frequent his shop, he might as well be contributing to Jiangcheng's GDP. Who knows if there might be any rewards? Alright, once I leave here, I shall go. At that moment, aside from a lingering headache, this individual felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. Excellent. You are my very first customer. Allow me to share a little secret with you. The Evolution Box service and Spirit Beast food are essential expenditures, and they are worth every penny. As Li Changfeng spoke, he continuously patted the Earth Black Bear's head, drawing it back to his side. Chapter 79. Since they wish to play, shall we indulge them? Is this a secret? If it truly is, could you whisper it softly in my ear? It's hardly different from announcing it with a loudspeaker, is it? Ahem, well, our spirit beasts were not purchased in a store. Can we truly experience the services you speak of? At this moment, the captain of the team could no longer contain himself. To be frank, he was swayed, even contemplating the drastic measure of eliminating his own spirit beast to raise a new one. Fortunately, it was merely a fleeting impulse. Of course, you may proceed, but hurry along. Do not delay. The next group of patrons. Upon witnessing the team's persuasion, Li Changfeng immediately urged them to depart, as their presence was obstructing him from attending to the next batch of customers. After leaving behind 16 spirit crystals, the small team exited. This was no trivial sum. How many spirit crystals had Li Shurha managed to extract from her father? It seemed this team had reaped substantial rewards within the secret realm, with each member enjoying a windfall. Otherwise, they would not be able to afford such exorbitant tolls. However, the anticipated next group of patrons did not materialize, and the onlookers continued to watch. No, I must return and acquire more spirit crystals. After this, I shall also visit Jiang City. Yes, together. I was thinking the same. The onlookers have awakened. No one contemplated how to subdue Chen Feng. Instead, they were all eager to explore the spirit beast shop in Jiang City.
Whether they would make a purchase or not was secondary. Witnessing a miracle was certainly worthwhile. This enthusiasm significantly heightened their eagerness to explore the secret realm. Surely, there must be many undiscovered spirit crystals within. They needed to gather as many as possible. None had anticipated that Li Qingfeng's actions would yield such an effect. Chen Feng, did that little creature just speak the truth? At this moment, the mentor within the mirror spoke up. Chen Feng had almost forgotten about this individual. It was unavoidable, he had been too engrossed, and this mentor's presence in the mirror was rather understated. Indeed, it is all true, though I fear your spirit beast may not grasp the skills as easily. Nonetheless, the effects of the spirit beast food will undoubtedly be remarkable. Chen Feng replied that he was genuinely unclear on how one might comprehend skills. Regardless, any spirit beast that had never comprehended a skill would certainly learn something upon entering an evolution chamber. However, those that had previously grasped skills would not enjoy the same privilege. This is, in essence, a redundant statement. If one perished 100 times a day, they would inevitably learn something. As for the powerful spirit beasts, with their wealth of combat experience, they had likely comprehended all they could, and hoping they might uncover something new would require continual expenditure. If it is indeed true, I shall send my grandson to purchase a spirit beast egg from your shop. Do you possess golden tier spirit beast eggs? The grandson of a king-level mentor, regardless of his innate talent, has the family means to afford a golden tier spirit beast egg without issue. Mentor, we even have diamond tier ones. Golden tier is merely the beginning. What? The mentor was astonished, the mirror beginning to tremble. The people of Jiang City are remarkably tight-lipped. Such matters have not circulated at all. Well, there are indeed some, Chen Feng emphasized quietly. Diamond tier spirit beast eggs, those that replenish automatically upon sale. The profit from selling one entirely depends on Chen Feng's disposition. The shop's ascent from intermediate to advanced level would require a substantial sales volume. This business's advertisement could already be disseminated. As for whether anyone might attempt to seize it, that is certain. But is Chen Feng intimidated? Excellent, excellent, young friend Chen Feng, you must reserve some spirit beast eggs for me, if you would be so kind. You see, even a king-level spirit beast master addresses him as a young friend. Chen Feng genuinely wished to reply, I have as many as you desire, but such words were somewhat audacious, and he restrained himself. Very well, no problem, rest assured, I shall ensure that young friend does not suffer any loss. The mentor was also reasonable. It would be unjust to assume that because one agreed to sell, they should receive less payment. It should be based on the average auction price from the past year. Mentor, as for matters here, go ahead and enjoy yourself. Killing a few individuals is permissible, I shall cover you. Chen Feng grinned broadly. Thank you, mentor. After expressing his gratitude, Chen Feng began searching for Chen Yang's whereabouts. With a target on his back, could his dear brother possibly escape? Chen Yang indeed contemplated fleeing. Upon regaining his composure, his first thought was to depart swiftly from this secret realm. As long as he returned to the normal world, his safety would be assured. If captured by Chen Feng in this place, he knew Chen Feng was capable of murder. Yet, by the time Chen Yang realized this, it was too late. Chen Feng had already blocked the exit of the secret realm. However, Chen Yang did not leave empty-handed. On his way to the exit, he encountered the returning group. Many among them were still expressing their astonishment. From their exclamations, Chen Yang discerned the unfolding events. Chen Feng, you are playing such a grand game, they may fear you, but I do not. Can you block one or two individuals? Can you withstand hundreds? Chen Yang surprisingly regained some of his fighting spirit. In truth, he was quite astute. Not everyone feared Chen Feng, many were reluctant to rush in due to pride, yet some would have no qualms about it. As long as he, Chen Yang, raised the banner of resistance, there would naturally be those who would follow. To exit, one must surrender spirit crystals, which are worth millions, who would willingly hand them over. With this thought, Chen Yang promptly turned back. He was ready to rally the flag of rebellion outside the secret realm. Upon exiting, the young man from the Yi family immediately contacted his kin. He reported everything without embellishment, presenting the facts as they were for the Yi family. Assisting Chen Yang in eliminating an individual was a trivial matter. However, with a member of the Yi family now deceased, it escalated from a minor issue to a significant one. A team led by a royal-level spirit beast master departed from the capital. Chen Feng was unaware of this situation, but Yan Lai was fully informed. Is the Yi family truly mad? Since they wish to play, let us indulge them. Do they truly believe that the night watchmen are mere soft persimmons? Yan Lai held no regard for this royal-level spirit beast master from the Yi family. So you can call for reinforcements, can you? Do you not realize that the night watchmen are the most formidable violent organization of the present day? A single phone call, lasting less than a minute, and the call ended. Yan Lai rose. Yi, let us make a trip to the provincial capital. Boss, what about little Feng's shop? Right, you stay behind to watch over it, I shall go alone. Without waiting for Yi to respond, Yan Lai vanished. Simultaneously, Li Gong from the Li family also set off. Someone was threatening his son-in-law, and as the father-in-law, he must take action.
Chapter 80. Wait a moment, did I grant you permission to leave? The members of the Yi family have arrived. Li Gong is here as well. Yan Lai makes a grand entrance. Oh, Woldly, your combat prowess seems to be lacking. Why is your face so flushed with anger? Yan Lai, upon arriving at the entrance of the secret realm, observes Li Gong engaged in negotiations with the Yi family. However, the negotiations appear to be rather unfriendly. Had it not been for the presence of so many onlookers, they might have already come to blows. Yan, do not utter any sarcastic remarks. Someone is bullying your son. Let us discuss how to handle this situation, Li Gong retorts, clearly agitated. The Yi family members are unreasonable. He has been at odds with the Yi family's leading beastmaster for nearly 10 minutes. Bullying my son, that is quite acceptable. He is no longer a child, and being bullied is a part of growing up. However, if the Yi family dares to bully my night watchers, that is an entirely different matter. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, Yan Lai is quite astute. The Yi family's mistreatment of his son is one thing, but any offense against the Night Watchers is a collective issue. Jiang City's Yan Lai, don't think you can elevate this matter. Chen Feng killed a member of my Yi family, we demand an explanation. The Yi family's beastmaster, a formidable figure, immediately begins to assert his demands. What explanation? If someone is killed in the secret realm, it simply means they were outmatched. What more do you seek? Yan Lai shows no leniency. Indeed, my son-in-law killed in self-defense. The Spirit Academy has not raised any objections. The Yi family is overstepping its bounds. Li Gong, let me reiterate, he is not your son-in-law yet. Upon hearing this, Yan Lai chuckles, realizing that the two were just now embroiled in a heated argument over this very matter. It is indeed true, if the relationship between Chen Feng and Li Shi were not solidified, Li Gong would have no justification for standing up for Chen Feng. I say, you are merely bullying Chen Feng because he is without support, aren't you? If I, Li Gong, cannot maintain order, do you think the Wang family from the capital could? Li Gong hesitates to invoke his father-in-law's name, yet in this scenario, it seems reasonable to do so. Just as the Yi family members were about to voice further objections, a representative from the Provincial Spirit Academy arrived. The newcomer was a scruffy-looking middle-aged man, unkempt, holding a wine bottle in hand. Upon seeing him, Yan Lai smirked slightly. Though both appear disheveled and fond of liquor, how is it that he holds the rank of king while this man is merely emperor level? Yi family, you have overstayed your welcome. Leave now, and the academy will consider this incident as if it never occurred. The man exudes a commanding presence. The Yi family's king-level beastmaster furrows his brow. They anticipated Li Gong and Yan Lai would support Chen Feng, but they did not expect the academy to intervene as well. With the academy involved, the Yi family would find it difficult to demand an explanation here, yet they could still act afterwards, couldn't they? If the Yi family can take action against him, then feel free, the emperor-level man dismissively replies after taking a swig from his wine bottle. Very well, we shall depart, but we must take Chen Yang with us. The Yi family is already aware of the situation within the secret realm. One person has perished, and they cannot afford to lose Chen Yang as well, which is the clear stance of the Yi family patriarch. Whether or not they can retrieve him depends on their own capability. In that case, I shall send a few individuals in, shall I? Within 10 people. The negotiations are straightforward, devoid of any exchange of benefits. The Academy's acquiescence stems solely from its recognition of Chen Feng's strength. Why did the Academy suddenly appear? It is simply because they have recognized Chen Feng's prowess. In this world, nothing is without reason. Some may deem the Academy too powerful, yet that is how this world operates. Only those with exceptional talent are entitled to superior resources. If resources were distributed evenly, humanity would have long been overrun by beasts. Ha, let us see who has the greater numbers then. Do you truly think my night watchers can be bullied? The Yi family from the capital holds no sway here. Yan Lai scoffs. Do you think you have the numbers? He speaks as if the night watchers lack talent. Although there are indeed few at the bronze level within the night watchers, that is merely because those at that level cannot fulfill the role. Those who join the night watchers at the bronze level are all exceptional individuals. Humph. You go in and bring Chen Yang out. Understood. A prepared group of 10 makes their way swiftly to the entrance of the secret realm. You few should go as well, kill if you must, spare no mercy, Yan Lai adds. A few individuals step forward from the crowd. They may appear unremarkable, but once they shed their outer garments to reveal the Night Watchers' uniforms, the onlookers realize that the Night Watchers had long been planning this move. The Jiang City Night Watchers are truly commendable. The Yi family's king-level beastmaster looks displeased. What awaits you is even more displeasing. Just wait for the reckoning from the headquarters of the Night Watchers in the capital, as if Yi family possessed the authority over this realm. Poof. Young man, the Yi family has sent 10 individuals in. Do you wish to hide? The mentor from the mirror speaks, offering a warning to Chen Feng. 10, all at the bronze level? Yes. Can they be killed? The mentor in the mirror pauses for a moment.
Generally, one would consider how to escape, yet this young man seems intent on fighting. Nevertheless, such spirited youth are indeed rare.
Yes, outsiders are not under the Academy's protection, they may do as they please.
The mentor provides a clear response.
Very well, thank you, mentor. Chen Feng grins.
10 individuals, is that too many? At this moment, Li Shurti suppresses her smile and approaches Chen Feng, wishing to face the situation together. Although not every member of the Yi family can contract shadow beasts, and shadow beasts are not as common as cabbages, their spirit beasts will undoubtedly be formidable given their lineage. Li Shurti fears that Chen Feng might struggle alone. Chen Feng gently pulls Li Shurti closer and kisses her forehead. Do not worry, protect yourself and them, and leave the rest to me.
Li Shurti gazes into Chen Feng's eyes and asks, will you be alright? Absolutely. Chen Feng nods earnestly at Li Shurti. Alright, I understand.
Li Shurti stands on her toes and softly pecks Chen Feng's lips before turning to leave. At that moment, the Yi family members enter.
You must be Chen Feng?
The Yi family members immediately focus their attention on him. Indeed, that is I. Today, consider yourself fortunate, I shall not harm you. However, you have killed a member of my Yi family, and this matter will not simply be brushed aside, they declare. After speaking, the group of 10 prepares to enter the secret realm in search of Chen Yang.
Wait, did I allow you to leave? Chapter 81. Do your spirit beasts not possess any skills? Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Where did the members of the Yi family derive their sense of superiority? The 10 members of the Yi family turned in unison to face Chen Feng. Since they had arrived, there was no need to leave. Foolish dog, attack. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Feng commanded the Moonhound to strike first. The Moonhound understood the gravity of the situation it faced. It unleashed the roar of the moon, enveloped in a hazy moonlight, followed by a concentrated beam of moonlight. The Moonhound did not target the spirit beasts of the Yi family, but aimed directly at the humans. Dare to retaliate, capture them alive. The 10 members of the Yi family were consumed with rage. They never imagined that Chen Feng would dare to take the offensive. We have already stated that we would let you go today, and yet you seek your own death? In light of this, there was no need for courtesy. The 10 members coordinated their efforts, with one spirit beast intercepting the Moonhound's attack, causing no harm to the Yi family. Just as 5 or 6 spirit beasts charged toward the Moonhound, Chen Feng made his move. Chen Feng possessed a speed unmatched by anyone of the same level, though it was comparable to the 10 members of the Yi family who had entered the fray. These were the reinforcements sent by the Yi family. Even if they were not the strongest of the stubborn bronze rank, they certainly would not be weak. However, speed was not Chen Feng's primary means of attack. Slash, when Chen Feng was merely 6 or 7 meters away from the nearest member of the Yi family, he waved his hand through the air. The slash materialized out of nowhere. The Yi family member, unaware of the slash's power, attempted to evade, yet, the distance was too close, the slash was instantaneous, and a crimson line appeared on the neck of the Yi family member. One strike, and it was fatal. How could you? Blood gushed forth, and as the head of the Yi family member fell, his neck resembled a faucet turned on full blast, spraying blood over 30 centimeters high. However, that was just the initial spurt. Thereafter, the headless corpse collapsed to the ground, and Chen Feng paid no further attention. What? Impossible, kill him. The Yi family members had never anticipated that Chen Feng would dare to kill, nor did they realize he was capable of slaying their kin. Now, the enraged Yi family members were prepared to act decisively. Their previous agreement made outside the secret realm was rendered null and void. Countless tiny slashes manifested around Chen Feng. These minute slashes shot outward, dissipating after 3 or 4 meters, yet that was sufficient. As long as no one could approach Chen Feng, that was all he needed. If they could not reach him, he merely had to wait for the perfect opportunity to eliminate one of them. 10 individuals, how long could they withstand? Soon, the second member of the Yi family fell, succumbing to the same fate, the same method, a headless corpse crashing to the ground. Beware of the shadow beast, the few night watchers who had just entered cautioned, yet they showed no intention of intervening. After all, Chen Feng's life was not in jeopardy. Why should they act? Nevertheless, their spirit beasts stood ready, prepared to offer support at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Chen Yang's earlier gathering of forces had come to a halt. Those incited by Chen Yang were filled with confidence, united in their intent to topple the bandits under Chen Yang's leadership. However, as they approached the secret realm's entrance and beheld the battle between Chen Feng and the Yi family, all were rendered speechless. Ultimately, they were merely students. Killing a demon beast did not weigh heavily on their conscience, for to them, demon beasts were mere animals, easily slain. Yet, the scene before them was overwhelmingly intense. They could accept murder, but every single instance here was a beheading. What was with the blood spraying forth? Some girls could no longer contain themselves and began to retch, while the young men turned pale.
Among them, Chen Yang's expression was the bleakest. Yes, and the shadow beast, that foolish dog, was not by his side, leaving him unable to fend off its attacks. Chen Yang clenched his fists, silently cheering for the Yi family members. At this point, if Chen Yang could not deduce his connection to the Yi family, then all those years of keen observation within the Chen family would have been for naught. Regardless of the nature of their relationship, only by leaving this place could he leverage the resources of the Yi family, and Chen Feng stood as his sole obstacle to exiting the secret realm. Thus, he must be eliminated. Chen Yang hid among the crowd, rallying support for the Yi family members. As for stepping forward himself, ridiculous. Chen Yang was cunning and malicious, but not foolish to in this situation, he would be cut down by a single strike from Chen Feng. Such slashes could cleave even bronze-level spirit beast masters in two. What could he, Chen Yang, possibly contribute? Engrossed in battle, Chen Feng had no time to concern himself with Chen Yang. With so many spectators, examining each one would be utterly exhausting. This could not continue. The shadow beast was within the range of his bizarre slashes, unable to reveal itself. Everyone attacked together. He possesses only ranged attacks, and his close combat and physique must be weak. We can take him down by subduing his spirit beasts. The Yi family members were not entirely inept. In this brief moment, they had discerned Chen Feng's perceived weakness. Of course, this was merely their own interpretation of a weakness. Gather the spirit crystals. The spirit crystals that Chen Feng had collected began to vanish rapidly. These crystals transformed into experience points for Chen Feng. Leveling from 10 to 11 required 1,000 points, while elevating from 11 to 12 demanded 2,000. Ding, host level increased to level 11. All attributes 5, free attributes 10. Ding, host level increased to level 12, all attributes 5, free attributes 10. The free attributes were allocated to physique. With a 2-level increase, physique rose by 30 points. 30 points was not a trivial amount. This surplus was even higher than Chen Yang's current physique. Did these Yi family members not believe Chen Feng's close combat abilities were lacking? In truth, Chen Feng considered himself quite capable in that regard. He merely waited, biding his time for the Yi family members to charge forward. Unfortunately, these Yi family members proved to be a tremendous disappointment to Chen Feng. None possessed the means to breach the protective barrier formed by his minute slashes, halting at a distance of 3 to 4 meters from him. Do your spirit beasts not possess any skills? Chen Yang could no longer bear to watch. He understood that the Yi family excelled in assassination, yet given the circumstances, knowing they could not successfully assassinate him, why charge forward at all? Simply command the spirit beasts to unleash skills upon Chen Feng. Chen Yang found it hard to believe that Chen Feng could emerge unscathed. Is that not my brother's voice? Chen Feng recognized Chen Yang's call, despite the alteration in his tone. The Yi family members wished to utilize their spirit beast skills, but the issue was that none of their spirit beasts possessed ranged attack skills. What were they to do? Chapter 82. Chen Feng's lips curved with difficulty. Aside from the exclusive spirit beast, the shadow beast, belonging to the Yi family, those without a contracted shadow beast predominantly opted for formidable defensive spirit beasts, serving merely as shields to absorb damage during critical moments for those who had contracted shadow beasts. Indeed, while we may not withstand large slashes, the smaller, precise strikes around his body could undoubtedly be intercepted by those defensive spirit beasts. The Yi family members perceived a glimmer of hope. They resolved to withstand damage, engage in close combat, and eliminate Chen Feng. The plan was solidified, and execution commenced. Chen Feng discerned the Yi family's intentions, yet he remained utterly unconcerned. Why upgrade at such a crucial moment? Why allocate all his free attributes to physique? Was it not simply to showcase his prowess in martial arts? The graveyard black pig charged towards Chen Feng under its master's command. This golden-grade, growing beast stood approximately 1.5 meters tall, its pitch-black body adorned with needle-like bristles, possessing immense strength and robust defenses, albeit lacking in speed. Those who followed closely behind the graveyard black pig could easily evade slashing attacks by merely bending slightly. Chen Feng flashed a grin. These individuals were indeed rather endearing, who informed them that once a slash was released, it could not change direction. While large slashes were indeed straightforward, Chen Feng could only intervene minimally, making slight adjustments to attack angles. However, the smaller strikes were far more manageable, effortlessly maneuverable around obstacles. Nevertheless, Chen Feng chose not to reveal his capabilities just yet, preferring to keep a strategic advantage. The defensive prowess of the graveyard black pig was commendable, primarily due to its resilience. The smaller slashes could penetrate the outer defenses of the graveyard black pig, leaving superficial wounds but failing to pierce its body. At this moment, Chen Feng could have easily severed the graveyard black pig in two with a powerful strike, yet he refrained from doing so. The Yi family members were quite swift in their retreat, making it impractical to pursue them one by one. Should Chen Feng distance himself from the exit of the secret realm, the comings and goings of others would become inconsequential to him. Eliminating the Yi family was crucial, yet collecting tolls was evidently of greater importance. Now was the time. The graveyard black pig had closed the distance to less than a meter from Chen Feng, and those Yi family members trailing behind were equally close. The graveyard black pig surged towards Chen Feng, aiming to impale him with its formidable tusks, eager to impart the sensation of a foreign object entering the body. Chen Feng scoffed. In that instant, a flurry of smaller slashes erupted violently. The graveyard black pig bore the brunt, a slash piercing into its eye, causing blood to spurt forth as the blinded creature let out a pained wail. The Yi family members, who had spread out to encircle Chen Feng, fared no better, each sustaining varying degrees of injury. The most unfortunate among them collapsed, their bodies marred by numerous wounds, revealing gaping holes. "Kill him, quickly," the master of the graveyard black pig bellowed in frenzy. The graveyard black pig, now incited by rage, disregarded its own pain and charged towards Chen Feng. In response to the oncoming beast, Chen Feng stepped back, firmly planting his foot before extending both hands to grasp the tusks of the graveyard black pig. Contrary to the anticipated scene of Chen Feng being knocked aside, it was the graveyard black pig that found itself unable to budge him, no matter how forcefully it tried. In terms of strength, Chen Feng was unyielding, his physique surpassed that of the graveyard black pig.
"This is impossible."
The Yi family members were dumbfounded, as were the onlookers. Only Chen Feng retained a semblance of composure.
Why was this happening? Why could so many not bring him down? This was untenable. He had to flee. In a moment of clarity, Chen Yang, ever the opportunist, recognized the need to escape. With others having paid their spirit crystals for survival, he understood that remaining meant certain death. Seizing this moment, Chen Yang stealthily veered towards the exit of the secret realm. Just then, a shadow beast erupted from Chen Feng's shadow, its claws aimed directly at the nape of Chen Feng's neck. Should it grasp him, it would surely tear away flesh and blood. Chen Feng had been on guard against the shadow beast's assault, akin to a ticking time bomb, necessitating vigilance. As the creature leapt from the shadows, Chen Feng reacted instantaneously, delivering an elbow strike that connected squarely with the beast's abdomen. The claws that had nearly reached Chen Feng's neck were rendered futile, the tremendous force not only halting the shadow beast but propelling it backward through the air. Before the shadow beast could land, Chen Feng leveraged his grip on the graveyard black pig's tusks and launched himself into the air. A spectacular spinning kick connected with the shadow beast's head, sending it hurtling through the air like a projectile, blood spraying from its mouth. This particular spirit beast, characterized by high offensive capabilities but low defenses, was rendered incapacitated by Chen Feng's forceful blows, even despite its golden grade status. "Now it's your turn."
The graveyard black pig transformed into a platform for Chen Feng, while the remaining Yi family members, who had evaded the smaller slashes, became his primary targets. At that moment, despair enveloped the Yi family, who claimed he was ineffective in close combat. "Step forward, and witness how I bring your demise."
"Retreat."
After Chen Feng felled two more Yi family members, one of them issued the command.
They were unable to fight back. It was utterly futile. The Yi family members hastily withdrew, yet only 4 managed to escape. Fleeing, the 4 dispersed, abandoning the 6 fallen comrades, consumed by the instinct to save their own lives. As these 4 began their flight, Chen Feng abruptly turned his gaze towards the exit of the secret realm. A furtive figure had already reached the threshold. "Chen Yang!" Chen Feng roared in fury. He was genuinely taken aback that Chen Yang had dared to sneak away while he dealt with the Yi family. This was a miscalculation. Hearing Chen Feng's voice, Chen Yang felt a chill run down his spine. In that instant, he disregarded all else and sprinted towards the nearby exit. Now only 5 or 6 meters away, Chen Feng raised his hand and unleashed a slash, a 1-meter-long strike hurtling directly towards Chen Yang. Though Chen Yang was close to the exit, Chen Feng was confident in his strike. As he was merely 30 meters away, the slash would reach him in an instant. A smile crept upon Chen Feng's lips. The thought of his dear brother meeting a gruesome fate sent an exhilarating thrill through him. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on Chen Yang. Amidst the eager anticipation, a shadow beast intercepted Chen Feng's strike, Chen Yang's contracted spirit beast. Unsurprisingly, the beast was cleaved in 2. Though the slashing force was somewhat diminished upon severing the spirit beast, it remained potent enough to threaten Chen Yang. However, Chen Yang was quite resourceful, having donned a defensive inner armor upon his back long ago. Chapter 83, A cut to the groin. Indeed, it was a drape, not an attire, cloaked in inner armor. 2 lines of defense manifested across Chen Yang's back. The slashing strike arrived as anticipated. The defensive capability of this inner armor was, without a doubt, commendable, yet the identity of the benefactor who prepared it for Chen Yang remained a mystery. As the strike collided with the armor, a brief stalemate ensued, culminating in the shattering of the first layer of defense. However, propelled by the force of impact, Chen Yang's body soared from the ground, hurtling towards the nearby exit. Before he could breach the threshold, the second line of defense was torn apart, and a stronger weight. Alas, in his departure, Chen Yang left behind a pool of blood. Chen Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? He glanced down at his own groin. Not if his eyes did not deceive him, the strike must have inflicted harm upon Chen Yang.
The impact forced Chen Yang's body to lurch forward uncontrollably, transforming his fleeing stance into one of desperate lunging. In the final moments, although Chen Yang successfully plunged into the secret realm's exit, the position of his head in front of his legs elicited a stifled laugh from Chen Feng. If indeed that area had been severed, the sensation would be more exhilarating than a fatal blow, yet, what exactly had been cut remained unclear to Chen Feng. Chen Yang's escape transpired in an instant. Nevertheless, one thing was certain: Chen Yang had indeed suffered a grievous injury. At that moment, at the entrance of the secret realm, an utterly disheveled figure burst forth. Ah! The piercing scream resonated powerfully. Emerging from within, Chen Yang covered his head with one hand while the other shielded his blood-soaked groin, rolling frantically on the ground. The pain in his head was excruciating. This marked his second encounter with the death of a spirit beast and the forcible severance of their contract. This headache was far worse than the first, and as for his groin, he could only wonder if he had lost any vital components. All he felt was pain, sharp and profound, along with a torrent of blood that he could not staunch.
Chen Yang? Is that really Chen Yang?
The onlookers at the entrance gasped in astonishment. Before anyone could react, the members of the Yi family swiftly shielded Chen Yang. The leading monarch-level spirit beast master furrowed his brow and approached, swiftly incapacitating Chen Yang with a chop to the neck. Only then did he begin to assess Chen Yang's injuries. With the contract torn asunder, the psychological trauma was beyond the spirit master's remedy. He could only await Chen Yang's recovery. However, as for Chen Yang's groin, Who did this? The monarch-level spirit master of the Yi family roared with the fury of a lion. Two perfectly intact eggs had been ruthlessly severed.
I demand an explanation from the Spirit Academy right now. His gaze bore down upon the royal-level instructor from the academy. You may seek an explanation from the Spirit Academy, but who gives you the audacity to demand one from me? At that moment, the royal-level spirit master's aura erupted, and a spectral beast head materialized behind him. A monarch was sufficient to impose silence upon the crowd. This was without summoning a spirit beast. Were he to do so, he could annihilate everyone present, including the monarchs in attendance. I acted impulsively.
I need to know what transpired within the secret realm. The Yi family member, displaying commendable courage, apologized yet continued to press for information.
Humph.
The royal instructor scoffed, but it was merely a scoff.
You wish to know what occurred within the secret realm?
What concern is that of mine? I have already shown you the courtesy due to the Yi family. Do you wish to push your luck further? Just as the monarch-level member of the Yi family was about to speak again, another individual rushed forth from the secret realm. It was evident that this person was in a state of panic. Soon after, a second, then a third individual followed suit.
Tell me, what transpired within the secret realm?
The Yi family member immediately seized one person by the arm. I am a student of the Spirit Academy, the individual replied, casting a pleading glance towards the instructor's camp. Speak truthfully, no one shall harm you, the student's mentor stated solemnly. The Yi family had indeed overstepped. To apprehend their students in front of the instructors was outrageous, yet, he could empathize with the Yi family's urgency.
Alright, I understand. Mentor it was Chen Feng, he is too formidable.
Once the floodgates opened, the words poured forth without restraint. The student recounted the events he had witnessed, embellishing them with his own rhetorical flair. In short, it was nothing short of astonishing. However, the faces of the Yi family members turned ashen. Of the 10 new entrants, 6 had perished, and 4 were still fleeing. In their subconscious, none believed it to be true, yet, the chorus of voices insisting this was the case grew louder, as more and more individuals emerged from the secret realm. The inhabitants of the secret realm were no fools, having witnessed Chen Feng's overwhelming prowess. Who would dare challenge him? While others counted their riches, Chen Feng was counting spirit crystals. Of course, it was Li Changfeng who was left in despair. Chen Feng merely guarded the exit, ensuring no one else would escape. With the precedent set by Chen Yang's escape, Chen Feng was determined to deny anyone else the chance to flee. The foolish dog and the clumsy bear were also busy rummaging through the bodies of the Yi family members, collecting spirit beast bags as trophies of Chen Feng's conquest. Before long, word of the events at the exit had swiftly spread throughout the secret realm. Nearly all within were aware the progress of exploring the secret realm surged once more in everyone's mind. Chen Feng had become synonymous with danger. They hurried to gather resources and depart, uncertain of what further actions Chen Feng might undertake. What if he inflated the prices? What if he unleashed a massacre? Unbeknownst to them, Chen Feng's actions had inadvertently accelerated the pace of exploration within the secret realm. As for the Yi family's 5 members, oh no, 6, for the one who had initially followed Chen Yang was also present. The 5 gathered, each face grimmer than the last, none having anticipated such a turn of events.
What should we do? Others have paid spirit crystals to leave, can we do the same? Not a chance.
We must devise a different escape plan. I'll go, I have a flying spirit beast. I'll distract him, and as soon as he moves away from the exit, you all rush out. What, oh brother, this is self-sacrifice. The other four were deeply moved by this act of bravery. Once you leave, find a way to rescue me. If it comes to it, please look after my family. Rest assured, brother, from now on, your mother is our mother. All right, that will suffice. Indeed, it was enough. If these fellows were to declare that your wife was now ours, surely the notion of self-sacrifice would waver. Chapter 84 of the insults were utterly filthy. As the saying goes, time waits for no man, and indeed, the dauntless, nay, the intrepid beastmaster made his move. He mounted his beloved spirit beast, the golden tier firecrow. The firecrow, still in its growth phase, was diminutive in size, barely capable of carrying a single rider. When Chen Feng laid eyes upon this individual, he was taken aback. After all, flying spirit beasts were quite rare, at least in Jiang City, TSK. These fellows truly had a penchant for foolishness. With a mere glance, Chen Feng lost interest. How could he not understand the intentions of the Yi family? It was a classic case of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair. A bunch of insignificant pawns attempting to play tricks on him. How naive that he would not be so easily fooled. The small fry perched atop the firecrow called for assistance. Mustering the courage to entice Chen Feng from the skies atop the firecrow took no small amount of bravery. If Chen Feng remained unfazed, he feared that his courage would soon evaporate. Insult him, go ahead, let's see what you've got. The diminutive figure on the ground began to concoct ideas. All right. Chen Feng, you illegitimate child, killing my Yi family members means there's no place for you in the entirety of Huagua. Just wait for your demise, you coward. I can fly. Can you? You boast of your formidable strikes, don't you? Come and try to cut me down. This little pawn was no fool. He was well aware of Chen Feng's capabilities. Thus, he soared to a height of about 100 meters and dared not approach Chen Feng closely. Taking altitude into account, the linear distance between him and Chen Feng exceeded 300 meters. Chen Feng, blocked at the exit, gritted his teeth in frustration. Strangely enough, the insults did indeed ignite a spark of anger within him. Do not be angry, do not be angry. Getting upset will only harm your health. Chen Feng continuously chanted this mantra in his mind to soothe himself. Meanwhile, the others in the secret realm hastened their pace. Every individual who had exchanged spirit crystals dared not raise their heads as they passed by Chen Feng, fearful that he might find a flimsy excuse to deal with them. Chen Feng, you timid turtle, so unfazed by my insults, are you? You green-haired turtle, Li Shihe is your woman, isn't she? Just you wait, once we get out, we'll lurk by her window daily, seizing any opportunity to abduct her. The little figure in the sky laughed lewdly, brimming with confidence. Li Shihe clenched her tiny fists, on the verge of losing her composure. This group of five was not solely reliant on Chen Feng for combat prowess. Li Shihe was no slouch herself. The purple flame mongoose had yet to make its appearance. Do not act impulsively. They cannot prance around for too long, Chen Feng reassured Li Shihe, knowing that it was best to keep the purple flame mongoose concealed for now. That he was unafraid of being targeted by the beast organization. For as long as he remained in the store, he was invincible. However, Li Shihe was a different matter altogether. Should the beast organization discover that her contract spirit beast was also of diamond rank, they would undoubtedly focus their efforts on her. Currently, the purple flame mongoose's abilities were limited. Its exposure would present dangers. With Chen Feng around, nurturing the purple flame mongoose would not be a challenge, so the longer it remained concealed, the safer. Li Shihe. Taking a deep breath, Li Shihe turned to Chen Feng, a smile gracing her face. I'm fine, but let's ensure he doesn't die too easily. Rest assured. Chen Feng replied with utmost certainty. The individual soaring above had already paved his path to destruction. What, kill me? You think you're worthy? You wouldn't even be able to touch a hair on my head. You wish to slay me? My mobility in this secret realm is vast. I could simply choose not to leave. What about you? How much time do you think you can waste here with me? Upon hearing this, the Yi family members suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, Chen Feng and his companions were in a rapid growth phase, while they had long since surpassed their own period of swift advancement. If it were a matter of time, the advantage lay with Chen Feng. He remained silent, biding his time, waiting patiently. At last, the adventurers in the secret realm had all departed, leaving only Chen Feng's small team and the four Yi family members behind. Alas, it's our ineptitude. We were unable to assist you, Li Changfeng lamented. The incessant, foul-mouthed individual in the sky had become unbearable for him. Unfortunately, both he and the Earth Black Bear were powerless to intervene. No worries, I've got this. You all go ahead, Chen Feng patted Li Changfeng on the shoulder. Huh, leave? Li Changfeng looked at Chen Feng in confusion. Chen Feng understood that they were right. The time of Li Changfeng and his group was indeed precious, and remaining in this secret realm was merely a waste. There was no need for anyone else to handle the blockade.
I'll accompany you, Li Shi has said, standing beside Chen Feng.
What are you all doing? I promise you, the three fellows down here might survive, but that one up there will surely perish. However, you must return to Jiang City first. I'll follow in a couple of days. Very well, but do be cautious. If you cannot kill him, it's alright, just ensure your safety. Li Shi understood Chen Feng's seriousness and chose not to press further.
Alright, go back first.
Oh, and ensure no one else enters from outside, Chen Feng instructed.
Understood.
Li Shi was puzzled by Chen Feng's specific request but refrained from asking. Subsequently, Li Changfeng handed over all the gathered spirit crystals to Chen Feng before departing the secret realm with Li Shi. Chen Feng glanced at the collection, and to his astonishment, there were over 2,700 spirit crystals. This bountiful reward was certainly commendable. Chen Feng delightedly stowed the spirit crystals and then directed his gaze toward the parched individual hovering above. This fellow's relentless insults had nearly left him breathless. It was truly unparalleled. With most of the crowd having dispersed, Chen Feng turned his attention to the mirror that oversaw this corner of the secret realm. The mentor within the mirror had remained present, albeit silent. As Chen Feng looked over, the mentor, whether by design or coincidence, muttered softly, I wonder if this spirit tool has been improved. Ive mentioned the fragility of the mirror's surface countless times. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes lit up. This mentor was indeed worth engaging with. There was substance to their words. Chen Feng silently expressed his gratitude and summoned the Moonhound to his side. The mentor within the realm was also irate. The insults being hurled were beyond tolerable. He had grown weary of listening. Hu Henti been young before, that Chen Feng could withstand the taunts of the Yi family's little brat spoke volumes of his composure. Had it been anyone else, they would have lost their temper long ago. But he also recognized that Chen Feng likely harbored a few secrets he wished to keep concealed from others, and thus, he was merely extending a small favor, harmlessly.
Chapter 85 of the Fiery Flood Dragon makes its dazzling entrance. Foolish dog, can you keep watch over this exit?
Chen Feng inquired of the Moonhound. The Moonhound shook its head in response. It was not as formidable as Chen Feng. While it could ensure that it would hold back a few members of the Yi family, it could not prevent their escape.
Cannot, then what use are you?
Humph. Chen Feng kicked the Moonhound's rear end. It was not a powerful kick, yet the Moonhound soared into the air. Its trajectory was clear, with a singular focus, the mirror standing at the exit. The Moonhound had long understood Chen Feng's directive, having dabbled in the art of performance itself. In midair, the Moonhound flailed its limbs, eager to trample the mirror with its forepaws.
Oh dear, foolish dog, what are you doing?
Chen Feng exclaimed, though the act appeared rather contrived.
No, not just a bit contrived, extremely so. What was that slicing motion with your paw? What do you intend to do? Chen Feng was concerned that the Moonhound might not shatter the mirror. Although the mentor had claimed it was easily broken, how easy could that truly be? If the Moonhound failed, he would have to step in himself. Fortunately, the Moonhound did not disappoint Chen Feng's expectations, sparing him the need to showcase his own talents. With the Moonhound's powerful claws, the mirror shattered with a resounding crash. In that instant, the Spirit Academy lost its surveillance over this secret realm. Hey, foolish dog, stay here. If they wish to leave, let them go.
If anyone enters, stop them, Chen Feng instructed while patting the Moonhound's head. The Moonhound nodded vigorously. You damn mutt, don't you wish for death? Very well, let us fulfill that wish. Chen Feng could hardly contain himself. Now that there were no extraneous individuals, he could no longer indulge the creature hovering above. Just as Chen Feng finished speaking, the small creature in the sky commanded the fire crow to turn and flee. Chen Feng wasted no time, sprinting after it. Both parties engaged in a mutual pursuit. The three members of the Yi family below exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with opportunity.
A chance, this is it. Run. Well, no one ran. They remained cautious, waiting for Chen Feng to distance himself before making their move, uncertain if he might launch a surprise counterattack. As for the Moonhound, they paid it no mind. Capturing it would be a challenge for their spirit beasts, yet the Moonhound lacked the ability to impede their escape. After approximately 2 minutes, the trio began their dash. They ran with astonishing speed. The Moonhound executed Chen Feng's command flawlessly. As the three rushed past, the Moonhound did not obstruct them. Instead, it opened a path for their escape. The trio thought little of it. The chance was right before them, and they sprinted as fast as they could. Once the three exited the secret realm, the Moonhound immediately relayed this news to Chen Feng through their shared bond. Now that they have all departed, it seems we are left with just the two of us, yes? Chen Feng gazed skyward. What do you intend to do? The small creature in the sky sensed impending misfortune but could not fathom what calamity might unfold. Fool, do you think you are the only one who can fly? Ha!
The small creature was bewildered. It had never heard of the Moonhound possessing the ability to fly. For Chen Feng flying himself, that was absurd. Being of black iron rank could barely comprehend one talent, let alone another involving flight. Indeed, Chen Feng possessed no talents, however, he had a spirit beast.
Fire Flood Dragon.
Chen Feng spoke softly. A brilliant crimson light flared, revealing a significantly enlarged Fire Flood Dragon. And now, the Fire Flood Dragon measured an impressive 2 meters in length, albeit with a slender form akin to a thick rope. Yet, this was already many times larger than the Fire Flood Dragon from before. Did they truly believe the Fire Flood Dragon had been idle in the spirit beast space? During this time, the one that had undergone the most significant transformation was not another spirit beast or even Chen Feng, but rather the Fire Flood Dragon itself, thriving in the spirit beast realm. Upon its emergence, the Fire Flood Dragon affectionately coiled around Chen Feng's arm. Though it felt somewhat robust now, Chen Feng could accept it.
What, are you playing with me?
The small creature in the sky was in a frenzy.
You summoned another spirit beast?
If Chen Feng were merely a bronze-ranked beastmaster, the Yi family as small creature would not be so astonished, for a bronze-ranked individual could indeed contract a second spirit beast. Yet, Chen Feng was undeniably a black iron rank. How could he possibly bond with 2 spirit beasts? Furthermore, why was this spirit beast of the diamond rank, and potentially a dragon in transformation?
Playing with you? Aren't you the one who can fly? Go on, keep flying.
Chen Feng taunted. Though the current Fire Flood Dragon could not be ridden, it was more than capable of handling the creature above.
This is impossible. How did you accomplish this? Who are you? You cannot be the discarded child of the Chen family.
It was no wonder the small creature bombarded Chen Feng with questions. Any individual in its position would surely do the same. Chen Feng's background had been scrutinized. He was perceived as a rather unfortunate being, yet the feats he was now accomplishing seemed to defy such a narrative. A dead man, what use is it to know so much? Go on, curse me a few more times. Chen Feng beckoned to the creature hovering above.
Humph, Chen Feng, do not be so arrogant.
While the diamond-ranked Fire Flood Dragon is indeed formidable, it is still in its juvenile stage.
Juvenile stage? 2 of them? The creature in the sky's mind went utterly blank. What on earth was this situation? Are you human or ghost?
Everyone knew that one could only contract a single juvenile spirit beast, as it pertained to the future of the Beastmaster. There had never been a case of someone contracting 2 juvenile spirit beasts. Double the growth, double the joy. You may be joyful, but what of the rest?
Go on, continue to be arrogant. Chen Feng relished in the bewildered expression. I can't even.
Arrogance is futile, hurry and run. Under the small creature's command, the Fire Crow immediately took flight toward the exit. Surprisingly, the Fire Crow had unlocked its latent potential. It had no desire to perish and soared faster than before, achieving a speed increase of at least 50%. However, it was up against a diamond-ranked Fire Flood Dragon, one cultivated through Chen Feng's cunning and technology.
Eliminate them, Chen Feng commanded. The Fire Flood Dragon shot forth like a cannonball, leaving a trail of red light in its wake.
A smirk graced Chen Feng's lips.
I have made my move, how shall you respond?
Of course, the only response was to crash. The Fire Flood Dragon easily caught up to the Fire Crow, and as it ensnared the Fire Crow's neck, the latter lost its aerial posture, plummeting downward. As the Fire Flood Dragon unleashed its fiery breath upon the Fire Crow's head, it swiftly met its end, its once proud cranium reduced to ashes within moments. The small creature perched atop the Fire Crow felt an agonizing headache, unable to grasp the Fire Crow's body, and could only plummet freely from the sky.
Chapter 86:2 Sovereigns and 1 Quasi-Sovereign. How on earth are we supposed to proceed? Gazing at the fierce figure looming in the sky, Chen Feng couldn't help but grin. Come on, keep talking back. Thud. The response to Chen Feng was the dull thud of a body crashing to the ground. Moments later, another sound followed. It was the lifeless corpse of the Fire Crow, now headless, plummeting downwards. By a cruel stroke of fate, it landed squarely upon its master. The little rascal, already half dead from the impact, was struck once more. A free fall from a height of 100 meters, without any cushioning, and surviving such a fall as a bronze-level creature was already a feat in itself. Now, after this additional blow, the little rascal lacked even the strength to push the corpse off its chest. Chen Feng chuckled. The fire serpent swiftly returned, coiling around Chen Feng's arm, its small head nuzzling affectionately against his ear. Chen Feng raised his hand and gently patted the fire serpent's head. Well done. Having witnessed the power of flame breath, he noted that even the Fire Crow, a fellow fire-type spirit beast, had no capacity for resistance. Were it another type of spirit beast, the outcome would have been even graver. The praised fire serpent nuzzled even more joyfully. Chen Feng approached the little rascal,
still engaged in its game of stacking bodies, and crouched down before a half-corpse. Still alive, are we? Struggling beneath the weight of the fire crow, the little rascal attempted to lift its head, unable to respond as blood continued to froth from its mouth. Keep flying, keep cursing. Ha, don't worry, more will come down to keep you company, you shan't be alone. With that, Chen Feng stood up and lifted his foot, first kicking the fire crow's corpse away before stepping onto the little rascal's chest. Following this, a lethal strike severed the little rascal's neck, a thin red line appearing, the head was separated from the body to eye in its final moments. The little rascal seethed with rage, cursing internally, "Did you really need to step on me first for a steadier strike?" After claiming yet another life, Chen Feng felt no particular emotion. He wiped the blood from his foot and collected the little rascal's spirit beast pouch. "Let us head back, we can't let others see you just yet." He comforted the fire serpent, which obediently complied without resistance. After retracting the spirit beasts into their space, Chen Feng returned to the exit of the secret realm. The Moonhound was still vigilantly guarding the exit, quite dedicated to its duty. However, it began to wag its tail excitedly from afar. Panting with its tongue out, Chen Feng approached and patted the Moonhound's head. "Let us go out and see what is happening." The Moonhound trotted eagerly behind Chen Feng. The moment he crossed the threshold of the secret realm, a system notification rang in his mind. "Ding, task completed, rating calculation in progress. Sting. The host has acquired a total of 3,100 spirit crystals, receiving an SSS grade reward." "Ding, congratulations, host has gained a constitution of 100, mental strength of 100, and the spirit skill of Black Coffin. A surge of heat manifested within Chen Feng as all knowledge regarding the Black Coffin spirit skill flooded into his mind. Similar to the lethal strike, the skill required no training or comprehension. Upon acquisition, it was already perfected. If one were to inquire about the utility of a perfected skill, it would merit a thorough discussion. Swift, precise, and lethal. Swift, instantaneous release, precise, hitting the mark without fail, lethal, enhanced power. "You little bastard, you shall die." Just as Chen Feng was basking in this newfound power, an enraged voice erupted. The sovereign of the Yi family resembled a lion in a fury. How many had perished from the Yi family this time? 13 had entered, yet only 4 remained. "Foster father, father-in-law, what brings you here?" Chen Feng paid no heed to the barking individual. Instead, he looked in astonishment at Yan Lai and Li Gong. "Ah, it's merely that a certain mutt seeks to bully the weak. Of course, I had to come and witness it." Yan Lai cast a sidelong glance at the direction of the Yi family. The sovereign spirit beast master of the Yi family gritted his teeth in frustration. Both big and small were hurling insults, were they? Very well, well done indeed. Now that he had appeared, this matter was no longer of concern to the Provincial Spirit Academy, was it? The Yi family's sovereign directed his gaze toward the royal spirit beast master of the Provincial Spirit Academy. The latter remained nonchalant, maintaining a casual demeanor, merely nodding slightly. "That's good." With that, the royal-level shadow beast materialized, accompanied by 2 other royal-level spirit beasts. All 3 belonged to the Yi family's sovereign spirit beast master. He actually intended to forcefully engage here. Yan Lai frowned, while Li Gong swiftly positioned himself in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng grinned. A royal-level beast, now that posed a conundrum. "We can't possibly win, can we? Perhaps we should retreat into the secret realm?" Just as Chen Feng first, the shadow beast vanished. This was no juvenile or transitional phase shadow beast. It had matured to the royal level, far beyond the capabilities of mere small fry. "Do you truly think I, the Night Watcher, am a mere decoration?" Yan Lai scoffed. The Hellfire Tiger made its grand entrance. "What the heck, a royal-level beast?" Onlookers couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Yan Lai wasn't particularly renowned in this area. After all, this was not Jiang City. Yet, everyone understood what a royal-level spirit beast signified. The realm of spirit beasts fundamentally correlates with that of their masters. To put it bluntly, possessing a royal-level spirit beast grants the spirit beast master a ticket to ascend to the ranks of royal-level masters. The same principle applies to other realms, which is why spirit beast masters ardently cultivate their beasts. Why could the Hellfire Tiger evolve to royal level? Naturally, it was due to Chen Feng. Thanks to the sustenance provided by Chen Feng and the enhancements from the upgraded shop, the Hellfire Tiger had taken several strolls through the evolution chamber. Having originally been at the pinnacle of the royal level, its realm had naturally elevated. Roar, the Hellfire Tiger showed no mercy towards the shadow beast. "Aren't you capable of hiding in shadows? Come, step into my shadow." After letting out a roar, the Hellfire Tiger leapt into Chen Feng's shadow, standing firmly. At that moment, Chen Feng's shadow enveloped the Hellfire Tiger, and in the next instant, infernal flames ignited upon the Hellfire Tiger's form. Of this fire, originating from hell, needed no further elaboration on its potency. Whether the Shadow Beast entered Chen Feng's shadow or the Hellfire Tigers, it was utterly futile. The Yi family's royal spirit beast master was dumbfounded, yet the real surprise was yet to come. Two figures descended from the sky. These were two royal-level spirit beast masters. Yi family, you must provide an explanation to my night watchers. The newcomers had no intention of landing. They hovered high above, exerting pressure upon the Yi family. The royal-level spirit beast of the Yi family was at a loss. With two royal-level masters and one quasi-royal, how could they possibly contend? Come, tell me, how shall we proceed? Son, speak up. What do you desire? Make them compensate. They orchestrated all this chaos, bringing in so many people. The compensation for mental distress certainly cannot be trivial. Yan Lai beckoned to Chen Feng, Chapter 87. Laozi teaches his son, what business is it of yours? Chen Feng felt a warm glow in his heart. He had not anticipated such a multitude would come to his aid, especially the night watchers displaying such admirable support. Can I request some spirit crystals? Would Chen Feng be courteous to the Yi family? That was, of course, out of the question. He had no interest in other resources. His system's marketplace had everything one could desire. Various materials were available, provided one possessed sufficient funds. At present, what Chen Feng lacked were spirit crystals. With an adequate supply, he could rapidly elevate his cultivation level. Certainly, let's do this. The Yi family shall compensate with 10,000 spirit crystals, and we shall consider this matter resolved. How much? The Yi family's royal beast master could not contain his incredulity. 10,000 spirit crystals? Do you think they grow on trees? The Yi family may be affluent, but we are not fools. What, does the Yi family have objections? The royal beast master above them spoke with a calm demeanor, yet every word carried an implicit threat. No, I have no objections. I have agreed. Chen Feng's gaze sparkled with determination. Tomorrow, deliver the spirit crystals to the Night Watchers branch in Jiang City. If they are not delivered, our headquarters will send someone to collect them from the Yi family personally. You might want to test whether the Yi family possesses the capability to confront the Night Watchers directly. Chen Feng's eyes shone with excitement. Now, that is truly formidable. If he were a royal beast master at this moment, the Chen family would be insignificant. Not to mention eliminating Chen Yang, even taking down Chen Yang's father would evoke no dissent. Very well, the situation is beyond the control of the Yi family. The Night Watchers are a brutal national apparatus. Not even the branch in a province could be challenged by the Yi family. How many Night Watchers are there across the nation? How many does the Yi family possess? In terms of numbers and advanced combat strength, they simply cannot compete. Thus, they must yield. The Yi family had never anticipated that the Night Watchers would rally behind Chen Feng. Their investigation into him had been woefully inadequate. Chen Feng's small shop had already stirred a significant wave within the Night Watchers. It was not only the Jiang City Night Watchers, others from various regions were also involved. Why? Because Chen Feng's establishment could rapidly enhance the strength of the Night Watchers. This alone was sufficient for them to protect him with utmost zeal. The food for spirit beasts and the evolution boxes are no trifles. Every spirit beast that has availed themselves of these services has undergone their own enhancements. The Night Watchers' headquarters was well aware of this. Otherwise, did they truly believe that Yan Lai could summon two royal beasts with just a phone call? His reputation was one thing, another was that Chen Feng held substantial value. What? The Yi family refuses to leave, wishing to stay for a meal. Yan Lai spoke again, his disdain palpable. Truth be told, the Night Watchers held these so-called prominent families in utter contempt. The beast masters of these families drained resources from human society while contributing very little in return. The tasks of charging into battle were primarily the domain of the Night Watchers and the Hunter God organization. The beast masters from these prominent families rarely engaged in perilous endeavors. Expecting them to protect human society was utterly unrealistic. Of course, they did contribute to a degree. A significant portion of the spirit beast industry is managed by these prominent families. Without their support, the government would be under considerable strain. Yi family, depart. The royal beast master of the Yi family, unwilling to endure further humiliation, turned and led his team away. Chen Yang trailed behind the Yi family, too ashamed to lift his head, resembling a timid turtle. Dear brother, consider yourself fortunate this time. However, next time you encounter me, luck may not be on your side. Chen Feng called out to Chen Yang as the Yi family withdrew. Chen Yang dared not utter a word, hastening his pace as if he were deaf. Humph. Chen Feng snorted coldly. You little fool, truly fearless. Yan Lai approached and playfully tapped the back of Chen Feng's head. To single-handedly take down 9 bronze-level beast masters from the Yi family, you are quite audacious indeed.
While it was executed flawlessly, how perilous was that? Hey, be careful, do not provoke my son-in-law. Li Gong's admiration for Chen Feng grew with each passing moment. With such a record, who would not commend him? A black iron level defeating 9 bronze levels, this was no trifling feat, especially considering that they had all attacked en masse rather than in isolation or through ambush. Curse it, teaching my son a lesson, what business is it of yours? Yan Lai exclaimed with bravado. I am on the brink of becoming a royal beast master. Do you think I would yield to you, Li Gong? Do not think that your ascension to royal status makes you so impressive, I know exactly who you are. My good son-in-law, should your godfather dare to bully you, do not hesitate to inform your father, and I shall ensure you are supported. Li Gong nearly pulled Chen Feng into an embrace, calling him son. Yan Lai gritted his teeth. What of it? A godfather is still a father. Enough, we have matters to attend to. You all should return home early if there is nothing further. The 2 night watchers in the air spoke with smiles, casting lingering glances at Chen Feng. Very well, allow me to see you off. Yan Lai mounted the Hellfire Tiger. The Hellfire Tiger leaped through the air, each step igniting sparks as if ascending a staircase of flames. Many onlookers were left dumbstruck by this spectacle. A royal beast truly possesses immense power. Yan Lai intended to flaunt his prowess, to provoke Li Gong. Regardless of the circumstances, his spirit beast had reached royal status. What of yours? It would be a falsehood to say Li Gong felt no envy. He too yearned for his spirit beast to evolve to royal status. By the way, my good son-in-law, upon returning to Jiang City, do not forget to procure some food for your father's spirit beast. Father, rest assured, it is all prepared. Chen Feng's address was smooth as silk. Li Shihe's face flushed crimson. Having one frivolous father was tolerable, but now both of the most significant men in her life were equally unrestrained. Father, enough, come here quickly, I have something to discuss with you. Li Shihe feared that these 2 irreverent men might concoct some mischief, perhaps even deliberating on the surname of her future children, which would be exceedingly awkward. Li Gong was forcibly pulled away by Li Shihe, the royal mentor from the Provincial Spirit Academy. Having indulged in a few drinks, departed without so much as a farewell. The mentors from the Jiang City Spirit Academy initially intended to approach Chen Feng, but they were swept away by the enthusiastic mentors from other spirit academies, all eager to gather information about Chen Feng's small shop. They had heard numerous rumors from their students, while others appeared busy. The protagonist, Chen Feng, found himself at leisure. Perhaps I should consume some spirit crystals and level up? Chen Feng pondered privately. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A silver-level beast master, positioned approximately 10 meters away from Chen Feng, launched a sudden attack, thrusting a dagger directly towards his back. Chapter 88. Abandoning the biological father to seek the maternal one. With Yan Lai absent, Li Gong was pulled away by Li Shihe, while the mentors from the Spirit Academy were similarly ensnared. Chen Feng found himself devoid of any formidable allies. The timing was impeccable. Just as he was on the verge of success, a smile crept across the face of the silver-tier beast master. It was worth trading his own life for such a promising human powerhouse. However, just as he believed triumph was within his grasp, Chen Feng suddenly uttered softly, "Black coffin." A coffin lid materialized abruptly behind Chen Feng, followed by the sudden appearance of 5 more lids. The silver-tier beastmaster seemed as if he had rehearsed this moment with Chen Feng, appearing to willingly plunge into the black coffin. When the black coffin initially formed, there were gaps between the lids. Yet, these openings vanished in an instant, and with a resounding crash, the complete black coffin took shape. What was this? Who was it? Son-in-law. Li Gong swiftly appeared at Chen Feng's side, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. No one knew if there were others among the crowd intent on killing Chen Feng. Those concerned for Chen Feng felt a surge of anxiety, yet he remained unfazed, as if nothing were amiss. Truly formidable, a silver tier, and yet, he perished. Chen Feng mused inwardly. Others might be oblivious to the circumstances within the black coffin, but Chen Feng was acutely aware. As the black coffin sealed completely, the silver tier beastmaster met his end, and in a most thorough manner, his flesh and blood had been reduced to a pool of vile ichor. Dark power, it appeared somewhat sinister, did it not? However, it posed no significant issue. Strength was all that mattered. Chen Feng was exceedingly pleased with the might of this black coffin technique. Moreover, this black coffin was not only effective for offense but also served well for defense. The silver tier beastmaster's dagger struck against the coffin lid, leaving no mark whatsoever. Given this scenario, Chen Feng surmised that it could likely withstand an average golden tier attack without issue. Should he encounter someone he could not defeat, Chen Feng could simply entrap himself within the black coffin. Its airtight defense left one pondering how to unravel it. Of course, this maneuver was generally inadvisable, for being confined within the black coffin would also limit his own capabilities. Are you alright? Li Gong asked, his visage etched with concern as he gazed at Chen Feng. Father, I'm perfectly fine. Look, Chen Feng is quite composed, he replied. Let us return to Jiang City. This place is not safe. Li Gong dared not take any chances. The recently encountered Silver Tier Beastmaster was likely a member of a nefarious organization, and no one could ascertain how many such individuals had been dispatched to this locale. Understood, Chen Feng nodded. Having accomplished all that needed to be done, it was indeed time to return. At that moment, Yan Lai returned. His expression darkened. The incident had unfolded while he was merely escorting someone. If anything had befallen Chen Feng, Yan Lai would have been drowned in his own tears of regret. Investigate. I want everyone present to be scrutinized thoroughly. If anyone resists, summon the local night patrol to intervene. To dare act beneath my very nose is to court death, Yan Lai commanded with a sweeping gesture, and the night patrol accompanying him swiftly took control of the situation. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Those without guilt had no fear of scrutiny. They wouldn't be foolish enough to challenge Yan Lai's decisions. Anyone questioning him at this juncture would be tantamount to admitting their own culpability. Chen Feng paid no heed to the proceedings. He followed Li Shi and the others as they returned to Jiang City with Li Gong. Meanwhile, the Yi family had already escorted Chen Yang back to the Chen family in Jiang City. Chen Feng's father was not at the company, having received prior news. He was currently seated in the living room. Chen Yang's repeated failures left Chen's father at a loss. He began to ponder whether he had truly erred between Chen Feng and Chen Yang. He had chosen Chen Yang, yet everything that transpired now indicated that he had made a mistake. Perhaps Chen Yang was not as weak as he appeared, but Chen Feng was indeed formidable. Just as Chen's father was lost in his melancholy thoughts, Chen Yang entered alongside the Yi family. Father, Chen Yang called out to his father in a somewhat subdued tone. Chen's father did not look at Chen Yang. Instead, his gaze was fixed upon the Yi family's King-tier Beastmaster standing before Chen Yang. What was the Yi family's intention? With so many casualties this time around, Chen's father sought to discern the Yi family's stance. Your two sons are commendable. As for what the family intends to do, I am unaware. I am here to inform you that I am taking Chen Yang to Kyoto, not to seek your counsel, merely to notify you. Chen's father furrowed his brow. The Yi family's attitude displeased him. Moreover, this was also Chen Yang's own desire. This revelation both surprised and pained Chen's father. Was his son, whom he had cherished for 18 years, truly abandoning him to seek refuge with the Yi family? Father, I seek better resources. I wish to eliminate Chen Feng, Chen Yang exclaimed passionately, his eyes ablaze with intense hatred. This day, he firmly believed that Chen Feng's emergence had altered the course of his life. Originally, he would not have been in this position. He ought to have been revered, the center of attention wherever he went. Now, he found himself unable to hold his head high within the Spirit Academy, and after the incident in the secret realm, he could no longer remain in Jiang City. Going to the Yi family will provide you with the best resources. Chen's father still wished to salvage the situation. How could he accept that his son, whom he had nurtured for 18 years, would simply run off to another family? My mother is with the Yi family, Chen Yang stated succinctly. Chen's father could only smile bitterly. Very well, go. What more could he say? Retaining him, the Chen family's resources paled in comparison to those of the Yi family. What they could offer Chen Yang was far from adequate. Chen Yang's choice was not without merit, yet it left Chen's father feeling desolate. Father, I will return, and the next time I come back, it will be the end for Chen Feng, and then I shall not depart. Chen Yang declared resolutely, fixing his gaze on his father. Chen's father felt a deeper sense of sorrow. He was well aware of Chen Yang's true character. Did Chen Yang's promise to return genuinely stem from a desire to eliminate Chen Feng? Perhaps that was part of it, but the more significant reason was Chen Yang's ambition to take over the Chen family's legacy. At this moment, Chen's father finally comprehended. He had indeed made a grave error, one of monumental proportions. Very well, I shall await your return. Go, he said weakly, waving his hand at Chen Yang. Chen Yang wished to say something further to comfort his father, for this felt like an act of betrayal. Abandoning one's biological father to seek refuge with one's maternal family was indeed a form of treachery. However, the Yi family's King-tier Beastmaster did not grant Chen Yang the opportunity to speak further, seizing him and departing immediately. Chen's father remained silent, watching the two leave with a heavy heart. Chapter 89. Is this how one allows others to live? My dear brother, how on earth did you manage to extract that black coffin? Inside Chen Feng's shop, Li Chengfeng trailed closely behind Chen Feng, his expression somewhat lecherous. Li Chengfeng understood that he could never master Chen Feng's slashing technique, yet that black coffin exhibited an impressive aura and formidable power. Such a potent technique would be ideal for Li Chengfeng at this moment. The Earth Black Bear possessed commendable defensive capabilities. In the event of a battle, if the bear took the brunt of the attack, Li Chengfeng could launch a surprise assault with the black coffin from the rear. You cannot learn it. Chen Feng replied candidly. It wasn't that he was unwilling to teach,
but rather that it was genuinely beyond others' grasp. The spiritual techniques rewarded by the system were not meant to be disseminated, only Chen Feng could wield these techniques. Moreover, whether it be the slashing technique or the black coffin, they were effective solely in Chen Feng's hands. They might not yield the same results in others' hands. Both techniques were at a perfected level, allowing Chen Feng to unleash them instantaneously, without any delay whatsoever. However, others would not be able to replicate such prowess.
What if I could? Li Changfeng countered, this was not merely a skill, but rather an ability bestowed by an item. What kind of item could possibly confer such a powerful ability? Oh, Li Changfeng abruptly fell silent. Could it be that the formidable figure behind Chen Feng was the source of this? Indeed, that must be the case, otherwise, how could Chen Feng possess such formidable equipment? If that were true, Li Changfeng understood that he had no hope of obtaining it. I see, Li Changfeng said, feeling somewhat dejected. Alright, let's get back to work, Chen Feng said, patting Li Changfeng on the shoulder. Rest assured, as your elder brother, I will ensure you do not suffer any losses. There's no need to feel disheartened. Ah! Li Changfeng responded, then set off to attend to his tasks. The shop was bustling with business. A steady stream of patrons followed closely behind Chen Feng. At least 100 people were making their way here, creating a sparse yet significant crowd. The evolution box would likely soon see a queue forming, and the demand for spiritual beast food was sure to soar. Hey, when will the shop level up? Li Changfeng inquired. Upgrading the shop would bring numerous benefits. The system's marketplace would undoubtedly offer elixirs to enhance Chen Feng's attributes, and the Eye of Heaven could be upgraded, making the evolution box and other functional devices even more powerful. This would not only generate profit but also provide Chen Feng with greater advantages. Ding, please purchase the high-level shop upgrade privilege voucher. There's such a thing? Chen Feng was genuinely unaware. The system's marketplace was filled with items, and Chen Feng was reluctant to sift through them. However, upon receiving the system's prompt, he promptly opened the marketplace. On the search page, he entered the phrase high-level shop, and indeed, an item appeared. How much? Are you out of your mind? Chen Feng exclaimed, staring at a plethora of zeros. Initially, he thought that achieving a high-level shop merely required reaching a certain revenue threshold, and even 100 billion was not particularly daunting for him now. With the influx of customers, the daily turnover was staggering. 100 billion could be achieved in no time. However, the system did not present a task. That was one thing, but why on earth was a scroll priced at 1,000 billion? Moreover, it had to be purchased with the shop's revenue. This was utterly outrageous. This curveball left Chen Feng completely unprepared. Originally, he had intended to exchange diamond-grade or gold-grade spiritual beast eggs in bulk for spiritual crystals to elevate his own level. Now, it seemed that plan was dashed. Why? Because replenishing stock in the shop required expenditure from its funds. Chen Feng would have to sell spiritual beast eggs for spiritual crystals. Although the system was indifferent to the method of exchange, as long as it met the minimum price set by the system, spiritual crystals could be included in the shop's funds. Currently, there were no items available for exchange with spiritual crystals, but this would surely change in the future. The crux of the matter was that spiritual crystals didn't hold monetary value and could not be exchanged for money. This was quite disheartening. Given the current situation, selling a single spiritual beast egg would result in a significant loss. Contemplating this, Chen Feng quickly grabbed a cloth and rushed to the vending machine to cover it. Hey! Shopkeeper, what are you doing? I was just thinking of buying a spiritual beast egg. A middle-aged man stood before the machine. He appeared to be an instructor from a spiritual academy in another city. Apologies, but we are not selling at the moment. Selling one would mean losing another. What is the point? Those who came to his shop were not ordinary folks. They were unlikely to purchase anything below a gold-grade spiritual beast egg. Not selling. When will you resume? Perhaps you could share a contact for the shop, and we will notify you when we do, Chen Feng said politely, as this was a potential customer, and he wanted to avoid offending him. Very well, how do I add you? Just scan me. Alright. Chen Feng exchanged contact information with the instructor. Others were also busy, with not only Xiaoshan and Xiaoying but also Li Shirhe temporarily taking on roles as salespeople. The influx of customers was overwhelming, and the sound of card swipes filled the air. Brother, why are you still dawdling? We're running low on spiritual fruits up front, and we're missing some spiritual beast fruits as well. What are we going to do? Li Changfeng, who had just left, returned to Chen Feng's side. What's missing? Write it down. Okay. Li Changfeng hurried off again. After some time, he handed Chen Feng a note. Chen Feng glanced at it, then made his way to his bedroom. He couldn't risk exchanging spiritual fruits in front of others.
After exchanging 10 of each type of fruit listed on the note, Chen Feng found a large basin and placed all the fruits inside. When Li Chengfeng saw Chen Feng approaching with the large basin, he was flabbergasted. These fruits were treated like treasures, yet Chen Feng was using a basin to carry them? Here you go, I have other matters to attend to. Chen Feng disregarded Li Chengfeng's thoughts, handing over the basin before departing. Hey! Li Chengfeng sighed. It seemed Chen Feng truly thought of himself as a salesperson now. Where was Chen Feng headed? Of course, he was off to consume spiritual crystals. Transforming spiritual crystals into his own strength was the only way to realize their true potential. Otherwise, they would merely gather dust in the spiritual beast space. Upon returning to his bedroom, Chen Feng issued a command. System, devour the spiritual crystals and raise my level to 20. Do not stop. Chen Feng currently possessed over 3,000 spiritual crystals, and he only needed to consume 2,500 to elevate his level to 20. At that point, his realm would naturally ascend to bronze level. Ding! Commencing devour, consuming spiritual crystals, host experience points 100. Ding, host level increased, all attributes 10, free attribute points 20. Ah! Chen Feng's eyes widened upon hearing the upgrade notification. He had not anticipated that the attribute points awarded upon leveling up would be so substantial. How could anyone else possibly compete? Chapter 90 Bronze Realm. Chen Feng chuckled, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Who could possibly mind becoming stronger? The system devoured the spirit crystals at an astonishing pace, and in less than 10 seconds, Chen Feng's level had already ascended to level 20. Ding! Host level has reached 20. Shall the realm be upgraded? Upgrade. Ding, host realm has been elevated to bronze realm, with a physique of 100 and mental strength of 100. It was over, completely finished. Chen Feng could not help but exclaim. These attributes were soaring to unprecedented heights, with 200 points of free attributes yet to be allocated. Both of Chen Feng's attributes already exceeded 600 points. What use does saving these points serve? None at all. Allocating them is the way to go. After completing the allocation, Chen Feng opened his panel. Host, Chen Feng level 20 realm bronze physique 727 mental strength 719 spirit beasts fire flood dragon diamond pup, golden pup spirit skills. God slaying level path of slaughter, nothing can escape the blade, black coffin skills spirit eye impressive. Simply put, it was remarkable. However, the experience required for leveling up was giving Chen Feng a slight headache. To progress from level 20 to 21 necessitated a staggering 100,000 experience points, equivalent to 1,000 spirit crystals. Elevating his level to 30 would require over 20,000 spirit crystals. Money, oh money, truly is a marvelous thing. What could Chen Feng say? Others required resources for their realm advancements, while his process was rather straightforward, just spirit crystals would suffice. Moreover, the resources Chen Feng needed far surpassed those of others. The value of spirit crystals was evident. How many spirit crystals could others utilize to procure a few resources? Yet, every single one of Chen Feng's attributes was maximized. At this moment, with his current attributes, let alone the bronze realm, even the most formidable silver realm would not stand a chance against him. This was merely an attribute-based domination, not accounting for skills. Spending a bit more money was of no concern. Furthermore, he had no bottlenecks. Upon reaching a certain level, he could directly elevate his realm. Contemplating this, Chen Feng felt a sense of balance. Take Yan Lai, for example, who had been stuck at the king-level beast master for many years, without any extraordinary fortuitous encounters. Advancing realms was exceedingly challenging. It was only when Yan Lai encountered Chen Feng, who assisted the Hellflame Tiger, that the tiger's realm was elevated to emperor level, subsequently facilitating Yan Lai's own promotion to emperor level. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible. Just as Chen Feng was reveling in his secluded space, a beautiful woman appeared at the entrance of the Chen residence, clad in snug jeans and a slightly loose-fitting white t-shirt that accentuated her figure. Her natural beauty warranted no further description. She would undoubtedly score at least a 90. This was the second young lady of the Chen family, Chen Wan. Among the three sisters of the Chen family, Chen Wan was the second eldest, currently part of a demon hunting team in the provincial city. The demon hunting team operated under the Hunters Organization, a large-scale, semi-official civilian group. Aside from official personnel, only the Hunters' demon hunting teams were permitted to venture outside the city to hunt and capture demonic beasts. The formidable demon hunting teams also possessed their own beast tamers. Captured demonic beasts could be transformed into spirit beasts through the tamer's expertise. This was the primary source of income for the demon hunting teams. Chen Wan was no weakling herself, being a gold-level beast master like Chen Li, and the team she belonged to was naturally formidable, ranking among the best in the provincial city. Chen Wan had heard the recent happenings in the Chen family, prompting her return. "Second miss, you are back. A housemaid exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Chen Wan. Recently, the atmosphere in the household had been excessively oppressive and devoid of vitality, leaving the maids quite anxious. With Chen mother and Chen Li gone, and Chen Yang mostly absent, now even in Kyoto, they only catered to Chen father daily, which was unbearably stifling.
Where's my dad? Where's my mom? Chen Wan inquired, nodding in acknowledgement. The master is at home, your mother fine, I understand.
Chen Wan did not press further as she stepped into the villa. Chen father remained seated on the sofa, his expression fluctuating between dark and light.
Back already? Chen father did not even raise his head.
As a king-level beast master, his perceptive abilities were still intact.
Yes, Dad, what on earth happened? Is Mom an elder sister? Those are unimportant details, as long as your brother returns, they will come back. My brother? Yang, where has he gone?
Chen Wan asked, perplexed. Chen Yang's departure to Kyoto had just occurred, so it was natural for Chen Wan to be unaware. As for other matters, she only had a general idea.
Chen Li had not divulged too much detail over the phone. Not Yang. Who else could it be if not Yang, Chen Feng?
Chen Wan frowned. The Chen family shared a singular perspective. In their eyes, there was only Chen Yang, not Chen Feng. During Chen Feng's first year back at the Chen residence, Chen Wan had not yet moved to the provincial city, and under Chen Yang's influence, she naturally held no affection for Chen Feng. In fact, she even felt a sense of shame about having such a brother. Yes, Chen Feng, Xiao Wan, go fetch Chen Feng back. Remember, do not provoke him. As long as he is willing to come home, we can discuss everything else. Chen father had initially intended to swallow his pride and speak to Chen Feng himself, but as a father, he found it difficult to lower himself to plead with his son. Now, with Chen Wan's return, he decided to send her instead.
Fetch him, and not provoke him. Dad, he is Chen Feng, what on earth happened?
Chen Wan was even more baffled as Chen father sighed, knowing this matter could not be concealed any longer, so he opted to tell Chen Wan the truth. Of course, he only relayed what he had done, omitting any mention of Chen Yang's situation. Dad, Chen Wan's eyes widened, unsure how to evaluate this revelation. Sigh, it is too late for.
I only wish to bring your brother back so that our family can be well again. Alright, I will find him. I will definitely bring him back.
Chen Wan declared confidently. She had never witnessed her father bowing to anyone, let alone in such a despondent state. If a father felt such regret, how could a son not forgive him? Although the past was indeed excessive, wouldn't future reparations suffice? By the way, where is Yang? I heard something happened at the Spirit Academy in the provincial city regarding him, but I haven't managed to gather the specifics before returning.
He has left.
Chen father's expression shifted dramatically. If Chen Yang had not departed, he would not have humbled himself to seek out Chen Feng, at least not at this moment.
Left? Where to? Kyoto, to the Yi family.
His mother is from the Kyoto Yi family. From now on, do not mention him in the Chen family.
Chen Wan stared at her father in disbelief. Was this still the father who doted on her brother?
Why such a drastic change? Chapter 91. Second sister, he wants to kill me. I almost died. However, there is no room for buts. First, bring your brother back. As for Chen Yang's matters, you need not concern yourself with them. Chen Fu's impatience was palpable. He was unwilling to elaborate further. Alright, Chen Fan had no choice but to comply, obediently listening to her father's words. Yet, as soon as Chen Fan departed from the Chen family villa, she promptly called Chen Yang.
Once the call connected, she inquired, Yang, what exactly happened? Why did you leave home?
Her tone was gentle, yet laced with profound concern.
Sister.
Upon hearing Chen Fan's voice, Chen Yang immediately felt a wave of grievance wash over him.
Sister, are you back home? Yes, Chen Fan replied.
Chen Yang's heart sank further. He adored his second sister's long legs and cherished seeking solace in her embrace. Despite being an adult, he always found himself burrowing into Chen Fan's arms whenever they met. His true feelings were evident in the lewd expression that surfaced as he nestled against her. In Chen Yang's eyes, their bond was far from familial. He had already earmarked the second and third siblings for his plans, while the eldest, Chen Li, was deemed too old to be of interest. Sister, Chen Feng bullied me, Chen Yang continued, his voice thick with emotion, nearly on the verge of tears.
Yang, do not be disheartened.
Your sister is here for you. Tell me what happened, Chen Fan urged, her concern intensifying upon hearing his distressed tone. At that moment, she disregarded everything else, what it meant to be a biological brother or the notion of being deliberately swapped at birth. For her, Chen Yang was her sole brother, and she would not tolerate any affront against him. Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, she was unaware of Chen Feng's conduct in the provincial capital's secret realm, nor had Chen Fu disclosed the true intention behind bringing Chen Feng back. Sister, not only does Chen Feng want to drive me out of our family, but he also intends to kill me. I nearly lost my life. I do not understand what I did to incur such dissatisfaction from my elder brother. Chen Yang faltered, struggling to voice his thoughts, particularly the moment he referred to Chen Feng as elder brother, which stirred a wave of revulsion within him. He was desperate to eliminate Chen Feng, yet had to address him as elder brother, a most arduous predicament.
What did you say? He wants to kill you.
Chen Fan's demeanor shifted to one of indignation. Forcing Chen Yang out of the family was somewhat comprehensible. After all, Chen Feng was indeed the true son of the Chen family. Fearing that Chen Yang might usurp the family fortune was one thing, but attempting murder crossed a line.
No, it's exceedingly wrong.
Indeed, during my apology in the secret realm of the provincial capital Ling Academy, he still sought to take my life.
Everyone present was aware of it.
Chen Yang deliberately omitted any mention of the Yi family's intentions towards Chen Feng, focusing solely on the critical points he wished to emphasize.
How audacious of him to act in such a manner.
Yang, rest assured, your sister will seek justice for you. I want to see if he dares to threaten me as well. With that, Chen Fan abruptly ended the call. On the other end, Chen Yang wore a triumphant smile. The esteemed beastmaster from the Yi family narrowed his eyes at Chen Yang but withheld his comments. Meanwhile, the others were entirely oblivious to the conversation between Chen Yang and Chen Fan. After hanging up, Chen Fan drove directly towards the uninhabited zone. Initially, she had considered paying a visit to her mother in Chenli. What did it mean for the Chen family to live outside and not return home? She intended to inquire in detail about the situation, but now it seemed irrelevant. All that mattered was that Chen Feng sought to kill Chen Yang, and that was sufficient. Revving her car and kicking up dust, Chen Fan disregarded traffic signals, recklessly barreling forward. Fortunately, she encountered no mishaps and safely arrived at the uninhabited territory of Jiang City. However, upon her arrival, she was taken aback. This was not at all the scene she recalled from her memories of the uninhabited zone. There were uninhabited areas around the provincial capital. Indeed, every human city possessed such zones. Uninhabited areas were meant to be devoid of people, serving as buffer zones. If monstrous beasts breached the city, these areas became battlegrounds for human beastmasters and the beasts. But what did she witness? A throng of people gathered around a shop that bore no proper name, only displaying the words Spirit Beast Shop prominently. Wait a moment, Chen Fan said, pulling a man who happened to pass by her. Startled by her sudden grip, the man initially bristled, ready to unleash his inner fury, but upon seeing Chen Fan, he suppressed his instincts, feeling a different kind of tension arise. Beautiful lady, is there something troubling you? He inquired, eyeing Chen Fan with increasing approval. If this woman had a drunken father, a deceased mother, and a disabled brother, he would not hesitate to offer her his assistance. Chen Fan frowned slightly. The man's gaze repulsed her. What are you all doing here? She asked, fighting against her disgust.
We?
The man adopted a peculiar expression.
Should I know? Are you unaware of why you are here?
In the next moment, a gleaming dagger appeared in Chen Fan's hand, pressed firmly against the man's throat.
Speak. Chen Fan's voice was icy, colder than the blade she wielded.
There was no room for niceties with such individuals. A knife was far more persuasive than mere words. The man, a mere Silver Realm practitioner, stood no chance against Chen Fan. Even among Gold Realm practitioners, she was considered a formidable contender. Dealing with someone of his caliber was child's play. Even without summoning her spirit beast, the man could sense the dagger grazing his carotid artery. A mere twitch from this ruthless woman could spell his demise. The most alarming aspect was the overwhelming aura she exuded, characteristic of a Gold Realm master, which was daunting. Thus, he raised his hands in surrender.
Heroine, please feel free to ask whatever you wish. What brings you here? Chen Fan's voice remained frigid, more chilling than the dagger in her grasp.
I came to purchase food for my spirit beast.
This shop offers specialized spirit fruits, which are said to be exceptionally effective.
And they are all here for spirit fruits? Chen Fan furrowed her brow, familiar with spirit beast food and spirit fruits, yet perplexed by the term specialized spirit fruits.
Yes, but not entirely.
Upon hearing this, Chen Fan applied pressure, causing the dagger to pierce the man's skin.
Wait.
Some are here to assist spirit beasts in evolving. This place offers services to help spirit beasts evolve. With astonishing results, some beasts can comprehend skills on the spot.
The man dared not hesitate, realizing that any further rambling might lead to his demise.
This woman was genuinely prepared to act. Chapter 92. You are right, family is indeed my support, you deceive me.
Chen Man narrowed her eyes slightly. Did this person truly believe her to be a fool? Who would fall for such a ruse? How could I possibly deceive you, brave heroine? Out of respect for this dagger, I wouldn't dare lie you. Moreover, whether I am deceiving you or not, they can all testify, the man said, casting a sidelong glance at the surroundings.
Such an explosive scene surely attracted onlookers, yet none intervened to halt the commotion. Chen Man frowned. She had already arrived at the door of the shop. There was no reason for this person to lie to her, and he ought to regard the dagger in her hand with due respect.
Be gone. Chen Man unceremoniously kicked the man in the abdomen.
She did not exert much force, it was merely a statement of her stance. The man complied quite well, using the momentum from her kick to roll several times on the ground before turning and fleeing. Anyone who ran slowly would be showing disrespect to the dagger in Chen Man's grasp. Ignoring the gazes and whispers of others, Chen Man strode directly into the shop.
Hey, beautiful, even if you are stunning, you can't cut in line.
The actions of Chen Man aroused displeasure among those waiting in line. Did they not see the two lines formed at the entrance? One line was for purchasing spirit beast fruits, while the other was for evolution box services.
Ahem, beautiful, if you're in a hurry, you can come to me.
A man, whose appearance was somewhat decent, addressed Chen Man, believing himself capable of winning her favor. Once a connection was established, feelings would surely follow, and with feelings, there would be further developments. However, Chen Man did not even glance at these individuals, making a beeline for the interior of the shop.
Hey, didn't you hear me speaking?
Where there are sycophants, there are also those who are not. The burly man who spoke first was certainly not a sycophant. What of being good-looking? When a monster devours you, it is still merely a pool of blood and flesh.
Chen Feng, I am your second sister. Come out.
Chen Man suppressed the anger within her and called out what she thought was a relatively gentle statement. Upon hearing Chen Man's call, the queue fell silent. They had long since inquired about the situation of this establishment. The night watchmen of Jiang City were not concerned about Chen Feng earning more money. They would warmly promote him to every visitor from afar. If it were not for the endorsement of the night watchman, such a long line would not form at the entrance. Thus, they were well aware of who the owner of this shop was. Chen Feng had quite good hearing. He caught the sound of Chen Man's voice.
Chen family, is this not over yet? Chen Feng frowned and stood up.
When he arrived in the hall, Li Shihe anxiously grabbed Chen Feng's hand. Chen Feng patted Li Shihe's little hand, reassuring her, "It's fine.
Be careful."
Although Chen Feng said it was fine, Li Shihe still reminded him.
All right. Who was Chen Feng? What was his current standing? Even if he could not match Chen Man directly, she could not do anything to him. As long as he stepped slightly back into the shop, he would be invincible, and she could do as she pleased.
Subsequently, Chen Feng moved through the crowd and exited the shop. Since business had only just begun to thrive, few people greeted Chen Feng. Each individual who did was a night watchman of Jiang City.
Little madman, we're here.
Don't be afraid. If she dares to trouble you, just watch how we handle it.
Oh, uncle, why are you still in line? Chen Feng's expression radiated warmth. This was undoubtedly genuine. Not only were they his customers, but they could also serve as his backing. If he were to turn cold towards them, would he still be human?
We must uphold the rules among our own, Chen Feng said. The night watchman, who had been called uncle, was exceedingly pleased.
Indeed, look at our little madman.
He is truly remarkable, bringing glory to Jiang City. The night watchmen of Jiang City indeed felt this way. They were proud, regardless of where one was from. The question was simply whether there existed such an impressive spirit beast shop there. Chen Feng greeted everyone with a smile, preparing to establish a VIP passage for the night watchman of Jiang City.
Don't ask, just know we're family. As for whether others would complain about unfairness, that was of no concern. If they had the ability, they could simply refrain from patronizing the shop. At this moment, Chen Feng was genuinely inflated with pride. With so many customers, who would be concerned about one or two? If someone sought trouble, it would be all the easier to handle, as he could refer back to his earlier stance. I am invincible, you may do as you wish. Chen Man furrowed her brow slightly as she observed the scene before her. Was this still the timid younger brother she remembered, who would nod in agreement to whatever she said? It took Chen Feng about 10 minutes to resolve matters with his own people, and when he turned to face Chen Man, his demeanor had completely shifted. I've already stated many times, my shop does not welcome members of the Chen family. Do all of you in the Chen family lack ears? Staring at Chen Feng's furious expression, Chen Man was momentarily taken aback. Just as she was about to unleash her pent-up fury, she recalled her purpose for coming this time. Dealing with Chen Feng could wait until they returned home. There would be plenty of opportunities. To confront him in front of so many people would only humiliate him further. Chen Man would never admit that her strategy had shifted due to the earlier attitudes of the night watchman towards Chen Feng. Brother, your second sister has come to take you home. I know you have been wronged, and I will ensure you are not wronged again in the future. Chen Man was quite the actress, and as she spoke, her eyes grew red. Can't you come up with a different line? Chen Feng swore he was nearly developing calluses from hearing this refrain. Brother, shut up.
Who is your brother? I have severed all ties with the Chen family, do not attempt to establish a connection. Chen Feng interrupted Chen Man. Chen Man was certainly not a good person, she had often helped Chen Yang bully him in the past. Moreover, her daily displays of affection with Chen Yang truly disgusted Chen Feng. Even if they were siblings, must they be so inseparable? A casual shoulder embrace or linking arms was normal. But the way these two would simply hug each other for no reason at all was simply unacceptable. One could only ponder how Chen Man had bullied Chen Feng.
Alright, I won't say anything.
Chen Feng, the Chen family is your foundation, blood ties cannot be severed. It will, regardless of how you develop in the future, family will always be your support and your most trustworthy allies.
Come home with me.
Yes, you speak the truth, family is indeed my support, is it not, my dear family?
Chen Feng turned to call out towards the line, who were the night watchmen of Jiang City?
They were essentially seasoned veterans and immediately responded with a chorus of agreement.
Indeed, little madman, you speak rightly, we are family, we are support. Ha, our little madman understands this principle at such a young age. He is truly perceptive.
Chapter 93, The Swift Demise of the Diamond-Ranked Dark Venom Spider. As a group of individuals responded with cheerful laughter, a smile graced Chen Feng's face. Look at these endearing family members. They truly honored him, ensuring that his words did not fall on deaf ears. Had there been no response at all, it would have been Chen Feng who faced the embarrassment. However, it was Chen Fan who found herself in an awkward position, which was quite satisfactory. Yet, it was evident that Chen Fan had no intention of conceding. The Chen family was a prestigious lineage, well-versed in commerce. Although Chen Fan lacked a deep understanding of business, she possessed a keen perspective. With such a small shop thriving so fervently, how many customers could it accommodate if expanded? How much profit could be generated? She could now comprehend why her father was eager to bring Chen Feng back to IT. Was undoubtedly because he recognized Chen Feng's potential utility. Once Chen Feng grasped the workings of the shop, he would become inconsequential, easily dismissed in favor of Chen Yang, who would take over, relishing the success. Thinking of Chen Yang, Chen Fan felt that any grievances she currently endured were trivial, as long as this matter could be successfully resolved.
Little Feng, do not hold a grudge against your second sister.
She apologizes to you, come home with her, and she will demonstrate her sincerity, you will surely forgive her. With that, Chen Fan attempted to take hold of Chen Feng. Regardless of his consent, she intended to bring him back home first. The decision of whether to remain or depart would be his to make later. Yet, Chen Feng showed no inclination to accommodate her, swiftly swatting her hand aside.
Once again, I am not your brother. Chen Fan was taken aback by Chen Feng's action, and even more astonished by the strength behind it.
It was clear that Chen Feng had not held back, that strike was delivered with full force. Though Chen Fan was a gold-ranked practitioner, her physique was likely superior to Chen Feng's, yet she was unprepared for such an assault. The force sent her tumbling to the ground, and it felt as though her wrist had been fractured. At that moment, Chen Fan could no longer contain herself and erupted in fury.
Chen Feng, what do you truly desire?
I came here to apologize, and Yang Yang was driven away because of you. I have overlooked all these grievances, yet you still. Chen Feng chuckled. Finally, he had glimpsed the true nature of Chen Fan. However, this was merely a fraction of his underlying temperament. He had yet to unleash his full potential. What harm was there in wishing to eliminate him? This time, he had been fortunate. Next time, luck would not be on his side. The act of extinguishing his life would be as effortless as crushing an ant.
You think you can overlook it? Who do you think you are?
Oh, but it does concern you, doesn't it? After all, your connection to him is quite significant. However, you had better manage your own affairs. You truly believe that if I were to eliminate Chen Yang, our matters would be settled? You have insulted me for 2 years, and each of you bears responsibility. Trust me, none of you from the Chen family will escape. Upon witnessing Chen Feng's somewhat menacing expression, a flicker of fear unexpectedly welled up within Chen Fan. Yet, she quickly dispelled that fear from her mind.
Chen Feng, that is all in the past. Chen Yang has already gone to the Yi family in Kyoto. You are the only male heir of the Chen family now, and everything will eventually belong to you. If this shop receives financial backing from the Chen family, the entire Jiang City will be yours.
How charmingly you speak, Chen Feng retorted. I can discern your true intentions. The Chen family has set its sights on my shop, haven't you?
You can either leave now or I will render you powerless.
A chill coursed through Chen Feng's veins as he absorbed Chen Fan's words. He had anticipated such a scenario when he departed from the Chen family.
As long as his shop gained notoriety, the Chen family would inevitably come crawling back.
How dare you speak to your elder sister in such a manner? Have you no ears? I have stated it clearly. I am not your brother. If you don't wish to listen, then perhaps you should forfeit your ears. With that, Chen Feng raised his hand and delivered a swift strike aimed directly at Chen Fan's right ear. No one expected Chen Feng to act so suddenly, not even the night patrolman of Jiang City. The delicate ear was severed from its position, falling to the ground and collecting dust.
Humph, a gold-ranked practitioner. Chen Feng smirked.
What of a gold-ranked beast master? At such close range, it would be trivial to deliver a strike. The presence of so many witnesses complicated matters, otherwise, it would not have been merely an ear that fell, but rather a severed neck.
Ah! Chen Feng, you seek death.
Chen Fan could no longer contain her fury. Chen Feng had dared to sever her ear, summoning a radiant light. A diamond-ranked dark venom spider materialized, Chen Fan's strongest beast. It stood a meter tall, with a body length of approximately 3 meters, its 8 long legs accounting for half of its length. However, the spider's greatest offensive capability lay in its venom.
How audacious! Attack!
Various summoning lights erupted as the night patrolmen of Jiang City were incensed. In the city, skirmishes between beast masters typically went unchecked. However, summoning beasts to battle was strictly prohibited, as their destructive power far surpassed that of their masters. Of course, there were exceptions for certain individuals, such as one who had mastered the skill of decapitation. Before the patrolman could intervene, a strike over a meter long appeared once more. The dark venom spider, having just emerged and yet to unleash its might, was swiftly cleaved in two. Summoning a beast indeed required a moment of preparation. The sudden appearance of a creature from its summoning pouch would catch anyone off guard, and that moment was sufficient. Chen Feng was positioned so close to the dark venom spider that delivering a strike was hardly a challenge. The spider, however, found it quite overwhelming. Upon its entrance, it was immediately confronted with the chaotic disarray of its own insides, rendering it utterly bewildered.
Ah!
A scream erupted from Chen Fan's lips.
Impossible! How did you accomplish this?
Clutching her head, Chen Fan's face was a mask of terror. She had lost her diamond-ranked beast in a single blow. This was not a mature diamond-ranked creature.
While it was not known for its defensive prowess, could a bronze-ranked beast master truly annihilate it? What bronze-ranked? Wasn't it said that you had just ascended to the iron rank?
Both Chen Fan and the night patrolman of Jiang City, who were somewhat familiar with Chen Feng, were equally stunned. Those who knew Chen Feng intimately, such as Li Shih and others, were utterly flabbergasted.
Well then, we haven't even reached the iron rank, and you have jumped straight to the bronze rank, have you?
You insufferable wretch, keep your distance, Chen Fan. An exceptionally furious voice echoed from afar. Chen Feng was somewhat taken aback. He had never heard that voice before. Who could it be? He turned to face the source of the sound, spotting a man, his face flushed red, racing towards him at great speed.
Confirmed.
I do not recognize him. I have never seen him before. Chapter 94. Lick the dog. Chen Feng's memory is quite impressive, especially after the enhancement of his mental strength, which has made his mind even sharper. Therefore, he is certainly not prone to mistakes. In the next moment, several figures appeared before him. These individuals were all night watchers from Jiangcheng, of diamond rank. The man rushing towards them exuded a diamond-level aura. Could they possibly allow a diamond-level individual to bully their own kin? That was utterly inconceivable. Halt where you stand, or face annihilation. The night watchers were known for their formidable presence. The first violent group did not jest. In any city, the night watchers maintained such dominance that anyone daring to provoke them would find themselves swiftly dealt with.
Feng, how are you?
The man, not foolish enough to confront the night watchers, instead rushed to Chen Feng's side, his eyes filled with concern.
Mind your own business.
Chen Feng's companion, Chen Feng, displayed a hint of stubbornness.
Uncle, see?
I told you he is a sycophant. Chen Feng patted the shoulder of the night watcher in front of him, his face practically broadcasting gossip. Why concern ourselves with them, little madman? Speak up, how do you want to handle this today?
We can easily take them back with us.
If the night watchers genuinely wished to bring someone in, it would be a simple matter. They could easily pin a suspicion of collusion with demonic entities on anyone and take them away for interrogation. Of course, falsely accusing an innocent was out of the question. Without evidence, one would be released. However, once taken by the night watchers, it was certain that no one would emerge unscathed, as they could discreetly employ traps that were hard to detect. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng shook his head. No need, they won't be able to bounce back.
Kid, who are you calling a sycophant?
The man standing before Chen Feng turned pale with rage. He was a teammate of Chen Feng and had persistently pursued her. Despite her consistently unkind demeanor, he remained undeterred, embodying the essence of loyalty and relentless pursuit. He had rushed over upon hearing that she had returned to Jiangcheng, only to stumble upon such a situation.
I'm talking about you.
Chen Feng, fearing the man might misunderstand his intentions, pointed directly at him. The man was on the verge of exploding with anger.
I'll lick your mother, you truly have no shame, thinking you can just indulge in anything at any age? Would Chen Feng be angered? Certainly not, he could lick whomever he pleased, and it had nothing to do with him. However, this guy indeed had a rather peculiar taste. Was he really going to target Chen Feng's mother for the sake of his affection for Chen Feng? Kid, what kind of ability is it to hide behind others? If you have guts, step forward. Are you foolish, or am I? I'm in the bronze realm while you're in the diamond realm. Do you want me to duel you? Chen Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. If we were both in the diamond realm, I wouldn't even recognize you. Chen Feng was not boasting in the slightest. He didn't even need to reach the golden realm, merely leveling up to 29 would give him the confidence to confront this diamond realm individual. Head-on.at present, he had just entered the bronze realm, with a mere level of 20. Raising his level by 9 would significantly enhance his attributes. Enough, that's enough. Chen Feng suddenly shouted in a deep voice. After this exclamation, Chen Feng stowed away the corpse of the shadow poison spider and, disregarding everyone, picked up her fallen ear from the ground before turning to leave. She could not afford to lose face and needed to quickly reattach her ear given the current medical advancements. As long as treatment was prompt, her ear could not only be reattached but would leave no scars. However, if she delayed, she might genuinely lose an ear. With the main character gone, the diamond-level sycophant had no reason to remain, yet, he clearly possessed some status. Just as he prepared to chase after Chen Feng, he uttered a menacing remark. Kid, don't get too cocky. The night roads are not so easy to traverse. This was quite a typical exchange, akin to two small-time thugs on the street glaring at each other, neither daring to make a move, leaving behind a remark to wait for the other. However, when it came to Chen Feng, such words were anything but ordinary. Threatening me? Chen Feng pointed to his own nose. The diamond-level sycophant remained silent, turning away to stride off. Black Coffin. Chen Feng was not the type to remain passive in the face of threats. Since this fellow had intentions against him, Chen Feng would certainly not grant him the opportunity. No one expected Chen Feng to dare to take action against the diamond-level sycophant. The Black Coffin appeared abruptly, without any forewarning. As Chen Feng spoke, the Black Coffin swiftly manifested. 6 coffin boards rapidly arranged themselves, leaving no gaps for the diamond-level sycophant to escape. Subsequently, a splendid black coffin entirely enveloped the diamond-level sycophant who had issued the threat. Were diamond-level spirit beast masters formidable? Undoubtedly, they were not weak. Ascending beyond diamond meant reaching the realm of kings. However, to label them as truly powerful was somewhat exaggerated. Individuals like Chen Feng, who acted without reason, were indeed rare. The majority of spirit beast masters' abilities resided within their spirit beasts, with very few focusing on their own prowess. Enclosed within the black coffin, the diamond-level sycophant, disregarding the Sidious regulations, immediately summoned his spirit beast. However, despair washed over him as he realized he was unable to call forth his spirit beast. This revelation was utterly terrifying. This was precisely where the true horror of the black coffin technique lay. Within the black coffin, a unique set of rules governed. One could shatter the black coffin from the inside or lift the coffin boards, but summoning a spirit beast within was impossible, and utilizing any external skills was equally unfeasible. What constituted external skills, for instance, Fireball, the Moonhound's Moonlight ability, or the Flame Breath of the Fire Flood Dragon, all were classified as external skills. Only skills that enhanced oneself, such as the Moonhound's Moon Roar, were exempt from these restrictions. Of course, there were other methods to dismantle the black coffin technique. The simplest and most direct was to avoid being enveloped by the 6 coffin boards and escape the area the moment they appeared. Unfortunately, this diamond-level sycophant lacked such capability. As he realized he could not summon his spirit beast, he began to frantically attack the surrounding coffin boards. To be fair, the diamond-level spirit beast master did possess some strength. His blows caused the black coffin to resonate with loud thuds, and the assembled coffin boards threatened to splinter apart. However, to truly break free would still require some time. Would Chen Feng grant this fellow any time? The answer was, of course, no. With a mere gesture, Chen Feng conjured a 1-meter-long slashing strike, and as it made contact with the black coffin vanished into thin air. Chapter 95. Of the members of the guard were surprisingly decent. The diamond-level sycophant maintained an aggressive stance, throwing a punch into thin air, which caused him to stumble and fall to the ground due to the force of his own blow. Before he could lament his folly, he felt his arm detach from his body. In fact, he ought to thank his misfortune. Had he not fallen, what would have been lost was not merely an arm, but potentially his very head. Ah, damn it, who dares to act with such impunity? The diamond-level sycophant roared in a frenzy, his gaze fixed on the several night watchmen still standing protectively in front of Chen Feng. In his eyes, those who dared to strike and could injure him instantaneously could only be these few diamond-level night watchmen. Goodness, that little madman's move was rather impressive indeed. A bronze level could sever the arm of a diamond level. Who would dare to believe such a feat? What is there to doubt? Hasn't it occurred right before our eyes? The onlookers were astute, clearly recognizing who had dealt the blow, yet none cast blame. Instead, they marveled at the spectacle.
A mere child of bronze level reversing the fortunes of a diamond level. Could it be that Jiang Cheng is about to witness the rise of a dragon? Of course, this cannot be classified as a true reversal, for the diamond level had yet to summon his spirit beast. Had he called forth his spirit beast, Chen Feng would not have found matters proceeding so smoothly. But does this truly matter? Was it impossible? The diamond level sycophant's first reaction was disbelief, yet, with so many witnesses surrounding him, could it all be mere deception? If one or two might have misled him, how could so many be in agreement? Strike. Chen Feng continued his assault. Given the situation, was he to spare himself a retreat? He must eradicate the threat entirely. Furthermore, it was this individual who had threatened him. As a night watchman, he deemed it his right and duty to eliminate this man. The diamond-level sycophant, who had been cursing wildly, was left dumbfounded. He could not voice his protests, for he witnessed a strike cleave through the air, aimed at him by Chen Feng. A frenzy of alarm surged within his mind. His sixth sense warned him that evasion was essential, lest he meet his demise. As for defending himself, with what could he defend? Was he unaware of how that earlier strike had severed his arm? Even now, he felt little sensation at the sight of his amputation. There was no pain, the incision was clean, the flesh having been instantaneously rendered necrotic, with minimal blood loss. Some might argue that minimal bleeding is a positive sign, but only those who have experienced it firsthand understand the true horror of such an occurrence. The wound on Chen Feng's ear was small, and although the flesh had perished, a slight sacrifice could stimulate the healing of the surrounding nerves. However, with a gash of such magnitude on his arm, encouraging recovery would prove exceedingly difficult. This, in turn, implied that even if he were to seek the finest care, it would be futile. Any strike, no matter the point of impact on the body, was utterly intolerable. Fortunately, the reflexes of a diamond-level spirit beast master were remarkable. As the strike was about to descend upon his forehead, he executed a lazy roll to evade it. In the same motion, he summoned his spirit beast, an evolved diamond-level creature. Would the night watchman of Jiangqing simply stand idly by while this brat displayed such bravado? Does Jiangqing still adhere to principles of justice? At this moment, Chen Feng, who had distanced himself considerably, turned back to observe the scene. After a brief pause, he chose to return. Chen Feng, do not act recklessly. This is within the city limits. If you strike me, I might choose not to report it, for after all, I am your elder sister. I would not harm you, but he is not bound by such consideration. Chen Feng could sense the pretense in her words, as if she genuinely cared for him, yet he understood that Chenin would never harbor such goodwill. Having severed her ear, could she truly be so selfless? Absolutely not. Step aside, or I shall eliminate you as well. To kill Chenin in plain sight would not be a prudent choice. However, slaying the man behind her posed no such dilemma. This fellow had threatened him, and as a night watchman, he possessed just cause to act. Though it might not adhere strictly to protocol, it was reasonable, legitimate. What did adherence to protocol matter? Chen Feng, your second sister is only looking out for your best interests. Do you wish to obstruct the enforcement of the law? Chen Feng asked coldly. Should Chenin dare to nod in agreement, he would not hesitate to strike. If you obstruct the night watchmen in their duties, you are courting death. Chenin furrowed her brow, astonished that Chen Feng would dare to act in such a manner before so many witnesses. At that moment, the diamond-level sycophant spirit beast lunged towards the crowd. The onlookers were not foolish enough to remain still as a diamond-level creature charged at them. The scene erupted into chaos as the crowd scattered in all directions. I am using my spirit beast to create chaos within the city. The night watchmen are duty-bound to apprehend me. The sycophant behind Chenin was indeed a clever one. He discerned Chen Feng's intent to kill him. Although Chen Feng was shielded by a group of night watchmen, even with the summoning of his spirit beast, he could not harm Chen Feng. Yet, Chen Feng could strike at any moment, whether it was the black coffin controlling his movements or the terrifying strikes. Neither was something he could withstand with his body. How could he extricate himself from this predicament? This was the plan he devised. As long as he violated the rules, the night watchman would be obligated to detain him. Inciting his spirit beast to charge into the crowd was not a grave offense. A fine and a warning would suffice, far preferable to losing his life. Seize him. This rogue had brazenly flouted the established order of the city. Whether the night watchman intervened was inconsequential, for the guard was mandated to act. The night watchman primarily dealt with the affairs of beasts and demons, while the guard was responsible for human matters. The actions of this sycophant conveniently fell under the jurisdiction of the guard. Outside Chen Feng's modest establishment, there were indeed night watchmen, and the guard was also present, albeit less intimidating than the night watchman. 4 members of the guard charged towards the sycophant. In his feigned compliance, he was swiftly apprehended, and he recalled his summoned spirit beast back into its containment pouch as the 4 approached. 4 of you, I request the return of my arm. No one wished to be left maimed. Although he understood that full restoration was unlikely, a mere reattachment would suffice to maintain his appearance.
What arm? Enough with the nonsense, take him away.
The guard members exhibited a remarkable lack of reason. The severed arm lay nearby on the ground, yet they pretended not to see it. Moreover, as they escorted the sycophant away, several guard members exchanged knowing glances with Chen Feng.
Hey, these guards are quite decent, aren't they? Chen Feng grinned widely. Chapter 96. Stop fooling around, let's get to business, young man. Do not be so pleased with yourself, this matter is far from over. The submissive sycophant who had been escorted away now stood up once more, audaciously threatening Chen Feng again. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, contemplating how he might eliminate this nuisance. At that moment, a person standing before Chen Feng turned around and patted him on the shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry. This person will wander off soon enough."
The unspoken implications of his words were not lost on Chen Feng. Very well, a smile spread across Chen Feng's face. Chen Fan cast a deep, contemplative glance at Chen Feng before silently departing. Unbeknownst to them, numerous eyes were covertly observing the unfolding events, among which were those with malicious intent. Just as Chen Feng was addressing the night watchman, a golden tier spirit beast master stepped away from the crowd, engaged in light-hearted banter with others. However, once he entered a less populated area, his demeanor turned grim. After a brief moment of reflection, he made his way towards the city gates. This individual, bearing the title of Demon Hunting Team member, was not impeded by the gate guards, who allowed him to pass without question. Within a 50-mile radius outside the city, encounters with demonic beasts were rare, yet, beyond that distance, the presence of these creatures gradually became apparent. The man produced a whistle-like object, placing it to his lips and blowing into it. Shortly thereafter, a small white ferret appeared.
"Follow me." To his astonishment, the white ferret spoke human language.
"Yes, my lord," the golden tier spirit beast master responded with utmost deference, for this white ferret was a king tier beast. Despite its size being comparable to that of a household dog, a mere finger from this creature could easily overpower the golden tier spirit beast master. With the white ferret leading the way, they traversed the terrain without incident, as no demonic beasts dared approach. After advancing approximately 50 miles, the ferret halted before a massive tree, thick enough for several people to encircle.
"My lord, the individual has arrived." A voice resonated, though no figure was visible. "Speak." This golden tier spirit beast master was the leader of the demon organization in Jiang City. It was difficult to fathom that such an individual could hold such a position. He faithfully reported to the unseen voice all the extraordinary feats exhibited by Chen Feng. Had Chen Feng been solely powerful on his own, the demon organization would have taken a gradual approach, seeking opportunities to eliminate him, allowing him ample time for growth. However, the current situation was markedly different. Chen Feng's establishment was too remarkable, enabling him to assist a multitude of individuals. Should the overall strength of humanity increase, the ones suffering would inevitably be the demonic beasts outside Jiang City. The 50-mile safety zone had been established by human elites, and should the strength of Jiang City's inhabitants rise, this boundary could extend to 100 or even 200 miles. This was an eventuality unacceptable to the demonic beasts. Thus, this demon leader took it upon himself to gather intelligence and report back. The course of action, however, would depend on the will of the demon king. Surrounding Jiang City were demonic beasts, all of whom were under the command of this demon king. How many individuals can you mobilize within the city?
A figure materialized, not as imposing as one might expect. It was a yellow-skinned fox, comparable in size to an adult tiger. It was hard to believe that such a fox possessed the strength of a demon king. "My lord, we can currently mobilize 2 kings, along with 100 individuals below that rank."
"If we were to deploy the majority of the night watchmen from Jiang City, what are the odds of successfully eliminating him?"
"If there are no kings by his side, we will surely be able to kill him."
"Very well, we shall act tomorrow. You may return." "Understood."
The dialogue was succinct. The demons were but servants to the beasts, they had little autonomy.
"Summon all demon kings and instruct them to come here."
"Yes, my lord." The white ferret replied respectfully before turning to depart. Why would demons ally with the beasts? It was simply because they could gain immense benefits from their association. Within the city, the rare spiritual items were plentiful among the beasts, and some resources could only be produced by these creatures. The beasts were never stingy with their rewards, otherwise, why would the demons betray their own kind to align with them? This time, the golden tier spirit beast master would certainly return with ample rewards. However, the spoils were not entirely for him. He would need to share with the demons within the city, as they were relied upon for labor. That night, unusual movements among the demonic beasts outside Jiang City caused a flurry of chaos among the demon hunting teams returning to the city in disarray. Those who did not return had mostly perished at the jaws of the beasts. The sudden congregation of demonic beasts first wreaked havoc on the hunting teams outside the city, yet, their return also served to inform those within the city of the beast's alarming assembly. The night watchmen mobilized en masse, and the defense team issued a level 1 alert, prohibiting non-essential personnel from moving about the city, compelling them to await further news at home. Nevertheless, the level 1 alert did not incite panic. Living in such a world, how could one not experience several alerts throughout the years? Business was thriving, so why the sudden alarm?
Xiao Shan lay idly on the counter, observing the desolate entrance as he voiced his complaints. "Brother Shan, do you think we might be in danger?"
Xiaoying asked anxiously. After all, their shop was situated in a desolate area, and if the demonic beasts truly attacked Jiang City, it was conceivable that some might breach the city gates. Although the intruding beasts would likely not be overly powerful, their humble shop appeared to lack any defenses. "Didn't he the madman say everything would be fine? I trust him," Xiao Shan replied nonchalantly. Initially, he too had his worries, but upon Chen Feng's assurance that everything would be alright, he had chosen to believe him. Xiaoying nodded slightly, but her concerns lingered. What was Chen Feng doing at that moment? In his bedroom, he was indulging in affectionate games with a delicate figure. "Stop fooling around, I'm here to discuss serious matters," Li Shihua said, her face flushed as she gently pushed Chen Feng away. "Go on, it won't take long to hold you," Chen Feng retorted, unwilling to release his embrace around her waist.
"Did Uncle Yan not mention anything to you?"
Li Shihua playfully tapped Chen Feng's forehead, though her heart swelled with joy.
Deep down, she relished Chen Feng's clinginess.
"He said nothing. I feel like my godfather no longer loves me."
"How could that be? My father said there's a chance you might be in danger, and he urged us to return home." This was the primary reason Li Shihua sought out Chen Feng.
The timing of the beast's unusual movements was too coincidental. Li Gong suspected that the beasts intended to target Chen Feng, hence sending Li Shihua to warn him.
"Do not go, you must not return."
Chen Feng released Li Shihua, meeting her gaze earnestly, his tone grave and serious. Chen Feng was not foolish. How could he fail to connect the dots regarding the encirclement of demonic beasts and its relation to him? Chapter 97 The Madman. "Someone is looking for you." Li Shihua noticed Chen Feng's earnest demeanor and, without a second thought, agreed to his request. There was no other reason but sheer trust. Li Shihua had unwavering faith in Chen Feng, especially when he spoke to her with utmost seriousness about a particular matter.
"Hey!" Chen Feng, upon receiving her affirmation, instantly reverted to his playful self. "By the way, regarding that person from yesterday, his family holds some influence in the provincial capital.
They've already leveraged connections to extricate him from the garrison, without delivering him to the night watchers."
"And then?"
Li Shihua inquired, her brow furrowing.
"Aren't you concerned that he might seek revenge?"
"If he dares to come, he will perish. The more he comes, the more will die," Chen Feng replied, shrugging nonchalantly. "My father has already issued a warning to his family. He shouldn't return. However, as for your second sister, she is not my sister." "Alright, that Chen Wan from the Chen family is stirring up trouble," Li Shihua remarked, planting a gentle kiss on Chen Feng's cheek as an apology for her slip of the tongue. "Not enough, come here again." Chen Feng pointed to the other side of his face that had yet to receive a kiss. Seeing Chen Feng lean in, Li Shihua could only oblige with a soft peck.
"Hey, what did she do?"
Chen Feng inquired with a grin, not taking Chen Wan seriously in the least. After she eavesdropped, she sought out Chen Li and her daughter, later leaving in a huff. Then, she contacted her demon hunting team leader. "I'm not sure what they discussed, but I have a feeling she's plotting against you." Her team leader is at the diamond level, which isn't too alarming, but his family business is quite substantial. Half of the spirit beast trade in the provincial capital belongs to them. I suspect Chen Wan must have informed him about our store, and he might entertain some ulterior motives. Li Shihua articulated her analysis. What could Chen Feng say? With a wife like this, how much worry could he spare himself? All these trivial matters need not trouble him. He hoped the leader wouldn't entertain any thoughts, yet it was prudent to remain vigilant. Now and in the future, there would undoubtedly be many who would covet his store. It was a colossal money-making beast that no one could resist. Furthermore, if such resources could be monopolized, nurturing only his own family members, that family would surely rise swiftly. Self-serving individuals like that were not in short supply, yet, no matter how many there were, Chen Feng would not cower. No one could touch his store, as the system had assured him.
"Regardless, you must exercise caution. Don't let your guard down when you go out, understand?"
Li Shihua cautioned Chen Feng. In many instances, Li Shihua could be by Chen Feng's side, but there were times when she could not be. She feared that something unfortunate might befall him. After all, they remained too weak. "Alright, I'll try not to venture out," Chen Feng replied, not foolish enough to seek trouble. Staying at home would allow him to effortlessly cultivate his abilities.
Such a good boy.
I shall reward you, Li Shurha declared, this time planting a kiss on his lips. After the kiss, she attempted to escape, but Chen Feng, refusing to let her go, wrapped his arms around her waist, showing no intention of relinquishing her. Just as the couple was lost in their affectionate moment, visitors approached from outside the store. Chen Wan led a group of 5 individuals, striding purposefully. Is this the store opened by your brother? Inquired a man beside Chen Wan, his muscular frame clad in a tight tank top that showcased his brawny arms, resembling iron boulders. Yes, this is indeed my brother's store, Chen Wan replied with a smile, the faint red mark on her ear barely visible, a remnant of her earlier altercation.
I have heard marvelous things about this store. If our families could indeed collaborate, the benefits would certainly be yours.
Thank you, Captain. Chen Wan beamed sweetly. The others remained silent, fully aware that Chen Wan harbored feelings for their captain, an unspoken truth evident to all but the blind. Yet, their captain, a fitness enthusiast, showed little interest in women, thus he remained unresponsive to Chen Wan's overtures.
Chen Feng, are you in?
Chen Wan called out from outside. Xiaoshan, frowning, approached the door.
Why are you here again?
You are not welcome, please leave. Xiaoshan was fully aware of Chen Wan's antics from the previous day. Had it not been for the slight blood relation between her and Chen Feng, Xiaoshan would have already unleashed a tirade. As for her being a spirit beast master, even at the golden level, Xiaoshan had no fear. Chen Feng had stated that as long as they were in the store, they need not fear anyone. I am here to see Chen Feng regarding a serious matter. Please call him for me, Chen Wan said, her expression unperturbed, instead radiating a smile. Seeing her demeanor, Xiaoshan could hardly retort. Wait, she called out, turning her back to shout.
Fengzi, someone is looking for you.
Her voice startled not Chen Feng or Xiaoying, but it sent a shiver through the spirit beasts in the nurturing area. Business in the nurturing area was thriving, accommodating spirit beasts of all ranks, from juvenile to the most formidable, the king-level mature spirit beast. Of course, it was the Hellfire Tiger, a prized possession of Yin Lai, housed there. The spirit beasts, previously indulging in the soothing aura, were taken aback when Xiaoshan's loud call interrupted their peace. The Hellfire Tiger was the first to express its displeasure, emitting a low growl.
Quiet down. If you keep this up, there will be no food.
Xiaoshan retorted, unfazed. Though Xiaoshan was unafraid, the spirit beasts in the nurturing area were not so bold. A day without food would render them miserable. While their owners had paid for their care, the decision to feed them ultimately lay with Xiaoshan. Outside the store, Chen Wan and her companion stood momentarily stunned. Xiaoshan might disregard the overwhelming presence of the Hellfire Tiger, but they could not afford to be indifferent. This was a king-level entity, not a creature to be trifled with. How could there be a king-level spirit beast here? The muscular captain furrowed his brow at Chen Wan. Chen Wan, slightly flustered, replied, I have no idea. The captain refrained from pressing further, recognizing that Chen Wan genuinely did not know, and there was little to be gleaned from further inquiry. However, he understood that his strategy regarding this store would need to be revised. Chen Feng, my young brother, I hail from the Wang family in the provincial capital. I kindly request a moment of your time, the captain addressed Chen Feng.
The Wang family? Are they quite formidable?
Chen Feng emerged, glancing at Li Shurha beside him. They are indeed influential in the provincial capital, and our family has some business dealings with them.
Oh, I see. What brings you to me? What business do you have with someone from the provincial capital?
Regardless of who arrived, how they were received depended solely on Chen Feng's mood.
Brother Chen Feng, I am here to discuss a potential collaboration. Chapter 98 commenced with injured spiritual beasts seeking treatment.
Chen Feng remained steadfastly inside the shop, fully aware of the numbers on the opposing side, especially since they were led by Chen Fan. He harbored no illusions about Chen Fan's possible resentment towards him, considering he had severed one of Chen Fan's ears.
What a laugh! Does he truly believe Chen Feng, would require his agency? Ha! Hey, Chen Feng, who is your brother? Chen Fan interjected, you were summoned by me, and there is nothing good that could come of it. Don T forced my hand.
Chen Feng shot back with a cold glare. I hope you'll reconsider, Chen Feng. Once the siege by the demon beasts concludes, we can discuss this further. The individual departed without further ado. They had arrived in Jiang City on a mission to assist in its defense. Time was of the essence, and they needed to report promptly.
Ha!
Chen Feng chuckled, discuss further, there is nothing to discuss. Once this group had vacated, Chen Fan spoke softly, Captain, my brother, enough, there's no need to elaborate. I am well aware of your relationship. I prefer not to meddle in your family affairs. If this matter is resolved, the benefits due to you shall not be scant, the captain, Wang, replied, visibly impatient. Did he truly take him for a fool? Chen Fan merely sought to leverage his status to pressure Chen Feng. If Chen Feng were an ordinary small business owner, the captain might have been inclined to assist his team member. Yet, it was evident that Chen Feng was no mere small proprietor, he was destined to become a figure of considerable prominence. Now, the captain's task was to cultivate a favorable relationship with Chen Feng. Chen Fan felt helpless, having assumed that calling upon the captain would compel Chen Feng to relent. To her surprise, Chen Feng showed no inclination to yield to anyone's favor. In light of this, a glint of determination flashed in Chen Fan's eyes as she resolved to adhere to Chen Yang's plan. Outside Jiang City, a multitude of demon beasts besieged the walls. Beasts soared through the skies while others raced across the ground. On the battlements, numerous spiritual beast masters stood ready, each having summoned at least 2 spiritual beasts, creating an atmosphere akin to 2 armies poised for imminent conflict, as though humanity had little part in it. Yan Lai, where is your Hellfire Tiger? The city lord asked, furrowing his brow at Yan Lai. Within Jiang City, only 2 royal-grade spiritual beasts existed, one belonging to the city lord and the other being Yan Lai's Hellfire Tiger. The city lord lacked the confidence to fend off the demon emperor outside without Yan Lai's assistance. The presence of 2 royal-grade spiritual beasts might compel the demon beasts to retreat. City lord, these brutes will not withdraw, their true aim is crystal clear, isn't it? Yan Lai retorted, showing little respect for the city lord. In the past, he might have shown a modicum of deference, but that was no longer the case, as he was on the verge of ascending to royal status himself. The demon kin within the city posed no significant threat, the real concern lay with the approaching beasts. The city lord's face was etched with melancholy. Was he unaware of Yan Lai's accuracy? Yet, should these beasts launch an all-out assault, the casualties would be catastrophic. At least 70 to 80% of the populace would perish, a fate he could not bear to witness. There will be no disaster. The people of Jiang City are not to be trifled with. In an era where everyone was a spiritual beast master, some might exhibit cowardice, reluctant to confront the demon beasts head-on, but that was only when they were not cornered. When faced with desperation, anyone could unleash tremendous power. With the demon beasts intent on annihilating their homes and slaughtering their families, who would dare to show weakness? Did they truly expect the beasts to show mercy? Enough of this folly. Humans slay demons, and demons slay humans, that is the undeniable truth. Attack, commanded the demon emperor outside the city. Amidst the cacophony of wails and roars, legions of demon beasts surged forth towards Jiang City. The ground trembled beneath their stampede, leaving many on the walls pale with fear. The sight of countless demon beasts assaulting the city was profoundly shocking. Night Watchmen, focus on critical strikes. The small fry are to be handled by the defense team and military. Descend from the walls and engage. Yan Lai ordered. Upon receiving the command, numerous night watchmen leapt directly off the battlements. Many watched with tearful eyes as they did so. In that moment, no one criticized the night watchmen for their authoritarian methods or unilateral decisions. Because of them, the citizens could live in relative safety, enjoying various comforts despite the injustices of their world. Yet, at least someone was there to protect them, ensuring their survival. With that leap, countless souls would vanish forever from this world. Defense team, prepare all spiritual beasts for long-range support. No golden grade demon beast is to enter the city. If the demon beasts truly launch an all-out assault, it is unrealistic to expect human spiritual beast masters to fend off all of them. However, we cannot allow any golden grade demon beasts to breach the city. A golden grade demon beast wreaking havoc unchecked would soon reduce the entire city to ruins. If that were to transpire, the very existence of Jiang City would become unnecessary. At that moment, the teleportation array connecting the provincial capital to Jiang City flickered with light, as a multitude of combat personnel streamed forth from within. These individuals had received orders to assist in the city's defense. As the demon beasts commenced their assault, a throng of demon kin gathered near Qinfen's shop. It must be said that these demon kin, allied with the beasts, possessed a modicum of cunning. They refrained from charging recklessly at Chen Feng, for that would be akin to sheer folly. Under the direction of their leader, a small team of 5 demon kin made their appearance. Among them, 3 bore severe injuries, teetering on the brink of collapse. Shopkeeper, come quickly and assist us, our spiritual beasts are gravely injured, please help us heal them, the small team cried out at the entrance of the shop. Coming. Chen Feng replied with a grin. In the very first clash, we already have injured spiritual beasts seeking treatment? Spare me the pretense, initial collisions result only in death, not injuries. Do you think this is child's play? If a spiritual beast were truly injured, it would be swiftly overwhelmed by the sheer number of demon beasts, leaving nothing but bones behind. You think you can retrieve your spiritual beasts to nurse them back to health? Coming. Chen Feng's thoughts were clear, yet he still addressed them outwardly. Sure, he followed closely behind Chen Feng, prepared to share the burden. Chen Feng glanced at her, remaining silent. Her presence ensured safety, and if she wished to accompany him, so be it.
These few lying on the ground? Chen Feng remarked coldly as he opened the shop door. Yes, please come and take a look. The demon kin were aware of the miraculous nature of Chen Feng's shop, but they believed that luring him out would make their task easier. Look here, since you've arrived, you might as well stay, Chen Feng responded, raising his hand to deliver a decisive strike. Chapter 99. Mind your own business. Let me handle mine. Lying on the ground, the injured spirit beast no longer needed to feign its state. Chen Feng's prowess was thoroughly investigated by the demon organization. In the instant Chen Feng raised his hand, everyone had already retreated. However, the spirit beast on the ground was unable to take flight. It could not evade Chen Feng's attack. This was precisely the outcome Chen Feng desired. If it wanted to play the role, then it should remain in that position forever with no restraint. Chen Feng unleashed a devastating strike. Under his full combat power, the slash extended to about 2 meters, and its destructive force was self-evident. Typically, a diamond-grade spirit beast possesses formidable physical attributes, yet it was rendered futile against Chen Feng's strike. In an instant, the beast lying on the ground was cleaved in two. What do you mean? We kindly assisted you in guarding Jiang City, and this is how you treat our spirit beasts? Yes, that is precisely how it is. What do you intend to do about it? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Did they truly believe he was oblivious to their true nature? He was keen to observe how these demons would continue their performance. The team leader was so furious he nearly spat blood. After all, could one openly admit to such deeds? These sneaky demons, if you have the courage, then come in. With a hint of disdain, Chen Feng beckoned to the 5 individuals. The 5 were still wary, both of Chen Feng's lethal strike and the Hellfire Tiger standing behind him. It was no jest. To bully the young master, the Hellfire Tiger would certainly be the first to object. The presence of a royal-grade spirit beast commanded respect. Lesser demons would not dare approach the Hellfire Tiger. What good would forcing their way be? One breath from it could extinguish you. What's the matter? No vengeance. Clap, clap. Heroic youth, indeed full of courage, remarked one. A multitude of demons emerged, and upon a cursory glance, there were at least 100. Moreover, their strength was no trifling matter. The weakest among them possessed silver-level capabilities, and the summoned Golden Tiger was a golden-grade entity. Are you interested in me? Your interest is of no consequence. I have no intention of playing that game. Li Shurha, initially quite anxious, found herself encircled by over 100 demons. How could she not be tense? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, she was momentarily stunned, then blushed deeply as she pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Who taught you such phrases? How utterly frivolous. Seeing this, Sakura pulled Li Shurha away, curious about the meaning behind Chen Feng's words. It was a perfectly good term. Why would his sister-in-law pinch her own brother? Could Li Shurha explain this? It was indeed too embarrassing to articulate. Hey, it's nothing, just a jest, Chen Feng said, rubbing his nose with an awkward smile. He had forgotten about the 2 ladies. Such humor was indeed inappropriate in their presence. Good lad, those around you are equally composed. In that case, not a single one of you shall remain. He commanded. Let us charge together and eliminate them. I will hold off that tiger. One royal-grade demon stood out prominently while others lacked the confidence to confront the Hellfire Tiger. This fellow boldly declared he would handle it, regardless of his methods. Others would not interfere. It was a rare opportunity to have a fool emerge. Failing to utilize such a resource would be a waste, for fools were becoming increasingly scarce in these times. Moreover, even if this royal-grade demon could not withstand the Hellfire Tiger, he could at least delay it for a while. With that time, they could manage to capture Chen Feng. Following this individual were 8 or 9 others, eager for a feast. Be cautious, but do not be overly harsh, Chen Feng advised, patting the Hellfire Tiger's head. The Hellfire Tiger did not respond but had already charged forward. Among the 5, only one was royal grade. In the past, the Hellfire Tiger would have at least given a glance and devised a strategy. However, now, with just a single look, it felt no desire to fight. In the eyes of the Hellfire Tiger, these opponents were far too weak, including the royal-grade demon Xiaoshan. Take Sakura to my room. As the battle erupted at the shop entrance, Chen Feng entrusted Xiaoshan and Sakura with a critical task. Given the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, what if they truly burst in and harmed Xiaoshan and Sakura? They had no system to rely on. If they died, it would be final. Understood. Xiaoshan was not one to be overly sentimental. Since Chen Feng warned them to hide, he certainly sensed the impending danger. Not wishing to be a burden, he offered no objections and took Sakura away. Sakura, too, had no other thoughts. She merely wished to witness the unfolding battle. Realizing there were windows in the attic, she ran even faster than Xiaoshan. Once Xiaoshan and Sakura had ascended the stairs, Chen Feng finally focused on the situation outside the shop. He gazed in disbelief at the few battered figures outside, his heart filled with astonishment. He understood that after the Hellfire Tiger had ascended to royal grade, it had become considerably more formidable. With the shop's elevation and the enhancement of the Heavenly Eyes capabilities, Chen Feng could now observe the attributes and status of the Hellfire Tiger.
Currently, all of the Hellfire Tiger's abilities were at their lowest ebb, yet that did not diminish its power. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the 5 demons, disregarding their aching heads, turned and fled towards their main force. The Hellfire Tiger was too powerful, they had exerted their utmost, well done, forcing it to reveal itself as sufficient. What did the demon leader fear? The dread of the Hellfire Tiger ambushing them unexpectedly. Now that the Hellfire Tiger had manifested, the majority of the demons' attention was diverted towards it. As long as they remained fixated on the Hellfire Tiger, they would have a significant opportunity to capture Chen Feng. Observing this, Chen Feng's smile widened. He casually pulled a sofa used for receiving guests beneath him and sat alongside Li Shurha, watching the spectacle. Shurha, though we have experienced few battles, observing more can still enhance practical experience, Chen Feng earnestly advised Li Shurha, though his hand resting on her back was somewhat unruly.
Seize him!
The demon leader shouted. A throng of eager-eyed demons awaited this moment, and with the leader's command, some immediately charged towards Chen Feng with fervor. Chen Feng squinted. The old fool's vigilance is indeed commendable. What was Chen Feng doing? Merely spectating? Impossible. He was certainly laying traps for these demons, waiting for them to leap in. Unfortunately, those rushing in were merely minor Golden Grade adversaries. The Hellfire Tiger was indeed powerful, but it was momentarily impeded. As it enveloped itself in flames, intending to use the fire to protect Chen Feng's shop, Chen Feng addressed the Hellfire Tiger. Mind your own business, let me handle mine. Chapter 100. Chen Feng, in a frenzy of slaughter. The Hellfire Tiger is a creature that heeds counsel. When the young master refrains from offering delicacies, who would dare to ignore his advice? The demonic beings charging towards the store were already sufficiently intimidated. Who would dare confront the fiery wall conjured by a royal Hellfire Tiger head-on? Just as they contemplated their means of breaching the barrier, the flames vanished. Regardless of the Hellfire Tiger's intentions, the priority was to advance without hesitation. Instantly, someone, relying on their robust physique, surged ahead to stand before Chen Feng. This individual felt a sense of pride. After all, who said a beastmaster's strong physique was of no use? Here was the proof. Come forth. Chen Feng similarly beckoned. The moment this individual's palm crossed the threshold of the store, every action became uncontrollable. With merely a thought, Chen Feng summoned an irresistible force that yanked the person into the shop. Xiaoying gasped in surprise. A perfectly healthy man had suddenly zipped in, akin to a monkey leaping through the air. Moreover, once he entered, the man collapsed on the ground, motionless. If Xiaoying weren't clad in denim, she might have suspected he had sneaked in to glimpse beneath her skirt. Bind, among the group of demonic beings, some possessed strong physiques while others had acquired ranged skills. After all, they were not novice beastmasters. It was entirely normal for them to possess an assortment of peculiar skills. A vine materialized out of thin air, advancing boldly toward Chen Feng's calf, attempting to ensnare him like a rice dumpling. Unfortunately, the moment the vine reached his knee, it vanished without a trace. Bind him. The demon, undeterred by his failed attempt, believed his skill had merely faltered, never suspecting that Chen Feng was the one orchestrating it. If one attempt failed, surely a second would succeed? In truth, even 100 attempts would yield no results. This individual toiled for quite some time, while Chen Feng remained utterly unmoved, and those who had entered the store now lay obediently on the ground, unable to so much as twitch a finger. Stand aside, let me through, a feminine voice rang out. Chen Feng was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated the presence of women within this demonic organization. No, not merely women, but a young and strikingly beautiful one at that. Of course, she paled in comparison to Li Shurhe, and even the Wang sisters were more alluring, yet within the ranks of the demons, she was undoubtedly a beauty. Seduce, the female demon made her entrance, tearing her top as her opening gambit. Naturally, she did not completely disrobe, leaving just enough to maintain a semblance of modesty. Whether Chen Feng was captivated by her allure was uncertain, yet the men surrounding her were utterly entranced, their eyes glazed over. A few even drooled, overtaken by an impulse to shed their trousers. How repulsive, Chen Feng grimaced, pulling Li Shurhe behind him. This spectacle was not to be indulged in. Excessive viewing could lead to dire consequences. You mustn't look either. Li Shurhe's face flushed crimson as she gently pinched Chen Feng's arm. Cough. Chen Feng cleared his throat. This female demon does possess some allure. But, let us see just how fiery you can be, foolish tiger, burner. Though Chen Feng could not venture outside, the Hellfire Tiger was reveling in the chaos beyond, dispatching various spirit beasts with a mere swipe, sending them flying without a glance. Upon hearing Chen Feng's call, the Hellfire Tiger turned its head and its eyes. There was no notion of cherishing beauty. Women were but pink skeletons. A torrent of hellfire erupted from the tiger's mouth. The skill of a royal spirit beast could not be withstood by mere golden tier foes. As for evasion, that was utterly impossible. If flames engulfed the scene, the beauty lasted but a fleeting moment. In that instant, the female demoness garments vanished entirely. Before some could capture this exquisite moment, she let out no more than a fleeting scream before disappearing without a trace. The hellfire consumed her, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Evidently, you are still insufficiently fiery, Chen Feng remarked with a slight smirk. Such a level of seduction was utterly ineffective. Once the woman was incinerated, the men who had fallen under her spell snapped back to reality. Some, having partially disrobed, discreetly adjusted their trousers. At that moment, it became abundantly clear that something was amiss. Ranged attacks proved futile, and attempts to approach and seize Chen Feng were equally in vain. What now? Dismantle his shop. Indeed, the leader of the demons possesses a sharp mind. Immediately devising a plan, the others exclaimed, their eyes lighting up. Right, if we cannot capture Chen Feng, can we not at least dismantle his establishment? Even if we fail to seize him, we could pilfer those wondrous devices from his shop. Such items, if utilized to cultivate beastmasters, would pose a significant threat to the spirit beasts. But if employed for the demons, wouldn't the humans be in a state of panic? In the next moment, a throng of demons unleashed a barrage of ranged skills upon Chen Feng's shop. Some spirit beasts, unwilling to be outdone, joined in, realizing they could not contend with the Hellfire Tiger, yet demolishing a building was child's play. Various attacks rained down upon the store in an instant. Li Shi was frantic, Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying were equally distressed, only Chen Feng remained composed as ever. Understanding the indestructible nature of this establishment, as expected, the myriad of attacks struck the shop as if they were mere child's play.
Regardless of the nature of the assault, upon impact, it seemed as though the store's exterior absorbed the energy, rendering their efforts utterly futile. The two sovereign-level demons were left dumbfounded.
They too had attacked the shop moments ago, and their skills had been absorbed as well. What manner of sorcery is this? What do we do now? The demons found themselves at a loss. With the Hellfire Tiger blocking their path and the indestructible shop at their backs, how could they proceed? Would the tiger yield if they claimed to be compatriots from the same homeland? Would Chen Feng emerge if they hailed him as a brother? Such scenarios seemed far-fetched. You've had your fun, now it's my turn. Chen Feng was in a frenzy. His spiritual energy surged uncontrollably, unleashing a torrent of slicing attacks as he transformed into a veritable Gatling gun, firing incessantly. Regardless of whether these strikes could fell the demons, the spectacle was undeniably magnificent. The oncoming barrage of slashes sent the demons into a state of panic, with a dozen unfortunate souls being cleaved into uneven morsels, while the fortunate ones managed to evade, dodging just in time. The relentless assault continued for 5 seconds. After that, the slashes ceased. Chen Feng, panting heavily, had emptied his spiritual energy. Are you alright? Li Shi, concerned, grasped Chen Feng's arm. I'm fine, Chen Feng replied. Li Shi produced 2 pills, placing them into Chen Feng's mouth. Chapter 101. The demonic beasts assault the city. Chen Feng, unceremoniously, chewed a couple of times before swallowing. The effects of the medicine were not as exaggerated as he had anticipated. He could sense the spiritual energy within him gradually recovering, albeit at a painfully slow pace. He estimated that it would take at least 10 minutes for his spiritual energy to fully replenish. This elixir was vastly inferior to the premium offerings found in the system's marketplace. However, Chen Feng understood the disparity. It was unjust to compare these ordinary items with the exquisite ones available in the shop. Withdraw, quickly withdraw, the demon leader urgently commanded. This situation was utterly bizarre. He feared that if he did not flee, he would lose everything he possessed here. Now you wish to escape, it's too late. The voice was not Chen Feng's but that of Yi. Try to capture them alive. If that proves impossible, eliminate them on the spot. Yi had been waiting for this moment. Such a golden opportunity to eradicate the demon organizations within Jiang City was rare. A substantial number of Night Watchers surged forth, indeed, a considerable number. Upon a cursory glance, one could easily count 300 to 400 individuals. Meanwhile, the remaining demons capable of fleeing numbered fewer than 50, truly a case of overwhelming numbers. Nevertheless, apprehending all the demons was a daunting task, especially since 2 formidable sovereign-level beings were present on their side. The strongest among Yi's group was merely at the diamond level, yet, these 2 sovereigns were solely focused on their own escape, showing no intention of engaging with the Night Watchers. Even if they could inflict some damage, being delayed would ultimately lead to their capture, regardless of the absence of sovereign-level fighters among the Night Watchers. Thus, they fled with remarkable speed. Only one among them exhibited a sense of loyalty, carrying the demon leader away, otherwise, the leader would undoubtedly have been left behind. Yi, you arrived too early, Chen Feng grumbled. Their premature appearance thwarted his chances of capturing more demons, perhaps even a sovereign-level one. The demons would likely not retreat so easily. There was a strong probability that a sovereign would intervene. Capturing a sovereign-level demon would yield immense credit. Yi paid no heed to Chen Feng's complaints. Had the Hellfire Tiger not been present, they would have engaged much sooner. Is your trivial credit more important than your own life? The outcome of the battle was never in question. The demons, intent on fleeing, offered little in terms of effective resistance, especially after their spiritual beasts were slain and their mental fortitude shattered. Capturing them alive became significantly easier. This was something Chen Yang could attest to, possessing the strength to resist. Had Chen Yang's shadow beast been killed, he would not have crumpled in such a manner, given his experience.
Ah, thank you all for your hard work. Chen Feng called out loudly after the battle concluded.
He had no intention of stepping outside. Under normal circumstances, a brief stroll would suffice, but with the demonic beasts assaulting the city and the demons so active, he wished to avoid capture.
Quit your nonsense. What do you intend to do about the ones in your shop?
Yi shot him a glare, genuinely perplexed by Chen Feng's methods. It was quite remarkable. The demons sprawled on the shop floor were not weak by any means, yet they lay there like obedient children. If one were to suggest that a powerful figure was secretly aiding Chen Feng, Yi found that hard to believe. Regardless of the might of such an individual, there would be some trace of their presence, yet he sensed nothing.
Conversely, if no powerful figure were involved, how could one explain the current situation in the shop?
Of course, I shall have you take care of it, Yi. If these individuals were converted into spirit crystals, their worth would be considerable, Chen Feng said, feeling a surge of excitement.
This unexpected windfall would greatly assist his advancement to the Silver Realm. He was in dire need of spirit crystals, so the more, the better. Yi could not guarantee the numbers he had mentioned. If he failed to meet his own expectations, who would compensate for the remaining spirit crystals? Fine, I trust you to handle it. By the way, send the Hellfire Tiger to my godfather. I am fine now and won't encounter any issues.
Chen Feng felt a profound sense of gratitude. The demonic beasts were indeed launching an assault on the city. Outside Jiang City, a demon emperor was stationed, and the number of sovereign-level contenders was unknown. Yet, Yan Lai had left his most formidable spirit beast, the Hellfire Tiger, by Chen Feng's side, indicating his concern for Chen Feng's safety. Looking at the Chen family, their words were ever so flattering, yet no one had come to inquire about the situation.
Let alone the city being under lockdown, the Chen family had numerous ways to roam freely unless one was willing to ascend the city walls to protect Jiang City. Who could possibly stop them? Let it stay. Its presence here will ensure the boss's peace of mind. As for the boss's safety, do not worry, he will be fine. Yi had considerable faith in the Hellfire Tiger. What could Chen Feng say? Very well, I shall let you take them away.
Yi entered the shop, placing spiritual energy handcuffs on all the sprawled demons. Thus, these demons moved in an orderly fashion, lining up as if they had been swept by a broom, leaving the shop one by one. Faced with the vigilant night watchers, none of the demons dared to cause a scene. However, as they departed, they cast fearful glances at Chen Feng, while others might remain oblivious. These first-hand witnesses were acutely aware of their predicament. They could confirm that their lives had been firmly in the grasp of this young man. If he so desired, extinguishing their lives would be as easy as crushing an ant. Before long, Yi and his companions withdrew. Just as the Hellfire Tiger approached Chen Feng, eager for a treat, Chen Feng proactively tossed it a hellfire fruit. Go find my godfather and assist him. I am fine here. Yi insisted, this is unnecessary. Regardless, the Hellfire Tiger obeyed Chen Feng's command without hesitation. After devouring the hellfire fruit in one gulp, the Hellfire Tiger affectionately nudged Chen Feng with its large head before soaring into the sky. Its obedience was remarkable. In truth, Chen Feng felt a sense of accomplishment. He had trained these spirit beasts, and he was able to command them. It seemed that his words held more sway than those of their original masters. However, he would never confess to such a notion. If this were revealed, who would dare to bring their spirit beasts to the shop in the future? As the Hellfire Tiger ascended toward the city walls, the two fleeing sovereign-level demons and the demon leader reached a safe location. With no time to spare, the demon leader immediately contacted the demon emperor outside the city. He had no choice but to reach out, even if it meant exposing himself. Failing to make contact would not allow him to escape. Having revealed himself before the night watchers, with so many subordinates captured, not to disclose would be far more peculiar. Chapter 102 Everyone, return to the city walls, quickly. My lord, we have failed. The tone of the demon leader was laced with bitterness. At this moment, he faced not only the pursuit of the night watch but also found himself in disfavor with his own master. Say it again. The demon emperor's voice was cold and composed. We have failed, only I and two other sovereigns managed to escape, the others. Good, splendid. With that, the connection was severed. What more is there to say? There is nothing left to discuss. With such a grand display, failing to eliminate a mere fledgling spirit beast is either a testament to the incompetence of the demons or the prowess of that individual. Attack the city. Having stirred such chaos, we cannot remain idle. Upon receiving the command from the demon emperor, the encircling beasts of Jiang City descended into a frenzy. Countless monsters commenced their assault on the city. Those fighting beneath the walls felt an immense pressure. These brutes truly wished to obliterate my Jiang city. The city lord's expression darkened. They lacked the capability. Yan Lai, however, was brimming with confidence. At that moment, the Hellfire Tiger arrived, bounding through the skies to stand before Yan Lai. Upon seeing the Hellfire Tiger, Yan Lai furrowed his brow. Who sent you back? The Hellfire Tiger emitted a series of sounds, its meaning comprehensible only to Yan Lai. Very well, since you're here, get to work. Yan Lai gestured towards the beasts below the city wall. Of the Hellfire Tiger leapt down with excitement, barreling through the low air, as hellfire rained down from its body. Any beast that came into contact with the hellfire was reduced to nothingness. Moreover, the hellfire seemed to burn indefinitely, quickly forming vast walls of flame. Beyond the firewalls, the beasts halted, with only the flying monsters able to breach the inferno. This was the ability of a royal spirit beast. A single one could defend an entire wall. Were it not for the Demon Emperor's watchful gaze, the Hellfire Tiger could have circled Jiang City and secured it all on its own. Witnessing the Hellfire Tiger's display of might, the city lord of Jiang City breathed a sigh of relief, and cheers erupted from the walls and those below. You lot, enter the city, eliminate that individual, and destroy his establishment. The Demon Emperor issued his command. The White Weasel Demon King and the other 4 Demon Kings simultaneously responded. Yes, this was a plan they had long devised. As for how to infiltrate the city, they had their own means. Once the White Weasel Demon King and the others departed, the Demon Emperor set off. As a seasoned Demon Emperor, his abilities were beyond question. Although the Hellfire Tiger exhibited great strength, it had only recently ascended to the royal tier. As the Demon Emperor rode the demon clouds toward the Hellfire Tiger, the suppressed beasts erupted in a cacophony of rage. Of the Hellfire Tiger, upon seeing the approaching Demon Emperor, remained undaunted. After all, could a great tiger fear a mere yellow weasel? The demon winds surged as the Yellow Weasel Demon Emperor drew nearer. Still a kilometer away, the wind fanned the flames, but this wind blew toward Jiang City. The flames surged backward, threatening those below the walls. The Hellfire Tiger, witnessing this, had no choice but to retract its hellfires. Soon, the 2 royal behemoths collided in a fierce clash. At their level, ordinary skills and techniques could no longer inflict meaningful harm. The Hellfire Tiger's hellfire could not incinerate the Yellow Weasel Demon Emperor, nor could the demon winds unleashed by the latter affect the Hellfire Tiger. To discern a victor, the most straightforward method was to engage in primal combat. The aerial battle was intense and bloody. Every clash released shockwaves, revealing the immense power of both entities. While those on the ground did not suffer from the hellfire's searing heat, they endured the assault of the Yellow Weasel Demon Emperor's winds. Beasts and spirit masters below the golden tier were almost instantaneously reduced to bones by the gale, while those above the golden tier fared only slightly better, managing to withstand it begrudgingly but not for long. Everyone, return to the walls, quickly. The city lord of Jiang City sprang into action, using his own spiritual energy to shield against the torrent of demon winds, leaving the remaining gusts for those below to endure. This was an unavoidable circumstance. Spirit masters were inherently weaker than spirit beasts, and his ability to block a significant portion of the winds was already commendable. The humans, along with their spirit beasts, returned to the walls, each survivor haunted by the experience. This was the power of a Demon Emperor. The destructive capability of a single Demon Emperor was overwhelming. Just from that recent gust of wind, at least 1,000 lives were lost. Wind Tiger, come forth. Yan Lai shone with brilliance as he summoned his second spirit beast. A wind-type tiger, its bloodline not as potent as the Hellfire Tiger, yet it still reached the sovereign tier, capable of making a significant impact in this battle. At the very least, the Wind Tiger could counter the invading demon winds. Upon its arrival, the Wind Tiger roared, and as it did, a tempest arose. Though devoid of demon power, the force of the wind was sufficient. The demon winds clashed with the raging winds, and for a brief period, neither could gain the upper hand. At that moment, a Demon King emerged, launching a direct assault on the Wind Tiger. With the Demon Emperor engaged, the Demon Kings were not idle. A brutal battle erupted once more. The spirit masters atop the walls dared not leap down, instead controlling their spirit beasts to fight. Should any spirit beast suffer a fatal injury, they would recall it, awaiting rescue. Each powerful spirit master had several spirit beasts at their disposal, yet despite this, the human line was continually pressed. The sheer number of demon beasts was overwhelming, making it impossible to slay them all. The immense pressure on the city walls soon permeated into the city itself. The light from the teleportation arrays within the city never ceased, as reinforcements from the provincial city continued to materialize. However, no one of significant strength arrived, for the provincial city was under considerable strain as well. Although the provincial city was not currently under siege, the 4 demon emperors had appeared at its walls, exerting enough pressure to deter any strong individuals from acting. Moreover, according to the intelligence from the provincial city's night watch, beastly entities surpassing the royal tier had been sighted in the vicinity. Jiang City could be lost and rebuilt, but the consequences of losing the provincial city were unimaginable.
Thus, even though it was clear that these demon emperors were orchestrating the siege on Jiang City, the powerful entities of the provincial city dared not leave. Should they abandon their post, the intimidation would transform into a true assault. The battle atop the walls of Jiang City fell into a stalemate, with numerous spirit masters rushing to the battlements while many others descended from the walls. Medical teams were stationed just below the walls, providing free treatment for the injured spirit beasts. In that moment, all identities within Jiang City coalesced into a singular purpose, for when the city falls and lives are lost, few would escape unscathed. Chapter 103 Son, run fast. Chen Feng, follow me. Chen Fu appeared outside Chen Feng's shop. From Chen Fu, there was no hint of a fighting spirit. Evidently, he had not participated in the defense of Jiangcheng. Inside the store, Chen Feng frowned as he gazed at his father, remaining silent. What is this moment? Do you still wish to indulge in your whims? Come with me, we must retreat to the provincial city. Chen Fu stated his intention. Retreat, as a king class, why are you not aiding in the city's defense but instead running here? Chen Feng expressed his profound disappointment in Chen Fu. In truth, Chen Feng had been able to rationalize his father's previous actions. It had nothing to do with forgiveness, he simply understood the rationale behind Chen Fu's decisions. Chen Feng was merely the unfortunate pawn of his father's selfishness. But what did Chen Fu mean by this? When Jiangcheng is in peril, his first thought is not how to protect it, but rather how to escape as swiftly as possible. They say the wealthy lack compassion, yet in Chen Feng's eyes, this is merely a minority. Was Li Shi his father, Li Gong, wealthy? The Li family is the richest in Jiangcheng. Li Gong did not flee. He didn't even entertain the idea of sending Li Shi and Chen Feng away. Even now, Li Gong has yet to make an appearance. Where could he have gone? Chen Feng knew Li Gong had gone to defend the city. What of Yan Lai's abilities? If Yan Lai wished to escape, who could possibly impede him? Could Yan Lai not find a way to escort Chen Feng away? And what of the city lord? Does he lack the means to leave? These individuals all possessed the ability to depart. It could be said that anyone who has reached the Diamond Realm has the capacity to leave Jiangcheng. Yet, none of them chose to flee. Some have already perished beneath the city walls. Compared to these individuals, Chen Fu's actions were utterly contemptible. What nonsense are you spouting? Leaving Jiangcheng means you can live better. As long as you survive, you can avenge them in the future. Regardless of how you feel now, you must come with me, Chen Fu insisted, determined to impart a lesson to Chen Feng. Only by surviving does one earn the right to judge others. Ha, you may go on your own, I shall not be leaving. Chen Feng's integrity was not so easily swayed. Not only was his shop here, but even if it were not, he would still refuse to leave. He could depart, but what of his friends? What of Li Shi? If those who cared for him were to perish, what meaning would his survival hold? You foolish child, if you just come with me, you may do as you please, fight or scold, but this is not the time for caprice, Chen Fu urged desperately. I have no ties to you. If you wish to leave, do so, no one will stop you. Chen Feng coldly rejected. Chen Feng's mind was as clear as day. If this man had not seen his value, would he have rushed here to take him away? If he truly had a conscience, he would not have allowed Chen Feng to endure 2 years of humiliation within the Chen family. Just as Chen Fu was about to say more, the ground outside the shop suddenly trembled violently. From below? Chen Feng frowned. He could sense something was assaulting the shop's foundation. Unfortunately, the shop's indestructible trait included the foundation. Within mere moments, the tremors indicated an impending threat. In just 3 to 5 seconds, 5 demon kings burst forth from the ground. Specifically, the 5 white weasel demon kings dispatched to eliminate Chen Feng. It's him. Kill him, one demon king declared. Wait, first deal with this king class, another added, glancing at Chen Fu, who stood in shock. This was beyond his expectations. Chen Feng smirked. Dad, come save me, he shouted. That single word dad could very well cost Chen Fu his life. The previously hesitant white weasel demon king, upon hearing Chen Feng's call, immediately charged toward Chen Fu. Out of the way. At this moment, could Chen Fu still hide his true intentions? He summoned his king-class spirit beast to mount a defense, fully aware he had been led into a trap by Chen Feng. Previously, Chen Feng had never called him dad, but now it rolled off his tongue with ease. As 4 of the 5 demon kings lunged toward Chen Fu, Chen Feng could barely contain his delight. 4 demon kings should be more than enough to finish him off, right? You seek to kill him. I have no relation to him. Chen Fu exclaimed anxiously. Even with his assistance, his spirit beast was firmly restrained by the 4 demon kings, unable to break free. I knew it would come to this. Chen Feng raised his hands in surrender. See, when danger strikes, true colors are revealed. The unmoving demon king outside paid no heed to their convoluted father-son relationship. With no one to disturb it, it was the perfect time to act. However, just as the demon king surged toward the shop, a white deer burst forth. The spirit beast was familiar to Chen Feng. Son, run. Mama will protect you.
Shenmue shouted as she dashed forward. The diamond-ranked spirit beast, the white deer, charged fearlessly at the Demon King. Chen Feng frowned.
Get away, I don't need your help. Not all pain can be mended. Son, it was always Mama's fault. Hurry, go, Mama will hold it off for you. Find your godfather, he can protect you.
Shenmue yelled desperately, recklessly rushing toward the Demon King.
Trash. Would the Demon King care about a mere diamond-ranked spirit beast and its master?
Shenmue lacked combat experience and could not exhibit the prowess expected of a diamond-ranked spirit beast master. Moreover, her opponent was a genuine Demon King. With a single swipe, the Demon King sent the white deer and Shenmue flying. The deer's antlers shattered, creating a large crater upon impact. Shenmue was flung back, blood spraying from her mouth as she tumbled several meters before lying motionless, her fate uncertain. Chen Feng was at a loss for how to feel: elated, heartbroken, relieved. It was all too complex to articulate. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng regained his composure. Li Shurha grasped his hand, squeezing gently.
I'm fine.
She is merely an inconsequential person. Chen Feng forced a smile, yet Li Shurha remained deeply concerned for him. Is she truly inconsequential? After all, she is your mother.
Kid, it's your turn now, the Demon King spoke. A talking beast, quite a rarity.
Come here, Chen Feng beckoned, his tone dripping with disdain.
Humph. The Demon King was unimpressed by Chen Feng's bravado. Which Demon King was ever raised in fear?
In the next moment, a surge of chaotic demon energy erupted from the Demon King as it lunged at Chen Feng. Chen Feng stepped back 2 paces, but that was all. As the Demon King's body entered the shop, an irresistible force acted upon it.
What? Slash.
Chen Feng uttered softly. A 1-meter-long slash cleaved through the Demon King's arm.
Chapter 104, Let go of me, or I shall end you.
What troubles the Demon King? Has the Demon King ceased his onslaught? Do you comprehend the meaning of nothing is beyond the blade? Regardless of what one encounters, if it presents itself, it shall be slain unless, of course, it remains elusive. The Demon King's arm fell severed to the ground just as the Demon King stood in stunned disbelief. The strike that had cleaved off his arm suddenly disintegrated into diminutive, thumb-sized slashes. Before the Demon King could retrieve his severed limb, these miniature strikes thoroughly dismantled it.
To kill you is as simple as slaughtering a dog. Chen Feng spoke coldly. A fury surged within the Demon King, reaching the very apex of his rage. Alas, he possessed no capacity for resistance. Within this establishment, Chen Feng reigned supreme. The Moonhound felt discomfort, as it sensed yet another affront. Had another spoken such words, the Moonhound would undoubtedly confront him, but since it was Chen Feng who uttered them, what could it do? It could only gnash its teeth and swallow its indignation.
Mother, a cry erupted from outside the shop. Chen Li lunged protectively in front of her mother.
Protect your brother.
Chen Feng's mother, pallid as a ghost, was bleeding profusely from the corners of her mouth. Chen Li shook her head, tears streaming down her face, uncertain where to place her hands and feet.
Mother, hold on, I will take you away.
Protect your brother. Chen Feng's mother gritted her teeth, summoning all her strength to push Chen Li away.
Chen Li fell to the ground, tears flowing uncontrollably. What had happened to their once harmonious family? Get lost, all of you, get away.
Chen Feng's voice cut through the air. Though he harbored no affection for the 2 women, indeed, he loathed them and even contemplated ending their lives. Now that they had come to regret their actions, he found no justification for their demise. Forgiveness was out of the question, yet watching them perish at the hands of the beasts felt equally disagreeable to him.
Chen Feng, what do you want? A mother is on the verge of death.
Chen Li shouted, her spirit crumbling.
That is your mother.
What concern is it of mine? If you wish to live, then hurry and leave.
Chen Feng waved his hand impatiently. Hello?
Chen Li wiped her tears away with determination. Ignoring whether her mother agreed or not, she hoisted her onto her back and began to flee. As for the spirit beast that had perished alongside her mother, Chen Li had no time to spare. Chen Feng's mother looked longingly at him, wishing for even the slightest acknowledgement.
Alas, even such a modest desire proved to be a mere fantasy. Chen Feng did not cast a single glance in their direction. They have returned. The White Weasel Demon King and 3 other Demon Kings reappeared. From their demeanor, it was clear they had failed to catch Chen Feng's father. What a pity, how could such inept creatures fail to eliminate him? Observing Chen Feng shake his head, the White Weasel Demon King spoke. Is he not your father? Even if you do not acknowledge him as silence, how dare a beast come to lecture me on morality? What are you, but a mere nothing? Chen Feng coldly interrupted the White Weasel Demon King.
If you seek death, then come forth.
Chen Feng beckoned to the 4 Demon Kings with a flick of his fingers. This was not sufficient. After enticing the 4 Demon Kings, Chen Feng dragged the subdued Demon King within the shop beneath his feet, then sat down upon its head. Bang! Chen Feng delivered a punch to the Demon King beneath him. How is your skull constructed? Why is it so hard? It feels rather uncomfortable, too rigid. This action elevated the insult to its zenith. After all, this was a Demon King. Chen Feng's treatment of it was akin to relieving oneself upon the head of a noble. The Demon King, trapped beneath Chen Feng, desperately summoned its inner demonic energy to resist, yet, it proved utterly futile. Not even a breath of wind could be conjured, the White Weasel Demon King observed, his eyelids twitching. What manner of being is this? How can such an insignificant creature in the Bronze Realm subdue a Demon King? This is no jest, yet to suggest that the Demon King was merely playing along with Chen Feng was utterly implausible. So why not come forth? If you do not, then be gone, return whence you came. I shall seek you out when time permits. Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively, as one would shoo away a fly. You insolent wretch! The White Weasel Demon King remained silent, but an ill-tempered Demon King could no longer contain himself. A mere Bronze Realm practitioner, who do you think you are? They were Demon Kings, not mere commoners. You doubt it? Then come and face me. Chen Feng's lips curled in a smirk. He relished such defiance. Capturing a Demon King would undoubtedly earn him considerable merit. Do not move, we shall depart. The White Weasel Demon King restrained the Demon King who sought to charge at Chen Feng. This fellow possesses a sharp mind. He has deduced something. If Chen Feng truly possessed such formidable strength, he would have long since emerged to eliminate them all, yet Chen Feng remained within the shop. Why was that? Chen Feng's abilities were undoubtedly tied to this establishment. It must have been fortified by some human powerhouse or possibly protected by formations. This would explain why the Demon Kings who entered were subdued by Chen Feng. Let us go. With a formation capable of suppressing Demon Kings, even if we all attack together, it would be futile. To eliminate Chen Feng, we must first uncover the nature of this formation. As the leader of this operation, the White Weasel Demon King issued orders, and the other Demon Kings could only comply. Soon, the remaining 4 Demon Kings burrowed underground. They had entered the city through tunnels they had excavated. To leave safely, they had no choice but to retrace their steps, lest they encounter the guards on the city walls. For solitary Demon Kings appeared before them. One might wonder if the Spirit Beast Masters would not rise en masse against them. Your companions are rather lacking, are they not? Is it a matter of poor relations? Chen Feng looked down at the Demon King beneath him, unceremoniously slapping its face twice. Not pleasant to slap. It feels prickly, the fur on its face is so coarse. Damn it, if you dare to let go of me, I shall end you. The Demon King regained its ability to speak, but having failed to choose its words wisely, it uttered something it ought not to have. Such words would come at a cost. Chen Feng unceremoniously rose and placed his foot upon the Demon King's face. Gradually, he began to apply pressure. The Demon King could hardly fathom the magnitude of force upon its skull. It could only hear the sound of its bones grinding together. Just as it feared its head might explode, Chen Feng lifted his foot. A deceased Demon King held little value, thus it must not be killed. The Demon King exhaled in relief. It did not genuinely wish for death, for as long as it lived, there remained hope for rescue. Chen Feng paid no heed to the Demon King. Instead, he gazed toward the city wall, where the clamor of battle still raged. Chapter 105. We are not qualified to do anything to him. The battle raged fiercely outside the walls of Jiang City, while numerous monstrous beasts surged into the city. However, many members of the monster hunting teams within the city were swiftly eliminating these intruders. No beast had yet managed to breach the no man's land and enter the true urban area. The Skies bore witness to royal-level combat. Sullied by the scent of blood, the Hellfire Tiger bore multiple wounds upon its body, and its adversary, the Yellow-Skinned Demon Emperor, was not faring any better. Its hind leg was broken, and a massive claw mark marred its back. Just as the Yellow-Skinned Demon Emperor prepared to launch another attack, it abruptly ceased its advance. The Hellfire Tiger did not initiate an assault either. After all, it had only recently ascended to the royal level, and there was a discernible gap between it and the Yellow-Skinned Demon Emperor. In no time, the Yellow-Skinned Demon Emperor issued a command: withdraw. There was no hint of hesitation in its sudden order. Upon receiving the command, the attacking beasts immediately retreated en masse. As the tide of beasts ebbed away, the defenders atop the walls breathed a collective sigh of relief. When the last of the monstrous horde vanished from sight, cheers erupted, while some individuals sank to the ground, silently shedding tears. The casualties were substantial, particularly due to the Yellow-Skinned Demon Emperor's skill, the Demon Wind, which claimed many lives. This could be considered a victory, albeit a bittersweet one. Yan Lai felt somewhat fatigued. Despite appearing to have stood idly atop the walls, had it not been for him, the Hellfire Tiger would have long since succumbed to the Yellow-Skinned Demon Emperor. Yan Lai had continuously amplified the capabilities of the Hellfire Tiger and the Wind Tiger with his skills, and his internal energy was now running low, nearing depletion.
Had the Yellowskin Demon Emperor persisted in its assault, it would have necessitated the intervention of the City Lord. A Pyrrhic victory. Thankfully, the beasts had not breached the city. The City Lord felt a sense of relief, grateful that the beasts had not infiltrated the urban area. Otherwise, the death toll would have been unimaginable. It was time to tally the casualties. The audacity of the Yellowskin Demon Emperor would not go unpunished. Yen Lai squinted in the direction the Yellowskin Demon Emperor had retreated. Merely a demon emperor, yet so brazen. Did it truly believe the Night Watchers were to be trifled with? This attack had taken the Night Watchers by surprise, leaving them ill-prepared. However, as the saying goes, one must reciprocate. Since the Yellowskin Demon Emperor dared to attack, the Night Watchers would naturally seek to cause it trouble. As for who would take the lead, it would require at least 2 royal-level beings to make a statement. The Night Watchers excelled at numerical superiority. This is your affair, I have matters to attend to. The City Lord patted Yen Lai on the shoulder, for he had many responsibilities to manage, counting the casualties, distributing compensation, treating the injured, and caring for the spiritual beasts, among other tasks. Yen Lai did not linger on the wall. After summoning the Hellfire Tiger, he headed directly to Chen Feng's shop, recalling that Chen Feng's establishment could treat spiritual beasts. Evolution and spiritual fruits were quite useful. Surely, the methods of treatment would not be subpar, would they? What is this? Yen Lai exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he pointed at a pile of peculiar creatures sprawled on the floor upon entering the shop. It was discernible that this was a living being, emanating a king-level aura, yet it bore little resemblance to a demon king. How could Chen Feng manage to keep such a creature docile on the ground? The once majestic demon king had been squished and molded into a large, fleshy ball by Chen Feng. Demon king, look what I've caught, impressive, right? Chen Feng beamed with pride. Yen Lai rubbed his eyes and refrained from probing further. It was best to avoid prying into his son's secrets. Alright, you're remarkable. Is your medical kit effective? Godfather, are you injured? Chen Feng's smile faded. Few people mattered to him now, and Yen Lai was one of them. Get lost. If I were injured, I would go to the hospital. Why would I come here? Yen Lai retorted as he summoned the Hellfire Tiger. Upon its appearance, the Hellfire Tiger licked its wounds while casting a pitiful glance at Chen Feng. Come here. Chen Feng ignored the Hellfire Tiger's pleading eyes, recognizing it was merely feigning vulnerability to receive food. The Hellfire Tiger followed Chen Feng eagerly, completely devoid of the demeanor befitting a royal spiritual beast. Expecting to receive a treat, the Hellfire Tiger was unexpectedly thrust into the medical kit instead. This time, the shrewd businessman Chen Feng did not charge any fees. He was drawing from his own pocket. Godfather, our losses are considerable, aren't they? Upon hearing Chen Feng's inquiry, Yen Lai's expression darkened significantly. Engaging with the beasts inevitably incurs casualties. For the injured spiritual beasts, let them all come here for treatment, free of charge. Chen Feng decided to offer a generous gesture, as this incident was instigated by him. Can you manage that? Yen Lai expressed skepticism. The Hellfire Tiger's injuries were not severe. Even without treatment, its robust constitution would allow it to heal in due time. However, some of the Night Watcher's spiritual beasts had sustained grave injuries that necessitated professional care and could not be taken lightly. Of course. As long as they still draw breath, they can be saved. For those who cannot be saved, they will receive free treatment here in the future. Chen Feng had full confidence in his capabilities. Alright, I'll send them over. Yen Lai understood that Chen Feng would not joke about such matters and quickly began contacting the Night Watchers. He instructed that all severely injured spiritual beasts be brought to Chen Feng, while those with lighter injuries could be treated at the designated facility for spiritual beasts within the Night Watchers. Before long, a multitude of Night Watchers gathered outside the shop. Each bore a somber expression. This time, the Night Watchers had suffered the most casualties during the beast siege, as they were at the forefront of the conflict. Chen Feng remained silent, uncertain of how to console them. Nevertheless, as the Night Watchers conversed with Chen Feng, smiles emerged, filled with praise for him. They were already aware of the events that had transpired at Chen Feng's shop, having captured a multitude of demon beings, along with the Demon King. Even Yen Lai would have found such a feat formidable. While eliminating the Demon King posed no challenge, capturing it alive was an entirely different matter. After all, Demon Kings were not fools, they could flee. What could Chen Feng say? A smile was the only appropriate response. He found solace in the fact that no one inquired how he had accomplished such a feat. Had someone asked, Chen Feng would have been at a loss for an explanation. Xiaoshan and Xiao Ying busied themselves, as there were currently only 2 medical kits available, each requiring 10 minutes for treatment. Thus, only the most severely wounded spiritual beasts could be treated first. Those who could endure a bit longer would have to subsist on spiritual fruits to sustain their lives. The spiritual fruits, too, were provided free of charge with the intent to fully utilize the resources at hand. Chen Feng ensured that those who had already bled profusely did so thoroughly. He could not allow others to accuse him of being stingy now, with treatment and spiritual fruits both free, which Night Watcher would not give Chen Feng a thumbs up. Once the initial flurry of activity subsided, Chen Feng approached Yan Lai once more.
Godfather, how will the Chen family handle this? Chen Yang's father has fled.
This constituted a cowardly retreat. Although he was not an official spiritual beast master within the system, fleeing in the face of danger in Jiang City was inexcusable. We are not qualified to take action against him, but how the people of Jiang City will respond remains uncertain.
Chapter 106.
Daily tasks. What will the people of Jiangcheng do? Chen Feng was uncertain. Lying in his bedroom, he gazed at the shops page, feeling a pang of anguish. In just one day, he had lost several hundred million, and the losses were still ongoing. Xiaoshan and Xiaoying were still busy within the shop. Thankfully, the night watchers were receiving their services for free. Had it been otherwise, it would have been utterly disastrous.
Can the funds in the shop be exchanged for spirit crystals? Ding.
Please, host, exchange at your discretion.
Chen Feng felt a twinge of confusion. He then opened the system's marketplace. The array of items available was overwhelming. He had not taken a close look before. Upon meticulous search, he indeed discovered numerous treasures. Spirit crystals were priced at 1 million each, significantly cheaper than the market rate of 10 million. Wait, if that's the case, selling spirit beast eggs might be more lucrative, Chen Feng mused, demonstrating his acumen for calculations, a skill honed during his 9 years of compulsory education. What on earth is this source crystal, demanding a staggering 10 million per piece? As Chen Feng scrutinized the marketplace's details on source crystals, a comprehensive introduction appeared. Source crystals were energy crystals of a higher grade than spirit crystals, essentially the upgraded version. Exchange for 1 source crystal. Chen Feng procured a source crystal. Devour. Ding. Devouring successful, host gains 1000 experience points. Well, that's quite similar. He shrugged off his thoughts on the source crystal. Subsequently, he utilized the shop's funds to exchange for 1000 spirit crystals. The value of these 1000 spirit crystals amounted to 1 billion, consuming 2/3 of his shop's capital. He dared not touch the remaining funds, as he was still incurring losses. Devour. The 1000 spirit crystals transformed into 100,000 experience points, elevating Chen Feng's level to 22. Previously, he had been halfway to level 21, with that experience gained from slaying demons and spirit beasts. How impoverished I am. Chen Feng's head throbbed. The shop's ability to generate revenue was undeniable, yet its capacity for expenditure was equally remarkable. How many realms could other spirit beast masters elevate with 10 billion? Is there any other way to gain experience? Ding. Please, host, explore independently. Chen Feng felt disheartened. Thus far, the only method he was aware of for gaining experience was through slaying spirit beasts. If only I had known, I would have ascended the city walls and unleashed a few powerful attacks. Chen Feng regretted his choices. With the spirit beasts assaulting the city and their numbers seemingly endless, how many could he eliminate to amass experience? With that thought, Chen Feng picked up the phone. Godfather. On the other end, Yan Lai was engrossed in monitoring the surveillance feeds, where captured spirit beasts and demons were being interrogated. What is it? I wish to undertake a task. What kind of task? Yan Lai momentarily faltered. The tasks of the Night Watchers. I am a formal Night Watcher now, am I not? You were reluctant to take on tasks before. That won't do. Yan Lai firmly rejected him without a second thought. Regardless of Chen Feng's capabilities, his spirit beasts were far too weak to handle any tasks. Although the demons in Jiancheng had largely been eradicated, who could say for certain if any remained hidden? Ding. Daily task triggered. Patrol task reward 10 spirit crystals, 1000 experience points. Ha! Chen Feng couldn't contain his astonishment. Is that really possible? By actively seeking to participate in the Night Watcher's duties, he aimed to find opportunities to slay spirit beasts and gain some experience. It was untenable to rely solely on monetary exchanges for spirit crystals to level up. The expenditure was too excessive, causing him considerable distress. To his surprise, there were indeed daily tasks available. Curse it, why didn't you trigger this earlier? The system remained silent, embodying the adage that silence is golden. What nonsense! I say no means no. The city isn't safe, you should stay put.
Godfather, this is your fault. Even though my status is special, it doesn't warrant special treatment, Chen Feng argued passionately.
If you truly have reservations, why not let the Hellfire Tiger accompany me? With it around, you can surely rest easy.
Chen Feng presented his suggestion. Completing a single day's task could yield 10 spirit crystals plus 1,000 experience points, equating to 20 spirit crystals, which translated to a staggering 2 billion in currency. Naturally, had he been able to use external funds to purchase spirit crystals from the marketplace, he could swiftly elevate his realm to its pinnacle. Regrettably, the system offered no loopholes for Chen Feng to exploit.
What exactly do you intend to do?
Yan Lai questioned, suspicious of Chen Feng's motives. Previously, when coaxing Chen Feng into the fold, he had been exceedingly reluctant. What had inspired this sudden change of heart?
I've had an epiphany, do you believe me? Chen Feng cautiously inquired, prepared to alter his narrative should Yan Lai express skepticism. I do. Yan Lai responded.
Men do not grow without experiencing adversity.
Following this demon siege, many in Jiangcheng will awaken. It is not their talents that will strengthen, but rather their mindsets, just as it has for Chen Feng. Let the Hellfire Tiger accompany you. For specific tasks, consult Yi. With that, Yan Lai abruptly ended the call, busy with his own matters and lacking the time to argue further with Chen Feng. Hey! Chen Feng chuckled. Once the call ended, he promptly reached out to Yi, however, was skeptical of Chen Feng's claims. After conferring with Yan Lai, he reluctantly assigned Chen Feng a role. It was nothing critical, merely patrolling Jiangcheng at night. Before long, a 4-member team of night watchers arrived outside Chen Feng's shop. Captain, is the boss out of his mind for allowing that little lunatic to patrol with us? Indeed, this is absurd. What if that little madman encounters danger? That's the boss's command. If you're dissatisfied, take it up with him.
The squad leader replied impatiently that he too found the situation vexing. Chen Feng's significance was evident to anyone with sense. Regardless of Chen Feng's strength, just the presence of his spirit beast shop was enough to warrant attention. Previously, the Night Watchers had only been aware of the exceptional effects of Chen Feng's spirit fruits and the prowess of his evolution boxes. However, today they discovered that the medical kits within the shop were equally extraordinary. No matter how severe the injury, as long as a spirit beast could be brought to the medical kit with a breath of life, it would emerge fully rejuvenated. Whose spirit beast did not suffer injuries? How many spirit beasts had Chen Feng saved in a single day? This transcended monetary concerns. Humans are emotional beings, and the bond with their spirit beasts is profound. Who could bear to watch their spirit beasts perish without feeling a pang of sorrow? Moreover, should a primary combat spirit beast perish, the spirit beast master's strength would inevitably decline. It could be said that Chen Feng was not only saving spirit beasts but also safeguarding the spirit masters themselves. If such a person were to encounter any issues, who would take responsibility? Chapter 107. Olji, isn't this a form of cheating? Yes, who knows what the boss is thinking? Perhaps this person gestured towards his own head while speaking. Subsequently, the captain delivered a sharp blow to this fellow's head. Speaking ill of one's superior behind their back is a sure way to invite trouble. Let us go. The 4 of them entered the shop, which was still bustling with business. Naturally, everything was currently free of charge.
Xiao Shan. Ha? Brother Yi, has your spirit beast been injured again?
Xiao Shan was now adept at handling the situation. To ordinary people, the Night Watchers were indeed a fearsome presence, decisive in their actions, forever accompanied by bloodshed. However, after interacting with them, Xiao Shan no longer held that view. The Night Watchers were human too, experiencing joy and sorrow, capable of laughter and tears. As long as one spoke to them kindly, they wouldn't resort to violence.
Can't you wish me some good luck? Hey, as long as you're fine, is it to collect spirit fruits? Not exactly. Where's that little madman?
The term Little Madman was a nickname given to Chen Feng by the Night Watchers of Jiang City, which originated from Xiao Shan, who always referred to Chen Feng as a madman.
Upstairs, madman, someone is looking for you. Xiao Shan shouted loudly, drawing the attention of many.
Soon, Chen Feng came running into the front hall of the shop.
Captain Yi, you finally arrived. I'm all set, let us go.
Chen Feng appeared somewhat anxious. It was already late at night, and he wondered if undertaking a mission at this hour would still count as completing it.
What are you thinking, kid? I heard you volunteered for the patrol?
Captain Yi was quite familiar with Chen Feng, speaking casually without much formality.
Indeed, you're still at the bronze level. Once you reach silver and nurture your moonhound to its growth phase, it would be much better to accompany us on patrol, team member Duran chimed in.
The other two nodded in agreement. They were a couple, a young man and woman, both around 25 years old, and both at the silver level. Their spirit beasts, as Duran mentioned, were currently in the growth phase, which was significantly more powerful than those in the juvenile stage. Moreover, participating in battles would enhance the growth rate of a spirit beast, and with sufficient resources, they could reach maturity in no time. I've come to realize that initially, I thought guarding the shop was sufficient, but now I understand it's not that simple. The demon beasts 1T let us rest, since they 1T allow us to be at ease, I shall make it difficult for them.
Chen Feng's declaration was met with enthusiastic applause. Currently, all those in the shop were night watchers, individuals who had committed their lives for the greater good of humanity. As they would say, wasn't this merely encountering like-minded comrades? There were indeed selfish individuals, like Chen Feng's father, yet, there were also selfless contributors, such as the majority of the night watchers. Hey, it's only today that I realized this. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback by the applause. He was merely putting on a show, attempting to complete his daily task, rather than showcasing any profound enlightenment. Alright, since you figured it out, I won't criticize you further. You know everyone in our squad, right? Of course, Captain Yi, Brother Duran, Brother Tao, Sister Ning. Chen Feng greeted each of them in turn. With such an increase in mental acuity, you should be able to remember this much, right? It was no surprise that Chen Feng could recall all their names, having met them several times. Even those he had only seen once were etched clearly in his memory. He could name every night watcher present in the shop. Well, as long as you recognize them, let us move, Captain Yi instructed. Alright, but wait a moment. Silly tiger, come here, let us go. Chen Feng called to the Hellfire Tiger. After recovering from its injuries in the medical box, it had stubbornly refused to leave and was now lounging in the nurturing area. Upon hearing Chen Feng's call, the Hellfire Tiger leaped out from the nurturing area with exuberance. One might mistake its movements for those of a rabbit. My godfather is concerned and wants it to accompany me. Is that all right? Of course, no problem at all, let us go. Captain Yi smiled. Now, that is settled, Chen Feng thought had he known the Hellfire Tiger would accompany him, he wouldn't have been so troubled. If any danger were to arise with the Hellfire Tiger in tow, it would merely indicate their unfortunate fate. Duran and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Truth be told, being on the same team as Chen Feng was quite stressful. Who were the foes that targeted Chen Feng? They were at the bottom of the king level. After all among them, the captain was at the diamond level, Duran at the gold level, while the young couple were both at the silver level. Encountering someone at the king level, whether a demon or beast, would surely spell doom. However, with the presence of a royal-level Hellfire Tiger, kings were nothing to be feared. Damn it, old G, isn't this cheating? Indeed, the boss is biased. Why isn't the little madman on our team? Old G, treat us tomorrow, this feels like riding the waves. A group of people jested with Captain Yi, yet no one truly felt envious. Go on, all of you, get out of here. No way am I treating. Captain Yi declared, grasping Chen Feng and making a swift exit, unwilling to linger any longer. The idea of treating was entirely out of the question, as he simply couldn't afford it. Not to mention, if he were to give each of the night watchers in the shop a spirit fruit, he would be bankrupt. Did they really think everyone was as carefree with money as Chen Feng? Xiao Shan, Xiao Sakura, I'm leaving the shop in your hands, Chen Feng said to Xiao Shan and Xiao Sakura. Go ahead, we've got this, Xiao Shan replied before getting busy. This is our patrol area. There shouldn't be any incidents today, but we must remain vigilant. Captain Yi led Chen Feng into the urban district. They were in a civilian area, adjacent to the wilderness. Despite being late at night, many households still had their lights on, and some were laboring in the streets. The residents of the civilian area were typically ordinary people without spirit beasts. Even those with spirit beasts had only low-level ones, unsuitable for combat. Chen Feng was quite familiar with this place, having lived in an orphanage within this civilian area for the first 16 years of his life. Alright, Captain Yi, please inform me of the tasks at hand. I don't wish for any special treatment, Chen Feng remarked, contemplating whether a task from Captain Yi would trigger a system quest. If it did, the experience gained in a single day would be quite substantial. Well, we night watchers are individuals who keep our heads firmly attached. There is no such thing as special treatment. Let us go. I'll first show you around the terrain. Captain Yi nodded, stating a simple truth. Even if someone of higher status were to come, they would receive no special privileges. This was a dangerous profession. Granting special treatment meant putting others at risk. One would have to question the rationale behind it. Of course, when it came to making choices, everyone held their own moral compass. That was a matter of personal integrity.